Chapter 1. Pain. Oh, the pain. A splitting ache throbbed in her occiput. Had she not already perished? How could she still experience such torment? Yining opened her eyes. Bewildered, she surveyed her surroundings. Where was she? A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, and the living room featured sumptuous leather sofas, such warmth that her fingertips felt surreal. Hadn't the extreme cold apocalypse already lasted a decade? How could this place be so warm? "Madam, what is the matter?" Wang Ma, observing Yining seated on the floor, dazed and clutching her head, assumed she had sustained a blow to the head and hastily helped her to her feet. "You're Wang Ma?" Yining gazed at Wang Ma in disbelief. Hadn't Wang Ma frozen to death long ago when the apocalypse struck? How could she possibly be alive again? Wang Ma, female, 57 years old, had served Yining since childhood as a nanny, skilled in cleaning, with a penchant for soap operas. Wang Ma regarded Yining with sympathy. It appeared that the lady had truly damaged her mind, not even recognizing her. "Churen, is Missy all right?" Lin Mingru leaned delicately against Li Churen, feigning concern as she observed the disheveled Yining on the floor, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. This foolish woman, Yining, thought she could feign madness to escape her fate of divorce. While being the pampered daughter of the Yi family, she would still have to yield her position. At that moment, Yining noticed others in the living room. Her pupils dilated in shock. She had not anticipated encountering them again. Li Churen, male, 27 years old, president and CEO of Mingran Group, possessed striking looks, a graduate of an Ivy League institution, decisive in action, with a keen eye for opportunity, a rising star in the business world, and Yining's current husband. Married for 5 years, he had reconnected with his first love 2 years prior and was determined to divorce Yining. "She's just pretending, ignore her." Li Churen, clad in a meticulously tailored bespoke suit, stood tall, his features chiseled and defined like a marble sculpture, with deep-set eyes and an air of aloof elegance. He cast a disdainful glance at Yining, his gaze rife with contempt. What trickery was this woman attempting? Was she feigning insanity to avoid divorce? He had never harbored any affection for her had it not been for the support of her father, Yi Jingtian. He would never have married her. Mingru was his true love. "But Missy just felt it was my fault." Lin Mingru gazed at Li Churen with doe-like eyes, her tone dripping with false sincerity. Lin Mingru, female, 26 years old, the quintessential green tea, Li Churen's initial love, a streamer by profession, unmarried, but with one child of unknown paternity. Outwardly fragile and innocent, yet inherently libertine, they had been childhood neighbors, lost touch for years, but rekindled their old flame 2 years ago. And she would stop at nothing to become Mrs. Li, much to Li Churen's delight. How could these two be here, and why did this scene feel so familiar? Could it be that she had been reborn? Reborn to a time before the apocalypse, when she was still the wife of the president of Mingran Group. Yining pinched her thigh hard. The sharp pain confirmed that this was all too real. A massive electronic clock boldly displayed the date. May 20th, 2035, she had indeed returned to a time before the onset of the extreme cold. The apocalypse commenced on August 31st, 2035. A solar storm had caused a sudden drop in temperature. Initially, there was a month-long blizzard, followed by a protracted winter, as the world descended into chaos and resources grew scarce. After a year of relentless cold, there was a brief thaw, temperatures rising temporarily. Just as the survivors began to breathe a sigh of relief, the zombie virus erupted in a catastrophic outbreak, the horrors of which she wished to forget. This was the true end of the world. Fortunately, the extreme cold soon returned, rendering the zombies immobile in the frigid temperatures. During the brief year of the zombie outbreak, many exposed to the unusual radiation from the sun mutated, giving rise to supernatural abilities, ushering humanity into an era of powers. Yining was among the fortunate few to awaken her abilities, which in the future would be dubbed dimensional space, a power that allowed for storage. Yet, despite her spatial abilities, they proved of little use, as resources were non-existent in that era of scarcity. Instead, she found herself repeatedly vying with other supernatural beings for supplies, ultimately succumbing to a fatal laser sword strike. She remembered that her death occurred on May 20th, 2045, it seemed fate had mistakenly returned her to 10 years prior. In her previous life, she had loved Li Churan with an all-consuming passion. At 16, she was the beloved daughter of the Yi family, showered with adoration. He, orphaned, had sought assistance from her father, Yi Jingtian, to continue his studies. A fleeting glimpse on the balcony had ensnared her heart. She had desperately married him, offering her unconditional support. Yet, Li Churan had never truly seen her. She was merely a pawn in his game. Later, after Yi Ning's parents perished in an aviation disaster, Li Churan was unencumbered, free to pursue his first love without restraint. Since his reunion with Lin Mengru, Li Churan had begun to stay out all night, intent on divorcing Yi Ning to provide his beloved with a title. On this day in her past life, returning home, Yi Ning had stumbled upon Li Churan and Lin Mengru celebrating Valentine's Day together. Consumed by rage, she had clashed with Lin Mengru, only to be pushed and sustain a head injury, resulting in a hospital stay. On her first day in hospital, Li Churan had eagerly sent her a divorce agreement, offering her 200 million as compensation without hesitation. She had torn the document apart. She was still deeply in love with him and could never consent to a divorce. Moreover, she would never willingly cede her position to that deceitful woman, Lin Mengru. While she wept inconsolably in the hospital, Li Churan was busy indulging Lin Mengru in various romantic escapades. She had spent over 2 months in the hospital without a single visit from him, and then the apocalypse began. At that time, she was utterly immersed in the sorrow of Li Churan's desire to divorce her, completely unprepared for what lay ahead. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon on August 31st, the sun, once high in the sky, inexplicably turned a deep crimson. But even more astonishingly, a flurry of heavy snow began to fall from the heavens. Snowflakes danced in the air, and temperatures plummeted below freezing yet. This anomalous weather initially failed to raise alarm instead. People marveled at the spectacle. It was only 2 days later, as temperatures continued to drop to a chilling -50 degrees, that the world began to unravel. This marked the beginning of societal chaos. Trapped in the hospital, Yi Ning was cold and hungry, while Li Churan callously abandoned her, retreating with Lin Mengru to a high-tech laboratory stocked with supplies. Just when she thought her demise was imminent, he appeared. His name was Xiao Jingchun, the adopted son of Yi Jingtian, 2 years her junior, having grown up alongside her. Xiao Jingchun saved her just as she was on the brink of freezing to death. He descended like a celestial being. The two of them relied on one another for nearly a decade in the apocalypse, until, during a desperate struggle for resources, she was pierced by a laser sword. Meanwhile, Li Churan had astutely hoarded supplies just before the apocalypse began, later amassing a loyal entourage. To assist him, he and Lin Mengru lived quite comfortably. She had believed that by refusing to divorce, their relationship would remain illegitimate, but the apocalypse instead solidified their bond, leaving societal morality utterly unbound. Now, returned to 10 years prior, witnessing the couple before her, she felt no stirrings of emotion, only a hint of nausea. Her feelings for Li Churan had long since withered away. The emotions she once harbored had been thoroughly depleted during the decade of the apocalypse. "Missy, are you all right? Li Churan and I truly love one another. I never intended to disrupt anything. I never sought any title, only to be by his side." Lin Mengru feigned innocence, stepping forward to clutch Yi Ning's sleeve in a plea. "Is that so?" Although she currently harbored no interest in being Mrs. Li, she found no objection to making Lin Mengru squirm. Lin Mengru was truly the epitome of a top-tier green tea bitch. Her words, ostensibly humble, were in fact provocative. Which wife could endure seeing her husband with another woman? As for not seeking a title, that was merely a strategic retreat, an empty declaration meant to placate the man indeed. As expected, upon hearing Lin Mengru's willingness to endure such humiliation for him, Li Churan felt an overwhelming surge of protectiveness. Mengru was prepared to relinquish her status for him. How could he possibly betray her trust? Moreover, Mengru was the one he truly loved. In the past, when his father's business collapsed and his mother left them, the dual blows ultimately drove his father to take his own life by jumping from a building. In his desperation, he sought help from others, which allowed him to continue his studies. After resolving everything, he finally succumbed to illness during his delirium, it was Meng-Ru who stayed by his side, caring for him. Lin Meng-Ru was his one and only cherished first love, a pure and innocent white lotus. Meng-Ru, you need not plead on her behalf. I shall ensure you are recognized as Mrs. Li in all fairness, Yi-Ning. Let me make it clear. This title of Mrs. Li is meant for Meng-Ru. If you have grievances, direct them towards me. Seeing his beloved woman so humiliated, Li Charan could hardly contain his rage. Charan, please don't act this way. My love for you is genuine. It is not about becoming Mrs. Li. Miss Yi, if you must blame someone, blame me. Not Charan. Lin Meng-Ru pushed Li Charan away, tears glistening in her eyes, resembling a pure and innocent little rabbit. Even as a woman herself, Yi-Ning had to concede that Lin Meng-Ru's demeanor was indeed pitiable. Since you do not wish to be Mrs. Li, then why step into this realm? By your logic, you should keep your distance, perhaps even disappear from Li Charan's sight altogether? Yi-Ning retorted without hesitation. If Lin Meng-Ru desired to play this role, how could she not indulge her? Miss Yi, I truly did not intend for this. Lin Meng-Ru continued her act of sorrow. Since Lin Meng-Ru was willing to portray herself as a white lotus, then so be it. Slap. Yi-Ning swiftly delivered a resounding slap. This was merely an opportunity for Lin Meng-Ru to perform to her heart's content. After all, Yi-Ning had tolerated Lin Meng-Ru for far too long. This slap was not for any other reason but to avenge her past self who had suffered greatly. Though Lin Meng-Ru's intention was to provoke Yi-Ning into a fit of rage, thus inciting Li Charan's disdain for her, it was indeed effective in her previous life. However, when Yi-Ning's palm made contact with her face, Lin Meng-Ru was taken aback. She never anticipated that Yi-Ning would dare to strike. Charan, Lin Meng-Ru cried out, burying her face in Li Charan's embrace. Yi-Ning, what are you doing? If you have a problem, confront me. Li Charan, enraged at seeing his beloved harmed, was beside himself with fury. Her aim is simply to provoke me, to play the victim before you. Now that her goal has been achieved, why are you so agitated? Yi-Ning replied calmly, rubbing her wrist. Her body was still too fragile. Delivering a mere slap to Lin Meng-Ru had caused her wrist to throb. What nonsense are you spouting? I had no such intention. Lin Meng-Ru exclaimed, flustered at being exposed. I care not for your intentions. I abide by one principle. I shall never show mercy to a homewrecker. Yi-Ning declared with conviction. She remembered that she and Li Charan were still legally wed. Such a shameless woman, engaging in an affair, deserved nothing less than a slap, which was a mere leniency. Yi-Ning yawned and turned to head towards her room. Yi-Ning, halt this instant! Li Charan bellowed from behind. Yi-Ning ignored him and continued on her path to her room. With the apocalypse looming, she had no time to engage in futile arguments with Lin Meng-Ru. As for the title of Mrs. Li, Lin Meng-Ru was welcome to claim it. After all, soon enough, it would all be rendered meaningless in the face of impending doom. In the living room, Li Charan continually whispered words of comfort to Lin Meng-Ru, tenderly caressing her swollen face. Suddenly, Yi-Ning recalled something. She withdrew her hand, which had been resting on the doorknob, and a malicious smile crept across her lips. Turning around, she exclaimed, "Oh, I heard that Miss Lin has a son. I wonder, do you know who the biological father is? Have you conducted a paternity test?" This statement struck Lin Meng-Ru at her most vulnerable point, causing her complexion to darken significantly. She had always insinuated that Li Charan was the father of her child. Yet in truth, she had no idea whose child it truly was. However, she was certain of one thing. The child was definitely not Li Charan's. A paternity test was indeed a significant matter. After all, identifying the wrong father for a child was unacceptable. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Lin? Yi-Ning paid no heed to the reactions of the two in the living room and slammed the door shut behind her. Upon entering her room, a wave of warmth enveloped her. Soft light streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on the powder blue walls, creating a tranquil and cozy atmosphere. On the expensive carpet lay a grand European-style bed, and on the wall hung her wedding photo with Li Charan. This was their marital home. However, since Li Charan had liberated himself from the constraints of the Yi family, he had not set foot in this room again. Even someone as proud as Yi-Ning had to concede that Li Charan had never loved her. Their marriage had merely been a means for him to achieve his own ends through the Yi family. With his objectives fulfilled, the Yi family had become a stain he was eager to erase. Leaning casually against the fabric sofa by the bed, Yining contemplated her immediate task, to verify whether her supernatural abilities still existed. She rolled up her left sleeve, revealing a crescent-shaped mark on her fair arm. Fortunately, it seemed her space was still intact. Placing her right hand over the crescent mark, she closed her eyes, and in an instant, her consciousness entered the space. Before her lay an expanse of white, with 2 playground-sized areas manifesting. Yining had tested this space in her previous life. Anything stored within it would remain as if time stood still. Regardless of what was placed inside, it would not decay or spoil. In the space, 2 expired loaves of bread lay forlornly, a reminder of the time she had fought with others over such trivial sustenance. In a world ravaged by scarcity, even stale bread was a rare delicacy, while she and Xiao Jingshan often endured hunger, scavenging for roots buried in the snow and the occasional groundhog. But now, who would still consume such things? With a flick of her thoughts, she discarded the 2 expired loaves from her space. Xiao Jingshan should still be studying in the United States. This lad had guarded her for a decade in her previous life. This time, let her take care of him. Since her space remained, her next step was to stockpile supplies. She was uncertain if the apocalypse would return after her rebirth, so it was prudent to prepare in advance. However, merely hoarding supplies would not suffice. She also needed a reliable shelter from the elements, which required funds. As Yining pondered, 2 enthusiastic woofs broke her reverie. How could she have forgotten them? With a thought, a Labrador retriever sprang forth from her space, accompanied by a golden-furred cat. "Da Huang, Huang, what are you 2 doing here?" Yining exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her. The dog eagerly rushed to her side, showering her with affectionate licks and nudges. "All right, enough now. Da Huang, Huang, calm down." As the initial joy subsided, Yining's eyes began to glisten with tears. She had never imagined that Da Huang and Huang would accompany her through this transition. In her previous life, she had inadvertently adopted them. Within her space, there was a small area designated for living creatures. They had become her steadfast companions during the apocalypse, unwaveringly loyal to her. Without them, she might have perished from starvation long ago. Da Huang was a dog with awakened supernatural abilities, possessing an extraordinary sense of smell capable of locating food buried beneath layers of ice. His claws and teeth were notably sharp, making him a formidable protector during their outings. Huang, on the other hand, had acute hearing, able to detect the slightest rustle from several kilometers away and alerting them to any anomalies. The last time they ventured out for food, both Da Huang and Huang had sustained injuries, prompting her to return them to her space for recovery. With their protection, she might not have faced death or rebirth. Perhaps this was what they meant by calamity turning into fortune and fortune hiding in calamity. Yet, she could not help but wonder how Jingshan fared after her demise, a twinge of bitterness washing over her. Jingshan must be heartbroken, alone in a world like that. He would surely feel isolated. Yet, without her as a burden, his capabilities would enable him to thrive. After a moment of affection with Da Huang and Huang, they paused, gazing longingly at the 2 expired loaves of bread in the trash. Da Huang nudged the bread toward Yining, urging her to eat first, as he had always done in the past when they found food. It dawned on her that Da Huang and Huang were hungry. She swiftly tossed the bread back into the trash. Confused, they looked at her as if to say, "Has the master lost her mind? How could she discard such a treat? You want Tini to eat that anymore. Let us go. I'll treat you to a grand feast." With a sweeping gesture, Yining led Da Huang and Huang out of the room. She was hungry herself, and this world was filled with culinary delights that awaited her. As she opened the door, she saw that Li Charan and Lin Mingru had already departed, presumably seeking solace in another place for his cherished white moonlight. Yet, Yining felt indifferent. Their affairs had no bearing on her, aside from a twinge of sympathy for her past self who had misplaced her affections. She held no feelings for Li Charan. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang gazed in astonishment at Da Huang and Huang, wondering when her mistress had acquired pets, completely unaware of it. "Aunt Wang, No need to cook today. I'll dine out, Yi Ning declared as she settled into her pink Lamborghini, placing De Huang and Air Huang in the passenger seat. With the engine roaring to life, she sped away, stopping at the city's most renowned Michelin-starred restaurant. Her entrance turned heads. With gleaming high heels, cascading brown curls, and a striking red gown, Yi Ning became the center of attention. De Huang and Air Huang hopped out of the car alongside her. "I'm sorry, but pets are not allowed in our restaurant." A bow-tied waiter blocked her path. Upon witnessing someone daring to obstruct their owner, De Huang and Air Huang assumed protective stances, but Yi Ning raised her hand to halt them. Slowly, she removed her sunglasses and retrieved a black card from her bag. "Madam Li, my apologies. I didn't recognize you at first." The waiter quickly bowed and apologized. "Call me Miss Yi." She had no desire to bear the surname Li any longer. Yi Ning donned her sunglasses, stepping gracefully to the enchanting strains of a violin. Striding confidently inside, De Huang and Air Huang, both born after the apocalypse, had never witnessed such a scene. They gazed hungrily at the steaks on other tables, their mouths watering, yet refrained from acting without their owner's command. Yi Ning and her companions quickly became the subject of whispers throughout the restaurant. "What sort of person is this? So lacking in manners. Bringing pets in here. That person looks familiar. She seems to be Madam Li, the young lady of the Yi family. So it is Madam Li. No wonder her pets appear to be of such noble lineage." This group prided themselves on their sophistication, unaware that in the apocalypse, all creatures are equal. There should never have been distinctions of status among beings. Moreover, for Yi Ning, De Huang and Air Huang were not merely her pets, but her companions. Indifferent to their gazes, she chose a seat by the window, while De Huang and Air Huang nimbly hopped onto the chairs opposite her. 5 portions of Wellington steak, medium rare, 3 bowls of borscht, 2 servings of toast, and a salad, along with 3 portions of roasted cod. Yi Ning concluded her order. "Certainly, Miss Yi." The stir caused by Yi Ning subsided in no time, as patrons returned to their meals. In high society, the peculiarities of life are commonplace, and they were no strangers to such sights. Although the tale of Madam Li dining with her pets would undoubtedly circulate in certain exclusive circles the following day, the violinist, clad in a bow tie and tailcoat, skillfully played Richard Clayderman's Wedding in a Dream. Beneath the elaborate crystal chandeliers, elegantly dressed men and women dined with grace. Yet, this opulent feast may soon be a thing of the past. The restaurant service was swift, and soon the table was laden with an array of dishes. De Huang and Air Huang gazed at the delectable spread, their mouths watering. However, they nudged the plates toward Yi Ning, signaling her to eat first. "No need. There is plenty here. Please enjoy." Upon hearing their owner's words, De Huang and Air Huang devoured the food eagerly. Although it had been a decade since Yi Ning last tasted steak, she maintained her elegance, for she knew there was an abundance. She no longer had to fight for a half-pack of moldy chips as she had in her previous life. The steak was tender and juicy, rich in flavor. The black bread was crisp and aromatic, while the salad sprinkled with black pepper was refreshingly crunchy. In no time, the 2 dogs had cleared the table of all its offerings. Noticing that De Huang and Air Huang still seemed unsatisfied, Yi Ning summoned the waiter again. "Let us have 2 portions of tomahawk steak and 2 portions of filet mignon." De Huang adored gnawing on bones. After adding 2 servings of grilled sardines and 2 portions of barbecued ribs, De Huang and Air Huang finally laid back in their chairs, unable to eat another bite. Having been born in the post-apocalyptic world, they had never encountered such a feast. They longed for an infinite appetite to consume even more steaks. After their meal, Yi Ning took them to an upscale pet club. She first had a veterinarian thoroughly examine De Huang and Air Huang, whose bodies bore the scars of long-fought battles in the icy wasteland. Once assured their injuries posed no significant threat, Yi Ning scheduled a complete package of bathing, grooming, and spa services for them. Under the skilled hands of the pet groomer, De Huang and Air Huang underwent a transformation. They enjoyed this indulgence until dusk, at which point Yi Ning drove them back to the villa. After exiting the car, she walked to a secluded spot devoid of surveillance. With a thought, De Huang and Air Huang returned to her space. For now, it was best to keep them there to avoid drawing too much attention. Yi Ning opened the door to find Li Churin waiting for her on the sofa. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? He asked impatiently. In the afternoon, he had taken Lin Mingru to see a doctor, and after confirming she was fine, they spent the rest of the day shopping. Yet, despite her silence, he sensed her melancholy, her restrained demeanor tugging at his heart. The more he pondered, the more he felt compelled to expedite his divorce from Yining. He could no longer delay, for if he did, similar situations might arise again. He wished to spare Mengru any further distress, so after seeing her off, he promptly instructed his lawyer to draft the divorce agreement. Offering Yining 2 billion would ensure her comfort for life, thus fulfilling his promise to care for her as he had pledged to Yi Jingtian. However, upon returning home, he found Yining absent, waiting 2 full hours for her return. Yining shot him a glance, realizing he had come back with ill intentions, likely to discuss divorce and pursue Lin Mingru openly. She casually removed her high heels and sank comfortably into the sofa. Why should I inform you of my whereabouts? For someone intent on abandoning her. She had no desire to feign cordiality. Every time he returned, Yining would shower him with concern and attention, but now she exhibited this attitude. Surely, it was a ploy to elicit his interest. Regardless of her tactics, he was resolute in his decision to divorce her. Li Charan composed himself and spoke with calm determination. Yining, let us divorce. The anticipated scene of her throwing a tantrum, weeping, and clinging to him did not materialize. Yining appeared to regard his statement as a trivial matter, simply continuing to massage her aching feet, as if he were inquiring whether she had enjoyed her dinner out. Li Charan assumed she had not heard him clearly and repeated himself slowly, Yining, let us divorce. This time, Yining sat up, met his gaze, and nodded decisively. All right. Her agreement was firm and unequivocal. Li Charan was taken aback by her unexpected acquiescence. Yet, this was preferable, as it spared him the need for further persuasion. He reached beneath the table to retrieve the divorce agreement. Just then, Yining's nonchalant voice interrupted. Divorce is fine, but it will cost 10 billion. Li Charan's hand froze awkwardly. What? 10 billion? Yining, have you lost your mind? He blurted out. In his estimation, 2 to 3 billion was the maximum he should offer. 10 billion exceeded his expectations significantly, nearly half of his liquid assets. Yining, are you jesting? I realize now that this must be your excuse to avoid the divorce. He knew that Yining did not wish to divorce him. Yining scoffed derisively. Li Charan, did he not consider himself the paragon of pure love? Did he not profess his willingness to sacrifice everything for Lin Mingru? With a fortune exceeding 10 billion, he was now hesitant over a mere 10 billion. Li Charan slammed the divorce agreement onto the table, his tone turning cold and severe. Yining, I'm not negotiating with you. This marriage is ending, and this is the divorce agreement drafted by my lawyer. The settlement amount stated is 200 million, but out of respect for our time together as husband and wife, I am increasing it to 300 million. This is the maximum cash flow I can provide at present. If you are still dissatisfied, we shall see each other in court. I believe we can resolve this without escalating matters further. Li Charan's words were a blend of coercion and concession, but Yining was far from naïve. She was no longer the innocent girl of her past life. A decade of hardship had forged her spirit into something unyielding. Li Charan, I am not jesting, and it seems you have misunderstood. I am not the one pleading here. You are. Yining remained unperturbed by his remarks, fixated solely on cash. For only cash could ensure her forthcoming plans. During the duration of our marriage, I have committed no transgressions. Yet you, with your widely known relationship with Lin Mingru, have certainly jeopardized our reputation. If news of our court proceedings were to leak, it would adversely affect Mengru's stock price. And I believe you would find it challenging to justify that to your board, wouldn't you? However, if you wish to proceed to court, I am more than willing to accompany you. Yining crossed her arms defiantly, meeting Li Charan's gaze unwaveringly. It dawned on Li Charan that Yining was not merely acting on impulse. She was earnestly negotiating the terms of their divorce. Yining, you have always been the most understanding. 1 billion is indeed excessive. I cannot possibly provide that much at this moment. Li Charan's tone softened. Understanding? I, Yining, have never been that. You professed your willingness to give everything for Lin Mingru. Have I not been the obstacle to your so-called true love? What have you offered me in return for my understanding? Cold violence, verbal insults, betrayal, and humiliation? You think a few sweet words can make everything right? I'm not so easily placated. If you wish to divorce, then simply pay me off. Spare me the empty rhetoric. If she could garner media attention regarding Lee Charon's infidelity and the ensuing legal battle with his wife, it would not merely result in a 10 billion loss for Mengru. The market was ruthless. A single misstep could see him cast into the abyss by those lurking in the shadows. Lee Charon should understand this better than anyone. You know, the initial capital for your venture came from the Yi family, and you are well aware of the support we have provided you over the years. I do not mention this to seek retribution, but to highlight a reality that is too demeaning to my father. Mentioning Yi Jingtian brought tears to Yi Ning's eyes. Her father had never approved of her marrying Lee Charon. While he recognized Lee Charon's abilities as a father, he wished for his daughter to marry someone who truly loved her. He had long seen through Lee Charon's faade, knowing he did not genuinely care for Yi Ning. She had been infatuated with him to the point of blindness. In truth, Lee Charon's disdain for Yi Ning stemmed largely from a need for the Yi family's financial support, which had bruised his male pride. $1 billion? I know you can afford it. I only ask for this amount to expedite the process. Money can always be earned back. $1 billion for your freedom seems a fair trade. Yi Ning was not to be trifled with. It was clear he was simply unwilling to part with the sum. As Lee Charon observed the composed and articulate Yi Ning before him, he suddenly realized that the girl who had once been so enamored with him had seemingly vanished. An unsettling discomfort crept into his heart, a sting to his masculine pride. After a moment of hesitation, he acknowledged that Yi Ning was correct. The blame lay with him. If it came to a legal dispute, he might not hold the upper hand. Money could always be earned again. Sacrificing 10 billion for his freedom was indeed worthwhile. Lee Charon fell silent for a moment, then retrieved his phone to call his lawyer, instructing him to revise the divorce documents. Oh, and I want that technology laboratory on the outskirts of the city, Yi Ning added. The technology laboratory? What do you want with that? The facility was a recent investment, still under development, and had already cost millions, though in the grand scheme of 10 billion, it was trivial. Why does it concern you? Am I not allowed to start a tech company? The laboratory was a sanctuary Yi Ning had long coveted, situated on a hillside near the villa, surrounded by open space. While it was labeled a laboratory, it occupied a substantial area. Given the nature of the research conducted there, it was equipped with rigorous safety measures, including 5-meter-high double-layered walls and alarms, using cutting-edge materials that would save her considerable renovation time. In her previous life, Lee Charon and Lin Mengru had sheltered there during the zombie outbreak. In this life, Yi Ning had to seize it. You intend to start a tech company? If not as simple as purchasing a dress, Lee Charon scoffed. Why does it matter to you? Even if I incur losses, it is my choice. Spare me the unnecessary commentary, and simply tell me if you agree. Yi Ning retorted boldly. Lee Charon hesitated, but ultimately nodded. After agreeing to the billion, he was indifferent to a few million more. It was still not in use, so he might as well grant Yi Ning this favor to avoid complications. Upon seeing his acquiescence, Yi Ning exhaled in relief. Thus, the terms of their divorce were essentially settled. After discussing a few details with his lawyer, Lee Charon ended the call. The divorce agreement will be ready tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yi Ning was astonished by his eagerness, though it did save her time. With less than 3 months until the apocalypse, her time was indeed limited. When will I receive the money? In a month. I need to manage my finances. Lee Charon rubbed his aching temples, realizing he had to deal with those stubborn board members again. 10 days. Yi Ning would not wait any longer. When had Yi Ning become so assertive? She had always been compliant. Was it true, as Mengru suggested, that love had turned to hatred? Very well. I shall grant you 10 days to gather your belongings. You may take anything you desire from here. This villa was a wedding gift from Yi Jingtian to Lee Charon and Yi Ning at the time of their marriage, although it was indeed registered under Lee Charon's name. Had it not been for Mengru insisting on residing in this villa post-marriage, he would have preferred to avoid such an unseemly display. It was settled then. The house held no sentimental value for her, and she was disinclined to argue further with Lee Charon. With the matter resolved, silence enveloped them as Lee Charon stood to leave. Just as he reached the entrance, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to turn back. Yi Ning, I can't help but feel that you have changed significantly. You are no longer the person you once were. he hesitantly remarked. Li Churan, do you believe yourself to be a deity? Why should anyone love you for a lifetime? I have known you since I was 17, for 10 years. My heart has known no one but you. But what of you? Has your gaze ever lingered upon me, even for a moment? Your sincerity is precious, yet mine is to be trampled upon? At this juncture, do you think I should continue to be your devoted admirer? You overestimate yourself and underestimate me. Yining finally voiced the words she had been unable to express in her previous life. After Li Churan departed, a solitary tear trickled down Yining's cheek in the darkness. This was her first and last tear shed for him since her rebirth. A poignant farewell to her unfinished business from the past. Memories hazily drifted back to when she was 17. It was a day bathed in sunlight when she stood on the balcony watering flowers, catching sight of a handsome young man clad in a white t-shirt. Yining, this is your Uncle Li's son. He is called Li Churan and is a year older than you. Hello, Brother Churan. I am Yining. The girl in the blue long dress exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. From that moment on, her heart belonged solely to him. Yining wiped away her tears. There was much for her to accomplish, and she had no time for melancholic reveries. She checked her current cash reserves, totaling over 50 million, a substantial portion of which had been bequeathed by her father. Additionally, there were some real estate assets and stocks, which would depreciate in value within 3 months, compelling her to sell them all. She retrieved her phone and found a number belonging to a reliable professional manager known to her father. Hello, is this Uncle Lu? This is Yining. I wish to liquidate some assets. Yes, the sooner, the better. A lower price is acceptable, but it would be ideal to complete the transaction within 10 days. Li Churan had just granted her 10 days to vacate, yet she had no desire to linger even for a moment longer. Each passing minute in this opulent villa reminded her of the oppression and helplessness she had endured in her former life. She resolved to return to the Yi family's old residence at dawn. However, before departing, she intended to clear out the place entirely, leaving nothing behind for Li Churan and Lin Mingru. Taking a deep breath, Yining rolled up her sleeves, brimming with determination, and commenced her move. She began with the living room. As her hand rested upon the Italian leather sofa, a thought flickered, and it materialized into her spatial realm. Such a fine sofa, yet has been sullied by Li Churan and Lin Mingru. Perhaps it could be dismantled for warmth in the apocalypse. The luxurious camel hair carpet beneath it would serve as a cushion for her dogs. The 66-inch television, though likely to be of little use in the future, will be collected. The standalone speakers, the European-style TV cabinet, the towering antique vase, the genuine leather curtains, and the Swarovski crystal chandelier, all were gathered into her space. Should I take the floorboards as well? No, I'll leave them for her. Once everything from the living room was secured, she moved on to the dining area. The European-style solid wood dining table and matching chairs were collected, along with an entire shelf of red wine and an exquisite set of teawares. The wall paintings were also not to be overlooked, and she gathered them up. Adjacent to the dining area was the kitchen. The Li family's kitchen was expansive, boasting 3 refrigerators, one for imported ingredients, another for fresh flowers and fruits, and the last for dried goods like birds' nest. The meticulously organized kitchen cabinets housed an array of gleaming utensils, ornate tableware, and silver cutlery. Naturally, Yining collected everything. Just as she reveled in the thrill of dismantling her former home, a phone call disrupted her focus. Who could be calling her at such a late hour? Yining pulled out her phone, and the name mother-in-law flashed on the screen. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of her mouth. What a surprise to hear from this insufferable old woman. I was just about to seek her out. Yining allowed the call to ring 10 times, waiting until she suspected the caller's patience was wearing thin before she casually answered. Hello. A haughty voice greeted her from the other end, demanding to know why it took her so long to pick up. Li Churan's mother, Shangwan Rong, considered herself of noble descent, deeming Yining unworthy of her son and constantly scrutinizing her. In her previous life, Yining had sought to please Li Churan, obediently catering to Shangwan Rong's whims. However, Shangwan Rong had always met Yining with disdain, often sowing discord between her and Li Churan, even going so far as to cozy up to Lin Mingru to humiliate her. What is it? Speak quickly. I am quite busy. Yining replied coldly. Upon hearing Yining's tone, Shangguan Rong was incensed. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? And why did you take so long to answer my call? You are clearly disregarding me. And what if I do? Should I set up an altar and burn incense for you on the 1st and 15th of each month? Yining retorted, unyielding. She was no longer the vulnerable maiden she had once been. You, how dare you speak to me like that? Have you lost your mind? Shangguan Rong stammered in disbelief. What of it? Do you think you are the Queen Mother, deserving of constant deference? She had longed to voice these sentiments, and now, with urgency, she pressed on. What do you want? If you have something to say, say it quickly. If not, I shall hang up. Indeed, time is of the essence. Shangguan Rong hesitated before finally broaching the main topic. Yining, I have heard that you are planning to divorce Churin. Indeed, Yining replied succinctly. At least you possess some self-awareness, recognizing your unworthiness for Churin. Actually, Yining harbored considerable doubt as to whether anyone could ever be deemed worthy of her exceptional son in Shangguan Rong's estimation. In terms of appearance, lineage, and education, she was lacking in no aspect. Indeed, during her academic years, the line of suitors vying for her attention stretched, figuratively, from her doorstep to the distant shores of France. In her previous life, Yining had been unfailingly obedient to Shangguan Rong, yet she was consistently met with disdain. Yining had once attributed this to her own inadequacy. However, upon reliving her life, Yining realized that her perceived shortcomings were not the issue. Rather, it was the old woman's twisted possessiveness and control over her son. She would never have been content with any woman who married Li Churin. I recall how relentlessly you pursued our Churin, displaying none of the reserve befitting a lady of high society. Frankly, I never approved of you, and had it not been for Yi Jingtian's influence, I would never have consented to Churin marrying you. Since marrying Churin, you have neither cared for him nor attended to your duties as a daughter-in-law. Furthermore, after all these years, you have failed to produce an heir. Had I not been so magnanimous, I would have long since insisted that Churin divorce you. And now, you dare to demand 10 million from Churin? And he actually agreed. If you had any sense, you would leave with nothing. And perhaps then I would hold you in slightly higher regard. The old woman grew increasingly animated, revealing her true motive, concern for her son's wealth. This, despite her constant pretense of being an aristocrat, detached from worldly concerns. So, according to you, I should be grateful? Yining retorted, her anger laced with sarcasm. Leave with nothing? You flatter yourself. Your esteem is worth nothing to me. You truly believe yourself to be an aristocrat. You. Shangguan Rong sputtered, taken aback by Yining's uncharacteristic assertiveness. What is it? Perhaps a stroke has rendered you speechless. Or perhaps your mind is simply filled with foolishness, leading you to utter such senseless words. You are a crude and ill-mannered woman. It is no wonder our Churin has never cared for you. You are nothing more than a gilded cage. The art of character assassination was Shangguan Rong's forte. I am afraid I have no need for the affections of Li Churin, a man morally compromised by his extramarital affairs. By the way, Lin Mingru certainly possesses refinement. Have you seen her online performances? Would you like me to post screenshots on social media and tag everyone? She was more than capable of trading barbs. After hanging up, Yining felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, as if years of pent-up frustration had been swept away. She put away her phone and resumed packing. Finally, she reached the most significant area, the walk-in closet. Upon opening the door, she beheld a spacious room with rows of neatly arranged clothes, categorized and hung with precision. From exquisite haute couture gowns to casual everyday attire, even pajamas had their designated section. There were also displays of accessories that defied belief: sunglasses, scarves, belts. Shoes covered an entire wall. Crystal cabinets showcased a dazzling array of jewelry: bracelets, necklaces, brooches, and earrings, all shimmering and vying for attention. In her previous life, Yining had been a VIP client of numerous luxury brands, a frequent attendee of fashion shows. Yining gently ran her hand over the garments, and they materialized in her spatial dimension, from opulent furs to evening gowns and matching pajama sets. In truth, these impractical garments would be of little use in the apocalypse. However, Yining was still a woman, and she would always appreciate beautiful clothing. In the center of the walk-in closet stood a marble vanity, laden with expensive cosmetics. With a wave of her hand, she gathered them all. On the opposite side of the walk-in closet were shelves filled with handbags, neatly arranged. There were dozens of Himalayan Birkin bags worth millions, as well as various limited edition models. Yi Ning unhesitatingly added them to her spatial dimension, unwilling to leave them for Lin Mengru. She would rather burn them in a fireplace for warmth. In the northwest corner of the walk-in closet were 2 freezers. One contained a variety of skincare products, from SK2 to La Prairie, La Mer, Guerlain, and Lancme, all considered basic. The most expensive items were the custom-made ones. The other freezer held Yi Ning's collection of perfumes. Naturally, Yi Ning moved the freezers into her spatial dimension as well. Clearing out the walk-in closet took longer than clearing out the living room and kitchen, simply because there were so many items. Yi Ning paused briefly before continuing to empty the other areas, working until late into the night. Finally, she was finished. Aside from Li Charon's study and her own room, she had taken everything she could. As for the garage, it had too many surveillance cameras, so she would deal with it tomorrow. Exhausted from her day's labor, Yi Ning fell asleep quickly, enjoying the most restful night she had had in a decade. The next morning, Wang Ma opened the door to go to work and make breakfast for Yi Ning. She was stunned by what she saw and stood there for a long time without reacting. The living room was empty, without any furniture. Even the chandelier and curtains had been removed. What was going on? Had they been robbed? Or had she entered the wrong house? Wang Ma rubbed her eyes, thinking that her old eyes were playing tricks on her. But no, she had not entered the wrong house. Madam. Wang Ma hurriedly ran to Yi Ning's room and knocked on the door. Awakened by the noise, Yi Ning rubbed her eyes and opened the door. Wang Ma, what is it? Madam, everything in the house is gone. Did a thief break in? Are you okay? Fortunately, the madam seemed fine. It's nothing. Li Charon and I are divorced, and I've moved everything out. Wang Ma, you don't need to make breakfast today. I'm going out to eat. Madam and President Li are divorced. Wang Ma was shocked by the news, but the madam seemed unaffected. Could it be that she and President Li had argued and said something in anger? By the way, Wang Ma, I'm planning to leave the Li family. Are you planning to come with me, or will you continue to work here? She was planning to take Wang Ma with her, since she had been with her for more than 10 years and was honest and reliable. However, she still wanted to ask Wang Ma for her opinion. In the apocalypse, it was important to stick together, and she couldn't do everything herself. Of course I'm going with you, madam, Wang Ma said without hesitation. Yi Ning nodded. Then go back to the old house today and pack up. I'll move in tomorrow. Also, don't call me madam anymore. Just call me miss like you used to. After Wang Ma left, Yi Ning slept for another hour before getting up. She sat up energetically and stretched. She had just had a thorough tongue-lashing with that old woman Shangwan Rong, which was simply refreshing. Now that she had rested, she could properly plan her next steps. To prepare for the apocalypse, she needed a lot of supplies. She didn't know how long the apocalypse would last, so the more supplies, the better. To avoid attracting attention, she had better rent a warehouse first, store the supplies in the warehouse, and then collect them into the space. After the apocalypse, the first thing that would be in short supply was food, and then living supplies. Especially after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, the industrial sector has suffered catastrophic destruction. Everyday necessities, such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, and shampoo, can no longer be produced, necessitating the excavation of well-preserved products buried beneath the snow. With such a vast array of resources, it would be utterly exhausting for her to procure them alone. Thus, a capable assistant is undoubtedly essential. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ning searched through her contacts and found number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for an extended period without being answered. Just as Yi Ning was about to hang up, the call connected. Uncle Gao, it's Yi Ning. Do you remember me? The voice on the other end belonged to Gao Feng, who had previously served as Yi Jingtian's driver, an unassuming man known for his efficiency and trustworthiness. Having watched Yi Ning grow up, currently, Yi Ning lacked nothing except for a reliable aide. After Yi Jingtian's passing, she had intended to keep Gao Feng with the Li family. However, he faced considerable exclusion there and ultimately decided to resign. Miss, of course, I remember you. Gao Feng's voice on the line was filled with excitement. Why are you suddenly calling me? Do you need me to handle something? A driver is typically adept at reading situations, and Gao Feng quickly sensed Yi Ning's intentions. Yes, I need your help for a period. I hope you are willing. Yi Ning was straightforward about her request. Of course, I am willing, Gao Feng replied, though he seemed hesitant. Uncle Gao, do you have other commitments now? If so, it's all right. It was perfectly reasonable for Gao Feng to have moved on after several years since his resignation. She did not wish to impose. No, miss. I am currently at the hospital, Gao Feng quickly explained. What? Uncle Gao, are you unwell? Yi Ning inquired, concerned. No, it's not me. It's Xiao Min. Gao Feng hesitated, initially reluctant to burden the young lady with his troubles, but he did not want her to misunderstand, so he divulged the information. Xiao Min was Gao Feng's 7-year-old daughter, suffering from a hereditary heart condition. He recalled that Gao Feng's wife had also been in poor health, undergoing 2 surgeries. Yet she ultimately did not survive. Gao Feng's unwavering loyalty to the Yi family stemmed from the assistance Yi Jingtian had provided during his wife's medical emergencies, even helping him find the finest specialists. Uncle Gao, please assist me. You need not worry about Xiao Min. I will arrange for the best specialist for her. But miss, I really shouldn't trouble you further. Though he wished for the best treatment for Xiao Min, the costs were simply beyond his means. Do not concern yourself with the expenses. This is but a small favor for me. On the other end of the line, Gao Feng's voice quivered with emotion. Miss, we have already troubled the Yi family too many times. Whatever you need me to do, I will go through fire and water for you, Gao Feng declared, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter the task, even if it cost him his life, he would not hesitate. There is no need for such drastic measures, Uncle Gao. I wish to establish a large supermarket, and am seeking a warehouse for storage. The location must be discreet and enclosed. Yi Ning elaborated on her requirements. That is quite manageable. I know of several suitable locations, Gao Feng replied, having become well acquainted with the area after years of driving a taxi. I do not wish for anyone else to know about this for the time being, so the contract should be under your name. As for the costs, you may simply ask me. Understood, miss. I will ensure this task is completed. Gao Feng responded without hesitation. After ending the call, Yi Ning released Da Huang and Air Huang, who had spent the night in the space and needed to stretch their legs. She then began to tidy her bedroom, starting with the 2-meter-wide bed. She certainly did not want Lin Mingru to sleep on the bed she had once occupied, given Lin Mingru's repugnant nature. It was entirely possible that she would resort to sleeping on her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend's bed. Next, she packed the vanity, desk chair, carpet curtains, and her beloved plush toys into the space. All that remained was a large wedding photo, hanging forlornly on the wall. After clearing out her bedroom, she proceeded to the garage, which was filled with luxury cars. Aside from the pink Lamborghini she had driven out the previous day, there were also a red Bugatti Veyron, a silver Bentley, and a limited edition Rolls-Royce resembling a luxury car exhibition. Frankly, these extravagant vehicles were no more than scrap metal in the current world, so she planned to sell them all. Due to the numerous surveillance cameras in the garage, she could not directly transfer these vehicles into the space. Thus, she called for a driver to take the cars to the Yi family estate. After managing all these tasks, she was finally ready to leave the Li family behind. Standing before the ornate doors of the Li villa, she cast one last glance at the opulent mansion basking in the sunlight. A distant memory of a wedding surfaced in her mind, a sunlit lawn filled with guests, and a solemn priest holding a Bible. Mr. Li Chuan, do you take Miss Yi Ning to be your wedded wife, regardless of wealth or poverty? I do. Though a hint of impatience flickered in Li Chuan's eyes, he still voiced his agreement. Miss Yi Ning, do you take Mr. Li Chuan to be your wedded husband, regardless of health or illness? I suppose I do not wish to anymore. Farewell, Li family. Farewell, Li Chuan. After leaving the Li residence, Yi Ning first found a 5-star hotel. The old estate had been uninhabited for too long, so she asked Wang Ma to clean it up before she moved in a few days later. To maintain a low profile, she did not take the Huang and Air Huang to the restaurant for dinner. Instead, she ordered room service. This time, she chose a seafood platter, and soon a waiter arrived at her door with a cart. A 2-kilogram Australian lobster, generously topped with a golden layer of melted cheese, accompanied by a 1-kilogram steamed crab and succulent, juicy turbot adorned with vibrant green scallions. Half an hour later, Yi Ning observed her plump and contented De Huang and Air Huang sprawled on the carpet, and she called the waiter to collect the dishes. However, she pondered whether it was inappropriate to continually feed them the same fare as humans. Perhaps she should select some special food for them. All right, De Huang and Air Huang. No more eating for now. I will take you to a pet club. As they arrived at the pet club, Yining received a call from Li Charn's lawyer. Hello, Miss Yi. I am the lawyer from Mr. Li. I am calling regarding the divorce agreement, which is ready for your review. All right, I understand. Yining calmly began to speak. After a brief exchange with the staff at the pet club, she made a phone call to her lawyer and then sped away to the law firm in her Lamborghini. Li Charn's lawyer had already sent the electronic version of the divorce agreement to Yining's attorney, and both parties had settled the details in advance. By the time Yining arrived, the lawyers from both sides were already present. As usual, Li Charn did not show up in person, but she had grown accustomed to it. His presence or absence mattered little to her. Upon seeing Yining, Li Charn's lawyer commenced to explain each clause of the agreement. Yining had no interest in such tedious formalities. Enough with the reading. She turned to her lawyer, inquiring if there were any issues with the divorce agreement. The lawyer shook his head, stating that they had meticulously verified it and found no problems. Lawyers, much like doctors, seldom offer absolutes. Yining nodded. All right, I understand. If there are no issues, then I shall sign. The lawyer pushed the divorce agreement toward her. However, in addition to that, Li Charn expected Yining to sign this as well. The lawyer extracted another document from his briefcase. Yining focused her gaze and discovered it was a confidentiality agreement, likely to prevent her from disclosing anything that might affect stock prices. Celebrities typically sign such agreements during divorces, as any aspect of their privacy holds economic value. Despite Li Charn and Lin Mingru publicly flaunting their relationship, they still sought secrecy. Yining casually flipped through the pages before closing it. Such agreements only hold significance in a stable societal order. When the world descends into chaos, who will care? A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. In her previous life, had it not been for Li Charn and Lin Mingru, she would not have nearly perished in the hospital. This matter she would reclaim with interest in due time. Seeing Yining's silence, Li Charn's lawyer handed her a pen. If Miss Yi has no objections, please proceed to sign. Yining sat upright in her chair, exuding an unspoken pressure despite her silence. I wish to know when the compensation will be received. Well, Li Charn mentioned it would be expedited. Li Charn's lawyer dodged, as he was instructed to delay the timeline. Expedited? What does that mean? Surely there must be a deadline, whether it's a day or a year. Expedited could mean either. Yining retorted sharply. If it takes a year and a half, the world may well end by then. And I cannot wait. She insisted that an additional clause be added to the agreement. If the compensation amount was not received within 10 days, the agreement would be rendered void. Yining lightly tapped her fingers on the table. I need to call Li Charn first, the lawyer stated, taking out his phone and stepping out of the conference room to report to Li Charn in hushed tones. After a while, he returned. Miss Yi, please hold on a moment. I will amend the agreement. Li Charn's lawyer exited, followed closely by Yining's attorney. Shortly thereafter, he re-entered. Miss Yi, the agreement has been revised according to your stipulations. Yining reviewed the document. When will the technology laboratory be transferred to me? Regarding this matter, Li Charn's lawyer appeared confident. He retrieved a folder from his briefcase. Once you sign the divorce and confidentiality agreements, the transfer will be executed immediately. Yining nodded in satisfaction, briefly scanning the contract before signing her name in elegant script. After signing the divorce agreement, the technology research facility was duly transferred to her. From this point forward, aside from the agreed-upon 10 billion, she had no further ties to Li Charn. Yining collected the agreement and access card to the research facility, leaving the law firm with a sense of liberation, leaving both lawyers in stunned silence. It was known that Li Charn was one of the most sought-after young elites. Handsome and charming, the object of many young girls' fantasies. Yet, Yining had divorced him with such nonchalance, appearing utterly indifferent. After sorting out the follow-up details, her lawyer called Li Charn. Hello, Mr. Li, the divorce agreement has been signed. On the other end, Li Charn stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Min Grand Group's top office. I understand. Did she say anything? What? You mean Miss Yi? She said nothing at all. Li Charn hung up the phone, realizing that Yining intended to sever all ties with him. Very well. After leaving the law firm, Yi Ning drove straight to the largest construction company in the city, Wei Yuan Construction. This firm specialized in catering to the affluent, boasting unparalleled expertise nationwide. Yi Ning parked at the entrance, and as soon as she opened the door, someone eagerly took her keys to park the car. "Hello, Mrs. Li. How may we assist you?" The staff recognized her identity immediately. Though her divorce from Li Chuan had just occurred and news had yet to spread, she couldn't be bothered to explain. "I wish to see your boss." For such a significant deal, it was clear that a regular employee wouldn't have the authority to make decisions. So she preferred to speak directly with someone capable of making choices to avoid wasting her time. "Of course, Mrs. Li, please hold on a moment." The receptionist courteously escorted her to the lounge. "Would you like tea or coffee?" "No, just a glass of plain water, please." She was here for business, not socializing. The receptionist hesitated momentarily before politely closing the door, returning shortly with a glass of water. "Mrs. Li, our boss will be here shortly." 5 minutes later, the lounge door swung open again. A bald man in a casual suit entered, appearing to be in his 50s, of average build, adorned with a glittering Rolex watch, a quintessential smooth talker. "Hello, Mrs. Li. Long time no see." Wealthy individuals often feign familiarity. "Mr. Li, please just call me Yi Ning. The last time we met was at last year's charity gala. It's been a year, yet you still maintain such grandeur." Naturally, some pleasantries were in order. The owner of Wei Yuan, Li Zhengbua, was of the same generation as Yi Ning's father, Yi Jingtian, and they had shared some connections in the past. He was a formidable figure, adept in both legitimate and illegitimate dealings. "Miss Yi, what brings you here?" After a few exchanges, Li Zhengbua cut straight to the chase. However, truth be told, he did not believe Yi Ning could bring him much business. After all, the Yi family has fallen from grace, and it has long been rumored that Li Chuan and Madame Yi Ning do not share a harmonious relationship. Yi Ning retrieved a folder from her bag. It contained the title deed and blueprints for the technology research facility. Li Zhengbua took it, flipping through the pages with a hint of skepticism. "What is this?" he inquired, casting a dubious glance at Yi Ning. "Wasn't the research institute already completed and ready for use? I would like you, Uncle Li, to help me renovate this research institute." She clarified. So it was a renovation. Li Zhengbua suddenly understood. The suburban technology research facility had been a project initiated by Li Chuan 3 years prior. Nestled on a hillside, it spanned a total of 8,000 square meters. At its center stood 2 laboratories, one large covering 500 square meters and a smaller one occupying 300 square meters. Flanking these were 4 warehouses, each also 500 square meters, with a guardhouse and office at the front. Behind the main building were apartments for the research staff. Originally, Li Chuan had envisioned this site as a high-tech research and development center, investing a staggering $30 million in the land alone. A businessman focused on profit, he relinquished this property to Yi Ning without a second thought, indicating his genuine affection for Lin Mengru. "Miss Yi, what are your renovation plans?" Li Zhengbua inquired. Yi Ning detailed her vision. First, regarding the walls. Although the existing structure was substantial, she deemed it insufficiently secure. She planned to add another layer and reinforce it with molten iron, coating the outer layer with a weather-resistant material. Next were the warehouses, which she intended to insulate on all sides, replacing the windows with double-layered bulletproof glass. Despite the ample space, Yi Ning recognized its limitations. She planned to use the 4 warehouses for storing firewood, coal, and carbon, items that remain unaffected by weather. After experiencing the harshness of the previous winter, she believed the more supplies, the better. Then came the renovation of the central laboratories, which would serve as her future living quarters. Yi Ning envisioned connecting the 2 laboratories and adding an insulation layer above them. Ordinary materials are prone to cracking at temperatures as low as -60 degrees. Hence the need for cutting-edge insulating materials. Each room within the lab would require double insulated walls to minimize heat loss. The smaller lab would house generators and other equipment, for she had no desire to revert to candlelight. The larger lab would be transformed into living quarters, each room equipped with a fireplace. She also intended to reserve 2 rooms for the Huang and Air Huang, one for resting and another for activities, along with a room for Jingchen. A gym and a study were also essential, supplemented by an activity room furnished with rubber flooring and equipped for table tennis and basketball. From the flooring to the chandeliers, only the finest materials would suffice. Additionally, a deep well would be necessary to secure a water supply, as frigid temperatures could lead to burst pipes. Thus, plumbing should be routed indoors. A continuously circulating boiler would ensure adequate heating and hot water supply, and a robust ventilation system was indispensable. As for the guardhouse, she planned to expand it and insulate it, preparing it for Wang Ma. Although she had yet to determine the use of the dormitory, she would insulate it for potential future use. That will be all for now, Yi Ning said, taking a sip of water to clear her throat. Miss Yi, with these preparations, you could weather the apocalypse, Li Zhengbo exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, please design according to these specifications, Yi Ning responded calmly. As she was prepared for the end of the world, Li Zhengbo initially thought her statement was a dark humor. While it is feasible, the costs may be exorbitant, he warned. Many materials were aerospace grade and required advance orders, and the timeline could not be rushed. How long will the construction take? She pressed. It may take around 2 years, Li Zhengbo hesitated. 2 months, Yi Ning declared, startling him. What? 2 months? That is far too short, he shook his head. Though he was eager for the contract, the time frame seemed impossible. 100 million. Miss Yi, that is simply unattainable, he insisted, shaking his head. 150 million. Li Zhengbo's hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup. 200 million. His face flushed with excitement. 300 million. Miss Yi, could you possibly extend timeline? Yi Ning stood, donned her sunglasses, and headed for the door. Deal. Li Zhengbo finally capitulated. 300 million, an amount equal to 5 years of Wei Yuan's revenue. He was determined to make it work. If manpower was insufficient, he would hire more or outsource certain projects. Tomorrow, you should conduct an on-site assessment and provide me with a detailed plan, she instructed, leaving without looking back. Li Zhengbo clutched the documents, momentarily stunned by the whirlwind of events. After leaving Wei Yuan Construction, Yi Ning drove back to the pet club. Having been away for most of the day, she wondered how De Huang and Air Huang were faring. While she was unconcerned about their safety, she feared they might wreak havoc at the club. Upon entering, she found them indulging in massages. Miss Yi, welcome. The staff greeted her with polite enthusiasm. De Huang and Air Huang leapt down, affectionately nuzzling against her legs. Gulme. De Huang, Air Huang, let's pick out some supplies, Yi Ning said. In the face of an impending apocalypse, it was crucial that her beloved pets were well stocked. First on the list were food and dog treats. Yi Ning had them sample various options until they settled on their top 3 favorites. She ordered 1,000 packages of each of the 2 preferred brands, along with 3,000 packages of a beef flavor variety. For other flavors, she requested 200 packages each. De Huang particularly favored a premium beef-flavored kibble, but she opted for a variety of flavors to keep their diet interesting. In total, she ordered 2,000 packages of each of the 3 selected kibbles, along with 200 packages of other flavors. Air Huang exhibited a more balanced palate. The staff, pen in hand, was left speechless, realizing that the quantity was enough to stock an entire pet store. Following the acquisition of provisions and canine sustenance, the next priority was treats. An assortment of delicacies, such as jerky, freeze-dried morsels, pet biscuits, tinned fish, mints, and dairy products, were procured in substantial quantities. Furthermore, prepackaged, ready-to-serve nutritional meals were also acquired in abundance. With dietary needs addressed, attention turned to recreational items. Scratching posts, elastic spheres, and comprehensive toy sets were obtained in multiple units. For De Wang, an ample supply of spheres was essential, along with a comfortable dog bed and a pet sofa. Next on the list were grooming essentials: toothbrushes, toothpaste, bathing solutions, and nail clippers, items that would become scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. 20 cases of each were secured. Finally, medicinal supplies were gathered: deworming agents, diarrhea remedies, wound treatments, and a variety of other medications were stocked up. Additionally, new products recommended by the store clerk were also purchased. After discounts, the total expenditure amounted to 5 million yuan. Yi Ning promptly settled the bill with her card. Despite the considerable expense, She deemed it a worthwhile investment to ensure the well-being of De Wang and Wang in the impending apocalypse. Ms. Yi, here is your card. The cashier, inwardly marveling at Yi Ning's affluence, handed back the card with a hint of envy. Due to the extensive nature of your purchase, our current inventory is insufficient, and we will need to request a transfer from headquarters. This may require a waiting period of 3 to 5 days. Is that acceptable? Yi Ning acquiesced, recognizing that her purchase was substantial enough to supply a pet emporium for several years. She was in no particular rush. Ms. Yi, would you prefer to provide an address for delivery? The clerk inquired solicitously. Yi Ning nodded, providing the address of the Yi family's old residence before returning to the hotel with De Wang and Wang. She had just received a call from Gao Feng, confirming that the warehouse had been secured. All that remained was the arrival of Li Charen's 10 billion yuan, at which point the next phase of their plan could commence. A refined melody emanated from a grand piano, complementing the amorous ambience created by crimson roses and roseate heart-shaped balloons. A colossal LED screen displayed a continuous loop of photographs, while an unmanned aerial vehicle stood ready. Within the city's most opulent revolving restaurant, a grandiose marriage proposal was in the works. Who is orchestrating such an extravagant proposal? A female server whispered inquisitively as she arranged balloons. Keep this confidential, a male server cautioned. The proposer is rumored to be Li Charen. Li Charen, the CEO of the Mingran Group? I've heard he's incredibly handsome. Which fortunate woman is he proposing to? I believe it's an internet personality, a streamer. But I was under the impression that he was already married to some heiress named Yi. Is that so? Well, they're here. Enough chatter, or the supervisor will dock our wages. Ever since Yi Ning had finalized a divorce agreement just days prior, Li Charen had eagerly commenced preparations for his proposal to Lin Mengru. He had spared no expense, reserving the city's most prestigious revolving restaurant, situated in the heart of the opulent Fuan International Hotel, as the venue for the proposal. Furthermore, he had adorned the space with over 10,000 roses, arranged for a drone spectacle, and planned an enchanting pyrotechnic display, all to craft a dreamy proposal for Lin Mengru. However, unbeknownst to him, Yi Ning, his recent ex-wife, was also residing at the same hotel. At that moment, Yi Ning was indulging in a spa treatment at the hotel's hydrotherapy lounge, with De Wang and Wang resting obediently at her feet. As she drifted towards slumber, the incessant murmur of voices reached her ears. How romantic! Do you know who it is? I overheard that Li Charen is proposing. Li Charen? I didn't realize he was so romantic. Is it true? Li Charen. The familiar name jolted Yi Ning awake. Li Charen was proposing to Lin Mengru, and the venue was her very hotel. Was this merely a coincidence, or were they deliberately taunting her? Regardless, now that she had stumbled upon this spectacle, she could hardly refrain from extending felicitations to her former spouse and his future bride. As evening descended, casting a luminous glow upon the city, Li Charen's proposal venue was finally ready. Li Charen donned a bespoke tuxedo, accentuating his commanding stature. The perpetual iciness of his countenance had thawed, revealing a rare, tender smile. All was in readiness. Only the arrival of Lin Mengru remained. Amidst the anticipation of the onlookers, Lin Mengru emerged in a black Rolls-Royce. As she observed the gazes of envy and admiration directed toward her, her heart swelled with pride. This was undoubtedly the zenith of her existence. She donned a custom-made, off-the-shoulder gown in a delicate shade of pink, her long, auburn curls cascading freely over her shoulders, and a diamond bracelet adorning her alabaster wrist. While she may not have possessed exceptional beauty, her countenance exuded an aura of purity and vulnerability, with dewy, almond-shaped eyes, a petite nose, and a pair of cherry lips, all of which evoked a sense of protectiveness in those who beheld her. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her allure, consistently adopting the persona of a fragile ingenue, eliciting affection and compassion from countless men. The black Rolls-Royce glided to a halt alongside the crimson carpet that had been meticulously prepared for Li Charen's proposal. Onlookers had gathered along the periphery of the carpet, eager to witness the spectacle. She's here. Is that the car? Befitting the CEO of the Mingran Group. Truly impressive. Presumably, the car has stopped. Alas, one cannot see clearly. Li Churan has deployed security personnel to cordon off the area. Amidst the curious and envious glances of the crowd, Lin Mengru gracefully alighted from the vehicle, her crystal-embellished shoes sinking into the plush carpet, evoking a sense of unreality. "Ms. Lin, Mr. Li awaits you above. Please proceed this way," a uniformed security guard stated politely. "Very well," Lin Mengru replied, suppressing her excitement. Had this day finally arrived? She had never dared to dream that she would reach this juncture. She was a child born out of wedlock. Her mother was a woman of loose morals, perpetually flitting between wealthy men in pursuit of financial gain, only to squander it on gambling. She had never known her father. Indeed, she suspected that her mother was uncertain of his identity. She had followed her mother from place to place, like a migratory bird, constantly relocating to the residences of different men. She had lost her virginity at a young age to a wealthy, delinquent boyfriend from secondary school. Like mother, like daughter, Lin Mengru's personal life was equally tumultuous. By her teenage years, she had cohabitated with various men, experienced pregnancies, and been kept as a mistress. Before reaching the age of 20, she had already given birth to a child of uncertain paternity. In order to ensnare more affluent men, she had become a live streamer, specializing in seducing the top-ranking patrons. It must be acknowledged that she possessed a unique talent for manipulating men, employing coquettishness to entice countless benefactors to empty their coffers for her. However, she consistently failed to find the ideal benefactor who could sustain her opulent lifestyle. That is until she recognized Li Churan at an event. She did indeed have an affair with Li Churan in middle school. At that time, Li Churan's family had not yet gone bankrupt. He was handsome and excelled academically, making him a prominent figure in the school that everyone desired to be associated with. Being with Li Churan at that time greatly satisfied Lin Mengru's vanity. Unfortunately, Li Churan's family soon went bankrupt, and he became impoverished. She grew indifferent towards him, and before she could even initiate a breakup, Li Churan had already transferred schools. After recognizing Li Churan, she exhausted every means to obtain his contact information and orchestrated a flawless encounter. To be fair, when she initially reunited with Li Churan, she had no intention of becoming Mrs. Li. She was aware that Li Churan was already married at that time. Her sole intention was to extract money from Li Churan. Being his mistress was not an unacceptable proposition. However, to her surprise, Li Churan was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing her. He was completely oblivious to her desire to break up with him and continued to regard her as an irreplaceable ideal in his heart. Li Churan was filled with remorse, believing that his transfer to another school had caused their separation, and was determined to compensate Lin Mengru by providing her with the best of everything. Since Li Churan felt that way, she naturally seized the opportunity and accepted his advances without hesitation. After becoming involved with Li Churan, she indulged in material life she had never experienced before, with private jets, yachts, scuba diving, jewelry, custom-made clothing, and gourmet cuisine. The respect and envy from others, as well as social status, were far beyond what she could have achieved as a minor live streamer. Her ambition grew exponentially. She aspired to be Mrs. Li, to possess all of this perpetually. With Li Churan's indulgence, she flaunted her superiority and asserted her dominance in front of Yining. Yining, that foolish woman, clearly lacked the ability to capture a man's heart. Her responses were limited to hysterics and meekness, making her no match for Lin Mengru. However, she did not anticipate Yining's swift agreement to the divorce. Lin Mengru, guided by the staff, arrived at the revolving restaurant on the top floor, the very place where Li Churan and she had their first date. She inhaled deeply and pushed open the door. The revolving restaurant's doors slowly opened, revealing the meticulously adorned Lin Mengru to Li Churan, surrounded by a sea of roses and radiating shyness. At the moment of Lin Mengru's appearance, the drones that had been waiting began their performance, transforming into various shapes in the sky, including hearts, rings, and finally settling on the words, "Marry me." Mengru, today, he would finally propose to his first love, his youthful ideal. He had contemplated countless times whether he and Mengru would have been together long ago if his family had not gone bankrupt. Li Churan strode towards Lin Mengru, retrieved the prepared diamond ring from his pocket, and knelt on one knee. "Mengru, marry me. I will make you the happiest Mrs. Li in the world." Lin Mengru coyly adjusted her hair, for even though she was willing, she still had to maintain a certain demeanor. Charon, I do. Excellent. Mengru, I will let the whole world know that you are my woman, Li Charon. Li Charon excitedly embraced Lin Mengru and spun her around. Fireworks began to illuminate the sky, setting the scene. Fortunately, after many trials and tribulations, she had finally arrived at this moment. If Yining knew his thoughts at this moment, she would surely scoff. Back when his family went bankrupt and was burdened with debt, it was Yi Jingtian who sympathized with him, helped him settle the debts, sponsored his education, and allowed him to live in the Yi family's residence. However, in his mind, these acts had become obstacles to his relationship with Lin Mengru. Yi Ning and the Yi family had provided him with so much assistance. Yet in his mind, they had become the villains, which was utterly ridiculous. It was true that she had fallen in love with him first, but Li Charon had never rejected her. The Yi family had never forced him to marry her. If he did not love her, he should have said so earlier. Why did he always act so aggrieved? He could have refused. He had already graduated from college and was fully capable of supporting himself. It was he who wanted to exploit the identity of Yi family's son-in-law to develop his career and pursue his own interests. It was he who was unwilling to live an ordinary life, eager for quick success, and wanted to achieve success through a more convenient route. However, in his mind, this had become a burden he had to endure. The Yi family had become the oppressors. What was wrong with her wanting him to treat her well? What was wrong with her wanting to preserve her marriage after he cheated? Just because she did not unconditionally yield to his true love, she, Yi Ning, had become a villain for no reason, making her more wronged than Yi. Yi Ning watched the brilliant fireworks in the sky and sneered. Not bad. Li Charon had put in a lot of effort. Quite a spectacle. She wondered if he would still be in the mood for romance when he discovered Lin Mengru's true colors. Yi Ning had already contacted a private investigator yesterday and instructed them to thoroughly investigate Lin Mengru, promising a reward of 5 million. Lin Mengru was nothing more than a gold digger, which she had recognized at first glance. However, Li Charon, wearing the filter of his ideal love, was unable to see it clearly. In particular, Lin Mengru's son, based on her woman's intuition, was definitely not Li Charon's child. Perhaps even Lin Mengru herself was unsure of who the father was. In fact, Yi Ning had guessed correctly. Li Charon was about to wear a green hat. However, if he could remain calm after receiving the paternity test results, Yi Ning would truly admire him. Li Charon and Lin Mengru spent some time flirting on the top floor before heading downstairs to their next destination. However, as soon as they got off the elevator, they saw a familiar figure. Yi Ning, dressed in a classic Chanel suit, leaned against the opposite side of the elevator entrance. Seeing Li Charon and Lin Mengru appearing hand in hand at the elevator entrance, Yi Ning calmly waved at Li Charon. Upon seeing this, Li Charon quickly reassured Lin Mengru and pulled Yi Ning aside. Why are you here? Seeing Yi Ning at this moment made Li Charon feel awkward. Why? If you can come here, why can't I? This is a public place, and besides, I live here, Yi Ning said teasingly. What? Yi Ning actually lived here, and his subordinates had not reported this to him. All right, don't be so nervous. I'm not here to catch you in the act. After all, we're already divorced. Yi Ning patted Li Charon on the shoulder. Don't tell me you're here by coincidence. Li Charon looked suspicious and wary. Of course not. I came specifically to find you. I'm here to remind you not to forget the agreed-upon 10 billion just because you have a new love, Charon, darling. Yi Ning deliberately leaned ambiguously close to Li Charon's ear. Upon hearing this address, Li Charon was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that long ago, when he first entered the Yi family, Yi Ning had referred to him in the same manner. At that time, he genuinely felt grateful to the Yi family and sincerely liked this little sister, Yi Ning. It was only when Yi Jingtian proposed that he marry Yi Ning that he realized all the assistance the Yi family had extended to him was conditional. The stipulation was to marry Yi Ning, and from that moment, he began to harbor disdain for her. As Li Charon emerged from his reminiscences, his tone grew cold and resolute. I understand, and I will expedite the matter. What I, Li Charon, have stated will certainly be fulfilled. A sum of 1 billion was no trifling amount for him. That's splendid. Yi Ning offered Li Charon a trusting glance. It was not yet the time to sever ties with him openly. Lin Mengru observed the two conversing heartily beside her, their interaction appearing quite intimate, and her mood soured immensely. The sight of this woman sent her emotions plummeting from euphoria to despair. Although she knew that Charon had divorced her and that he harbored no affection for Yining, just the sight of Yining filled her with unease. She intentionally approached and entwined her arm around Li Charon's. "Charon, what are you discussing? Am I interrupting you too?" "Of course not." Before Li Charon could respond, Yining cheerfully interjected. "Miss Yi, today Charon proposed to me, and I would like to invite you to our engagement party. You and T mind, would you? After all, you're already divorced." Lin Mingru deliberately asserted her claim. "Then I must congratulate you on soon becoming the prospective Mrs. Li. However, I shall forego attending the engagement party. Perhaps I shall consider it when the formal wedding occurs." Her implication suggested that whether Lin Mingru could truly become the official Mrs. Li remained uncertain. Lin Mingru's face turned a shade of green with anger, yet she refrained from tarnishing her magnanimous image before Li Charon. Yining inwardly scoffed at such trivial tactics. "By the way, Brother Charon," Yining turned her attention back to Li Charon. "Since today is your proposal day, how could I, your ex-wife, not present a gift?" She withdrew a set of keys from her bag and extended them towards Li Charon. "What is this?" Li Charon was momentarily taken aback. "These are the keys to the house. I return them to you. I am no longer the Lady Li, so it is only fitting to relinquish my claim to the Li family keys. They should be kept for someone else," Yining remarked. "You need not rush to move out so soon." Li Charon had not anticipated that Yining would vacate the Li family villa so quickly. "There is nothing to be sentimental about. Take them. Consider it my gift to you." Yining nonchalantly tossed the keys to Li Charon and departed with grace. Li Charon gazed at Yining's retreating figure, his expression complex. She had transformed entirely from the person he once knew. Lin Mingru stormed back home, slamming the door behind her. What should have been a joyous proposal had been marred by that wretched woman. Yet, the thought of soon becoming Mrs. Li and entering high society dispelled all her discontent. Lin Mingru gleefully rolled on her bed, envisioning the deference and admiration she would receive as Mrs. Li. At that moment, her phone chimed with 2 notification sounds. Someone had messaged her. It must be Charon checking if she had arrived home. Li Charon was far too conservative. They had already become engaged, yet he insisted on living apart. Lin Mingru opened the message, only to find it was not from Li Charon. It was a message from her top supporter. "Rura, my dear, what are you up to? It's been ages since I last saw you live." Live? She was on the verge of becoming Mrs. Li. What need did she have for live broadcasts? Initially, when she was courting Li Charon, she had intended to play the long game, refraining from directly spending his money and merely accepting gifts. She had also covertly developed connections with several wealthy patrons offline. After all, she could not predict how things would unfold with Li Charon. It was wise to have backups. Now that Li Charon had proposed, those backup plans could be discarded. They were all gluttonous and repugnant in her eyes. Just then, another message arrived. "Brother, I miss you so much. Are you free tonight?" "My dear, why aren't you replying?" Lin Mingru recoiled as if electrocuted and tossed her phone aside. After a moment's reflection, she picked it back up. "Wango, I'm in my hometown, not feeling well. I might not be able to stream in the future." She then promptly blocked his number in WeChat, knowing he had no knowledge of her true identity. Wang Fuli, a 40-year-old man, was Lin Mingru's top patron. He was Navi and affluent, deeply infatuated with her. However, he could not compare to Li Charon. Before encountering Li Charon, Wang Fuli had been her first choice for a benefactor, and they had shared many intimate moments. Yet now, with such a superior prospect as Li Charon, she could hardly look at Wang Fuli with the same affection. She intended to concoct a plausible excuse to dismiss him. With time, he would inevitably forget her, especially since she had never revealed her real name to him. Lin Mingru set her phone down and decided to freshen up. Just then, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Instinctively, she answered. "Ah, Lin Mingru, you've blocked me. Haven to you?" A lewd voice crackled on the other end. "Who are you?" Lin Mingru suddenly felt a wave of dread. "Who am I? You got to be kidding. Don't play dumb with me. If you hang up, you will regret it." The threat halted Lin Mingru's instinct to disconnect the call. "Wango, is that you? I didn't recognize your voice. I thought it was a spam call." Lin Mingru chuckled awkwardly. "Don't act innocent, Lin Mingru. You've climbed the ladder now, and think you can turn your back on me, right? Let me tell you, it won't be that easy. The person on the other end was clearly enraged by Lin Mingru's recent antics. Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a harlot. I'm standing at your door right now. Let me in. What? Wang Fuli is already at the door? What should I do? How could he possibly know where I live? We always met at hotels. Wangge, I'm not at home right now. Stop lying. I'm watching you walk in. Left with no choice, Lin Mingru reluctantly opened the door. Wangge, is that you? My dear, I missed you so much. A colossal figure lunged forward. Shortly thereafter, the room was filled with a woman's moans and a man's heavy breathing. When the sound subsided, Lin Mingru lay in Wang Fuli's arms, her face flushed. In truth, she did derive some pleasure from her encounters with Wang Fuli, but his appearance was far from appealing, and his wealth paled in comparison to that of Li Chuan. Wang Fuli ignited a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Lin Mingru, you are indeed ruthless. Now that you've climbed the social ladder, you intend to discard your old flame? Don't forget, I possess quite a collection of our intimate photographs. He had invested a considerable sum and was not about to leave himself vulnerable. What? He secretly preserved those images. Lin Mingru's face turned ashen as Wang Fuli savored the expression on her face. He had lavished her with money and had taken precautions. Wang Fuli, what exactly do you want? Lin Mingru abandoned all pretense. You desire money, don't you? Wang Fuli had feigned deleting the photos in her presence, so she never suspected their continued existence. Her limited education prevented her from considering the possibility of backups and restoration. Yes, I am not destitute. Wang Fuli spat on the floor. Moreover, Lin Mingru could not offer him a significant sum. He had no interest in paltry amounts. Even if she were to become Mrs. Li, it would not grant her control over Li Chuan's assets, a fact Wang Fuli was well aware of. Then what do you want? I wish to perpetuate our current arrangement. He genuinely held affection for Lin Mingru, drawn to the spirit concealed beneath her innocent facade. The prospect of being intimate with Li Chuan's woman was undeniably thrilling. No, absolutely not, Lin Mingru exclaimed. Very well. I am eager to witness our esteemed Mr. Li's reaction upon receiving these photographs, and whether he will still desire a woman as defiled as you. Rebuffed, Wang Fuli remained composed, speaking with measured calm. Lin Mingru lowered her head in silence, contemplating the explicit nature of the photographs. If Chuan were to discover her true nature, her aspirations of becoming Mrs. Li would be shattered. No, absolutely not. Well, have you reached a decision, Ruru? Wang Fuli coaxed. It is merely a continuation of our previous arrangement. It will not impede your path to becoming Mrs. Li. What do you fear? Indeed, as long as Wang Fuli maintained his silence, what did she have to fear? Furthermore, Chuan was perpetually occupied and unlikely to notice an occasional rendezvous with Wang Fuli. Lin Mingru remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Wang Fuli planted a loud kiss on Lin Mingru's face. I knew you were the most pragmatic, Mingru. Then let us establish this. I will initiate all contact, Lin Mingru declared resolutely. No problem. My Mrs. Li. Li Chuan remained oblivious to the cuckoldry Lin Mingru had just imposed upon him. After a 3-day sojourn at the hotel, Wang Ma had finally completed the restoration of the Yi residence. Upon returning to the Yi family home, Yining was overwhelmed with memories as she beheld the familiar surroundings. She had spent a blissful childhood and carefree youth within these walls, under the guidance of a stern but fair father and a gentle mother. Alas, the setting remained, but the inhabitants were no longer the same. If only she could revert to the time before the tragic plane crash. She would have desperately tried to prevent her parents from boarding that ill-fated aircraft. However, fate had denied her that opportunity. Since that devastating event, she had avoided returning, fearing the pain of remembrance. Now, she resolved to spend her final days before the apocalypse in this place. Father, mother, I vow to live a fulfilling life, independent and self-reliant, without relying on anyone. The vehicles she had acquired from the Li family were now housed in the garage, numbering 61 in total. With the exception of the pink Lamborghini, she intended to sell them all to generate capital. In the impending apocalypse, these cars would be as worthless as scrap metal, far less practical than an excavator. Yining drove to the luxury car dealership. Although the cars were pre-owned, they had barely been driven, and many were limited editions. The city was home to numerous wealthy individuals who collected luxury cars, and she was confident that many would be interested in acquiring them. As expected, she quickly received offers for over 20 vehicles. Yining left the cars at the dealership, entrusting the remaining paperwork to their specialized staff in exchange for a commission. She decided to leave the remaining 30 or so cars at the dealership while they slowly sought buyers. However, Yining demurred, as she did not have the luxury of time. She required immediate cash. Yining sought out a dealer specializing in pre-owned luxury cars, and after some negotiation, sold the remaining cars for 20 million yuan. Yining estimated that the total revenue from the car sales would be approximately 80 million yuan. Having disposed of the cars, Yining prepared to liquidate her jewelry collection. These frivolous adornments would be worth less than a box of instant noodles in the apocalypse. However, many of these pieces had been bequeathed to her by her parents, and she felt a degree of reluctance. After some deliberation, she retained a set of jade jewelry as a keepsake and decided to sell the rest. She consigned the less valuable items to pawn shops and gold shops for recycling. The more precious pieces were sent directly to the auction house. According to her calculations, she currently possessed approximately 70 million yuan in cash. Once all her assets were liquidated, she anticipated accumulating another small fortune, and she could begin preparing for the next phase of her stockpiling plan. First, there was the matter of Gao Feng. Recognizing his loyalty, Yining fulfilled her promise by securing the best medical care for Gao Feng's daughter, Xiao Min, and personally visited her in the hospital, prepaying 500,000 yuan for her medical expenses. Gao Feng, a man of immense stature, was moved to tears. The young lady had not only secured the finest doctors for Xiao Min, but had also advanced the medical fees. He would never be able to repay this kindness. Since the death of his beloved wife, his daughter had become his everything. Saving his daughter's life was akin to saving his own. His life now belonged to the young lady. As Yining gazed upon the frail but optimistic Xiao Min lying in bed, even her hardened heart could not help but feel compassion for the child's unfortunate circumstances. Even if the surgery were successful, Xiao Min's weakened constitution might not withstand the extended period of cold. Unless she could survive until the radiation period, there might be a chance for recovery. After leaving the hospital, Gao Feng escorted her to inspect the rented warehouse. The warehouse was situated in a newly established industrial park, encompassing a vast area of approximately 800 square meters. It was surrounded by walls and included a guardhouse. Furthermore, the park was not yet fully operational, resulting in sparse foot traffic and reducing the likelihood of attracting attention. Excellent. Yining nodded in appreciation. Gao Feng stood beside her, maintaining a composed demeanor. Miss, what shall I do next? I plan to open a large supermarket and need to procure some items. Please contact the suppliers, ensuring the quality of the goods is exceptional and the variety is comprehensive. While she could easily deplete the supermarket stock, such an approach would attract undue attention and inflate prices significantly. Establishing a direct relationship with suppliers would not only secure all necessary daily essentials, but also conserve funds. Understood, Miss. Although slightly taken aback by her sudden ambition to open a supermarket, he suppressed his curiosity. All goods must be of the highest quality available on the market. After negotiating with the suppliers, arrange for them to deliver directly to the warehouse. What about fruits and vegetables? They are crucial for a supermarket. Let's hold off on those for now. Perishables like that can be procured later, she decided. We need to stock up on toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, shampoo, and body wash, 50 units of each for the shelves. Miss, procuring such quantities may leave us with stock for years. Gao Feng could not help but interject. In his memory, she had never shown interest in business. Perhaps she was acting impulsively due to some provocation. That's not your concern. Just follow my instructions, Yining stated firmly. With the arrangements for the warehouse settled, she returned to the Yi residence. Aunt Wang had prepared the meal, even ensuring that De Huang and Heir Huang received extra portions. With the daily necessities mostly sorted, she awaited Gao Feng's progress on his end. Beyond these essentials, 3 pressing matters remained. The first was food. Having experienced hunger in her past life, she had no desire to endure it again. As the apocalypse drew near, food scarcity intensified, primarily due to ecological destruction preventing agricultural production. In a world where people would kill for a pack of instant noodles, the situation was dire. The second matter was heating. Although she had instructed Wei Yuan Construction to add a double insulation layer to the safe house, the indoor temperature would still be significantly lower than outside in extreme cold, likely reaching around -10 degrees Celsius. Under such conditions, air conditioning was impractical due to excessive energy consumption. Heating would rely solely on fireplaces and radiators. She had no idea how long the severe cold would persist, but in her previous life, it showed no signs of abating before her demise. She had reason to believe the frigid conditions would continue indefinitely. Thus, coal and wood would be indispensable, especially since wood burned rapidly in low temperatures. However, both resources were sourced outside the city, necessitating a trip to their origins. If only Jingchen were here, he could assist her significantly. She had tried reaching him multiple times, but he never answered. She had even sent someone to inquire about his whereabouts, determined to ensure he returned before the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, according to her memories, this period should be uneventful for him, or else he wouldn't have stayed by her side for so many years. For the sake of their future sustenance, Yi Ning resolved to take action. Neither she nor Xiao Jingchen excelled at cooking, and preparing meals in the apocalypse would be excessively cumbersome due to low temperatures and high fuel consumption. Thus, she decided to focus on procuring ready-made and semi-finished foods. After all, food stored in her space would remain fresh indefinitely, merely requiring reheating for consumption. Yi Ning retrieved her phone and called the renowned Huatian Grand Hotel in the city. The hotel's chef had once prepared state banquets, and their Chinese cuisine was the most celebrated in city. Hey, hello. I would like to order 200 banquet tables for takeout. Certainly, we offer Hunan, Sichuan, Huaiyang, and Shandong cuisines, each with varying prices. Which would you prefer? The hotel staff was accustomed to takeout orders, though such a large quantity was unusual. 50 tables of Shandong cuisine, with all 8 essential dishes included: braised sea cucumber, oil-braised shrimp, 9 tur intestines, sweet and sour carp, stir-fried kidney, and 4 happiness meatballs. None of these can be omitted. Additionally, include steamed egg with crab roe, braised mackerel, stir-fried squid, and steamed sea bass, along with seasonal seafood. 30 tables of the Manchuhan Imperial Feast. While there is some overlap with other regional cuisines, it's better to have more than less. 20 tables of Sichuan cuisine. I personally enjoy spicy food, but I usually restrain myself to avoid breakouts. 20 tables of Hunan cuisine, with extra plates of spicy crayfish for each table. Hunan cuisine has many unique dishes, such as stinky mandarin fish and spicy crayfish, which are particularly delicious. Who knows if crayfish will even exist in the apocalypse? 30 tables of Huaiyang cuisine, which emphasizes the original flavors of the ingredients, including wincy tofu, braised lion's head, and pine nut corn. Favorites of mine. Although West Lake vinegar fish isn't particularly tasty, it's better than nothing. 10 tables of Yunnan cuisine, known for its distinctiveness, featuring steamed pot chicken and mushroom soup. Furthermore, please arrange 10 tables of each of the other cuisines as well. All dishes must be prepared with your finest ingredients and high standards. For packaging, I require stainless steel containers instead of ordinary ones. Please calculate the total cost for me. The staff on the other end was left speechless by the magnitude of the order. She quickly called her supervisor, as she lacked the authority to determine pricing. After a flurry of calculations, the manager took the call. Miss, we just calculated that your requested banquet, after discounts, totals to 5 million yuan. That's acceptable. However, I must insist that the ingredients be the freshest available. Though this price exceeds the market rate, it is still reasonable. Rest assured, our ingredients are guaranteed to be the finest on the market. I would never compromise our reputation, the hotel owner assured confidently. Given such a significant client, he would certainly protect his establishment's name. Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction. However, we require full payment in advance. The order will be ready in about 3 days post-payment. Should the client cancel unexpectedly, it would result in significant losses. Understood. Yi Ning provided the address of the Yi residence and promptly called her assistant to transfer the funds. Now, all that remained was for Huatian Grand Hotel to deliver the dishes. They were renowned for their exceptional Chinese banquet preparations. Apart from his establishment, there are numerous grand hotels excelling in specific culinary categories. Yi Ning made calls to other hotels to reserve dozens of tables, ensuring a comprehensive selection of Chinese banquet dishes. In addition to the main courses, an assortment of snacks and stir-fry dishes was essential. She also contacted several private dining establishments, which, despite their unassuming reputations, offered uniquely exquisite dishes. Yi Ning ordered 100 portions of their signature dishes from the places she frequented in her previous life, particularly indulging in 300 portions of her favorite clay pot soup and cordyceps fish maw chicken from one restaurant. Not only were these dishes delectable, but they also possessed remarkable beauty-enhancing properties. Furthermore, she ordered an additional 100 portions each of stir-fried beef, steamed egg with sea urchin, and stir-fried shrimp. Interestingly, the most renowned dishes from these private kitchens were not the meat dishes, but rather the vegetarian options, which truly test a chef's skill. Dishes such as stir-fried vegetable hearts, smashed cucumbers, sauteed asparagus, stir-fried konjac, fried taro, and pine nut sauteed corn were prepared with luxurious ingredients and intricate cooking methods. Naturally, the cost was considerable, amounting to $3 million directly spent. In her previous life, Yi Ning was an undeniable food enthusiast, well-versed in every newly opened trendy restaurant in City A and their specialties. Eating these main courses could easily become monotonous, so she also ordered 200 portions of sauerkraut fish, 200 of grilled fish, 200 of bullfrog, and 200 Peking ducks. Additionally, she ordered 200 roasted chickens, along with Orleans chicken legs, Dowka roasted chicken, and salt-baked chicken. 200 portions of Cantonese roasted goose were also included. She placed another order for 200 portions of spicy crayfish from a different establishment. As there was no specific banquet order for Northeast cuisine, she reserved 100 portions of guabao meat, 100 of chicken stewed with mushrooms, 100 of stir-fried meat strips, as well as braised pork bones and iron pot stewed goose. The focus was on ensuring nothing was overlooked. Moreover, she ordered 1,000 portions of hot pot base, for nothing is more delightful than enjoying hot pot in the frigid cold. She also requested 300 portions of accompaniments like tripe, beef rolls, and shrimp paste, as preparing these herself would be too cumbersome. Additionally, there were simple meal options: chicken casserole, spicy hot pot, Korean bibimbap, sour and spicy noodles, rice noodles, beef noodles, Cantonese sausage rice, wontons, dumplings, zilong bao, and dan dan noodles, each ordered in quantities of 100. For snacks, she included chicken wings stuffed with rice, tofu, stinky tofu, and grilled squid, ordering 100 portions of each, even for those she wasn't particularly fond of, just in case her cravings returned. The takeaway boxes were all made of reusable, realistic materials. With that, the Chinese cuisine was nearly complete. To facilitate the storage process, Yi Ning instructed Wang Ma to tidy up the garage and dismantled all surveillance equipment. The snacks she ordered arrived promptly, and she directed them to place everything on a clean carpet in the garage. With a mere thought, she effortlessly stored all the items into her space. Yi Ning entered a frenzy of receiving mode. Once the restaurant deliveries arrived, they were instantly transported into her storage. Before long, apart from the banquet orders, all other dishes were delivered. Wang Ma stood in astonishment as delivery vehicles continued to arrive at Yi's residence. My goodness, how much food has the young lady ordered? Meanwhile, De Huang and Air Huang were overjoyed, playfully vying for Yi Ning's attention until they could hardly move from indulging in the delectable treats. With the Chinese cuisine sorted, fast food and Western fare were not to be neglected. Yi Ning placed orders for 100 family buckets from both KFC and McDonald's, along with fries and hamburgers, requesting 200 of each flavor. She ordered hundreds of portions of chicken nuggets, calamari rings, and chicken steaks. New products were not to be overlooked either. Next came the Grand Western Feast. Yi Ning first contacted the restaurant she had visited with De Huang and Air Huang. Naturally, she ordered steaks, sirloin filet, French-style small ribs, American T-bone, tomahawk, and flank steaks, each in quantities of 200. Fried pork chops and roasted lamb chops were also included, each ordered in 100 portions. Cold appetizers, paired with baked bread, salads, and soups, were essential as well. Additionally, she placed similar orders with 2 other renowned Western restaurants. Then came the seafood extravaganza, for which Yi Ning ordered sparingly. Post-apocalypse, seafood had not perished. In fact, it was far fresher and larger than before, destined to be a primary food source. Though later monopolized by gangs, she and Jing Chun had once lived by the sea, but But alas, their numbers were too few, and they had to depart. Seafood could be bartered for later. After finalizing her traditional Western orders, Yining contacted a French restaurant, placing an order for 200 portions of seared foie gras, caramel pudding, red wine braised beef, bouillabaisse, lobster bisque, and French escargot. While France is a paradise for chefs, the overly sweet flavors do not cater to the Chinese palate, which is why her order was modest. Once the French cuisine was secured, she ventured into Spanish dishes, particularly fond of Spanish seafood paella and chorizo. Additionally, she ordered an impressive 300 boxes of almas caviar and a large box of truffles. With that, her Western culinary selections were nearly complete. Beyond these, Yining ordered a staggering 20,000 portions of various self-heating rice meals available on the market, alongside 1,000 portions each of river snail noodles, sour and spicy noodles, and various rice noodles. Desserts such as cakes, pastries, egg tarts, tiramisu, and Chinese peach crisps were also included, each ordered in quantities of 500 boxes. Beverages such as milk tea, double-skim milk, yogurt, cola, and cocktails were similarly ordered in 500 cases. Furthermore, she procured 10,000 pounds of rice and 500 whole beef legs, along with 2,000 pounds of large cuts of beef. Lamb legs and lamb chops were also included, for lamb soup is a great tonic in cold weather. There is still pork, which, although she does not particularly enjoy, is rich in fat and is indeed suitable for replenishing energy in cold weather. Of course, there are various seasonings: salt, chicken essence, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, cumin, 5-spice powder, and dried chili peppers. Although she does not love cooking, occasionally preparing a barbecue is a delightful diversion. Additionally, there are 500 bags of white flour. However, these items are not particularly suitable for collection at the Yi family's location. The receiving point has been moved to a warehouse rented by Gaophone. She has ordered 10,000 boxes of instant noodles, ranging from pickled cabbage beef noodles to braised beef noodles and turkey noodles. Almost everything imaginable. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, instant noodles have become a valuable commodity due to their high caloric content, satiety, portability, and resistance to spoilage. Besides instant noodles, another valuable commodity is vitamin C. The low temperatures have rendered fruits and vegetables unable to grow, leaving humanity unable to supplement their vitamin intake, resulting in rampant leukemia. Even those endowed with extraordinary abilities, despite possessing greater powers, cannot prevent their own ailments. In the face of nature, humanity remains perpetually insignificant. Yining has procured 1,000 boxes of multivitamins and various flavored vitamin chewables. Furthermore, she has acquired 1,000 boxes of vacuum-packed dried vegetables. Although some nutritional components are lost in the drying process, the majority of dietary fiber is preserved. Most importantly, they do not occupy much space. Then there are nourishing products like bird's nest, fish glue, and donkey hide gelatin, which Yining extravagantly purchased for 5 million yuan. To be honest, these supplies could sustain Yining for 10 lifetimes. However, after experiencing the apocalypse in her past life, who would complain about having too many resources? Soon, the banquet and Western cuisine she ordered all arrived, along with the food and dog food for De Huang and Er Huang. Just as Yining was frantically stockpiling various food items in her space, the atmosphere on Li Charen's side was tense. In the conference room of the Mingran Group headquarters, Li Charen sat in the main seat with a fierce expression, the air thick with tension, making even breathing feel almost frozen, with verbal sparring on the verge of erupting. Mr. Li, such a significant matter as divorce should have been discussed with us in advance. How could you make such a hasty decision? An elderly man with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked astute, took the lead in questioning. The news of Li Charen's divorce from Yining had quickly reached this group of old foxes, who were now seeking a reason to hold him accountable, questioning why someone so young should occupy the chairman's position. This is my private matter and has nothing to do with the company, Li Charen calmly replied. If it had not been for Mingran's listing and the lack of funding at the time, he would not have to heed the meddling of these old foxes. A private matter? Mr. Li, don't forget that you are the president of Mingran Group. Your affairs are the company's affairs. If this becomes known to the media and affects the company's stock price, who will take responsibility? Exactly. Charen, I'm not criticizing you. Just think about it. You are not only low-key, but also publicly proposed. You need to realize that at our level, there are many prying eyes. I will handle it well and ensure it does not affect the company. You all have seen Min Gran's performance over the past few years since I took over. If you truly do not trust me, then please choose another chairman. Lee Charon showed no signs of backing down. Charon, what are you saying? We are merely inquiring about the situation. All right, I believe you can manage it, but let me make myself clear. If this affects the company's stock price, do not blame me for turning against you. The speaker, a man in his 50s with squinty eyes, appeared to mediate but was actually veiled with a threat. After everyone left, a physically and mentally exhausted Lee Charon sat alone in the shadows. His thick eyelashes cast a shadow over his eyes. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Mingru, hoping to find some solace from her. Your call cannot be connected at the moment. Please try again later. Sorry. YISN T Mingru answering. Lee Charon wondered. He grabbed his coat from the chair and headed for the elevator. At that moment, Lin Mingru was engaged in a passionate encounter with Wang Fuli. As Lin Mingru, lost in the clouds, vaguely saw her phone light up, she instinctively reached for it. What are you doing? So distracted, it seems my brother's punishment wasn't sufficient. Lin Mingru laughed playfully. The heavy breathing and moans echoed in the room once more. After a while, Wang Fuli finally leaned back against the headboard, lighting a cigarette. How annoying. You can't smoke in someone else's boudoir. Lin Mingru scolded him. Are you afraid someone will discover a man in your room? Why be so timid? He won't show up downstairs immediately. You can clean up later? Wang Fuli said casually while carelessly flicking the ash. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar engine sound echoed from downstairs. Oh no, it's Charon's Ferrari. Why didn't he call before suddenly arriving? Lin Mingru grabbed her phone and saw that there were 8 missed calls. Hurry, we need to go. Lin Mingru urgently pushed Wang Fuli, who was lounging on the bed. What is happening? He asked, confused. He's here. We need to leave. Lin Mingru said anxiously. No way. I was just joking. And he actually came? Wang Fuli, though bold, was not brave enough to confront Lee Charon face to face and hurriedly began putting on his clothes. At that moment, Lee Charon's car had already arrived downstairs, and it appeared he was coming upstairs. There's no time. Lin Mingru shoved Wang Fuli's clothes into his arms, pushing him toward the door. What are you doing? I'm not dressed yet. Wang Fuli complained. He is coming up. Just get dressed while you walk. Just as Lin Mingru pushed Wang Fuli to the door, a knock sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Mingru, are you home? Both Lin Mingru and Wang Fuli were too frightened to breathe. How did he arrive so quickly? Lin Mingru felt an overwhelming resentment toward her low floor. What should we do? Wang Fuli whispered. Quick, to the balcony. Lin Mingru pushed Wang Fuli toward the balcony. Once on the balcony, they realized a problem. Lin Mingru's balcony was a floor-to-ceiling window without curtains, making it easy to see anyone standing there. What do we do? Lin Mingru suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pointed at the air conditioning unit below. You climb down. What? Mingru, this is the 3rd floor. Wang Fuli replied reluctantly. Why not just be honest? What's so bad about it? How amusing. With him, how could he compare to Lee Charon? What a joke. Can you marry me? Lin Mingru replied, exasperated. Wang Fuli was already married, and his wife was a fierce woman. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuli felt disheartened. All right, enough chatter, just get down. Mingru, it's a bit high, wait. Mingru. Wang Fuli protested as Lin Mingru pushed and pulled him along. Mingru, are you home? Upon receiving no response from Lin Mingru, who also failed to answer her phone, Lee Charon retrieved the spare key she had given him from his pocket. Noticing that Wang Fuli had already left, Lin Mingru hurried back to her room, with a scent of smoke assailed her senses. Disgusted, she waved her hand in front of her nose and promptly opened the window, spraying air freshener to mask the odor. Creak! The door swung open. Mingru, are you there? At that moment, Lin Mingru nimbly leaped on her bed, covering herself with the blanket, feigning a look of having just awakened. Truly, she was a graduate of the Wild Chicken Dance Academy. Charon, what brings you here? Lin Mingru spoke in a soft, feeble tone, instantly stirring Lee Charon's protective instincts. Mingru, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Lee Charon stepped forward to assist her. I'm fine. Just caught a cold and dozed off after taking some medicine. By the way, why did you come unexpectedly? Haven't you been busy these past few days? Lin Mingru coyly leaned against Lee Charon's chest. I called, but you didn't answer, so I was a bit worried about you. Lin Mingru pretended to just notice. I'm sorry, Churin. I just fell asleep and didn't hear the phone. It's all right. I was merely concerned for your safety. Now that I see you're okay, I'm relieved. Li Churin tenderly tucked the blanket around Lin Mingru. Churin, you were so kind to me, Lin Mingru exclaimed, touched as she wrapped her arms around Li Churin's waist, her eyes shimmering with affection. Mingru, I promise to protect you for a lifetime. What is that smell of smoke? Li Churin, known for his cleanliness, pushed Lin Mingru away, frowning. Lin Mingru hastily attempted to cover up, cursing Wang Fuli in her mind for being foolish. There's nothing, Churin, you must be mistaken. She took out some perfume and sprayed it again. No, there is definitely a smell of smoke. There are cigarette butts in the trash can. Someone else has been in this room. Li Churin stood up, alert. Lin Mingru was nearly ready to jump out of her skin. Li Churin began searching for any signs of others in the room. What should I do? Lin Mingru frantically pondered her options, feeling at a loss. Churin, don't look anymore. Let me explain. Actually, there is something I've been hiding from you. Lin Mingru stammered. What? He was taken aback. Could it be? Actually, I was the one smoking. Lin Mingru clutched Li Churin's shirt, appearing pitiful. I was afraid it would tarnish my image in your eyes, and I feared you would abandon me. Churin, would you ever leave me? Her voice trembled with emotion. Li Churin, filled with compassion, embraced Lin Mingru tightly. How could I ever abandon you, silly girl? How could he doubt Mingru? She was the purest girl in the world. While nestled in Li Churin's embrace, a flicker of triumph crossed Lin Mingru's eyes as she listened to their sweet exchanges. Meanwhile, Wang Fuli, shivering on the small air conditioning bracket, spat in disgust. What a great actress! Wang Fuli glanced at the small air conditioning unit, hearing the creaking sounds of the bracket under strain. Heavens, when will Li Churin leave? I hope this bracket holds. I'm not here to risk my life. Unbeknownst to them, everything occurring in Lin Mingru's room had already been captured by a private investigator hired by Yi Ning in high definition. The photographs from Lin Mingru's residence quickly reached Yi Ning's hands, documenting Wang Fuli entering, their passionate embrace, and the ensuing panic after Li Churin arrived downstairs. The final snapshot captured Wang Fuli trembling, exposing his flabby figure while clinging to the air conditioning unit. Each photo was crystal clear, revealing every fold of Wang Fuli's flesh and Lin Mingru's indescribable expressions. One must commend the photographer's talent. And gratitude was due for Lin Mingru's habit of leaving her curtains undrawn. Yi Ning examined the photographs in her hands, a satisfied smile creeping upon her lips. Well done. Keep a close watch on her. Lin Mingru is known for her indiscretions. I doubt she is only this minor scandal. I'll send it all to Li Churin for a grand feast. By the way, have you found out about the child's biological father? Yi Ning inquired as she placed the photographs into an envelope. Not yet, but we have a lead. The detective agency's representative promptly replied. Excellent. Continue the investigation. She had a premonition that substantial revelations were forthcoming, wondering if Li Churin would be able to handle the truth. Meanwhile, the 10 billion had finally been deposited. Although it had taken several days, it had gone relatively smoothly. Yi Ning gazed at the numbers on her card, ready to initiate her next plan. She dialed a number. Reaching Li Jinghua. Hello, Mr. Li. Is the design proposal ready? Not yet. I promise it will be in your hands by tomorrow afternoon. Li Jinghua was swamped, having worked tirelessly on such a large proposal with a tight deadline, having gone 2 nights without sleep. Good. That's acceptable. Yi Ning hung up, feeling satisfied with the speed of the response, and hoping it would meet her expectations. With the 10 billion secured, she could finally relax her anxious heart. The next phase of her stockpiling plan could commence. Yi Ning reviewed the materials from the suppliers Gao Feng had sent her. He had provided thorough notes and investigations, indicating considerable effort. After a moment's hesitation, she called Gao Feng. Hello, Miss Gao. Go with the one marked with a red star. All right. I believe that's the best choice. However, should we not have each supplier send a portion first to assess the quality? Gao Feng suggested. No need. Just make your judgment. I trust you. This praise brought Gao Feng to tears of gratitude. By the way, how is Xiao Min recovering after her surgery? Gao Feng's daughter had undergone surgery 2 days prior, which had gone smoothly. She is recovering well, thanks to your help in finding the doctor. Xiao Min even said she wants to thank you in person. That's wonderful. Make sure she rests well, and spend more time with her these next few days. You can handle other matters later. Yi Ning concluded the call, reflecting on her 10 years in a post-apocalyptic world, having witnessed humanity's darkest aspects. Thus, she could not fully trust anyone. However, she found Gao Feng's character to be reliable, and if possible, she would lend him a hand. As Yi Ning contemplated her upcoming plans, her WeChat notifications chimed repeatedly. Li Chuan sent a message? What did he want? She opened the message to find intimate photos of him and Lin Mingru, culminating with an image of Lin Mingru's hand adorned with a large diamond ring. Yi Ning let out a cold laugh. Such trivial tricks. It is evident that Lin Mingru deliberately sent these messages via Li Chuan's WeChat to disgust her. Yi Ning promptly forwarded the photos to Shangwan Rong. She could not believe that Shangwan Rong genuinely accepted Lin Mingru as a daughter-in-law. Let these two wretched women tear each other apart. Yi Ning's predictions were entirely accurate. The moment Shangwan Rong laid eyes on the photos, her face contorted with rage. Lin Mingru was merely a tool for her to humiliate Yi Ning. She had never considered Lin Mingru as her daughter-in-law. How could someone like Lin Mingru even be worthy of that role? Moreover, what infuriated her further was that Chuan had proposed to Lin Mingru without informing her, instilling within her a sense of impending loss, as if her son were about to be taken away. No, absolutely not. Trembling, she took out her phone. Meanwhile, Lin Mingru, who had secretly sent the photos using Li Chuan's phone, was reveling in her success. Yi Ning must be furious upon seeing those photos. What does it matter if she is a wealthy young lady? She's still lost to me. Lin Mingru was eager to witness Yi Ning's sorrowful expression. At that moment, Lin Mingru caught a glimpse of Li Chuan approaching and hurriedly deleted the messages, returning her phone to its place. Mingru, I'm sorry. I kept you waiting. It's nothing. Lin Mingru replied sweetly, her spirits high. Chuan, taste this. With a delicate demeanor, she offered her fork to Li Chuan's lips. All right. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the phone rang unexpectedly. Li Chuan hesitated for a moment and stepped aside to answer the call. Chuan, where are you right now? Shangwan Rong's voice erupted with fury as soon as the call connected. I'm not with anyone, Mom. Ever since his divorce from Yi Ning, his mother had grown cold toward Lin Mingru, disapproving of her background and the fact that she had a child. Li Chuan certainly did not dare to disclose that he was with Lin Mingru. Even the proposal had been conducted discreetly. However, he believed that if he could find more opportunities for his mother to interact with Mingru, she would eventually accept her. After all, Mingru was so innocent, kind-hearted, and understanding. You're still lying. Are you with Lin Mingru right now? Mom, what's wrong? Li Chuan was somewhat bewildered. Don't say so much. Just answer me. Yes. Realizing he could not hide the truth, Li Chuan reluctantly admitted it. Have you proposed to her? Shangwan Rong struggled to maintain her composure. Li Chuan hesitated for a moment. Yes. How did Mom find out? He had intended to wait a while before telling her. Oh, so it's true. You're truly my good son. How dare you hide such a significant matter from me? Shangwan Rong felt as though her lungs might explode with rage. Mom, let me explain. Li Chuan hurriedly attempted to clarify. You don't need to say anything. Come back immediately. Now. Yes. Li Chuan replied, somewhat dejected. By the way, bring Lin Mingru with you. After a pause, Shangwan Rong added. She wanted to let Lin Mingru understand face-to-face that marrying into the Li family was out of the question. Li Chuan's luxurious car came to a halt at the intricately carved doors of the Li family estate, and a servant waiting at the entrance eagerly opened the door. Young master, you've returned. Madam is quite upset. Inside the car, Lin Mingru couldn't help but shiver, feeling a foreboding sense of dread. Noticing her reaction, Li Chuan promptly grasped Lin Mingru's hand, reassuring her, Mingru, don't be nervous. It's going to be fine. You have nothing to worry about. I'll handle everything. Lin Mingru obediently nodded. Li Chuan led Lin Mingru by the hand, guided by the servant, into the study. Kneel. As soon as they entered the study, a cold voice rang out. Knowing his mother's temperament all too well, Li Chuan immediately knelt down, and Lin Mingru, picking up on the atmosphere, followed suit. Upon seeing her son obey her, Shangwan Rong's expression softened slightly. Chuan, you truly are my good son. How dare you propose without my consent? Look at this photo. See for yourself. Shangwan Rong placed her phone before Li Chuan. The most infuriating part was that even Yi Ning, that little vixen, was aware of it. while she was the only one kept in the dark. After all, she was Charon's mother. When was this photo taken? How did it end up with Mom? Lee Charon, unable to contemplate further, hastily explained, Mom, I'm not hiding anything from you. I was just looking for the right moment to tell you. Lin Mingru seized the opportunity to sneak a glance. These were indeed the very photos she had sent to Yining. How did they end up with Shangwan Rong? Was Yining the one who sent them? But weren't they at odds with each other? It must be intentional. Yining was definitely scheming. Auntie, please let me explain. This must be Yining's instigation. Don't listen to her. Lin Mingru immediately attempted to divert blame. Be quiet. You have no say here. Shangwan Rong shot her a cold glare. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Li Charon and stated firmly, Charon, let me make it clear today. Lin Mingru will never enter the gates of our Li family. Mom, Mingru and I are truly in love. Li Charon quickly defended. Charon, do you not understand? Lin Mingru is not a good person at all. She is involved with many men and has an illegitimate child. A woman like her is utterly unworthy of entering our Li family. Shangwan Rong lamented, clearly perceiving Lin Mingru as a seductress. Andy, you've misunderstood me. I'm not that kind of person. I am with Charon because I genuinely love him. Lin Mingru hurriedly clarified. Don't think I'm unaware. You're only after money. Get out. Mom, I want to allow you to speak of Mingru that way. She's not like that. Son, you're being deceived by this vixen. I'm making it clear here today. If you wish to marry her, it will only be over my dead body. Mom, don't force me. Lin Mingru, sensing the atmosphere growing tense, collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. Charon, it's all my fault. It's me who caused this quarrel between you and your mother. Perhaps we should just end things. I'll be content to quietly stand by your side. No, Mingru, this is not your fault. Li Charon lovingly embraced Lin Mingru. Charon, Mingru, as a woman herself, Shangwan Rong could see through Lin Mingru's ploys. This was clearly a tactical retreat aimed at gaining Li Charon's affection, portraying herself as understanding and considerate, and her foolish son was falling for it. Charon, don't believe her. She is pretending. She is nothing but a seductress. Shangwan Rong exclaimed in exasperation. Mom, I am the one who wishes to marry Mingru. None of this is her fault. I want to allow you to speak of her like that. As Shangwan Rong witnessed Li Charon's unwavering defense of Lin Mingru, her fury ignited, causing her to abandon any pretense of being a refined lady. She rushed forward and seized a handful of Lin Mingru's hair. You little vixen, I will surely tear your skin off. Although Shangwan Rong was no longer young, her robust frame and diligent self-care afforded her strength. Lin Mingru, caught off guard, lost a strand of hair in the scuffle, screaming in protest. Mom, please don't do this. Li Charon hurriedly intervened, only to receive a couple of slaps across his face. Charon, are you all right? Shangwan Rong's heart ached at the sight of the marks on his face, but she swiftly redirected her ire towards Lin Mingru. It's all your fault, you wretched girl. I won't spare you. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yining was enjoying a peaceful meal with De Huang and Air Huang nestled at her feet, creating a warm atmosphere. A private investigator had just informed her that Li Charon and Lin Mingru had left for the Li family's old mansion after dining together. 2 hours later, the pair exited the Li family home in a disheveled state. Though Yining had not witnessed the scene herself, she could easily imagine Shangwan Rong's fury. Her beloved son was to marry a live-streaming host, complete with a burdensome extra. How could she remain calm? Lin Mingru may flaunt her presence before others, but if she dared to provoke Yining, she could expect no mercy. Both women were formidable in their own right, and Yining found herself curious as to who would ultimately prevail, the vixen or the tigress. It seemed that in the aftermath of their conflict, Lin Mingru bore the marks of battle yet ultimately triumphed, as Li Charon had publicly declared his unwavering intention to marry her, infuriating Shangwan Rong even further. As for Yining, she had no time to concern herself with Li Charon's affairs. She resumed her stockpiling plans. The supermarket supplier had finally delivered a staggering 5 million worth of goods. Trucks laden with containers made their way to the warehouse Yining had rented, where workers busily unloaded the cargo while Gao Feng counted the items. By noon, the delivery had filled the entire warehouse to the brim. Miss, a total of 10 truckloads have been delivered. This includes daily essentials, small appliances, and baby products. Yining nodded in satisfaction at Gao Feng's report. Excellent. It encompasses many items I hadn't anticipated, saving me from having to procure them piece by piece. Ensure we have enough daily necessities and prioritize quality over price. After all, money will be worthless in the apocalypse. I plan to spend every last cent before the harsh winter arrives. Oh, and please procure some commonly used medications, especially for treating wounds, frostbite, colds, and inflammation. Here is a card with 2 million. Let me know when you've exhausted it. Yining handed Gao Feng the card. 2 million worth of medicines. Miss, are you planning to open a large pharmacy? However, acquiring such a volume of pharmaceuticals requires proper qualifications. Gao Feng hesitated. Then let us register and prepare for a pharmacy. We should also procure some small medical equipment. I will enlist others to assist you. Understood, miss. Gao Feng replied respectfully. With the supplies now stored, there was little work to be done, so he was given a couple of days off to spend time with Xiao Min. With the supermarket's inventory complete, Yining needed to send Gao Feng away to discreetly store the items in her space. Once she confirmed Gao Feng's departure, she eagerly pushed open the warehouse doors. A dazzling array of products lined the shelves. Everything from essential cookware to an assortment of snacks and ready-to-eat meals. Although Yining had already accumulated a substantial stockpile of food, she welcomed the additional supplies. The supplier offered a comprehensive selection of snacks, including various puff treats, cookies, and chocolates. Upon seeing a particular brand of chocolate, Yining felt a wave of bittersweet nostalgia wash over her, reminiscent of a time filled with both sorrow and sweetness. It was akin to the sensation of having eaten 100 ripe bayberries, leaving her heart both tender and aching. She recalled a moment from her past. On her 30th birthday, Xiao Jingchen had presented her with a chocolate, cradled gently in his palm, its golden wrapper shimmering in the firelight. Yet, more radiant than the chocolate were his starry eyes. It was hard to fathom the lengths he must have gone to procure that chocolate in a world starved of resources. He must have planned meticulously, all to surprise her on her special day. That day, she had wept unexpectedly, believing she had hardened her heart after being callously abandoned by Li Charan and enduring the horrors of a zombie-ridden world, yet she found herself moved to tears. Xiao Jingchen had anticipated her delight, only to find her in tears, hastily attempting to dry her eyes. I thought you would be happy. It's my fault for not finding a better gift. Please don't cry. He clumsily comforted her, for he was never one for eloquence, only quietly devoted to her needs. Yining's tears flowed freely, shaking her head repeatedly. She wished to convey that she was not unhappy, merely overwhelmed with emotion, but her voice was choked with sobs. Please, don't cry. His warm fingers brushed her cheek, wiping away the cold tears from her chin, his gaze tender yet resolute. Whatever you desire, I will find it for you, I promise. Though ordinary, he was willing to offer her his entire world. I truly love it. Under the glow of the fire, Yining accepted the chocolate from his palm. Though 10 years had passed, her appearance remained largely unchanged, save for the depth in her eyes. She slowly unwrapped the chocolate, its sweet aroma wafting through the air, and without hesitation, she broke it in half, offering a piece to Xiao Jingchen. No, this is your gift. And I do not particularly enjoy such things, he protested, arms crossed defiantly. All right, just eat it. Yining understood that he was reluctant, wanted to keep all the chocolates for her, and he stuffed one into his mouth. The sweet, silky flavor entwined on his tongue, but alas, it was over all too soon. Yining, when the apocalypse comes to an end, I will surely buy you plenty of delicious treats, Xiao Jingchen envisioned. Unfortunately, before the end of the apocalypse could arrive, she had already passed away, leaving Xiao Jingchen alone in that world. Returning from memory to reality, Yining picked up a box of chocolates from the shelf and took out one piece. The familiar taste lingered on her tongue. She dialed that familiar overseas number, but as expected, it was still unreachable. Ever since her rebirth, she had been trying to contact Xiao Jingchen, yet his phone remained out of reach. Even her friends and country, they had no news. It was as if he had vanished in a thin air. Where could he possibly be? A flicker of worry crossed Yining's mind. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Jingchen had already returned to a city, observing her every move from a hidden location. In a secret warehouse in a city, a strikingly handsome man with star-like eyes was polishing a crossbow bolt. dressed in a black trench coat. His profile was sharply defined like a marble sculpture. His hair had a slight natural curl, and his skin resembled white jade. His expression was indifferent, his gaze icy, and around his neck hung a brass amulet. Xiao Jingchun, a 24-year-old adopted son of the Yi family, had an unknown lineage and a mysterious background. A top student at a prestigious university in Country A, he had spent 10 years in the Apocalypse by Yi Ning's side, serving as her most loyal protector. The supplies he had brought were considerable. Yi Ning spent over an hour gathering everything into her space, feeling the abundance of resources within her space. A wave of security washed over her, bolstering her confidence in facing the apocalypse. Currently, these supplies occupied about 1/5 of the space, slightly exceeding her initial plan. After all, she still needed to stockpile generators, batteries, snowmobiles, sleds, snowplows, warm clothing, and replacement furniture, all of which would take up considerable space, not to mention fuel. The size of her space was limited, and with a significant increase in human lifespan following the apocalypse, the original 4 warehouses in the safe haven might not suffice. It would be best to add a few more. Coincidentally, this afternoon, Li Zhengbo was scheduled to deliver the design plan, which provided a perfect opportunity to modify the project. After gathering the supplies, Yi Ning returned to the Yi residence. At precisely 3 o'clock, a silver Bentley pulled up at the entrance. Li Zhengbo arrived punctually with the design draft in hand. In high society, secrets are hard to keep, especially for someone like Li Zhengbo, who navigated both the underworld and legitimate business. He had already learned that Yi Ning was no longer under Madame Li's guardianship. Miss Yi, good afternoon. Yi Ning had already instructed Wang Ma to set out the Zisha tea set. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Yi Ning skillfully rinsed the tea utensils. Dressed in casual attire, with her long brown hair elegantly tied back, exuding simplicity and competence. Her movements were fluid as she poured the steaming tea, releasing an enticing aroma. She presented the brewed tea to Li Zhengbo and poured herself a cup as well. I heard you enjoy Kung Fu tea, please. Excellent tea. Li Zhengbo took a sip, the delicate flavor lingering pleasantly, and he couldn't help but praise it. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the main topic. Li Zhengbo retrieved the design plan from his folder and handed it to Yi Ning. The plan, the size of A4 paper, contained over 100 pages, indicating the considerable effort put forth by Li Zhengbo's team. Yi Ning opened the design plan. Being a graduate of architecture, she had a fair understanding of the subject, despite not having worked in the field after graduation. Donning her glasses, she reviewed the document, providing suggestions for any discrepancies with her original vision. Ultimately, she proposed 4 additional plans. First, to add 4 warehouses of 300 square meters each, 3 of which she intended to use for fuel storage, while the last would house some utility vehicles. Second, to install several watchtowers along the perimeter walls. Third, to construct small wind power generation units, as any resource must be utilized in the apocalypse. Fourth, to establish a greenhouse. If feasible, raising chickens and growing vegetables for self-sufficiency would be ideal, leaving a spark of hope for humanity. What do you think, Mr. Li? Is there any issue? Yi Ning closed the plan. There's no problem per se. However, regarding the pricing, a businessman driven by profit would naturally engage in negotiations. An additional 50 million. Yi Ning waved her hand nonchalantly. As long as Mr. Li can fulfill my requests, the money is of little concern. Missy is truly a straightforward person. Li Zhengbo, having achieved his objective, could not help but smile. Then shall we proceed to sign the contract? He produced a contract from his bag. The deposit was set at 50 million, with the remaining amount to be paid according to project progress. Yi Ning furrowed her brow. On the surface, there appeared to be no issues. Yet she keenly noticed that the contract only specified the estimated completion time. What she required was a definitive timeline. Missy, is there a problem? I need to add a clause to the contract stating that if the project is not completed on time, compensation of 100 million must be paid to the first party. With no time to seek other construction firms, she had to be cautious with Li Zhengbo, a man known for his cunning. Clarity in the contract was essential. This, Li Zhengbo hadn't anticipated that Yi Ning would uncover the loophole in the contract. Truly, she was not the fool he had been led to believe, being the daughter of Yi Jingtian. In reality, He intended to exploit this to delay the project timeline. After all, time is money, and the cost of completing a project in 10 days compared to 5 days varies significantly. Yi Ning had never been foolish. She was a distinguished graduate in architecture. Had it not been for Li Charn's interference in her previous life, she might have made significant achievements in the industry. To support Li Charn fully, she had taken on the role of a full-time housewife, assisting him in various social engagements. Wang Ma, please bring another pot of tea. Observing Yi Ning's seemingly all-seeing gaze, Li Zhengbua felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yi Ning gently tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Ultimately, it was Li Zhengbua who broke the silence, calling the legal department to draft a new contract. Once Yi Ning confirmed that the contract was satisfactory, she affixed her signature. With the contract finalized, both parties found themselves content, and the plan for the safe haven was finally established. Due to the urgency of the situation, Li Zhengbua arranged for construction to commence the following day. The safe haven was set to begin its auspicious work, and Yi Ning, along with De Huang and Air Huang, might reside there for an extended period. After the plan for the safe haven was confirmed, Gao Feng soon contacted Yi Ning to inform her that the second batch of supplies had arrived. This shipment primarily consisted of individually ordered toiletries, such as soap, toothpaste, shower gel, disinfectant, and hand soap, items that had become scarce in these apocalyptic times. Additionally, various towels, bath towels, and shower caps were included, along with cleaning agents, dishwashing liquid, and toilet cleaner. A substantial supply of stationery was also acquired, including paper, pens, scissors, and assorted small tools. Furthermore, dairy products such as milk and powdered milk were added to the inventory, along with seasonings like sugar, salt, and chicken essence, as well as ketchup and salad dressing, for which Yi Ning ordered extra shelves. After finding an excuse to dismiss Gao Feng, Yi Ning stored all these supplies in her space. Thus far, she had gathered a comprehensive collection of daily necessities. Next, she would begin accumulating larger categories of items, starting with warm clothing. A city, being coastal, enjoys a subtropical climate, resulting in short winters with mild temperatures. Typically, one only needs a down jacket for about 2 weeks each year, and shops selling cold weather gear are scarce. Consequently, Yi Ning primarily purchased these items online. She ordered 500 sets of thermal underwear in both men's and women's styles, opting for the latest high-tech thermal suits. Additionally, she acquired 500 warm jackets, along with long pants and helmets from a niche brand known for its ability to withstand temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. Although this did not reach the threshold of minus 60, it was still commendable. In a similar vein, she ordered 200 pairs of insulated leather boots and 500 pairs of snow shoes, recognizing the critical importance of keeping one's feet warm. The shoes were from a less-known American brand, priced rather high yet lightweight and warm. She also ordered 10,000 pairs of fleece-lined socks and 10,000 pairs of pure cotton long socks, ensuring that even De Huang and Air Huang received specialized warm vests. Naturally, these items were designed for outdoor use. Wearing such heavy clothing indoors would be uncomfortable. Therefore, Yi Ning also ordered 500 sets of various styles of silk pajamas, fleece cotton pajamas, as well as indoor slippers, thin socks, and undergarments. As a girl who cherished beauty, she ensured that a variety of comfortable leisure wear was included, with all items ordered in both male and female sizes. These supplies would suffice for both Yi Ning and Xiao Jingshun for a century or more. Regrettably, there would be no new styles available in the future. After further contemplation, Yi Ning decided to order 500 sets of down jackets, windbreakers, thermal autumn clothing, and regular snow shoes, acknowledging that these items were not prone to spoilage and that having extra supplies would be prudent. Moreover, Wang Ma and others would also require warm items. As of now, all clothing essentials have been thoroughly prepared. In addition, Yi Ning procured 200 sleeping bags, tarps, military tents, ropes, large blankets, and down comforters, all essential for warmth. These items would be vacuum-packed and stored in the apartment behind the safe haven. With the inclusion of rodent traps, these supplies could be preserved for 3 to 5 years without issue. Once all orders were placed, Yi Ning stretched her stiff neck and stood up, reflecting that shopping, once exhilarating, had become rather exhausting, especially when conducted with meticulous planning. De Huang, Huang, let us go out for some exercise, she called, as the two dogs had been cooped up indoors for several days. Yining started her pink Lamborghini, with De Huang and Huang seated in the front passenger seat, and with the roar of the engine, the Lamborghini sped away. As she drove, Yining pondered where to explore that day, perhaps a restaurant, a mall, or a pet store. Having already visited all those places, she decided to head to the beach instead. 30 minutes later, she and her two dogs arrived at the seaside. Beneath the vast blue sky lay the endless ocean, waves crashing ashore and bringing with them the scent of salt, while the soft sand cushioned her feet. Occasionally, a curious little crab would emerge from the sand. The beach was bustling with activity, filled with tents and sunbathers, and young women in bikinis riding the waves, creating a lively scene. The moment De Huang and Huang set foot on the sand, they frolicked joyfully, chasing and playing in the soft grains. Many beachgoers had brought their pets, and De Huang quickly found a new companion, while Huang maintained a more aloof demeanor. Yining contemplated whether to find another playmate for De Huang and Huang. She rented a beach chair and reclined, relishing the sun's rays. The intense warmth enveloped her smooth skin, a luxury unattainable during the frigid apocalypse. She wished to savor this lively atmosphere for a few more days. While Yining basked in the sun with her dogs, the chaos surrounding Li Churan gradually subsided. Ever since he left the Li family estate with Lin Mingru, Shang Guanrong had been restless, arguing incessantly and even threatening to end his life. It was only when Lin Mingru finally confessed that the child she bore was Li Churan's that Shang Guanrong, eager for a grandchild, relented. Their wedding was scheduled for 2 months hence. As Yining leisurely sipped coconut juice under the shade of a tree, she stumbled upon Lin Mingru's wedding invitation on social media. Li Churan and Lin Mingru are getting married. Curiosity piqued. She clicked on the electronic invitation. It was filled with a plethora of lovey-dovey photos, auroras, diving, hot air balloons, blue roses, accompanied by overly sentimental captions that were truly an eyesore. These two were remarkably shameless, brazenly showcasing their infidelity through such images. The wedding was set for August 20th, merely 10 days before the apocalypse. Li Churan had indeed chosen a fortuitous date, and a cold glint flickered in Yining's eyes. As the ex-wife, she was determined to present them with an extraordinary gift. Lin Mingru was about to experience the most illustrious moment of her life, gracefully trying on the latest Vera Wang wedding gown, while a store attendant knelt to meticulously arrange the skirt, inflating her vanity to new heights. "Miss Lin, how does the set look? Should I fetch you a few more styles?" Lin Mingru gazed at her reflection, ostensibly satisfied, yet feigning critique to assert her lofty status. "This one is acceptable, though the neckline is a tad too tight and the design is somewhat simplistic." She found it lacking in splendor. The sales assistant felt a sense of disdain. Having worked with people of various statuses, she had never encountered someone so pretentious. "Very well, Miss Lin, I shall fetch a few more styles for you," the assistant replied with utmost respect. At that moment, a steady footfall approached, halting behind the sofa. "Mingru, how are you? Have you found something you like?" The newcomer was Li Churan, who had arrived late due to an unexpected matter at work. "Churan, why are you so late?" Upon seeing Li Churan, Lin Mingru instantly transformed into a bashful woman, tugging at his hand playfully. "Churan, look, is it beautiful?" She twirled in place, showcasing the wedding dress she wore. Beautiful? Of course. He was finally set to marry his first love, the light of his life, and even now, a sense of unreality enveloped him. In a daze, Li Churan seemed to be transported back to that fateful night, the evening before he transferred schools. After enduring prolonged sorrow, he had finally succumbed to illness. In his feverish haze, he felt the cool touch of a small hand and heard the soft, indistinct whispers. Overwhelmed by heat, he felt as if he were on the verge of erupting like molten lava. He pulled that figure into his embrace, rolling and exploring, and though the girl initially resisted, she soon acquiesced to his movements. When Li Churan awoke the next day, the house was deserted. On the table lay a notebook, a gift he had given Mingru a few days prior. "This wedding might be rather modest. Mingru, I hope you won't feel wronged." He gently brushed her hair aside, guilt washing over him. After all, he had just divorced Yining, and many matters required discretion. "How could I? As long as I can be with you, I feel no injustice, Lin Mengru replied, her demeanor sweet and submissive. What injustice did she have to endure? Soon, she would be able to spend Li Charen's money without reservation, and she was overjoyed. In an effort to make Li Charen feel indebted to her, Lin Mengru subtly allowed a hint of sorrow to seep through her facade. Mengru, rest assured, though you may feel slighted this time, I promise to organize an even grander wedding for you in the future. He affectionately kissed her forehead. Lin Mengru nodded obediently. A supplementary wedding was no match for cold, hard cash. Now was the perfect opportunity to broach that matter while he felt beholden to her. Charen, Lin Mengru tugged at his sleeve. Since we are about to marry, shouldn't we move in together? In recent days, Wang Fuli had been persistently seeking her out, and relocating would be an ideal way to avoid him. Most importantly, she could finally reside in a villa and live the life of true affluence. From the moment she first encountered Li Charen at an event, she had fervently scoured the internet for information about him. The moment she laid eyes on his opulent residence, a spark of ambition ignited within her. She yearned to be the mistress of that grand estate. Charen, are you unwilling? Lin Mengru's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sharing a home in the villa where Yi Ning once resided felt somewhat awkward to him. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Mengru had already endured enough with the wedding, and he did not wish to deny her any further requests. Wonderful, Lin Mengru exclaimed, joyfully embracing his neck. That very afternoon, she eagerly began to pack her belongings and arrived at the villa she had longed for, riding in Li Charen's Maybach. Charen, from now on, we shall commence our new life here. She was finally positioned to replace Yi Ning, officially becoming the mistress of the Li family. With trembling hands, she turned the doorknob, anticipating the life of luxury that awaited her. What? As Lin Mengru opened the door, her smile instantly froze. What was happening? She stood in shock before the bare shell of a house. There was no furniture, no appliances, no curtains, no carpets. Only exposed wires where chandeliers once hung. Even the windows had vanished. Mengru, what is it? What do you see? Li Charen leaned in, puzzled. What was going on? Had Yi Ning dismantled the entire home? How could this be? Lin Mengru could hardly believe her eyes as she explored the empty spaces, the dining room, kitchen, dressing room, balcony, and bathroom. Everything was gone, even the shower head in the bathroom. Her dream home, the villa she had envisioned, had been reduced to a mere shell. She had intended to post about it on social media, to flaunt it before Yi Ning. She had not cried when slapped by Shangwan Rong. Yet now she found herself in tears. That wretched woman, Yi Ning, was clearly doing this out of spite. Charen, call Yi Ning. This villa belongs to you. How dare she destroy it? It's pure jealousy. She cannot bear to see us happy. She clung to Li Charen's hand, her tone pleading. Li Charen felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, he bore some responsibility in this situation, and Yi Ning's actions were a natural response to her anger. However, seeing his beloved Mengru in tears, he dialed Yi Ning's number. Hello, Yi Ning answered, surprised that he had called. It likely wasn't for a pleasant reason. What is it? Speak, she replied impatiently, unwilling to engage in a lengthy discussion. Yi Ning, did you move everything out of the house? Li Charen inquired, his tone authoritative. Indeed, Yi Ning acknowledged without hesitation. You asked me to move everything out. Is there a problem? She had no qualms about taking everything, including the chandeliers and curtains. Li Charen could not help but admire how thoroughly she had cleared out the place. Why should I be courteous about taking my own belongings? And do I owe you any courtesy? Yi Ning replied sharply. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. You are clearly doing this out of malice. Unwilling to let me and Charen find happiness, Lin Mengru interjected, her voice quivering with emotion. So what if I am? Why should I wish you well? You think I'm some kind of saint? Yi Ning scoffed, mocking their audacity. You are divorced now. You are part of the past. Charen is about to embrace his happiness. Shouldn't you wish him well? Wishing him well? What a joke. Why should I bless my cheating ex-husband and his mistress? Lin Mengru, do you take me for a fool? Yi Ning retorted, incredulous. You think your brain is the only one with issues? Lin Mengru shot back defiantly. While you're at it, perhaps you should consider who the father of your illegitimate child is. Lin Mengru's expression hardened, and her face flushed. At this point, I won't hide it from you any longer. Xiao Yu is Charen's child. She cast a coy glance at Li Chuan. Is that so? I truly ought to extend my congratulations. However, I feel compelled to remind you, Mr. Li, have you conducted a paternity test? It would be unwise to mistake a thief for your child. Yin Ning, you speak nonsense. Chu Ran interjected. She is indeed fabricating tales. If I'm merely fabricating tales, then what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid at all. Lin Mengru, feeling guilty, hastily ended the call. On the other end, Yin Ning stared at her phone, bemused by such a feeble capacity for endurance. How utterly disappointing. Mengru, fear not. We shall simply redecorate. Chu Ran consoled, wrapping his arm around Lin Mengru's shoulders. She nodded through her tears, yet a growing sense of resentment brewed within her. Yin Ning, I shall not let you off so easily. As Chu Ran held Lin Mengru's hand, they exited the villa. Upon reaching the master bedroom, he casually glanced inside and was taken aback to discover a wedding photo of him and Yin Ning. She had taken everything with her, yet left behind this one photograph. Yin Ning ended the call and placed her phone into her bag. There was no time to concern herself with them. The medication she had ordered through Gao Feng had arrived. An entire container filled with an array of medicines, predominantly anti-inflammatory drugs, external injury ointments, cold remedies, antiviral medications, and other commonly used pharmaceuticals. The bulk consisted of anti-inflammatory injections, along with gauze and iodine. In her previous life, following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, survivors had experienced a significant enhancement in their physical constitution due to peculiar solar radiation. However, as they vied for resources, skirmishes among survivors escalated. Consequently, the inflammation following injuries became a primary cause of mortality. Particularly rare were the anti-inflammatory injections, which were difficult to preserve. The relentless cold rendered cold medications a highly sought-after commodity. Antibiotics, nearly extinct after the destruction of modern industry, were virtually irreplaceable. Yin Ning meticulously stowed all these medications into her storage space. With the supplies now adequately assembled, she resolved to utilize the remaining 2 months to swiftly acquire some emergency skills. Her first step was to learn basic medical knowledge. Yin Ning specifically enrolled in a nursing school to audit classes on disinfection, wound dressing, and simple suturing techniques. She sought to familiarize herself with household medications and essential medical knowledge. In the impending apocalypse, it was uncertain whether medical professionals would be available, making this knowledge imperative. In class, Yin Ning diligently took notes, her hair in a high ponytail, her face bare, as she was momentarily transported back to her distant student days. Though she maintained a low profile, her remarkable presence drew the attention of many, even earning her 2 love letters, much to her amusement and bewilderment. While attending nursing school, Yin Ning also enrolled in wilderness survival courses. Despite having a storage space and a safe haven under construction, the world was changing too rapidly, and she could not predict what the future held. Thus, acquiring additional skills was prudent. Additionally, she signed up for rock climbing, shooting, and physical training, filling her days with rigorous activities. Gao Feng continuously procured diverse supplies according to her specifications. She gradually stockpiled a variety of fruits and vegetables, cherries, watermelons, durians, cantaloupes, grapes, and apples, transporting them into the warehouse, subsequently transferring them into her storage space. She sought not mere affordability, but rather the finest quality. Furthermore, she amassed a substantial collection of fresh vegetables, filling 2 large trucks. While stockpiling vegetables, she realized they consumed considerable space and were prone to rapid spoilage within the storage. Although her reserves sufficed for her own needs, they would likely be inadequate should the shelter's population increase. Thus, Yin Ning had a sudden inspiration and purchased 2 cabinets of vegetable seeds, particularly selecting those resilient to cold. Should the vegetable supply dwindle, she could attempt to cultivate her own, especially since Li Jingbo had set up 2 greenhouses. She also acquired a complete set of indoor vegetable growing equipment, along with a collection of seeds for corn, potatoes, wheat, and rice. Should the extreme cold pass, these might prove invaluable. In her previous life, just before being pierced by a laser sword, she had caught wind of news that the GF shelter was researching methods to cultivate rice and corn, though specifics remained undisclosed. As for fertilizers, once the shelter was completed, They could be stored in the adjacent apartment, vacuum-sealed to prevent spoilage. Subsequently, Yin Ning procured a batch of fertilized eggs and an incubator. If she could indeed cultivate fruits and vegetables, she would have some chicks, allowing the excess produce to nourish them, ultimately providing her with organic eggs. With her material needs addressed, she also sought to fulfill her intellectual desires. Yin Ning purchased 100 mobile phones, tablets, and desktop computers, as well as radios and satellite phones. At the onset of the apocalypse, although order had unraveled, communication remained intact, albeit not entirely. It was only after the outbreak of zombies that humanity truly descended into barbarism. Yin Ning employed 2 programmers to download an array of films, television series, ebooks, novels, comics, animations, and video games, particularly single-player games. Additionally, she ensured the acquisition of various electronic magazines, both ancient and contemporary, leaving nothing unexamined. All scholarly materials were downloaded as well. Whether comprehensible or not, they represented human scholarly endeavors that could potentially be useful or utterly irrelevant. Yet discarding them would be an egregious waste. Her objective was not to acquire the best, but rather the most comprehensive collection possible. She instructed them to categorize the resources, ensuring that each item was copied 3 times to guarantee redundancy. Furthermore, Yin Ning invested in numerous projection and streaming devices, along with several gaming consoles. Initially, she considered acquiring a collection of physical books. However, the space they occupied proved too cumbersome, prompting her to limit her collection to her favorites. Yin Ning meticulously packaged these resources and secured them within her storage space, for her future intellectual sustenance would rely on these materials. As Yin Ning diligently prepared each day, the 2 months flew by, and the countdown to the apocalypse dwindled to 20 days. At this juncture, signs of the impending catastrophe had already begun to surface, though none perceived them. According to meteorological reports, extreme weather phenomena were increasingly prevalent, with experts speculating it may be a consequence of global warming. Recent updates on tsunamis in the United States indicated fatalities, as reported by journalists on site. Yin Ning switched off the television, reflecting on how these numerous calamities could very well be nature's admonition to humanity. Unfortunately, at this juncture, no one seemed to notice. Over the past 2 months, Yin Ning had dedicated herself to training her physical fitness and stockpiling supplies, meticulously checking for any deficiencies. Despite her attempts, Xiao Jingchen had yet to answer her calls. However, she had gleaned some information from his classmates. Apparently, he had returned to China a month ago, no longer residing in the United States. Yin Ning was perplexed by his intentions. Why had he not responded to her calls or reached out to her since his return? Xiao Jingchen was an orphan. When Yin Ning was 8 years old, Yi Jingtian had brought the 6-year-old Xiao Jingchen into their home, instructing Yin Ning to treat him as her younger brother. She recalled how he had remained silent for an entire month upon his arrival, leading her to almost believe he was mute. Yin Ning had taken a fondness for her doll-like brother, often dragging him along to play house. He would silently follow her around, becoming her little shadow, and they grew up together as childhood companions. Once Xiao Jingchen started school, his extraordinary intelligence became apparent. By the age of 10, he was sent to a boarding school by Yi Jingtian, which marked the beginning of their separation. Yi Ning remembered weeping for several days when he left for boarding school, and how he had sneaked out multiple times to play with her. As he grew older, he was sent abroad, with only the winter and summer holidays allowing for their reunions. To Yi Ning's knowledge, Xiao Jingchen had no other relatives in the country. Where could he have gone? The construction of a shelter was progressing smoothly. Yi Ning visited regularly to inspect the developments, and everything was being modified according to her specifications. She estimated that the project would be completed in about 10 days. Due to a shortage of space, she had instructed Gao Feng to rent an adjacent warehouse for a year. They connected the 2 warehouses by opening a door between them, transforming them into one larger space. She also had a small room constructed for Gao Feng to oversee the warehouse. Yi Ning had stockpiled lumber and coal in the 2 warehouses, planning to transfer everything to the Shelter-S warehouse once it was completed. Meanwhile, preparations for Li Churen and Lin Mingru's wedding were nearing completion. The ceremony was to be held in the most opulent church in City A, with attendees comprising influential figures and confidants closely associated with Lee Churen. With the wedding approaching, Lin Mingru was beaming with joy, frequently sharing various boastful videos on social media. The comments were flooded with inquiries about her partner and expressions of envy regarding her fortune. While Lin Mingru maintained a facade of modesty, her words dripped with superiority. To further provoke Yining, she had several times intentionally messaged her using Lee Churen's WeChat, aiming to irritate Yining, who chose to ignore her and delete the messages. Under Lin Mingru's sweet flattery and the sight of her child calling her grandma daily, Shangwan Rong's attitude softened considerably, effectively accepting Lin Mingru into their family. Yining observed the posts on social media, where Lin Mingru gushed, "My future mother-in-law is so kind. I am truly fortunate to encounter such a wonderful mother-in-law." The accompanying photo depicted Lin Mingru and Shangwan Rong posing closely together, with the backdrop set in a luxurious venue. Yining scoffed, shutting off her phone screen. "Show off. Go ahead and flaunt. The more you boast now, the harder it will be when you face the truth." Yining dialed the private detective agency. "Hello. Why hasn't the information I requested been uncovered yet?" "Miss Yi, we have already obtained the information and are currently organizing the materials. We will deliver them to you in the next couple of days," the agency's director replied hurriedly. "Ensure the paternity test results are included. That is of utmost importance." They are ready. The detectives were compelled to marvel at the vibrant personal life of Lin Mingru, as they had spent 2 days sorting through the data. Excellent. Yining was eager to strike decisively. The following afternoon, the director of the detective agency arrived at Ye's residence as scheduled. After settling in, Yining instructed Wang Ma to serve him a cup of coffee. Today, Yining wore a flowing crimson gown, her long brown curls cascading casually, with diamond earrings subtly glinting and a diamond-encrusted snake bracelet adorning her wrist, exuding an air of cold elegance and inviolability. The director dared not meet her gaze as he handed her a hefty folder. "Miss Yi, this contains all the information we have compiled." Yining accepted the folder, which contained several documents. "We have arranged the information chronologically, and the folder you currently hold contains the most recent findings." As she opened the folder, the first page revealed intimate photographs of Lin Mingru and Wang Fuli, complete with detailed timestamps and locations. There were also images of Lee Churen dining with Lin Mingru and her child, tenderly wiping the child's mouth. "Ah, what a picture of paternal affection," Yining mused as she flipped through the pages. Lin Mingru truly was a master of time management, juggling her affections for Lee Churen, appeasing Shangwan Rong, and maintaining connections with Wang Fuli, all while finding time to engage with other men. Impressive. Just one Wang Fuli would have been explosive enough. "I can hardly believe there are 2 more, she thought, realizing this was the pure and innocent white moonlight that Lee Churen held dear, a bitter irony indeed. However, one individual struck her as eerily familiar, as if she had encountered him before. Was it mere coincidence? Yining opened the second folder. This one contains information from the last 3 years, since your encounter with Mr. Lee, the director explained. It was filled with intimate photographs of Lin Mingru with various men, including some scandalous bedroom shots, undoubtedly keepsakes from her numerous suitors. There were also cringe-worthy chat logs with different men. Despite having climbed the social ladder with Lee Churen, Lin Mingru hesitated to sever ties with her former lovers, uncertain of her future with him. "How did you acquire these photos?" Yining inquired, lifting her gaze. "We traced them through her social media, live streams, and fan groups, then purchased them at great expense," the director explained. Yining nodded in understanding. The director could not fathom why Lee Churen would overlook such a striking and aloof beauty standing before him. Instead, one seeks a woman of chaotic private life, a libertine. The life of the affluent is truly perplexing. Yining proceeded to open the third folder. Within it lay the experiences of Lin Mingru from the years prior to her acquaintance with Lee Churen. She had worked as a culinary escort, a drinking companion, performed in nightlife venues, served as a KTV princess, and had been kept by older men. Then, seizing the rise of the internet, she became a streamer, showcasing a vibrant lifestyle. Yining opened the fourth folder. The first photograph depicted a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Mingru. The image had yellowed with age, likely depicting Lin Mingru's mother. As Yining continued to sift through, she uncovered the intriguing private life of Lin Mingru's mother. It was undeniable that the apple did not fall far from the tree. The detective agency had certainly demonstrated prowess in unearthing such distant matters. However, Lin Mingru's mother's escapades were hardly a secret, thus failing to deliver a decisive blow to Lin Mingru, given that the previous folders yielded little of consequence. The most crucial information must reside within this final one. Yining opened the last folder. Inside was a brown paper envelope prominently marked with the words Parentage Verification Report. Without hesitation, she tore open the envelope. Skipping the lengthy preamble, she directly scrutinized the results section. According to the existing data and DNA analysis, it supported that Lin Mingru was indeed the biological mother of Lin Zin, while Li Chuan was excluded as the biological father. Just as she had anticipated, the child was not Li Chuan's at all. It was evident upon reflection. Had the child truly belonged to Li Chuan, given Lin Mingru's character? Why had she never sought financial support from him? Only a self-absorbed man like Li Chuan would presume that Lin Mingru, out of profound love, chose to raise the child in silence for fear of disturbing his life. Such notions were merely the fantasies of a man. All the talk of pure love and unwavering devotion turned out to be nothing but fabrications. Oh, there was another document inside. Yining curiously extracted it. Another parentage verification report? Intrigued, she examined the results. It supported that Chun Tianqi was the biological father of Lin Zin. Chun Tianqi? Why did that name sound so familiar? Yining turned her gaze toward the detective agency head, eager for an explanation. Miss Yi, continue reading, and you shall uncover the truth. Yining flipped to the next page. There was a photo of a flamboyantly dressed young man, clad in a black hoodie, a scar adorning the corner of his eye, his gaze exuding a hint of mischief. Chun Tianqi, Xing South High School. Wasn't that the same high school Lin Mingru attended alongside Li Chuan? Yes, it came back to her. Chun Tianqi was rumored to be the school bully, leveraging his family's wealth to dominate and intimidate classmates, until he was expelled for injuring a fellow student. So it was him. Yining continued to peruse the investigation results. During her high school years, Lin Mingru, confident in her looks and fond of dressing up, had never been without a boyfriend since her freshman year. Eventually, upon noticing Li Chuan's good looks, academic prowess, and affluent background, she pursued him. The Navi Li Chuan was no match for her charm and quickly capitulated. However, fate took a turn when Li Chuan's family went bankrupt and his parents committed suicide, leading to the freezing and seizure of all their assets. In a swift move, Lin Mingru discarded Li Chuan and turned to Chun Tianqi. Herein lay a query for Yining. After Li Chuan's family fell into ruin, Lin Mingru had swiftly entered into a relationship with Chun Tianqi. Based on the timeline of her pregnancy, she must have already been with Chun Tianqi by then. How could Li Chuan have believed the child was his? Was he truly devoid of all self-respect? Did he not possess a sense of moral integrity? Yet, such matters were of no concern to Yining. As long as she possessed the parentage verification report, that was sufficient. Out of curiosity, however, she continued to read the investigative results. It turned out that shortly after Lin Mingru and Chun Tianqi became involved, Chun's family also fell victim to the financial crisis. A string of bankruptcies among the men she chose. What a misfortune! Even after his family's downfall, the troublemaking Chun Tianqi remained undeterred, but without anyone to shield him. He soon found himself imprisoned. Remarkably, after his release, he and Lin Mingru maintained their relationship. No wonder Yining found him so familiar. One of the clandestine encounters Lin Mingru had with another man was indeed with him. Truly, they were a family bound by their shared misdeeds. One could only imagine Li Chuan's reaction upon discovering he had unwittingly married into such a complicated web. Excellent. Yining closed the folder. These documents must be delivered to Li Chuan the day before the wedding. It was imperative they reached him directly. Understood, Miss Yi. Over the course of the last 2 months, nurtured by wealth, Lin Mingru had transformed into a genuine lady of leisure. Each day was spent attending various events, wielding Li Chuan's black card to acquire anything her heart desired, basking in the admiration and envy of her circle of friends. Of course, this did not hinder her vibrant private life. In a 5-star hotel adorned with a romantic pink theme, clothes lay scattered, and Wang Fuli was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Their positions shifted like a dance, and finally, with a roar, Wang fully collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath. Mengru, are you truly going to marry him? He inquired, caressing the smooth skin of Lin Mengru's arm. Of course, Lin Mengru replied, unable to conceal her pride. She was but a step away from becoming Mrs. Li. Have you ordered your wedding dress? Wang fully asked with a teasing smile. It's being airlifted tomorrow. Why do you ask? Lin Mengru replied, a hint of wariness in her tone. For her wedding dress was a custom piece from a renowned designer, arranged by Li Chuan. Oh, don't be alarmed. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wondered if I could see you in your wedding dress, Wang fully suggested lewdly. How dare you? Lin Mengru blushed, turning her gaze away. Just say whether it is possible. Wang fully pressed, planting a firm kiss on her cheek. But it can't be for too long. I fear Chuan might discover. Lin Mengru hesitated. Rest assured, my dear Mengru, your Wanggu is quick. After 2 months of renovations, the villa previously emptied by Yi Ning was finally restored, furnished with a complete set of European-style decor. Naturally, the wedding photos that Yi Ning had left behind were moved to storage. Li Chuan had arranged for the final touches on their wedding suite. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, son, come over for dinner today. Bring Mengru and Xiaoyu along. Over the past 2 months, Lin Mengru's son had taken to calling Shangguan Rong grandma, bringing her immense joy. All right, but Mengru took Xiaoyu to try on wedding dresses today. They might not make it. I'll come by alone. Early in the morning, Lin Mengru concocted a pretext to venture out alone, ostensibly to relish her final moments of singlehood with her best friend. Ah, very well then. Shangguan Rong appeared somewhat dejected. Li Chuan attempted to call Lin Mengru, but the response was disheartening. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Little did he know that at that very moment, Lin Mengru was clad in a wedding dress and high heels, entangled in a passionate struggle with Wang Fuli. Initially, she had resisted the relationship with Wang Fuli. Yet as time passed, she began to relish the thrill of their clandestine affair. After all, Li Chuan believed in her wholeheartedly. Lin Mengru mused with a sense of pride. Having completed the arrangements, Li Chuan drove back to the Yi family's ancestral home in his newly acquired Ferrari. As he opened the car door, a man in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of sophistication, stood before him. It was not uncommon for individuals seeking collaboration to obstruct his path. So Li Chuan paid him no heed and proceeded forward. Mr. Li, please hold on. The man called out. What is it? Li Chuan replied, his voice as frigid as ice, laced with impatience. Mr. Li, I am the assistant of Miss Yi Ning. She has an important document to deliver to you. The man adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp and piercing. Yi Ning, Li Chuan thought. They were already divorced, and he had paid her the 10 billion. What further business could she possibly have? Perhaps she was aware of his imminent marriage to Mengru and sought to stir trouble. Just hand me the document, he said, frowning as he gestured for the assistant to take the file. The man deftly sidestepped the assistant's outstretched hand. Miss Yi instructed me to inform you that this document is of utmost importance, and you must read this letter before I can give you the file. He presented a letter, to be opened by Mr. Li. The handwriting was unmistakably Yi Ning's. What trickery was she up to? Skeptically, Li Chuan accepted the letter. Inside, a sheet of stationery awaited him. Do you wish to know what your fiancé, Yi, is currently engaged in? What did this mean? Yi Ning's words were baffling. Instinctively, he shook the envelope, and 2 photographs fluttered to the ground. Mr. Li, 2 photographs have fallen out, the assistant exclaimed, instinctively bending to retrieve them. As he handed them to Li Chuan, he couldn't help but glance. What? The assistant's face flushed a deep crimson. He had inadvertently glimpsed his boss's secret. Surely, he wouldn't lose his job over this. He quickly lowered his head, pretending he had seen nothing. Li Chuan's long fingers grasped the photographs. In that moment of realization, his usually placid eyes widened in shock. The images depicted Lin Mengru, adorned in her wedding gown, being held against the table by Wang Fuli, engaged in an unspeakable act. Most alarming was the look of utter ecstasy on her face. At that instant, the fairy tale castle he had envisioned crumbled before him. Li Chuan's fists clenched and relaxed in a tumultuous rhythm, his handsome visage betraying no emotion. Find out what Miss Lin is doing right now, he commanded, striding purposefully into the house with the box clutched tightly in his arms. Yes, Mr. Li. the assistant replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The man with the golden glasses was none other than the head of the detective agency. Having achieved his objective, he left the remaining investigative materials in Lee Charn's hands and drove his black Mercedes to a secluded spot to make a call. Hello, Miss Yi. The information has been successfully delivered to Mr. Lee. Well done. Ensure that someone continues to monitor their movements. Yining hung up the phone. After concluding her call, Shangguan Rong instructed the chef to prepare lunch, donning a chi pao and reading glasses as she perused photographs of Lee Charn from his childhood, awaiting her son's return. In that cozy moment, the front door was abruptly flung open. Lee Charn entered, expressionless, clutching a box. Charn, you're back, Shangguan Rong exclaimed, removing her glasses to greet him. Lee Charn didn't spare her a glance, as if he hadn't heard her at all, and strode directly to his room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Shangguan Rong's smile froze on her face, bewildered by her son's behavior. Seated at the table, Lee Charn regarded the blue box before him, reminiscent of Pandora's box, as if opening it would unleash a torrent of malevolent spirits, dragging him into despair. Ultimately, he succumbed to the temptation of knowledge, slowly lifting the lid. Photographs emerged, each one a cruel reminder of the past he shared with his beloved, akin to unyielding blades piercing the softest parts of his heart. Memories flooded back, the fleeting glance of a school uniform, the shy yet sweet confessions, the regret of parting, and the ecstatic joy of reunion. He had believed that with his current prowess, he could grasp everything, both what he had lost and what he now possessed. Lee Charn did not know how long he remained in that state, his mind a blank slate, as if the world around him had come to a standstill. He longed for someone to confide in, yet his nature was one of independence, and after much contemplation, he could only think of Yining. Yining, is this your vengeance against me? You knew all along, yet chose to reveal it to me on the eve of my wedding. For the first time, he felt utterly exhausted. Just then, his assistant's call interrupted his thoughts. Lee Charn pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end was hesitant, as though unsure how to phrase the news. Mr. Lee, we have just discovered that Miss Lin is currently in the presidential suite of Tianhua Hotel, and there is a man with her. I understand, Lee Charn interjected, cutting off the assistant before he could finish. A decade of deep affection had turned out to be nothing more than an ephemeral illusion. He had merely been deceiving himself. His sincerity had become Lin Mengru's bargaining chip. Lee Charn dialed a familiar number. After a few rings, the call connected. Upon receiving Lee Charn's call, Yining displayed no surprise. Yining, you knew all along, didn't you? He asked, his voice heavy with despair. Indeed, Yining replied succinctly. Then why didn't you tell me? Why didn't I say it sooner? Yining's tone dripped with sarcasm. Have I not mentioned it before? Lee Charn, did you ever truly believe in me? From the moment she first laid eyes on Lin Mengru, she had recognized her for the opportunist she was. Lee Charn fell silent. Indeed, Yining had hinted at this before, but he had dismissed it as mere slander. You simply chose not to believe me. Our issues have never solely revolved around Lin Mengru. From the very start of our marriage, you have never trusted me, and you have always rejected me in your heart. No matter what I say or do, in your eyes, I'm always in the wrong. Yining scoffed disdainfully. From the moment she became a guest under someone else's roof, every financial support from Yi Jingtian and every attempt at goodwill from Yining only served to provoke his sensitive pride. Yining, shall we not start anew? Lee Charn inhaled deeply and spoke. It's utterly ridiculous. Lee Charn, do you think I'm merely a piece of toilet paper for you? Use me and discard me at will. Then pick me back up whenever you wish. Yining coldly laughed. I might as well confess that seeing you suffer brings me great satisfaction. Yining felt a sense of liberation. Yining, I know you were just speaking out of anger. You still love me, don't you? He couldn't believe that Yining's affection for him could fade so swiftly. Lee Charn, do not flatter yourself. Do you think I'm the kind of person who has no principles? Just because you beckon, I should wag my tail and plead for your favor? In truth, Yining once was, but after living another life, she has long since awakened to reality. Yining, how have you become this way? So sharp-tongued and bitter. Lee Charn lamented in despair. Sharp-tongued? You ought to consider who has made me so. Mr. Lee, take care of yourself. Do not contact me again. And by the way, congratulations on your new marriage. Yining hung up the phone in one swift motion. Yining, you. The cold air of the air conditioner lifted the strands of hair on Li Churen's forehead, his handsome face resembling a statue. And his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Li Churen rose and opened the door. Churen, you finally came out. What is the matter? Has there been a problem with the business? Shangguan Rong immediately noticed something amiss with her son and asked anxiously. It's nothing. You may go inside and see for yourself. Shangguan Rong, bewildered, walked into the room. 20 minutes later, a furious roar echoed from within. Lin Mingru, you shameless woman, I will not let you off. After calming down, Shangguan Rong seized the paternity test results and grasped Li Churen's arm. Churen, is this true? Xiaoyu is really not our child. Who provided you with this information? The bloodline of her grandson was what she cared about most. It is true. Well, that shameless Lin Mingru actually attempted to deceive us and make the Li family recognize a bastard child. What audacity! Shangguan Rong's face twisted in anger. Churen, where is that shameless woman now? Shangguan Rong wished to tear Lin Mingru to shreds immediately. Li Churen pressed his thin lips together, emanating a murderous aura. She wouldn't still be flirting with another man, would she? Shangguan Rong said resentfully. Seeing Li Churen's silence, Shangguan Rong realized her guess was correct. How could this happen? Our Li family almost welcomed such a woman into our home. What misfortune! Shangguan Rong felt utterly heartbroken. Li Butler quickly arranged for someone to bring that shameless woman back. Shangguan Rong exclaimed in exasperation. Yes, madam. Li Song, the butler of the Li residence and Shangguan Rong's trusted aide, replied. Just as Li Song reached the door, he was halted by Shangguan Rong. Wait, first, take the child for a paternity test again. Remember, it must be expedited. We have confirmed that Lin Mingru is a shameless woman, but we must still be cautious regarding the child. Yes, madam. After a fierce struggle with Wang Fuli, Lin Mingru tidied her dress. Today, Wang Fuli was especially excited, and the two indulged in their affection until the afternoon. Tomorrow would be their wedding. Today was merely a final indulgence. After adjusting her makeup and hair, Lin Mingru opened her phone. Upon turning it on, dozens of missed calls popped up, nearly all from Shangguan Rong. After considering it, she tentatively called Li Churen. Churen, Mom just called me dozens of times. Is there something urgent? The thought of Lin Mingru having intimate encounters with so many men, even just moments ago in another man's bed, made Li Churen feel physically ill. Let us discuss this when you return. Li Churen coldly replied before hanging up. Lin Mingru felt an ominous premonition. She hastily gathered her belongings into her bag and prepared to leave. Mingru, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say you wouldn't return today? Lin Mingru had no time to respond to Wang Fuli and returned to the old residence of the Li family. Upon stepping inside, Lin Mingru sensed something was amiss. Everyone was on high alert. Shangguan Rong sat in the center of the hall, while Li Churen sat in the shadows of the sofa, his expression dark. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Lin Mingru quickly plastered a flattering smile on her face. Mom, did you need something? By the way, where is Xiaoyu? I haven't seen him. Shangguan Rong slowly rose, her gaze sharp as ice, and with a swift motion, she slapped Lin Mingru across the face. The sound rang out sharply, and blood seeped from Lin Mingru's mouth as her cheek instantly swelled. Mom, why did you hit me? Lin Mingru's eyes widened, covering her face in disbelief. Shangguan Rong snorted coldly and raised her hand for another slap. The force behind these blows was immense, causing her hands to tremble uncontrollably. Mom, what did I do wrong? Lin Mingru protested, her face still covered, feeling wronged. Her face was now swollen, and how could she apply makeup for tomorrow? What did you do wrong? How dare you even ask? You must know what you have with a predatory air. Li Churen lifted her chin, gazing down directly at Lin Mingru, his presence as menacing as a wild beast. Startled, Lin Mingru recoiled slightly. Churen, I only want to know if it's true or false. Li Churen's tone was gentle, yet his grip was like an iron shackle, immobilizing Lin Mingru. False. She couldn't admit it, absolutely not. And if she had to, it couldn't be now. Very well. Then explain this to me. Li Churen placed a stack of photographs on the coffee table. Lin Mingru snatched up the photos, her complexion darkening with each one she examined. They depicted her dalliance with Wang Fuli that morning. Indeed, the importance of curtains was undeniable in this situation. Churin, I can explain, Lin Mengru retorted. Li Churin crossed his arms, seemingly interested in the elaborate story she might concoct. However, Shangguan Rong, unable to contain herself, lunged forward, delivering a kick to Lin Mengru's chest. You can explain? What do you intend to explain? Why you were in bed with another man the day before your wedding? You wouldn't dare suggest you were forced. Shangguan Rong sneered. Lin Mengru was momentarily speechless, as that was precisely what she had intended to say. Mom, listen to me. This wasn't my choice. I was coerced. He threatened me with compromising material from my time as a streamer, and I did it all for Churin. I didn't want Churin to find out and create a rift between us, so I had to yield. Churin, I was afraid of losing you. Didn't you say you didn't care about the past? Can't you forgive me this once? Lin Mengru pleaded, clutching Shangguan Rong's leg, tears streaming down her face. Yining, if she could have heard this, would have burst out laughing. What an outlandish theory. Cheating on her fiancé under the guise of doing it for his own good. Though twisted, it was surprisingly convincing coming from Lin Mengru. Such a bizarre rationalization could only be concocted by her. Just then, Li Song, the Li family's butler, entered with a slim file folder. Paternity test, madam. Shangguan Rong tore open the envelope and extracted the document. Moments later, the paternity test report fluttered to the ground. He's not our Li family's child after all. Lin Mengru, you deceitful harlot. I'll beat you to death. 20 minutes later, Shangguan Rong finally collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Lin Mengru, terrified, cowered in the corner. Her hair was disheveled like a madwoman's, her clothes nearly torn, and her body bore over a dozen scratch marks. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, unrecognizable from her former fair, sweet, and endearing appearance. Churin, what should we do? Cancel the wedding? Shangguan Rong asked, kicking Lin Mengru's backside in lingering resentment. Churin, it's all lies. Wang Fuli forced me. I truly love you. Churin, believe me. Hearing about the potential cancellation of the wedding, Lin Mengru disregarded her fear of Shangguan Rong's blows and rushed to embrace Li Churin's leg, weeping pitifully. She was on the verge of becoming a president's wife. The wedding couldn't be called off, absolutely not. Once the ceremony was successfully held, she would be the legitimate Mrs. Li. After the wedding, she could slowly devise a plan to win back Churin's heart. Men, after all, if all else failed, she could simply file for divorce and demand a substantial alimony from Li Churin. Hadn't Li Churin given Yining $1 billion? Then she would demand $15 billion. She was Li Churin's first love, his white moonlight. She deserved more than Yining, Lin Mengru schemed. The wedding cannot be canceled. Li Churin stated calmly. What? Not canceled? You can't possibly believe this harlot's words, can you? Do you still harbor feelings for her? Shangguan Rong exclaimed incredulously, hearing that Li Churin still had feelings for her. Lin Mengru quickly stepped forward and tightly embraced Li Churin's waist. Churin, I knew you would forgive me. Rest assured, I will never. Lin Mengru's vows were cut short as Li Churin coldly pushed her away, his expression one of disgust, as if even a glance at her was repulsive. From the moment he had seen the investigation results, he had lost all affection for her. It's too late to cancel now. All the influential figures he was close to and the subordinates he valued had already received invitations to his wedding. He couldn't allow others to perceive him as unreliable, treating marriage as a game. How could he expect others to trust him in the business world? This was Yining's objective. Yining had deliberately delivered the investigation results to Li Churin the day before the wedding because she knew that even if Li Churin saw Lin Mengru's true colors, it would be too late to call it off. Let the detestable couple spend their lives despising each other, the ultimate punishment for them. So, we're just going to let this harlot easily enter our Li family's household, along with that bastard? The thought of him calling me grandma makes me sick, Shangguan Rong said resentfully. Mom, don't worry. I'll handle Xiao Yu's matter properly and ensure he doesn't bother you, Lin Mengru quickly vowed. Shangguan Rong raised her hand and delivered a slap, roaring, Get out. This is not your place to speak. You better disappear with your bastard child. Knowing that the wedding wouldn't be canceled, Lin Mengru no longer panicked, but retreated to a corner of the sofa. Damn it, you old hag. Just wait until I enter the Li family's gates. I'll make sure Churin ignores you. Li Churin glanced at Lin Mengru, pulled out his phone, and gave instructions to his lawyer. An hour later, the lawyer arrived, carrying a file folder. Li Charan examined the contract inside and nodded in satisfaction. He placed the contract on the coffee table in front of Lin Mingru. Sign it. What is this? Lin Mingru asked curiously, picking up the document. A prenuptial agreement. Lin Mingru's face changed as she skimmed through the clauses. Though not highly educated, she could grasp the general meaning. All of Li Charan's assets were unrelated to her, and she wouldn't receive a single cent in the event of a divorce. This shattered Lin Mingru's calculations. I won't sign. I won't sign. Lin Mingru feigned madness, tearing the agreement to shreds. Charan, didn't you say we were inseparable? Are you now guarding against me? I finally found a long-term meal ticket. I absolutely cannot give up so easily. Mr. Liu, print another copy. Li Charan instructed in a low voice. Soon, a new agreement was handed to Li Charan. Sign or not? Li Charan slammed the prenuptial agreement in front of Lin Mingru. No. Lin Mingru gritted her teeth. Not signing? Very well. Mr. Liu, I believe there's more than one person named Lin Mingru in this city, isn't there? Upon hearing Li Charan's cold-heartedness, Lin Mingru immediately contemplated replacing the bride and hastily seized the agreement. Sign. I will sign. Li Charan coldly observed as Lin Mingru completed the signing, signaling the lawyer to secure the prenuptial agreement. Li, arrange a room for Miss Lin until the wedding tomorrow. She must not leave her room, he commanded. Miss Lin, please. Li bowed courteously and gestured. Confined within the room, Lin Mingru's anger grew with each passing moment. Simmering with resentment, the duck that was once within her grasp had inexplicably flown away. How could Li Charan have suddenly discovered her past? It must have been that wretched Yi Ning. Lin Mingru's face twisted with hatred as she fiercely clutched the bed sheets beneath her. Yi Ning, I will not let you off the hook. I will not let this go. Despite Shangwan Rong's incessant curses, the wedding proceeded as planned the following day. The makeup artist was utterly taken aback upon seeing Lin Mingru. Never had she encountered such a disheveled bride-to-be, her eyes swollen and her body marked with bruises. The result of her fierce confrontation with Shangwan Rong the day before. The makeup artist lamented that entering high society was no easy feat. Though Li Charan was not among the top 5 wealthy individuals in the city, he was undoubtedly one of the most promising. Yet, he never anticipated being entangled with such a person. 2 hours later, Lin Mingru appeared before the guests, radiant and enchanting. Apart from a slight swelling on her face, no other injuries were visible. With everything prepared, they awaited Li Charan's arrival to escort the bride. Meanwhile, Li Charan sat quietly in the room he once shared with Yi Ning, gazing at the festive decorations, momentarily lost in the memories of his wedding to Yi Ning years ago. At that time, he was filled with discontent as his heart longed for his first love, his white moonlight. Time truly plays tricks on people. Today, he was fulfilling his wish, yet his heart felt hollow. He could not fathom what he truly desired. Li, it is time to escort the bride. All right, I understand. Li Charan's thoughts returned to the present. 10 luxurious vehicles formed a convoy. At 9 in the morning, Li Charan arrived punctually to collect Lin Mingru. He gazed at the woman clad in a wedding gown, once his dream bride, now a stranger before his eyes. Lin Mingru cast a timid look at Li Charan, the atmosphere palpably awkward. The wedding venue was the renowned St. Mary's Cathedral in a city, where the extravagant decorations alone cost several million, crafting an utterly dreamlike setting. They've arrived. It is said that Mr. Li is truly in love with Miss Lin, just days after his divorce, and he has proposed. As music played, Li Charan, expressionless, led Lin Mingru down the aisle. There were no wedding speeches, no interactions with family or friends. Even the MC's attempts to lighten the mood were rebuffed by Li Charan. After hastily exchanging rings, the ceremony concluded abruptly, lacking even a final kiss. If not for the multitude of onlookers, Li Charan would have refrained from touching Lin Mingru's fingers altogether. He had come to a stark realization. The person who had cared for him during his fever was not Lin Mingru. Guests were left in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a brief wedding ceremony, which felt entirely perfunctory, devoid of the affectionate atmosphere typically associated with weddings. Throughout, Lin Mingru maintained a mechanical smile. Despite her thick skin, she felt acutely embarrassed under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. It was all Wang Fuli's fault. Had he not insisted on frolicking with her in a wedding gown, Li Charan would never have discovered her past indiscretions. Regret gnawed at her heart. After the ceremony, the newlyweds moved from table to toast, only to encounter an unexpected guest. Yi Ning, clad in a flowing bohemian-style gown, with long curls casually tied back with a blue ribbon, exuded elegance and radiance. She had come to attend her ex-husband's wedding without a hint of hesitation. Upon seeing Li Chuan approach, she stood and raised her glass of red wine. "Mr. Li, congratulations," she declared, downing her drink with nonchalance. "Yi Ning, what brings you here?" Li Chuan's gaze was complex. "What? Am I not welcome?" Yi Ning poured Li Chuan a glass of red wine. She was eager to witness how he and his beloved white moonlight would share their vows, especially after he learned the truth about Lin Mengru. Regrettably, it seemed their relationship had not withstood the test of scrutiny. Yi Ning had presumed Li Chuan would forgive Lin Mengru, especially given his past vows. "Yi Ning, are you still holding a grudge against me?" Li Chuan lowered his gaze. "Grudge? Mr. Li, you overestimate your significance. I have no time for such matters. I simply came to see your spectacle." "Well then, Mr. Li, I must take my leave. Wishing you a blissful marriage," she called, elongating the words blissful marriage for emphasis. Lin Mengru, standing nearby, turned green with envy as she stepped forward to affectionately link her arm with Li Chuan's. "Miss Yi, rest assured, Chuan and I will surely be loving and happy, with children to fill our home." This was a deliberate jab at Yi Ning, who had been childless throughout her 6 years of marriage to Li Chuan, implying she was akin to a barren hen. Meanwhile, she had already given birth and could easily bear another child. However, to her dismay, Li Chuan brusquely pushed Lin Mengru's hand away. Her hand lingered awkwardly in the air. Yi Ning's face betrayed her smirk. "Congratulations to you." Lin Mengru fumed with rage, her teeth grinding. "Yi Ning, you did this on purpose. You must have orchestrated the investigation to sabotage my relationship with Chuan." As she watched Yi Ning depart with an air of nonchalance, Lin Mengru's meticulously manicured nails dug into her flesh. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. At that moment, Yi Ning remained unaware that Lin Mengru had begun to harbor a grudge against her. Yet, even if she knew, she would not care, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. The shelter was finally completed. After leaving the church, Yi Ning drove her black SUV towards the research facility. Upon her arrival, Li Jingbo was already waiting for her. Towering walls, over 4 meters high and entwined with electric wires, loomed over them, painted a stark black on both sides. Li Jingbo stood before the hefty 5-ton gate, and upon seeing Yi Ning alight from her vehicle, he hurried forward. "Miss Yi, it has been a while. You've been quite busy." He was well aware of the significance of the day, but tactfully refrained from mentioning it. "Indeed, I've been busy. I just attended Li Chuan's wedding." Yi Ning's bluntness caught Li Jingbo off guard. He forced a smile and changed the subject. "Miss Yi, our project is nearly complete. We should be wrapping up in a day or two. Would you like me to show you around?" Yi Ning followed Li Jingbo through the grand entrance. Inside, the workers were either organizing tools or tidying up the space, diligently completing the final touches. The guardhouse had, at Yi Ning's request, been expanded to a spacious 80 square meters, enveloped in a thick layer of insulation. Yi Ning envisioned this area as a residence for Wang Ma and a few others. At each corner of the surrounding wall, a watchtower had been erected, with the one to the east facing the location of Li Chuan's villa. The most striking feature was the main structure, originally an experimental laboratory consisting of 2 oval buildings. As they approached, Li Jingbo elaborated on the details with an unmistakable air of pride. The outermost layer was a transparent protective shell constructed from cutting-edge aerospace materials, designed to withstand extreme cold and pressure fluctuations, capable of enduring temperatures as low as -60 degrees. Among all the projects Li Jingbo's company had designed, Yi Ning's safe house boasted the best disaster prevention capabilities, arguably their finest creation. Occasionally, he found himself curious about the true purpose behind Yi Ning's transformation of this space. Beneath the protective layer lay the core area. The flower beds in front flourished with vibrant flora, while the walls were coated in thick insulation. The first large laboratory had been converted into a living area comprising over a dozen rooms of various sizes, including 5 independent bathrooms and a dedicated bathing space. Each room was equipped with a fireplace and underfloor heating, along with ventilation ducts and smoke detection systems to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. The living area included a lounge, sauna, dining room, bathroom, kitchen, and recreation room. The walls were painted in Yining's favorite pastel blue. The interior boasted comprehensive decor, including chandeliers, flooring, and curtains. Though substantial furniture was not provided, as affluent individuals typically preferred to furnish their own spaces. Yining had already procured the necessary furnishings and planned to arrange them leisurely in due course. Since the living area was the first to be prepared and had been well ventilated beforehand, it was now free of formaldehyde and ready for occupancy. The smaller laboratory at the back had been converted into an equipment room, featuring 2 rooms for equipment personnel, followed by various devices. Among these was a diesel generator connected to the entire shelter's power system, ready to activate in the event of an external power outage. Additionally, there were 2 small wind turbines, ensuring ample backup. Yining recalled that in her previous life, power had only been cut 3 months after the apocalypse began, with communications severed entirely once the zombie outbreak commenced. She vividly remembered the panic and helplessness she felt during the first blackout at the hospital, frantically calling Li Churin until her phone died without a response. Water supply was sourced from underground, with pipes wrapped in thick insulation, and the water quality had been tested by professionals. Even in the event of a water supply issue, melting snow would suffice. In her past life, she and Xiao Jingchun had consumed melted snow without any adverse effects. Moreover, as industrial activity ceased, the air grew increasingly fresh. The roof was also insulated, and a boiler room had been constructed externally, with heating pipes connecting all rooms to ensure warmth and hot water supply. Yining exited the living area, satisfied beyond her expectations, feeling a burgeoning anticipation for her future life here. After inspecting the living quarters, it was time to assess the warehouses, which had been further reinforced and insulated. 2 smaller warehouses had also been added, enveloped in thick insulation. Adjacent to the warehouses, 2 small cottages had been designated for the warehouse managers. The former greenbelt flower bed had been transformed into 4 greenhouses, each covering 200 square meters, now filled with nutrient-rich soil and equipped with ventilation and air conditioning systems. As a young lady unaccustomed to manual labor, Yining knew little about cultivation. These greenhouses might serve to grow flowers or perhaps fulfill other unforeseen purposes. Regardless, having them was undoubtedly advantageous. Finally, a row of staff apartments, consisting of 6 buildings, had been fully equipped with living amenities and insulated thoroughly. Once everything had been inspected, Yining and Li Zhongbua stepped out of the shelter. "What do you think, Miss Yi? Is there anything you believe requires improvement?" Li Zhongbua inquired politely. "Very good. Though not entirely perfect, it was nearly flawless. And with only 10 days remaining until the apocalypse, there was little time left for modifications. Miss Yi, may I ask if you intend to reside here yourself or conduct business?" Li Zhongbua finally voiced his curiosity. "Ah, that is a trade secret. I cannot divulge that," Yining replied, donning her sunglasses and taking her place in the driver's seat. There was no need to share such information with outsiders, especially given her lack of rapport with Li Zhongbua. "I will settle the remaining payment tomorrow," she declared, rolling up the window and driving away. The following day, upon transferring the final payment as agreed, Yining officially took possession of the shelter keys. With the shelter in order, the next task was to transport supplies. The items she had previously stockpiled filled every corner, with even more stored in the peak warehouse. Yining intended to clear out this space before acquiring additional items that were more challenging to store. The most space-consuming items were timber and coal. Previously anxious about unforeseen circumstances, Yining had amassed a considerable stockpile. Timber soon filled an entire warehouse as it was neatly stacked, followed by the coal, which consisted of the finest quality, high-efficiency anthracite. While coal produced substantial heat, it also posed a risk of carbon monoxide emissions when burned. The leaves of the citrus tree are intended for use in the boiler room, while the fireplace within the house can simply utilize wood. Both coal and wood are highly combustible materials. Therefore, precautions have been taken by Yesing to install smoke detectors and automatic fire extinguishing equipment in the warehouse. The coal occupies 2 warehouses entirely, ensuring that all stored fuel is secured. Naturally, Yesing has also reserved a portion within her space, as she can never forget the days spent shivering in the bitter cold with Xiao Jingchen in her previous life. Only with ample heating supplies nearby can she attain a sufficient sense of security. Subsequently, Yesing made another trip to transfer the wood and coal accumulated at the peak to her space, then organize them within the shelter's warehouse. Currently, all 4 warehouses are filled, leaving only 2 available. After arranging the fuel, she proceeded to place the previously stored blankets, down jackets, tarps, and tents. Various miscellaneous items, such as barbed wire, were also organized in the apartment located behind the living area. These apartments, temporarily devoid of other uses, serve solely as storage. When purchasing, Yesing had insisted that all supplies be vacuum-packed, making the organization process quite effortless. In the days to come, she need only check periodically to prevent mice from gnawing through the vacuum bags. Once all supplies were properly arranged, Yesing began to set up the furniture she had acquired for the living area. First, she attended to her future bedroom, a cozy suite equipped with a private bathroom, shower, walk-in closet, and a sitting area. While the space does not compare to the luxury of her previous residence with Li Churen, it is nonetheless fully functional. Yesing extracted a brand new European-style bed from her space, followed by a sofa and chairs. As she is yet to move in, all items remain wrapped in protective film. Next, she proceeded to the sitting area, where several large boxes lay upon the carpet. The walk-in closet, considerably smaller than the one in the Li household, prompted Yesing to only bring a few sets of casual loungewear, leaving behind the luxurious furs and evening gowns in her space. After relocating all bedroom furniture, Yesing then turned her attention to the room prepared for Xiao Jingchun, situated diagonally across from her own. She had already sent him a message with the address, anticipating his arrival, though she had yet to receive a response. Yesing retrieved all the furniture designated for Xiao Jingchun, carefully chosen according to his preferences, along with some cherished belongings he had left at the Yi residence. She then moved on to the gym, having purchased several sets of exercise equipment, of which she extracted 1 set from her space. She continued this process for the kitchen, lounge, and study. In no time, all furnishings for the various rooms were arranged. After everything intended for the living area was set up, Yesing proceeded to the glass house, extracting the fertilizer she had prepared, along with other necessary supplies for her farming endeavors. Unsure if this would suffice, she contemplated purchasing more if space allowed. With these items removed from her space, it was suddenly half empty. Yesing called Gao Feng, instructing him to procure additional supplies, as she currently possessed approximately 300 million in cash. With the impending apocalypse, this money would be of little use. It was imperative to spend it all in the coming days. Just as Yesing was immersed in her tasks, her WeChat phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at her phone to find it was Shangwan Rong. She recalled that she had forgotten to delete Shangwan Rong from her contacts. After contemplating for a moment, she pressed the answer button, curious to hear what nonsense Shangwan Rong wished to spew. Yesing, do you have a moment? I would like to talk to you. Despite her request, Shangwan Rong's tone bore an unmistakable arrogance, a habit formed from her long-standing dominance over Yesing. I'm busy, Yesing replied without hesitation, promptly ending the call. She had no time to entertain Shangwan Rong's demands. No sooner had Yesing hung up than the phone rang again. Still Shangwan Rong. State your business directly, Yesing said curtly. Yesing, I realize I may have wronged you previously. Shangwan Rong awkwardly attempted to soften her tone. If you are willing to relinquish the 10 billion that Churen gave you, our Li family can support you and Churen in reconciling. So, they were after that 10 billion. Yesing realized the cunning scheme. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in that. As for the 10 billion you mentioned, I've already spent it. What? Yesing, you must be joking. 10 billion. How could you possibly have spent it all so quickly? Where did it go? Shangwan Rong pressed urgently. None of your business. It's my money. I can spend it as I please, and you have no right to question me. How can I not be concerned? In the past, the Yi family and the Li family shared a close relationship. It is only fair that I discipline you on behalf of Yi Jingtian. At the mention of her father's name, Yesing felt a metallic ringing in her ears, as if her mind had suddenly exploded. Her voice sharpened with indignation. Discipline me on behalf of my father? People like you who repay kindness with malice have no right to utter his name. Yesing, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by repaying kindness with malice? I refuse to believe that Yi Jingtian would help Churin without any obligation to our family. What a treacherous wolf. What a tale of the farmer and the snake. In that moment, all the grievances Yesing endured in her previous life seemed to find resolution. The crux of the matter lay here. The Yi family's selfless assistance had morphed into countless conspiracy theories in the eyes of these dark-hearted individuals, becoming a source of their grievances. I'm sorry, but I have absolutely no interest in your proposal. Yesing coldly hung up the phone, yet beneath her calm demeanor, a volcanic fury raged within her, threatening to consume the world around her. Meanwhile, after their wedding ceremony, Li Charan and Lin Mingru had returned to the villa where Yesing once resided. Initially, they had planned to embark on a honeymoon trip to a renowned island post-ceremony, but all plans had been scrapped. Li Charan sat expressionless on the sofa, while Lin Mingru silently perched beside him, with wedding styling still in his hair. He loosened his bow tie, staring blankly out the window, ignoring Lin Mingru as if she were mere air, an entity non-existent in this world. The red paper cuttings on the window resembled twisted faces, mocking him with their grasping claws. Li Charan's gaze seemed entranced by these decorations, growing more convinced that they were indeed ridiculing him, mocking his foolishness, his naivety, and his inability to discern true character. Clear all of this away. Consumed by fury, hurled the crystal glass across the room. It soared like a fleeting meteor before shattering against the wall, scattering into a myriad of useless fragments, akin to a fractured heart beyond repair. The household staff, though perplexed, immediately began to tidy the mess. Seeing the servants depart, Lin Mingru alluringly nestled beside Li Charan, her hand slithering like a serpent across his thigh. Charan, I acknowledge my error. Forgive me, I implore you. I shall do anything to earn your pardon, she said with suggestive intent. Li Charan's face was as frigid as if it could freeze the very air. He brusquely pushed away Lin Mingru's wandering hand, then seized her chin in a vice-like grip, pinning her against the wall. Lin Mingru's back collided sharply against the cold, unyielding surface, as if an unfeeling hand had slammed her against the icy barrier. She instinctively recoiled like a wounded animal. Charan, release me, it hurts, she pleaded in pain. Li Charan, with ruthless ease, forced Lin Mingru's face upwards, compelling her to meet his gaze. His eyes, streaked with crimson, blazed with a feral intensity, sending a shiver down her spine. I am warning you, he growled. Do not touch me. Stay away from me, or face the consequences. Do you comprehend? Charan, we are wed, Lin Mingru said, feigning a servile smile, attempting to appease him, knowing that he was undoubtedly angered by her actions. Yet, she believed that by humbling herself, she could soften his heart, and then seize an opportunity to seduce him in the bedchamber. However, Li Charan, devoid of any tenderness, tightened his grip, constricting Lin Mingru's neck. Her face flushed crimson as she glimpsed the specter of death beckoning her. Did you understand? I will not repeat the question. Li Charan's voice, a low rumble, echoed with menace in her ear. In that moment, Lin Mingru understood the duality of human nature, the capacity for both angelic grace and demonic cruelty. I understand, she exclaimed, her face etched with terror, abandoning all her petty schemes. Good that you understand. Now leave. Li Charan released her abruptly. Finally able to breathe freely, Lin Mingru clutched her throat, coughing. Just then, Shangguan Rong, having suffered a humiliating defeat at Yi Ning's hands, alighted from the car, his face a mask of grim displeasure. Seeing the ominous situation, Lin Mingru stealthily attempted to retreat to her room. But it was too late. Lin, Ming, Ru, Shangguan Rong hissed, spitting out each word with venomous force. He strode towards Lin Mingru and seized her hair. It was because of this harlot that Charan had lost 10 million and had been humiliated by Yi Ning. Her anger was reaching a boiling point. Where do you think you're going? You harlot. Mom, let go. Lin Mingru shrieked. Mom? I spit on that. You are not worthy to call me mom. You shameless hussy. Shangguan Rong spat on Lin Mingru's face. Lin Mingru touched her face, recoiling from the foul spittle, feeling nauseous. The sound of another car arriving echoed through the air. It was Lin Mingru's son, Xiao Yu, returning. To keep the news of Lin Mingru's son a secret, he had been sent to a summer camp abroad a few days ago, and was now back. Xiaoyu was a chubby, arrogant boy, evidently spoiled. Even before he entered the house, his voice rang out. "Grandma, Zhuang Zishuan from summer camp got a yacht from his dad. I want one too, and I don't care what it takes." Hearing Xiaoyu's voice only fueled Shangwan Rong's rage. She had treated him like her own grandson for so long, only to discover he was an illegitimate child. "Grandma? Who is your grandma? You little bastard. A yacht? I spit on that. Go ask your real father to buy you one." "Grandma, I want a yacht. I don't care." Xiaoyu bawled, oblivious to Shangwan Rong's hidden meaning, throwing a tantrum on the floor. Shangwan Rong found him increasingly repulsive. She grabbed Lin Mingru's collar again. "You're just in time. Let's clarify who this bastard's father is." Another chaotic scene ensued. Li Charan was disturbed by the noise. "All right, Mom. Stop it. It won't do any good to hit her now. If she gets injured, it will only cause trouble if someone sees it. It's not worth it." Shangwan Rong paused, realizing Charan was right. If the tabloid reporters caught wind of it, tomorrow's headlines would scream, "Mingran Group CEO Li Charan assaults new wife," and all hell would break loose. Shangwan Rong glared at Lin Mingru, seething with resentment. "Hussy, you got off easy." But she would never accept Lin Mingru, not in a million years. She had to make Lin Mingru leave with nothing to satisfy her hatred. Lin Mingru seized the opportunity and quickly took Xiaoyu back to their room. Back in the room, Lin Mingru winced as she lifted her shirt in front of the mirror. The spots where Shangwan Rong had kicked her lower back were now bruised and purple. That old hag, she really hits hard. She had to find a way to win back Charan's heart. And that harlot Yining, if it hadn't been for Yining, Charan wouldn't have found out about her past. She had hidden it so well. Then, Lin Mingru suddenly remembered the plan she had devised to deal with Yining. She dialed a familiar number, lowering her voice. "Fei, I need you to do something for me. I need you to find some people. Yining, just you wait. I'll make you regret this." Meanwhile, Yining had finished placing all the items in the shelter, and the space was now half empty. She first took the time to go home and see Da Huang and Huang. She had been too busy lately to bring them with her. The two pups were overjoyed to see their master. "Da Huang, Huang, I'll be busy for the next few days. Be good, okay?" Yining scratched Huang's neck. Suddenly, Da Huang barked at her twice, as if trying to tell her something. "What is it, Da Huang?" Yining soothed it, stroking its head, and stood up. Da Huang led Yining to the dining room and stopped in front of a photo, barking twice. Yining looked closely and saw it was a photo of her and Xiao Jingxin. Yining had an epiphany. She gently stroked Da Huang's head. "You miss your male master, don't you?" "Woof." Da Huang wagged its tail, as if saying yes. "Don't worry. I will find him. Even if I can't find him, he will come looking for us." Her tone was resolute and unwavering, as if articulating an unshakable vow. She recalled her past life, where that man always appeared by her side at critical moments, descending like a celestial warrior to rescue her from peril. This sensation fortified her belief that even in this unfamiliar world, their bond remained intact. He would not stray too far from her. Each time she faced adversity, she felt a profound conviction deep within her heart. This belief was not baseless. It stemmed from her profound trust and reliance on him. She was convinced that no matter the obstacles, as long as she persevered, they would eventually reunite. Just as in her past life, he would arrive at the most opportune moment, providing her with strength and courage. This time, she too would bravely pursue and await their reunion. Yining did not linger at home for long. After finishing her meal, she made her way to Gao Feng's side. By then, Xiao Min had already been discharged from the hospital and held a fondness for this angelic sister, calling her sister incessantly upon seeing her. Recently, Yining had arranged for the warehouse to be renovated, raising and thickening the original walls, erecting watchtowers, installing surveillance cameras, and connecting a generator. The guard room had been transformed into a cozy two-room suite, equipped with insulation and a fireplace, serving as a potential residence for Gao Feng and Xiao Min. Through her interactions, Yining had come to regard Gao Feng's character favorably. However, having witnessed the darkness of this world, she was acutely aware of how terrifying individuals could become in a lawless environment. Unless one had shared life and death experiences, she would not permit anyone to reside in her sanctuary. Yet, in an apocalyptic world, it was also impossible to survive without forming alliances. In her past life, after enduring extreme cold and hordes of zombies, most people perished, leaving only a handful to scrape by. Yet, some had keenly noticed the erratic climate early on, including a few energy tycoons who already controlled resources. They gathered numerous followers using their assets, and once the world lost its institutional constraints, they began to plunder resources more recklessly, even resorting to murder over a box of instant noodles. In her previous life, Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchen encountered such individuals several times, ultimately relinquishing the supplies they had fought hard to obtain. Yi Ning had no intention of abandoning Gao Feng. She planned to transform this place into a stronghold for the future, allowing Gao Feng to guard it for now, while considering the inclusion of new members later. "Uncle Gao, how have you been settling in lately?" Yi Ning surveyed the surroundings. "Quite well. The furniture is all new, and it's spacious," Gao Feng replied, genuinely grateful to Yi Ning. He had sold his home long ago to pay for Xiao Min's medical treatment. Though this was merely a rental, it provided him and his grandson with a place to call home. "Could you help me procure some timber and coal? See how much can fit in these 2 warehouses," Yi Ning requested. Gao Feng noted that timber could be placed directly against the wall, covered with tarpaulin for protection. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yi Ning's mind. "Indeed, we can stack timber along the wall at the sanctuary and store the coal in bags beside it, covered with tarpaulin as well, saving considerable space. Let's do this. Order 10 truckloads of timber and 500 tons of coal, ensuring the coal is properly bagged. Remember, the quicker, the better." "Understood, miss." Gao Feng nodded. "Also, could you find out where these supplies are available? Let me know once you have the information." Yi Ning handed Gao Feng a list, which included crossbows and diesel. "What does the young lady need these for?" he inquired, though he accepted the items without further question. Gao Feng worked swiftly, utilizing his established connections, and the timber and coal were delivered the very next day. As it was peak summer, suppliers were idly passing the time, so they acted quickly upon receiving such a substantial order. Yi Ning stored the fuel in her space and filled the remaining warehouses, stacking timber and coal against the walls. This stockpile should suffice, even for 100 more people. Gao Feng also gathered information about the items on the list. In City A, there existed a black market with numerous goods unavailable elsewhere. Purchase these items in batches. Money is no object. But be cautious. Do not reveal your identity or attract attention. Yi Ning instructed, aware of the treachery prevalent in such places. In her past life, the zombie outbreak had occurred 2 years after an intense cold snap. During a brief warming phase, zombies moved with remarkable speed, some even capable of scaling walls. Only a shot to the head could ensure their demise, necessitating weaponry. Fortunately, zombies had blind spots, relying on sound and light to identify targets. However, the humans of the apocalypse were far more terrifying. Any hint of advantage could lead to betrayal. Gao Feng was adept at handling tasks and quickly acquired a considerable number of crossbows, arrows, and steel balls. "No one suspected your identity, right?" Yi Ning asked. "None. The seller was inquisitive, but I managed to deflect their inquiries," Gao Feng replied, always cautious in his dealings. Yi Ning nodded approvingly. "Good work, though the quantity isn't substantial, and the price is steep. Next time, casually mention that you are with the Xin Yuan group. If you come across any other valuable items, feel free to purchase them without consulting me." The Xin Yuan group was the largest consortium in City A, ostensibly engaged in resource trading. Yet it operated in both legal and illicit realms, conducting numerous gray market transactions behind the scenes. In her previous life, the Xin Yuan group had become the largest survivor enclave, controlling seafood harvesting along the coast and hoarding supplies throughout City A, practically ruling as a warlord. "Miss, why are you purchasing such an arsenal?" Gao Feng asked, somewhat perplexed. "Nothing in particular, merely being prepared. After all, some individuals must be guarded against." Although the shelter was situated far from the areas controlled by the previous life as consortium, precautions were nonetheless necessary. After Gao Feng received his orders, Yi Ning returned to the Yi family estate. At last, all the supplies for the shelter were gathered, and Yi Ning intended to have Wang Ma and her husband, along with De Huang and Heir Huang, move in first to tidy up and oversee the materials. Wang Ma and her husband had dedicated their lives to the Yi family, embodying honesty and loyalty, and they worked tirelessly without complaint. They had a single son who, along with his wife, was also employed at the Yi family's residence. Currently, they had no children. This family was composed of upright individuals, making their transition to the shelter quite seamless. More importantly, managing such a vast shelter could not fall solely on her shoulders. Assistance was essential, lest she become overwhelmed. Wang Ma quickly gathered her belongings and accompanied Yin Ning to the shelter. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the towering stacks of lumber. The young lady had hoarded such an extensive supply of wood. Was she planning to establish a lumber factory? Yining felt no need to explain, as it would be futile. Even if she did, they would not comprehend. Once inside, Yining reassigned their living quarters. Wang Ma and her husband would reside in the gatekeeper's lodge, while Wang Ma's son and daughter-in-law would occupy the management room adjacent to the warehouse. This industrious family wasted no time and promptly began cleaning upon unpacking their belongings. Yining then led to Huang and Heir Huang to their designated room, which was adorned with warmth and comfort. It boasted a cozy bed, a doghouse, a sofa, climbing structures, and an array of toys, transforming the space into a private sanctuary for the two. This will be your new home, and I hope you both will live in harmony without constant bickering, she advised. Recalling how Huang and Heir Huang had a penchant for fierce canine battles in their previous life. Satisfied with their new abode, the two dogs explored their surroundings. Huang, take a moment to sniff around and see if anything seems amiss. Also, check if there are any other entrances aside from the main gate. Since the shelter's completion, she had yet to conduct a thorough inspection. Li Zhengbo was a man of dubious reputation, straddling both the legitimate and illicit worlds. To outsiders, she appeared to be a frail woman, yet one must always remain vigilant. Huang, upon receiving the command, joyfully dashed out to investigate. After half an hour, Huang returned, wagging his tail and tugging at Yin Ning's pant leg, signaling her to follow. Soon, they reached a seemingly ordinary wall where Huang paused, wagging his tail and barking. What could be unusual about this wall? Yining pressed her face against it for a closer inspection, but discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Huang placed his front paws against the wall and continued to bark, urging her to pay attention. Leaning in closer, Yining knocked on the surface. A hollow sound resonated, prompting her to check other walls as well. Realizing something was amiss, she called Wang Ma to bring a sledgehammer. With a determined swing, she struck the wall, creating a sizable opening amidst a cloud of dust. Her suspicions were confirmed. This wall was indeed hollow. Li Zhengbo had left a hidden trap. Yining had been on alert ever since she had cautiously inquired about the shelter's purpose. Fortunately, she had taken precautions and arranged for a small construction crew through Gao phone. She retrieved her phone. "Hello, Head Wang. Please bring your team over this afternoon and don't forget the tools." That very afternoon, a group of sturdy men, led by a lean elder, arrived at the shelter's entrance in a van. Without pausing for rest, they promptly began their work. The hollow wall was to be reinforced with concrete, and a new wall would be constructed 10 meters beyond the existing one, topped with barbed wire. This way, any intruder would have to scale 2 walls to gain entry. Yining had deliberately sought a small crew to evade Li Zhengbo's attention. She also arranged to replace the electronic lock on the main gate with a traditional bolt. In extreme cold, electronic locks were prone to failure, while conventional lock could easily become obstructed. A physical bolt posed no such issues. With these arrangements made, Yining drove away from the shelter. The countdown to the impending extreme cold had begun, and she still had a few final tasks to complete. Upon returning to the Yi family estate in her Lamborghini, Yining was engulfed by a wave of nostalgia as she gazed at the house that held countless memories. Through the dappled sunlight, she envisioned her childhood self rushing home after school, bursting into her parents' embrace. She recalled moments spent digging ant hills beneath trees, while Xiao Jingchun quietly stood in her room, handing her tools. Behind the curtains, a blushing girl shyly observed a white-clad boy below. Time had been both beautiful and merciless, and today marked her departure from this cherished place. Taking a deep breath to anchor herself away from reminiscence, Yining strode decisively through the door. The living room's sofa still bore the faint scent of her father's smoke. The antique shelf against the wall held her mother's beloved jade carvings. Silently, She gathered these mementos into her space. The parlor displayed an array of trophies and certificates she had earned throughout her life, which she meticulously retrieved from the glass cabinet and stored away. Soon, she found herself in her own room, the decor untouched since her marriage. The bookshelf brimmed with treasures from her youth, along with valuable gifts from her parents, tokens of love and esteem she had once cherished. Gazing at these items, she pondered why she had once belittled herself for the sake of so-called love. Her parents' room remained unchanged, a haunting reminder of their absence since the tragic incident. Each time she entered, the pain was nearly unbearable. She vividly remembered her father, glasses perched on his nose, teasing her while poring over documents. "Once my precious daughter has children, I'll retire to dote on my grandchild." The old reading glasses on the bedside table awaited their owner, but that owner would never return. Finally, she entered Xiao Jingchun's room, which was simple, a bed and a bookshelf containing a few books, along with a photograph of them together. Ever since he had attended boarding school in his teens, he had only spent brief holidays here. Before long, Yining had gathered all her belongings and stepped outside. The sunlight was bright, prompting her to instinctively shield her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she pulled out her phone and called the landscaping company. If possible, she wishes to pack every flower and tree from this place and take them with her. Perhaps one day, when the bitter cold is ended, she could replant them, allowing them to thrive and multiply once again. All of the Yi family's possessions would be carefully preserved in her space until the end of days. Farewell, dear parents. I promise to take good care of myself and cherish my life, as well as that of Jingchen. After leaving the Yi residence, she arrived at the five-star hotel where she had previously stayed. Until the walls were built, she intended to reside there. Having just finished her shower, Yining received a call from Gaofeng, who had procured another batch of weapons. Although they were all cold weapons, they were certainly better than having none. She casually inquired about Xiaomin's health and informed Gaofeng that she had spoken to the doctor to prescribe some medication for Xiaomin, instructing him to pick it up when he had the chance before ending the call. Sitting on the sofa, Yining dried her hair while turning on the television. The news from City A flashed on the screen, and to her surprise, she recognized a familiar face. Li Churen, the president of the Mengran Group, had recently been selected as one of the top 10 outstanding youth in City A. He appeared quite pleased with himself. It seemed that the incident involving Lin Mingru had not significantly affected him. Indeed, this man remained as cold-blooded as ever. Yining curled her lips in disdain and pressed the remote to change the channel. The Typhoon Yunyan was set to make landfall in City M, having already traversed multiple cities and caused considerable economic damage. According to meteorological forecasts, the typhoon was expected to reach their city in 3 days. As expected, the bitter cold was drawing near. In her previous life, the Typhoon Yunyan had also appeared, and on the 4th day after it brushed past City A, the bitter cold descended. Clearly, she needed to act swiftly. In an ordinary house in the southern suburbs of City A, a strikingly handsome young man dressed in black sat before the television, his eyes sharp like an eagle, fixated on the screen as if he could see through it and into the world beyond. The Yunyan typhoon was indeed approaching. He carelessly tossed the remote onto the coffee table. With a creak, the door behind him swung open, revealing a burly, disheveled middle-aged man clad in brown work pants and a gray tank top, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a scruffy beard, and a scar on his chin. "Mr. Xiao, the task has been completed," he said respectfully. "Good, I understand. Is everything stored in the warehouse?" Xiao Jingchun inquired. Long Fei looked at the extraordinarily handsome young man before him, who, despite his youthful features, exuded an inexplicable sense of authority. "Everything has been prepared, but Mr. Xiao, are we truly safe after robbing Xi and Yuan Group's goods?" Long Fei asked anxiously. He was well aware of Xi and Yuan Group's capabilities. Not long ago, had it not been for Mr. Xiao, he might not have survived after offending them. "I'm well aware. Just ensure the task is executed properly," Xiao Jingchen replied. "Understood." Long Fei no longer questioned, closing the door behind him as he exited. Since Mr. Xiao assured him there would be no issues, he believed it wholeheartedly. Even if problems arose, he was willing to share his fate with Mr. Xiao. From the day Mr. Xiao saved him, he vowed that this life would belong to Mr. Xiao alone. Once Long Fei left, Xiao Jingchen took his phone from his pocket, gazing at a photo of Yining, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yining, rest assured, this time I'll protect you well. Meanwhile, Yining was busy stocking up on supplies for the impending apocalypse. With ample space remaining, she ordered over 100 tables of meals from the most expensive restaurant in City A. She had dined there with her parents in her childhood, and for every establishment still in operation, she ordered 500 portions. She also procured over 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, along with 200 portions of various desserts she once adored. Having endured the torment of hunger, only an abundance of food could provide a sense of security. Additionally, Yining ordered 10 replacement generators, a truckload of batteries, candles, matches, and flashlights. She also arranged for several trucks of gas canisters. Hundreds of boxes of luminous toys, remote control cars, and airplanes were included. These items might prove useful in critical moments. With the bitter cold approaching, it would be impossible to drive, so she ordered several snowmobiles and sleds. Fortunately, there was an upcoming expo for winter supplies, where Yining could acquire everything she needed. Since she ordered sleds, she couldn't forget about sled dogs. She planned to take to Huang along to choose some in a few days. The expo indeed had numerous valuable items, special frostbite ointment, thermal gloves, and various fur hats and coats, as well as insulated cups and thermometers. Yining purchased anything she deemed useful, even acquiring 2 snowplows. Moreover, there was one supply she had not previously considered: strong liquor, perfect for warming oneself in the frigid cold. She cleared the entire stock of high-proof tequila, leaving the sales staff in astonishment. After leaving the expo, Yining visited Gaofeng's warehouse, where she stored the latest fuel shipment, along with a warehouse full of daily necessities and various medications. Is there anything inconvenient about living here lately? Yining inquired, noting that there were only a few days left for adjustments. Nothing inconvenient. Everything is quite good. It's just that without a kitchen, it's not very convenient for cooking. It's manageable for a day or two, but eating out long-term might not be good for Xiaomin's health. Gaofeng was indeed finding it challenging to juggle both parental roles, taking care of Xiaomin's diet and daily needs. Yining had not considered the cooking issue when designing the house. However, she couldn't tell Gaofeng that the apocalypse was imminent and that there would be little opportunity for cooking in the future. Since Gaofeng raised the concern, Yining decided to fulfill his wish. In that case, let's hire a construction team to build one. By the way, place another order for supplies in the next couple of days. Fill the southern warehouse with wood and coal and pile it high along the outer walls. Remember, the more, the better. The northern warehouse should be stocked with daily necessities, food, instant meals, and staple foods in abundance. The small ice storage in the middle should contain more fruits and vegetables. Yining instructed. Have you already retrieved Xiao Min's medication? Yining asked. Yes, I have retrieved it. Gaofeng nodded, recalling how astonished he had been to see a large bag of medications. You must remain here all day for the next few days. If something arises and you must go out, just give me a call. Understood. Gaofeng nodded slightly. Yining intended to explain a few more details when her phone suddenly rang. It was from the landscaping company. Hello, Miss Yi. All the trees in your yard have been carefully uprooted, as per your request. We have made every effort to avoid damaging their original root systems to ensure their survival after transplantation. Do you have time to come and inspect the work now? I will come right away, Yining replied, driving towards the Yi residence. An hour later, she finally arrived home. The yard was filled with flowers, plants, and trees that had been meticulously uprooted, their roots and soil tightly wrapped in plastic. The landscaping workers were still tidying up the site. Yining instructed them to move all the trees into the garage and then dismiss them. She gathered all the plants and trees into her space, took the car keys, and headed towards the garage door. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over her, a strange feeling she couldn't quite articulate. Yet it had saved her countless times in her past life. Yining pulled out her phone and strode towards the door. Just as her hand reached for the garage door, a fierce gust of wind struck from behind. Before she could react, a sharp pain surged through her skull, and darkness enveloped her. Her head throbbed, as if it might split apart. Where was she? Right? She had been attacked, and then kidnapped. The pain was intense, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer. Stealthily, She cracked her eyes open to assess her situation. Her hands and feet were bound with rough ropes, but her clothing remained intact, and there were no notable injuries, thankfully. It appeared to be a dilapidated warehouse. Aside from her, there were two tattooed men, clearly not of good character. "Boss, she seems to be waking up," exclaimed one of the shorter, leaner men with dyed yellow hair, noticing her stirring. "Waking up? Let's go check it out." Upon realizing she had been discovered, Yining dropped her pretense. "Who do you work for?" she demanded, striving to maintain her composure. Well, this little lady has some guts. I like that. Who we work for is none of your concern, but soon enough, you'll be mine," the yellow-haired youth leered. A jolt of fear shot through Yining, yet she remained outwardly calm. In a flash of inspiration, a fruit knife materialized in her hand. As she cautiously began to cut through the ropes, she diverted their attention. "Did Shangwan Rong send you? Or was it Li Churin or Lin Mingru?" Noticing their lack of response, she observed them inching closer with lewd intentions, causing her heart to race. The cold blade grazed her skin, suppressing a cry of pain. Her mind suddenly alighted on someone. "It must be Qinqianqi, right?" The two men paused, visibly taken aback. "You know Chiga?" they exclaimed. "Indeed, it is him. Truly. He is Lin Mingru's son's biological father, willing to do anything for her. How much did he pay you?" "I can offer you 3 times the amount." Yining accelerated her cutting, urgency propelling her movements. The two men exchanged glances. "How much can you offer? Would 1 million be sufficient?" Yining retorted, knowing Chun Tianqi was merely a petty thug with limited resources. "Of course, that's enough, but it's a pity you're too beautiful. We want both your money and you." "Lu, go block the door. We can't let the boss ruin our fun," the yellow-haired man remarked while shedding his clothes. "You really are something else, waiting for her to wake up. Otherwise, we'd have already succeeded," the other complained as he walked towards the warehouse door. "Stop talking nonsense. They were all here earlier. If we had a good thing going, wouldn't they have taken their share first?" At that moment, Yining successfully cut through the ropes. Seizing the opportunity while the yellow-haired man was distracted, she violently freed her upper body and swiftly severed the bindings on her feet. "Lu, that woman is escaping. Damn it. Catch her," yelled the yellow-haired youth. "Damn it. How'd she hide that knife?" "I'll block the door. You corner her." Yining held the fruit knife, evading their grasp while contemplating her escape. The entrance was already blocked, but there were windows. She casually inched toward the window, though the two men quickly discerned her intentions. "What now?" "The window is blocked too. If push comes to shove, we might have to fight to the end." The two men, sensing her desperation, grinned maliciously, closing in on her. "Run. Let's see where you think you can escape," they taunted, advancing towards her with increasingly sinister expressions. Suddenly, as Yining pondered her escape, the main door was kicked open from the outside. A striking young man in a blue t-shirt and light gray casual pants appeared at the entrance, radiating an aura akin to a dazzling star, capturing everyone's attention. The blazing sunlight illuminated his exquisitely chiseled features, as if he were a masterpiece crafted by divine hands. "Jing Chun, what are you doing here?" Yining gasped, her heart swelling with surprise and joy. Seizing the moment of distraction, she dashed to Xiao Jingchun's side. "I will explain later. First, let us deal with these two scoundrels," he said, pulling Yining behind him. "You cheeky brat. You think we're pushovers? You've interrupted our fun. Lu, show 'em what we're made of." The men, dismissing Xiao Jingchun's seemingly slender frame, lunged at him. "Oomph," with a cold scoff. Xiao Jingchun executed a series of swift kicks, bringing both men crashing to the ground. "Yining, you're hurt." He turned to her. Concern etched across his face as he noticed the bloodied hand and bruises on her wrist. "Jingchun, I'm fine, just some superficial injuries," she replied, attempting to conceal her hand behind her back. "How can you say you're fine when you're bleeding?" Xiao Jingchun grasped her hand firmly. "I'm sorry, Yining. I arrived too late." Guilt flooded his expression. If only he had come sooner, she wouldn't have been hurt. "It's all right, Jingchun. I'm okay," Yining reassured him, but her voice trembled with emotion. "Finally, I found you." Overwhelmed by pent-up grievances, she embraced Xiao Jingchun and wept. After some time, her emotions settled. "Jingchun, let us go." She longed to leave that place immediately. "All right." Xiao Jingchun held her hand and led her towards the exit. "Wait, what about those two?" The two men lay on the ground, moaning in agony, their limbs likely broken. "Don't worry. Someone will take care of them," Xiao Jingchen replied, a glint of menace in his eyes. How dare they harm someone under his protection? They were courting death. Yining accompanied Xiao Jingchen into his black culinan. Xiao Jingchen retrieved gauze and iodine from the storage compartment, meticulously tending to her wounds. "It doesn't tea hurt? I'll be gentle," he assured her. His movements were delicate and tender, as if he were mending a priceless treasure. His warm breath brushed against her cool skin, and the atmosphere began to heat up. "Jingchen, I'm fine. I can do it myself." Yining, feeling a bit embarrassed, attempted to take the cotton swab from him. Listen to me." Xiao Jingchen gently restrained her restless hand. Once her wounds were finally treated, he started the engine of the culinan. The scenery outside the window whizzed by, and Yining's mood began to lift. "Jingchen, look, it's the elementary school we attended together. We often played in that park. Do you remember?" "Yining, I have something important to tell you." Xiao Jingchen suddenly spoke with a serious tone. "What?" Yining was momentarily taken aback. "Yining, I need you to listen carefully to what I'm about to say." He pulled over to the side of the road, leaned closer, and locked eyes with her. In the confined space of the driver's seat, she could almost feel the warmth of his breath, staring into his starry eyes. Yining felt an unexpected shyness wash over her, her cheeks flushing slightly as she turned her face away. "What do you want to say, Xiao Jingchen?" "Oh, right. De Huang and Air Huang are still at home. Perhaps we should head back first." Yining began to grasp what he was hinting at, but she was unsure how to confront it. Today had been overwhelming. Being kidnapped, nearly assaulted, meeting Xiao Jingchen, and escaping peril. Her thoughts were in disarray. "Yining, don't evade this. Listen to me." Xiao Jingchen gently cupped her face, forcing her to meet his gaze. "I've liked you since I was 15. My greatest regret in life is not confessing sooner, which caused me to lose you for so many years. I watched you fall for someone else, only to be unappreciated, wilting in neglect and indifference. Every day I saw you cry, my heart ached, and I loathed myself for not speaking up sooner, for allowing your heart to be claimed by another." Yining realized that Xiao Jingchen had harbored feelings for her since he was 15, but at that time, she only viewed him as a younger brother. Fortunately, the apocalypse arrived, giving her the chance to be by his side again. She recalled the first moment she found him in the hospital, shivering in a corner like a helpless little rabbit. She felt a mix of pity and guilt. But more than that, she experienced a secret joy. She could finally accompany him again, even amidst hunger and the biting cold. "Spending 10 years with you in this world's end, waking up each day to see your face has been my happiest time. 10 years of companionship in the apocalypse?" Yining could hardly believe her ears. "Indeed, Yining, it is I. I have also been reborn." Xiao Jingchen's gaze remained fixed on her, filled with an inexpressible tenderness. "In my past life, I missed you twice. In the quiet of each night spent together, my fingers longed to caress your cheek. To tell you, Yining, I love you. I wish to share my life with you, to watch the sun rise and set together, to journey to the ends of the earth. Yet, each time, I hesitated, fearing your rejection, fearing you hadn't yet recovered from past heartaches. I, Xiao Jingchen, can confront anything in this world, but I cannot bear to lose you. It was only when I saw you pierced by that laser sword that I realized how absurd I was. I watched you die before me, yet I didn't have the chance to express my feelings. Thankfully, fate granted me a second chance. I no longer wish to wait. I want to tell you, Yining, I love you. I await your answer, which I have longed for far too long." Xiao Jingchen gazed deeply into her eyes, his affection as profound as an unfathomable lake. He understood that his sudden confession was overwhelming, yet he could no longer suppress the feelings that had been bottled up for far too long. "Yining, I will count to 10. If you do not refuse, I shall take it as your acceptance." Yining felt dizzy, her mind clouded as memories flashed through her like a film reel. The first encounter at 7, the innocent friendship, a decade of companionship, his meticulous care, countless life-saving acts. Did she truly not know his feelings? Did she love him? 7, 8, finally. Yining slowly nodded. "Xiao Jingchen, we..." But before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Jingchen captured her lips, kissing her fervently. as if he sought to release all his love and pin up emotions in that moment. The kiss was long, as if it aimed to last until the end of time. Only when Yining could scarcely breathe did they part. Her face was crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Xiao Jingqian's gaze. Yet, he beamed with the satisfaction of a child who had received a beloved toy, tightly clasping her hand. Yining, let us return home together. Yining leaned against his shoulder, a blissful smile gracing her lips. All right, together we shall go home. By the way, Jingqian, when did you return? Why didn't you contact me? She finally emerged from her shyness, realizing she had many questions to ask. I've been back for a while, but had some other matters to attend to, which is why I didn't reach out. However, I have kept track of your every move. Otherwise, how could I have arrived in time to save you? You rascal, you actually spied on me. Yining feigned anger at Xiao Jingqian for not contacting her upon his return, not even leaving a message. Suddenly, Xiao Jingqian halted the car. What's wrong? Yining inquired, puzzled. Yining, I need to seriously tell you something. From now on, do not regard me as your younger brother. I want to be your man, do you understand? Xiao Jingqian pouted, carrying a hint of pride. All right, I understand. Yining quickly conceded. By the way, Jingqian, where are we headed now? She realized that she had never traveled this road before. Well, once we arrive, you'll find out. Xiao Jingqian replied, feigning mystery. Half an hour later, they finally reached their destination, a quaint farmhouse in the suburbs. As Yining stepped out of the car, she spotted a familiar figure. Long Fei, what are you doing here? Long Fei looked at her in confusion, as if to say, do we know each other? Yining suddenly recalled that in her previous life, she and Long Fei had met in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. At that time, Long Fei was being pursued by the Exine Yuan group, and Xiao Jingqian had intervened to assist him. They then traveled together, but during an attempt to seize supplies, Yining was stabbed 5 times while protecting Xiao Jingqian and succumbed to her injuries. Overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing an old acquaintance, Yining momentarily forgot that Long Fei likely did not recognize her yet. Xiao Jingqian wrapped his arm around Yining's waist and reassured her. It's all right. Long Fei, you may attend to your other tasks now. Yes. Long Fei respectfully nodded and returned to his work. Before long, Yining spotted 2 familiar faces, comrades from her past life. Sister Li, whose real name was Zhang Li, aged 34 and a divorcee, possessed formidable combat skills, but bore a tragic history. Lei Siming, a graduate student in agronomy and a junior of Xiao Jingqian, was a taciturn yet brilliant young man. No wonder Jingqian had not sought her out immediately upon his rebirth. He must have been searching for his allies. Jingqian, how did you find them? Yining leaned closer, whispering into Xiao Jingqian's ear. It took some effort. I'll explain everything when I have a moment, he replied, beckoning the others over and introducing Yining. Allow me to formally present Yining, my beloved. Playfully, Yining tapped Xiao Jingqian's chest, extending her hand. Hello, everyone. I am Yining. I look forward to your guidance. After exchanging pleasantries, Yining felt a deep sense of familiarity with these individuals, despite them not recognizing her in this lifetime. Xiao Jingqian then led her into a modest warehouse, its windows boarded up, enveloping the interior in darkness. He flicked on a dim, incandescent light, revealing over 20 large boxes, each meticulously covered with oilcloth, exuding an aura of mystery. What lies within these boxes? Yining inquired, her curiosity piqued as she opened one. To her astonishment, the boxes contained an array of gleaming firearms, their cold sheen emanating a palpable sense of menace in the dim light, making her skin prickle as if countless venomous serpents were targeting her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly shut the box. Compared to these weapons, the items she had procured from the black market were mere child's play. Jingqian, where did you acquire these? They must be illegal to trade. Do you recall the Exine Yuan group? These were originally their goods, but I intercepted them, Xiao Jingqian stated nonchalantly. Jingqian, you are far too bold. If they discover this, it will spell trouble. The Exine Yuan group is notoriously ruthless, Yining expressed her concern. Rest assured, the apocalypse is imminent. They won't trace these back to me. Even if they do, I am unafraid. Xiao Jingqian gently embraced Yining, soothing her worries, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Yining felt a wave of calm wash over her. Yining. In the cloaked darkness, an intimate tension began to rise as Xiao Jingchen's hands wandered. Jingchen, do not speak. I fear I might bite your tongue, he murmured, pressing his warm lips against hers. After a quarter of an hour, Yining finally blushed and extricated herself. She smoothed out her rumpled dress, her cheeks flushed like ripe cherries. After their passionate entanglement, they recalled the pressing matters at hand. Yining stored all 20 boxes in her space, half filled with an assortment of firearms and the other half with rare energy equipment, items unobtainable by mere wealth. The Xian Yuan group had suffered a significant loss this time. After securing these, Xiao Jingchen led her to another small warehouse filled with diesel and gasoline. Jingchen, how did you amass such a supply? I had intended to gather some, but lacked the means. That is of no concern to you. Just ensure you store these properly. After Yining had secured the fuel, she suddenly remembered that Xiao Jingchen had yet to visit the haven she had prepared for them. Jingchen, during your absence, I constructed a shelter in the suburbs. I know. Xiao Jingchen affectionately ruffled her hair, fully aware of her every move during his time away. He refrained from contacting her to keep her from becoming entangled in his many endeavors too soon. Jingchen, let me take you to see our future home, Yining exclaimed with enthusiasm. Home. The word struck a tender chord deep within Xiao Jingchen's heart. Very well. He nodded in agreement. Let's go. Yining nearly leaped with joy. At that moment, Xiao Jingchen's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and frowned. Yining, please wait a moment. I need to take this call. He stepped into another room to answer. Yining, noticing, quietly settled into the car to wait. After 5 minutes, Xiao Jingchen returned. His expression seemingly unchanged, yet Yining, familiar with him, sensed an undercurrent of emotion. Jingchen, what is it? Is something wrong? It's nothing. Just a minor issue. I'll handle it myself. No need for you to worry. Sensing his reluctance to discuss it, Yining chose not to press further. Then, let us return together. All right. Together home. Xiao Jingchen revealed a charming dimple as he smiled. Yining started the engine, and an hour later, they finally arrived at the shelter. The outer wall was still under construction, so Yining drove through the main entrance. The construction workers, busy with their tasks, were taken aback as the car door opened, revealing a stunning couple akin to stars stepping out. Wang Ma and the others hurried over to greet them. Upon seeing the long-absent Xiao Jingchen, everyone was filled with delight. Young Master Jingchen, what a surprise to see you back early. It's nothing. School it out early, Xiao Jingchen replied coolly. Throughout his life, he had always maintained such an aloof demeanor towards everyone except Yining. Oh dear, young Master Jingchen's room isn't ready yet. How could I forget? Wang Ma lamented, smiting her thigh in dismay, regretting not having prepared sooner. No matter. It's not too late to tidy up now. Wang Ma, please start preparing dinner. Jingchen and I will eat in the dining room later. Wang Ma and the others promptly went downstairs to busily prepare. During this interlude, Yining led Xiao Jingchen on a tour of the living area's rooms. As they approached the entrance, De Huang and Air Huang bounded out, recognizing their master's voice. The two canines, overjoyed to see Xiao Jingchen after a prolonged absence, showered him with affection, their excitement manifesting in playful leaps. All right. De Huang, Air Huang. Jingchen was merely away on business and has now returned. Why don't you retire to your kennels for now? Though reluctant, the dogs retreated to their respective beds. Casting longing glances behind, Yining ushered Xiao Jingchen inside. Jingchen, this is the living room. We can watch movies here in the future, though regrettably, we'll be limited to our existing collection. With no new releases, she lamented. It matters not. We can procure the latest theatrical releases in the coming days. Here is the dining area, and over there is the kitchen, though I confess my culinary skills are somewhat lacking. And here, she continued, is the gymnasium, where we can exercise, and beyond that, a game room and sauna. Yining enthusiastically presented each feature. It's not entirely furnished yet. Perhaps you could identify any deficiencies, and we can personalize it together. Indeed, Xiao Jingchen responded, a tender smile gracing his lips as he observed Yining's exuberance. Finally, Yining led him to the bedroom. Jingchen, this is your chamber, decorated in your preferred style. The bed is positioned by the window, and this is the dressing room. I prepared some garments for you. I trust they meet your approval. Xiao Jingchun remained inscrutable, betraying neither surprise nor any other emotion. Moreover, my bedroom is directly across from yours, ensuring I'm the first thing you see upon exiting. However, Xiao Jingchun interjected, suddenly closing the distance and trapping Yining against the wall. What if I desire to awaken to your presence? What then? He inquired suggestively. Jingchun, cease your jesting. Yining retorted, her cheeks flushed with color, surprised by her newfound susceptibility to embarrassment. Just as the atmosphere between them began to intensify, Wang Ma's voice broke the spell. Miss, young Master Jingchun, dinner is served. Jingchun, perhaps we should dine first, Yining proposed tentatively. Xiao Jingchun silently cursed the inopportune interruption, but reluctantly accompanied Yining to the dining room. Wang Ma's culinary prowess remained unparalleled, transforming simple fare into a feast for the senses. In honor of Xiao Jingchun's return, fragrant candles and fresh flowers adorned the table, adhering to tradition. Together, Xiao Jingchun and Yining partook in their first reunion repast since their rebirth. Jingchun, this is your beloved red, wine-braised oxtail, Yining said, offering him a piece. Do you recall the time in our previous life when we discovered a small supermarket and prepared red, wine-braised beef using rock-solid frozen beef? Indeed, I recall. I subsequently fell ill, and you tended to me for a day and a night, Xiao Jingchun reminisced. Recalling his near-death experience and the bittersweet emotions that stirred within him when Yining tearfully declared her inability to survive without him. The decade spent in the apocalyptic world was fraught with hardship, yet their mutual support enabled them to persevere. Xiao Jingchun filled Yining's wineglass, then poured one for himself. Jingchun, you never had a fondness for wine, Yining exclaimed, surprised. Tonight, I find myself inclined to indulge, Xiao Jingchun replied, his eyes gleaming like stars. In the dim candlelight, Xiao Jingchun and Yining reminisced about the past, both becoming slightly tipsy. As the clock struck 10, Wang Ma had tidied both Yining's and Xiao Jingchun's rooms. Jingchun, it's rather late. Perhaps we should retire to our respective chambers, Yining suggested. Agreed, Xiao Jingchun concurred. They walked together to the bedroom doors. Instead of entering his own room, Xiao Jingchun stood motionless before Yining's, his gaze intense, as if capable of piercing her very being. Jingchun, good night, Yining said, her face flushed as she reached for the door handle, only to find it seized by a strong hand. It was Xiao Jingchun. Jingchun, what is it? Yining asked, bewildered. Xiao Jingchun stepped inside, pinning Yining against the wall, his breath quickening. Yining, after all this time, do you still intend to rebuff me? He asked, his eyes burning into hers. Yining's face turned crimson. Yining, I desire to be with you. She had never witnessed such assertiveness from Xiao Jingchun, his eyes reflecting an all-consuming possessiveness. Yining, overwhelmed with shyness, was at a loss for words. She understood Xiao Jingchun's intentions, but felt it was premature, as she was not yet prepared. Jingchun, might this not be happening too quickly? Not all. I have waited for an eternity, Xiao Jingchun replied, raising Yining's hand and gently kissing her fingers, then her collarbone, before launching a full-scale assault, his desire blazing like an inferno. Jingchun, Yining began to say, but her words were cut short as Xiao Jingchun devoured her lips. Why so distracted? Perhaps I am not trying hard enough. In the passionate embrace, Xiao Jingchun's eyes grew increasingly unfocused, and Yining's ardor was gradually kindled, her reservations melting away as she tentatively reciprocated his affections. Yining, I love you. I love you, Xiao Jingchun exclaimed, his emotions erupting like molten lava, desperate to consume everything in their path. Xiao Jingchun swept Yining into his arms, his last vestige of lucidity prompting him to ask, Yining, may I? Yining hesitated for a brief moment before finally nodding in agreement. With her response, Xiao Jingchun no longer wavered, embracing her as he made his way to the bed. He carefully laid her down, treating her as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. As they tumbled together, garments fell to the floor, piece by piece. Yining felt like a small boat caught in a violent storm, the surging waves nearly engulfing her. The only thing she could do was cling to Xiao Jingchun's neck as if grasping a lifeline. Meanwhile, in his office, Li Charan suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something significant had been drawn away, leaving him inexplicably despondent. Rising from his seat, he drew back the blinds of the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the city was illuminated by myriad lights, twinkling like scattered gold across its expanse, infused with the warmth of human life. Li Charan stood silently before the window, as still as a statue, the shifting light casting shadows upon his chiseled features, enhancing the sharpness of his visage. His expression was devoid of any emotion, resembling a still pond, impenetrable to joy or anger. Li Charan calmly dialed his assistant. "Hello, Mr. Li." As a workaholic, his assistant was accustomed to Li Charan's calls at any hour of the day. "Is there anything important you haven't reported today?" Li Charan inquired, his voice steady. "No, nothing," the assistant replied, then suddenly recalled something. "Oh, Mr. Li, Miss Lin called to ask when you'll be home." Lin Mingru had been doing everything she could to entice Li Charan, and disregarding her status, he was undeniably a remarkably handsome man, so she certainly would not give up easily. Yet, Li Charan offered her no chance, decisively moving into the company to reside. "I see." Li Charan coldly ended the call. The first rays of morning sunlight, like a gentle little sprite, softly illuminated Yi Ning's face. Slowly, she opened her eyes, gazing at Xiao Jingqian's childlike, contented visage beside her. Reflecting on the wildness of the previous night, Yi Ning felt a mix of shyness and sweetness. She wished to turn away and steal a few more moments of slumber. Yet she found herself unable to resist continuing to admire Xiao Jingqian's sleeping face. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed through his slightly curled hair, over his smooth forehead, his thick brows, high nose, and the full, sensual lips that resembled a rose, perfect like a sculpture by Michelangelo. She had always known Xiao Jingqian was handsome, even during their school days. He was the object of affection for countless girls, many of whom boldly sought him out at home. However, he had always treated those girls with indifference. Yi Ning had once teasingly asked if he liked any of them, but he had seriously replied that he had long had someone he cherished. At that time, the naive Yi Ning had not understood his meaning. In retrospect, there had been many signs, the way he looked at her, the things he did for her, his hostility towards Li Charan. It was her own dullness that had caused them to miss each other for so many years. "Yi Ning," Xiao Jingqian murmured in his sleep, turning over. "Jingqian, I'm here. We will never be apart again," Yi Ning whispered, gently kissing his forehead. "Yi Ning, you just stole a kiss from me." Xiao Jingqian suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a sly smile reminiscent of a fox. Yi Ning jumped in surprise, nervously brushing her hair behind her ear. "I did not." "Did not? Then what were you doing just now?" Xiao Jingqian teased, inching closer to her. "I was openly kissing you," Yi Ning declared proudly. "Then I shall openly kiss you as well." They began to playfully tussle on the bed, but suddenly, Xiao Jingqian halted, his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Ning. She lowered her head to see that the spring light had already revealed itself, the tumultuous scenery laid bare before him. After a night of passion, her rose-petal skin was adorned with purple-red kisses. Yi Ning hurriedly covered herself with the blanket, but it was too late. Xiao Jingqian's eyes darkened, resembling a prowling leopard. Inside, waves of moans surged, while outside, the sun shone brightly. An hour later, the room finally settled into tranquility, the lingering atmosphere revealing the intensity of their earlier encounter. Yi Ning felt utterly drained, while Xiao Jingqian appeared invigorated. He tossed aside the covers and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Shall we continue?" Yi Ning thought to herself, wishing he would relent. She was finally beginning to comprehend the depth of Xiao Jingqian's vitality. Noticing her embarrassment, Xiao Jingqian teased, "Yi Ning, shall we no?" She quickly retreated under the covers, then poked her head out, her eyes sparkling as she playfully asked, "Can we do it tomorrow?" "You silly girl, I was just joking." Xiao Jingqian affectionately tapped her nose. "Now, wrap your arms around my neck." "What for?" Yi Ning grew wary again. "Nothing. Just let me carry you to the shower." "Do you want to go out like this?" Xiao Jingqian said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Yi Ning glanced at her disheveled state and obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. Half an hour later, they finally emerged from the room, feeling refreshed. As soon as Yi Ning stepped out, she noticed Wang Ma tidying up nearby. "Miss, young master, you're out. I prepared breakfast." Oh heavens! She hadn't overheard what had just transpired in the room, had she? How unfortunate. She had instructed her to come later. Yining shyly hid behind Xiao Jingxun. Yet, Xiao Jingxun was remarkably composed, casually instructing Wang Ma to clean the room. The thought of the chaotic state inside, along with the lingering traces of their intimacy, made Yining's face flush with embarrassment. No need to be shy. We are openly together. Come, let us go eat, Xiao Jingxun said nonchalantly, his arm draped over her shoulders, eager for the world to know of their relationship. Breakfast was simple: milk, eggs, toast, and bacon. Yining typically ate very little in the mornings, but today, due to her exertion, she consumed nearly 1.5 times her usual amount. After the meal, Yining had planned to return to her room for a nap, but Xiao Jingxun stopped her. Wait, we still need to go out. You can nap when we come back. I'll join you. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, whispering softly in her ear. Go out? Where to? Yining asked, puzzled. Stop teasing, it tickles. Of course, to the Civil Affairs Bureau. What for? Yining continued to inquire, bewildered. To get our marriage certificate. I'm already yours. Don't you plan to take responsibility? Xiao Jingxun pouted playfully. But the apocalypse is approaching. What good will a marriage certificate do? Yining hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yining, I am aware that the apocalypse is imminent, Xiao Jingxun suddenly asserted with gravity. However, I wish for us to embrace all the rituals that the mundane world offers. Even if the world were to end in the next second, I would still cherish every moment spent with you. All right. Yining, moved, embraced Xiao Jingxun. After a brief interval, as she busied herself packing, she anxiously remarked, Jingxun, I think I left my identification documents at the hotel. She had not intended to return to the shelter over the past few days, so her belongings remained at the hotel. Then let us retrieve them. Sure. Yining nodded. To maintain a low profile, they decided to drive Yining's Lamborghini. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hotel lobby. Just as they were about to ascend, Yining suddenly remembered that her room key had been lost during her abduction that day. Fortunately, the hotel had a facial recognition system. As Yining processed her new room key at the front desk, Xiao Jingxun patiently waited beside her. After the front desk staff re-registered her information, they handed her the new room key. All set. Jingxun, let us go upstairs. The two entered the elevator together, unaware that someone in the lobby had been quietly observing them. This individual was a high school classmate of Li Charan, who had served as a groomsman at Yining's wedding, thus was familiar with her. Observing Yining and Xiao Jingxun holding hands as they vanished into the elevator shaft, he immediately dialed Li Charan's number. Hello, Charan. I had a client meeting at the hotel today, and guess who I ran into? I saw Yining. She entered a hotel room with some pretty boy. I swear, I saw it with my own eyes. Yining opened the room door and rummaged through her suitcase, eventually locating her identification documents. She and Xiao Jingxun then made their way to the waiting hall, where a number of young couples were queued up to obtain their marriage certificates, possibly an auspicious day. After registering, Yining and Xiao Jingxun waited in the hall like any ordinary couple, though their striking appearances and presence drew the attention of many. Xiao Jingxun held Yining's hand tightly, while she leaned quietly against his chest. At that moment, a phone rang, disrupting the serene atmosphere. Yining initially hesitated to answer, but the persistent ringing compelled her to check. To her surprise, the caller was Li Charan. What would he possibly want? Stealing a glance at Xiao Jingxun's expression, she noted his lack of reaction and decided to answer. Yining, I heard you and Xiao Jingxun are sharing a room? Li Charan immediately inquired. Yes, and what does that have to do with you? Yining replied, somewhat irritated. Never mind that. Where are you now? A strange emotion brewed within him upon receiving the call. Though his pride resisted admitting it, he could not deny that this emotion was jealousy. I'm at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yining responded impatiently. What are you doing at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Obtaining a marriage certificate, Yining declared, her words striking like thunder. What? A marriage certificate? With Xiao Jingxun? You intend to marry him? Li Charan could hardly believe it. In his heart, he would rather accept the notion that Yining had lost her mind than confront the reality that she had fallen for Xiao Jingxun. Is that not permissible? Yining retorted sarcastically. Of course it is not. He is your brother. Although he knew there was no blood relation between Xiao Jingxun and Yining, He could not conjure any other justification in that moment. What makes it impermissible? First, my surname is Yi, and his is Xiao. Second, there is no blood relation between us, nor any adoption paperwork. He is merely fostered in my home. Third, this is my affair and has nothing to do with you. Yining, do not act impulsively. I know there are many misunderstandings between us, and I will explain everything to you, Li Charan hastily insisted, though he could not fully articulate why he felt compelled to stop her. I am not being impulsive, nor do I wish to hear your explanations. Those matters are irrelevant to me, and I lack any interest in them. Her connection with Li Charan had long since ended in a previous life. Xiao Jingchen seized the phone from Yi Ning's hand. I am Xiao Jingchen. I hereby officially declare that Yi Ning is now my woman, and you have no further ties with her. He had long yearned to express this sentiment, and now he could finally do so without reservation. That is impossible, Li Charan asserted forcefully. Is the world dictated by your whims? I tell you, Yi Ning is mine, and she has no ties to you any longer. Xiao Jingchen, I know you have long coveted Yi Ning. You are merely taking advantage of the situation. But Yi Ning will eventually come to her senses. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. Xiao Jingchen was undeterred. He had yet to settle the score regarding Lin Mengru's abduction of Yi Ning, and when the opportunity arose, he would ensure they faced the consequences. Jingchen, our number has been called. Come quickly. Yi Ning's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Yi Ning, do not go. Li Charan shouted in anger, but it was all in vain. Yi Ning had already hung up. Li Charan slumped onto the sofa, his mind a chaotic mess. What was happening to him? He had developed feelings for Yi Ning, a terrifying thought that flitted through his mind. It was impossible. Why then was he trying to prevent Yi Ning from being with Xiao Jingchen? Certainly, it was because he did not want anyone else to touch what he once possessed. Yes, that was it. Under the guidance of the staff, Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchen proceeded to take photos, sign documents, affix seals, and print everything in one swift motion. Once the final seal was applied, the staff handed them the small red book. Miss Yi Ning, Mr. Xiao Jingchen, congratulations on officially becoming husband and wife. Here is your marriage certificate. A minute later, Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchen emerged from within, each holding a small red book. Yi Ning, from now on, I can claim you openly. You are now bound to me for life, Xiao Jingchen proclaimed dominantly at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, his voice loud enough to draw an eye roll from the security guard at the door. Is that so? Then I shall rely on you for the rest of my days. Yi Ning replied playfully. That is a given. They exchanged smiles. Upon returning home, Yi Ning opened her phone to find dozens of missed calls and voice messages. It turned out that Shangwan Rong had learned of Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchen's marriage certificate. The circle was indeed small. Any minor development quickly became common knowledge. Once Shangwan Rong received the news, she could hardly contain her agitation. Yi Ning had remarried so swiftly. She had initially hoped for Yi Ning to reconcile with Charan. Since discovering Lin Mengru's past, she has been consumed by regret, feeling that such a woman is unworthy of becoming a member of the Li family. Even Yi Ning, whom she had always looked down upon, now seemed more agreeable. Although Yi Ning had been spoiled and often displayed the airs of a young lady, she had once been wholly devoted to Chu Ran and came from a respectable background. Most importantly, Yi Ning's rapid remarriage would mean that the 10 billion would be in someone else's hands. This was unacceptable. She might not return, but that 10 billion in divorce compensation must be returned to the Li family. Although Shangwan Rong often pretended to be aristocratic and looked down on others, she was, at her core, quite mercenary. When the call finally connected, Shangwan Rong eagerly spoke up. Yi Ning, I heard you have registered your marriage with someone else? Indeed, Yi Ning replied nonchalantly. You just divorced Chu Ran. How could you remarry so quickly? Shangwan Rong pressed aggressively. Yi Ning found it amusing. Having long since grown accustomed to the Li family's thuggish logic, only the officials are allowed to set fires, while the common folk are forbidden from lighting lamps. If I recall correctly, your son also held a wedding just a few days ago, and it seems I was even before mine. Yi Ning scoffed. That's not the same. Shangwan Rong retorted. How is it not the same? According to your logic, since Li Chu Ran is divorced, he can remarry immediately. But I'm expected to remain chaste for your family for a lifetime? This statement revealed Shangwan Rong's hidden thoughts. She indeed believed that. Didn't I say that Chu Ran and Lin Mingru would eventually divorce? Lin Mingru is simply unworthy of him. The implication was that Yi Ning should propose a reconciliation. Sorry, I'm not interested. Whether Li Chu Ran divorces or remarries has nothing to do with me. Yi Ning, how could you suddenly become so heartless? I see now. You must have someone else outside, right? Shangguan Rong's suspicions grew stronger. How else could Yi Ning have remarried so swiftly? In that case, return the 10 billion divorce compensation that our Li family gave you. Shangguan Rong finally laid bare her intentions. How naive. That is compensation Li Chu Ran owes me. I will not return a single cent, Yi Ning replied, unyielding. You're shameless. Wouldn't Yi Jingtian feel ashamed if he knew? Shangguan Rong, infuriated, began to lash out. What did you say? Repeat that. Yi Ning felt her anger boiling over, her hands trembling involuntarily. Repeat that. Yi Ning mechanically echoed. Shangguan Rong realized she had struck a nerve but, stubborn as a dead duck, refused to back down. Why should I repeat it? Why should I listen to you? I will say it again. I will not return the money. If you have the guts, go ahead and sue. Shangguan Rong had more to say, but Yi Ning hung up the phone. Although she ended the call, Shangguan Rong's messages flooded in on WeChat, filled with derogatory remarks. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Ning's chest heaved with indignation. Shangguan Rong repeatedly challenged her limits, truly believing she could be trifled with. While she could tolerate insults directed at herself, she would never allow anyone to disrespect her father. If Shangguan Rong wished to play that game, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Yi Ning dialed the number of the largest entertainment media company in the city. Hello, I have a scoop. Li Chu Ran, the president of Mingran Group, has been unfaithful during his marriage, engaging with a controversial internet personality and divorcing his original partner. I possess all the materials and evidence. You can come and collect them at any time. My only requirement is that you must publish this story and make it as sensational as possible. Shangguan Rong, not only do I intend to strip you of everything, but one day you will find yourself kneeling before me, begging for mercy. As for Li Chu Ran, let him and Lin Mingru descend into hell together. The next morning, the entertainment section of a city exploded with headlines. Sunflower Entertainment, truly the largest media company in a city, produced titles that were nothing short of shocking, stunning. Li Chu Ran, president of Mingran Group, abandons his wife for an internet star. And how did the controversial streamer ensnare the domineering CEO? The articles were vividly written and scandalously enticing. Li Chu Ran, already a celebrity in a city, young, handsome, and a business magnate, had his reputation further complicated by Lin Mingru's identity, which sparked rampant speculation. This news rapidly spread, becoming a hot topic among the citizens of a city. The public relations department of Mingran Group scrambled to manage the crisis, but their efforts proved futile, only exacerbating the situation. Such explosive gossip was not easily contained. Of course, Yi Ning and Xiao Jingqian's influence played a significant role in fanning the flames. Meanwhile, other media outlets, sensing the blood in the water, began to delve into Li Chu Ran and Lin Mingru's past, even uncovering details about Yi Ning and Yi Jingtian to fuel the public discourse. Under Xiao Jingqian's subtle guidance, Li Chu Ran was portrayed as an ungrateful wretch, while Lin Mingru was likened to a manipulative seductress. Yi Ning, naturally, was painted as the innocent heiress whose value had been exploited. As public sentiment intensified, it inevitably impacted the stock market, and the board members of Mingran Group could no longer sit idly by. In the conference room of the company's upper echelon, Li Chu Ran sat at the head of the table, his expression fluctuating between stormy and serene. The anxious shareholders gathered below. An elderly gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses spoke first. Chu Ran, I warned you last time not to divorce. Do not let your personal matters interfere with the company's interests. What do you have to say for yourself? Beside him, another elderly man with graying hair lamented, youthful folly. What now? We need to brainstorm solutions together. A bald, middle-aged man chimed in sarcastically. Chu Ran, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but why choose a woman like that? If it were just a fling, that would be one thing, but you took it seriously. The shareholders murmured among themselves, mostly rebuking Li Chu Ran. Countless voices buzzed around him, yet he was lost in thought. Yi Ning and Xiao Jingqian had actually registered their marriage. Since that's the case, I will resign from my position as CEO of Mingran Group. Li Churan suddenly declared. What? The others were caught off guard, struggling to comprehend. I said I will resign as CEO. Are you satisfied with that? Li Churan's face was etched with frost. Churan, really, we are merely discussing strategies, not blaming you. An elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses attempted to mediate. The position of CEO was indeed a hot potato. If crisis management was handled poorly, it could lead to trouble. Li Churan was known for his ruthless methods. Such matters were better left for him to resolve. Observing the crowd below shift responsibility, he chose not to dwell on it and began to earnestly discuss the appropriate response. 2 hours later, utterly exhausted, Li Churan returned to his office. Upon entering, he promptly removed his tie and collapsed onto the sofa. Those old men were all shrewd. Dealing with them was incredibly draining. At the Li family villa, upon receiving the news, Shangguan Rong stormed in, intent on confronting Lin Mengru. Sensing the brewing storm, Lin Mengru hastily hid inside, too afraid to emerge. Just as Shangguan Rong was orchestrating the servants to break down the door, Li Churan's call came through. Lin Mengru, you wretched woman. You bring nothing but trouble to Churan. Ever since you entered his life, nothing good has come of it. Shangguan Rong pounded on the door, cursing loudly. Come out. When I catch you, I'll strip you of your skin, and that little bastard too. I'll make sure to pluck every hair from him. Hello, Churan. Are you at the company? How did the board meeting go? Hearing his son's voice, Shangguan Rong quickly answered. I'm at the company. Nothing to worry about. Mom, why is it so noisy over there? Li Churan frowned. That wretched woman Lin Mengru is hiding inside, and I'm having the servants break down the door. Shangguan Rong exclaimed angrily. Mom, tell them to stop. Hitting and scolding Lin Mengru won't help, and I need her cooperation for my matters. Li Churan replied wearily, feeling more drained than ever. Though reluctant, Shangguan Rong complied and halted her actions, spitting at the door. Wretched woman, consider yourself lucky. After ending the call, Li Churan decided to return home. He instructed the driver to wait downstairs and took the private elevator down. However, as he stepped out of the corridor, he was immediately surrounded by an array of microphones and flashing cameras. The reporters had already encircled the building, anticipating his arrival. Mr. Li, is it true that you divorced your wife from Miss Lin? How do you view the impact of this on the company's stock price? Mr. Li, could you say a few words? Sorry, no comment. Everyone, please make way. The security personnel hurriedly intervened. With their assistance, Li Churan managed to enter his car, which smoothly drove towards the Li family villa. Upon entering, he found Shangguan Rong waiting in the living room, fuming. Churan, I truly don't understand what Lin Mengru can offer you. Mom, don't concern yourself with these matters. I can handle it. Please go home. I will deal with this myself. Li Churan firmly dismissed her. Though unwilling, Shangguan Rong understood that Li Churan was resolute. Once he made a decision, it was unassailable. Standing before Lin Mengru's door, he knocked. She has gone. You can come out now. The door opened slightly, and upon confirming Shangguan Rong had indeed left, Lin Mengru rushed out, tear-streaked and desperate. Churan, you finally returned. Do you know how heartbroken I've been these past few days? Li Churan sidestepped her embrace. This man was the coldest of all. When he loved, the world was at your feet, but when he did not, even if you fell before him, he would not spare a glance. Cold, obstinate, and decisive, Li Churan was a uniquely formidable individual. I'm not here for theatrics. I returned because I need your cooperation. Do not attempt any tricks or leverage this situation. If you comply, you may continue to live in this villa. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe departure from city. His words dripped with a near threat. Listen carefully to what I have to say. In a shelter, Yi Ning sat cross-legged on a cloud-like sofa, barefoot, holding a remote control, while Xiao Jingqian sat beside her, peeling an apple with a fruit knife. On the television mounted on the wall, Li Churan's press conference was being broadcasted. Lin Mengru, clad in a white dress and with a barefaced look, appeared tearful and innocent. Churan and I have known each other since middle school. We were each other's first love. We separated due to misunderstandings. I am not a homewrecker. I only began to interact with him after his divorce. Li Churan, dressed in casual blue-gray attire, appeared more approachable. He held Lin Mengru's hand and gently wiped her tears, embodying the image of a devoted husband. I have already divorced Yining. The reason for not announcing it publicly is twofold. First, I do not wish to occupy public resources, and second, it is a private matter. Yining is an outsider. I do not want her subjected to undue scrutiny. We parted ways due to incompatible personalities. Mengru is truly not a homewrecker. Li Charen's serious demeanor made it difficult to doubt his sincerity. One crucial reason he dared to hold this press conference was that Yining had signed a confidentiality agreement during their divorce. He was confident she would not dare to publicly challenge him. Recently, many have criticized my previous work. However, I simply engaged in casual chats online. I hope everyone refrains from demonizing the profession of a streamer. Lin Mengru indeed excelled in her performance before the camera. Her heartfelt words, coupled with her delicate, flower-like appearance, evoked sympathy from many. If only she had chosen to become an actress instead of attempting to live off the wealth of others. Following the press conference, numerous gullible netizens believe their narrative. Additionally, with Li Charen's public relations team guiding the narrative, Lin Mengru transformed from a homewrecker into a courageous first love, rekindling a decade later, ultimately leading to a melodramatic reunion. Li Charen was further cast as the most considerate ex, a pure-hearted warrior, capturing the hearts of countless innocent young women and naive housewives. This maneuver not only prevented a decline in Dreamland Group stock price, but caused it to rise several points. The board members, once aggressive, now beamed with joy, showering him with praise. Charen is indeed capable. Absolutely. Charen, I knew trusting you was the right choice. Once he had dismissed the board members, Li Charen's expression turned cold again. He called for a few of his trusted confidants. Mr. Li, you summoned us. Upon receiving the message from Li Charen, a few individuals swiftly gathered. I trust you have all seen the recent news, Li Charen inquired. The group exchanged awkward glances. They had indeed witnessed the explosive headlines. However, given the nature of the affair, they dared not discuss it in the presence of their superior. Yes, we have. But hasn't that matter already been resolved? Li Charen continued. I need you to assist me in liquidating some of my equity. At present, Li Charen held 51% of the shares, making him the largest shareholder, and he intended to cash out 10%. What? Chairman Li, won't that diminish your holdings? Aren't you concerned about General Manager Li and the others attempting a coup? Several older members of the board had long coveted the actual control of Mingran Group. Once this storm passes, I will devise a plan to reclaim what is rightfully mine. You must handle this discreetly. Let there be no leaks. Li Charen harbored a lingering suspicion that someone was scheming against him, confident that his adversaries would not relent easily. His youthful success in the business world was attributed to his keen insight and audacity. By the way, Chairman Li, I recently received internal information suggesting that she is reporting directly to one of his confidants. Set that aside for now. Focus on the tasks I have assigned. Li Charen would soon realize the enormity of the information he had overlooked. Once everyone departed, Li Charen retrieved his phone, staring at the familiar number on the screen. After much hesitation, he ultimately refrained from pressing the dial button. Yining, was this your doing? Do you truly harbor such hatred for me that you wish to obliterate everything I hold dear? Li Charen's suspicions were not unfounded. The day after the press conference, a new wave of revelations erupted, even more scandalous than the last. Not only did it expose the timeline of Li Charen's divorce from Yining, but it also unveiled the colorful past of Lin Mengru. It chronicled how Li Charen had leveraged his father-in-law as resources to amass his initial fortune, only to turn ungrateful after his father-in-law's death, entangling himself with a mistress and abandoning his first wife. As the news broke, it instantly seized the headlines across major outlets, igniting fervent discussions nationwide. Online commentators were relentless. I knew there would be a twist. That Lin Mengru is clearly a manipulative seductress. She is far from virtuous. Li Charen, who seems so respectable, turns out to be such a person. No wonder he ascended the wealth rankings at such a young age. He is merely a phoenix man. Li Charen and Lin Mengru have become pariahs, forever condemned to disgrace. The stock price of Mingran Group plummeted, teetering on the brink of delisting. In a desperate bid for damage control, Li Charen was forced to resign from his position as CEO under pressure from the board, effectively relegating him to obscurity. A pariah indeed. Such is the fate of these scoundrels, Yi Ning remarked with a triumphant clap. In the Li family villa, within the confines of his dimly lit room, Li Chuan sat despondently in a corner, the remnants of whiskey bottles scattered around him. He once again retrieved the wedding photos that Yi Ning had left behind. Yi Ning, is this your form of revenge? In your absence, I realize you have always occupied a place in my heart. The recent turmoil surrounding Mingran Group had captivated the attention of the entire city, rendering the news of Typhoon Yunyan largely overlooked. Yet, regardless of the public's indifference, Typhoon Yunyan arrived as scheduled. In his previous life, Yunyan had merely brushed past City A. But even so, fierce winds and torrential rains swept through the entire city. The apocalypse had commenced its countdown to devastation. During the following days, Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchun busied themselves with exposing Li Chuan, while also taking leisurely strolls through places rich with memories. They first visited the Yi family home, now barren and covered with tarpaulin. Yet it remained a cherished site of their shared childhood. Together, they buried a time capsule, vowing to unearth it when the world emerged from its calamities. Next, they ventured to their elite primary school, which had undergone significant renovations over the years, yet echoes of their past still lingered. To their surprise, the elderly security guard recognized Xiao Jingchun, recalling his mischievous antics fondly. Do you remember, Jingchun? Many little girls used to write you love letters. Some people just attract attention from an early age. Yi Ning teased playfully. Xiao Jingchun, bewildered, responded, was that really the case? I have no recollection. Jingchun, don't you think we are quite well off as we are now? Yi Ning asked, linking her arm with his. Indeed. However, I still wish for the apocalypse to arrive, for then we could remain together indefinitely. Xiao Jingchun replied softly. What did you say? Yi Ning asked, perplexed. Nothing. As Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchun awaited the arrival of Yunyan, the storm finally unleashed its fury. The howling winds surged forth, resembling an enraged giant intent on destruction. The intensity of the gales escalated, threatening to rend the very fabric of the world. Simultaneously, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, heavy and foreboding, pressing down upon the earth like a great black fortress, instilling a sense of dread and oppression. This was the harbinger of the tempest, a vivid display of nature's formidable power. Nestled on the sofa, Xiao Jingchun and Yi Ning watched a film, engaging in light-hearted conversation, while the housekeeper prepared the wooden stacks outside for the impending storm. By the way, Jingchun, where are Li Jie and the others? Yi Ning inquired curiously. They have some other matters to attend to, but should return by tomorrow, Xiao Jingchun replied. Jingchun, I can't shake the feeling that you harbor many secrets from me. Yi Ning pouted in discontent. Ever since her rebirth, she had sensed an air of mystery surrounding Xiao Jingchun. Is that so? He replied with a mischievous smile. What secrets could I possibly have? Haven't you seen everything about me? You're insufferable, Yi Ning said, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, Xiao Jingchun swept her up in his arms. What are you doing, Jingchun? Yi Ning exclaimed in surprise. I'm simply letting you see for yourself whether I possess any secrets. Xiao Jingchun lifted Yi Ning effortlessly and strode towards the room. He tossed Yi Ning onto the bed. Moments later, the air became thick with intimate sounds, akin to a symphony of seduction, as the two became entangled in their desires. After the storm had passed, Yi Ning lay quietly in Xiao Jingchun's embrace, resembling a languorous creature relishing the tranquility and warmth. He planted kisses in her hair, his heart brimming with satisfaction, akin to parched earth receiving the nourishing rains. After a brief respite, they decided to share a shower together. The water cascaded over Xiao Jingchun's muscular chest, and Yi Ning, previously unaware of the magnificence of his physique, found it almost delectable. His chest resembled a sturdy shield, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. What are you staring at? He teased, lifting her chin amid the steamy atmosphere of the bathroom, droplets cascading from his slightly curled hair, tracing down his handsome face like pearls rolling off a jade platter, stirring emotions within her. I wasn't looking at anything, Yi Ning exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment upon being caught sneaking a glance. Silly girl, if you wish to look, do so openly. Why the need for shyness? Xiao Jingchen affectionately brushed her nose with his finger. After their shower, a torrential downpour commenced. The howling winds roared like a ferocious beast, carrying heavy rain, transforming the world into a tumultuous battlefield. Outside, many plants and trees were swept skyward by the fierce gusts, resembling the remnants of leaves caught in a storm, helplessly drifting through the air. At that moment, the strength of their sanctuary became evident. Despite the raging winds outside, their refuge stood firm, like a transparent giant egg, shielding them from the cacophony of wind and rain. The incessant downpour flowed down the protective barrier, leaving no gap for intrusion. Inside the sanctuary, they inhabited an entirely different realm. While chaos reigned outside, tranquility prevailed within. This typhoon served as a test of their haven's security, and thankfully, the results were quite satisfactory. The storm brought by Typhoon Cloud raged throughout the night, while Xiao Jingchen tirelessly sought her company. By 10 in the morning, Yining finally awoke, yawning. Xiao Jingchen's energy seemed boundless, leaving her slightly overwhelmed. Outside, the clouds had cleared, revealing a world bathed in sunlight. After breakfast, Xiao Jingchen took her back to the small farm they had visited before. This time, everyone was present. In addition to Long Fei, Sister Li, and Lei Siming, two middle-aged men, one stout and the other slim, were also there. With her years of experience in discerning character, Yining realized these two were not ordinary individuals. However, they showed great respect towards Xiao Jingchen, suggesting a master-servant relationship rather than one of employment. The nature of their connection to Xiao Jingchen remained unclear. Could they be family members from his lineage? Xiao Jingchen's background had always been shrouded in mystery. He had been brought to the Yi family at a young age, and Yi Jingtian had only briefly mentioned that Xiao Jingchen's parents were close friends from university. Beyond that, she knew nothing of his origins. Yet, she firmly believed that his parents were not of ordinary status. As a child, her curiosity had prompted her to inquire about them. But whenever the topic arose, he would become somber, as if harboring unspeakable secrets from the past. Hence, she had refrained from pursuing the matter further. The appearance of these two men reignited her curiosity. "Uncle Yin, have the documents arrived?" Xiao Jingchen inquired. "They have arrived," replied the lean middle-aged man named Yun Jian, producing a thick stack of A4 papers from a bag. "What is this?" Yining asked, flipping through the pages. To her astonishment, it contained maps and data of City A, detailing the locations of gas stations, their usual reserves, supermarkets, and the specific floors of various malls, akin to an encyclopedia of resources within the city. This would enable them to swiftly locate supplies in case of shortages. Of course, unless in special circumstances, it was best not to venture outside. Digging through the thick layers of ice to retrieve supplies would be laborious, and many materials might alter in quality after enduring the harsh cold. Moreover, dangers lurked outside. Additionally, 3 locations were distinctly marked: Xinyuan Group, Oncon Group, and Simon Group, the 3 largest conglomerates that had weathered the apocalypse in her previous life. It seemed Xiao Jingchen had long been prepared, demonstrating far more foresight than she had anticipated. "Without thorough investigation, how can I ensure your safety?" Xiao Jingchen embraced her from behind, whispering tenderly in her ear. "Stop it, there are others around." Yining protested, her cheeks aflame. "What do I care? I shall openly cherish my woman," Xiao Jingchen declared with conviction. "Young master, the last batch of goods has arrived. Would you like to inspect them?" Uncle Yun asked, maintaining a professional demeanor in front of the couple. "Certainly." In the presence of them, Xiao Jingchen resumed his mature and decisive demeanor, taking Yining's hand and leading her toward the warehouse. Inside the dimly lit warehouse, dozens of boxes were stacked high. Uncle Yun was the first to unveil the tarp covering the boxes, revealing pristine wooden crates. Xiao Jingchen lifted the lid of one crate, and to their surprise, it contained finely crafted crossbows. As the boxes were opened one by one, they discovered not only crossbows but also crates filled with arrows. The quality of these arrows was evidently superior to those they had previously acquired. After dismissing the others, Yining began to store the arrows in her spatial compartment. "Xiao Jingchen, where did you procure such an impressive quantity of arrows?" she inquired. "These were purchased through Uncle Yun and his associates in City C, Xiao Jingxian explained, sensing her confusion. They're all from my late father's circle. After my rebirth, I lacked trustworthy personnel, so I reached out to them. My father's situation was quite complicated, which is why I never mentioned it to you before. Yining grasped Xiao Jingxian's hand in reassurance. It's all right. No matter what you do, I will trust you and support you unconditionally. Xiao Jingxian enveloped her in his embrace. Yining, I know, and I will always protect you, ensuring you never suffer harm again. After a moment, Yining blushed and gently pushed him away. What are your plans for Long, Fei, and the others? Xiao Jingxian could tell that Yining had her own ideas, prompting him to ask, what do you think should be done? Yining, not concealing her thoughts, replied directly. Long Fei died in our past life, trying to save us. I want to bring him back to the sanctuary. I remember he mentioned training hunting dogs. I recently purchased several sled dog puppies, which would be perfect for him to train. As for Sisterly, I would like her to assist at the peak, as they currently have no one. In the event of an encounter with either a human or a zombie invasion, I fear he may not manage well on his own. Moreover, as a man with a child, it would be fitting for Sisterly to assist him. In truth, Sister Li's romantic history has been fraught with difficulties. She perceives Gao Feng as a commendable man, and if they could be brought together, it would be quite splendid. As for Lei Siming, had it not been for him in my previous life, I might have succumbed to a zombie's bite long ago. Fortunately, there is a greenhouse at the shelter that could serve as a breeding base, which he could oversee. As for Uncle Yun and the others, their arrangements have been made. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jingxian nodded. Fine, I shall heed your counsel. After Yining emerged from the warehouse, she sought out each individual to inform them of the forthcoming arrangements. No problem. My life is owed to Brother Jingxian. Whatever he requests, I shall comply. Long Fei readily agreed, having lost all other kin and friends to treachery. Aside from Xiao Jingxian, his savior, he had nowhere else to turn. Sisterly hesitated slightly. Upon learning that there was another man overseeing the warehouse alongside her, she instinctively recoiled. However, upon hearing the mention of a gravely ill little girl within, her heart softened. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to her daughter who had been taken away, with innocent and helpless eyes that mirrored her own. Upon discovering the existence of a breeding base, Lei Siming was unable to contain his excitement and urged Yining to show him around. Once their discussions concluded, Yining escorted Lei Siming back to the shelter, while Xiao Jingxian, having urgent matters to attend to, departed alone. Yining led Lei Siming to the greenhouse. This is the breeding base we constructed. Please assess if there are any necessary items we need to procure. If we delay, the apocalypse will soon be upon us, and purchasing anything will become impossible. Upon entering, Lei Siming disregarded Yining and promptly retrieved tools from his bag. His youthful countenance imbued with seriousness as he began to take measurements, jotting notes on paper. An hour later, he finally stood up and adjusted his glasses. Indeed, we lack some essential tools, Sister Yining. I have noted everything on this paper. He handed her the list. Given their ages, Lei Siming was 2 years younger than Xiao Jingxian, hence he addressed her as sister. Yining, however, did not accept the title. You are the expert in this area. I shall drive you to procure the items shortly. Lei Siming nodded in acquiescence. By the way, what animals are suitable for breeding in a low-temperature environment? Yining inquired, as her only experience with animals was raising rabbits in her childhood, which ended poorly. In cold conditions, cattle and sheep are ideal. In a closed environment, to conserve feed, it is best to allocate 2 rooms for growing fodder and 2 for housing the animals. The animal's manure can be used as fertilizer for the fodder, creating a sustainable cycle. Additionally, our current feed supply is insufficient, and we require more. Medical supplies are also essential. Yining nodded, acknowledging Lei Siming's thoroughness. Then let us not delay. We shall purchase young animals this afternoon. With a grand gesture, Yining declared the commencement of their agricultural endeavor in this post-apocalyptic world. Lei Siming felt a surge of excitement. He would finally possess such a vast laboratory of his own. After lunch, Yining accompanied Lei Siming to the agricultural trading market, where they selected 2 large sheep, 6 lambs with adorably bright eyes, 2 adult dairy cows, 2 calf, and over 10 egg-laying hens. Should all proceed smoothly, They would soon enjoy fresh milk and eggs. After leaving their address with the farm owner, they exited the market. Lei Siming then ventured elsewhere to acquire additional necessary items. After parting ways with Lei Siming, Yi Ning was uncertain of her next destination, so she opted for a spa treatment. During her time there, she received a call from Gao Feng, informing her that all supplies had been secured at the warehouse. Excellent. A shipment will arrive at your location in 2 days. Wait for my call before opening the box. If I have not contacted you in 7 days, you may open it. Understood, Miss Yi. After hanging up, Yi Ning contentedly resumed her spa indulgence. By the time she emerged, the city was aglow with lights. A city's nightlife was perpetually vibrant. As she strolled alone, thoughts of Jingshun filled her mind. She wondered whether he had resolved his matters, as he had not called her all day. Should she reach out to him? Yi Ning found herself in a state of inner turmoil when suddenly her phone rang. It was Xiao Jingshun, and without hesitation, she answered. Jingshun, have you finished your business? Where are you now? Yi Ning, have you missed me? Xiao Jingshun countered her inquiry with a playful retort. I have. Yi Ning, who once believed her heart would never open to another, realized it had long been claimed by Xiao Jingshun. Surprised by her own forthrightness, she confessed her feelings, eliciting a foolish grin from Xiao Jingshun. I miss you too, he replied earnestly. Jingshun, where are you? She yearned to see him, to express that she desired to be with him constantly, never to part again. I am at the Yi family ancestral home. What are you doing there? Yi Ning questioned, perplexed, as the ancestral home had been completely vacated. You will find out upon your arrival. I am waiting for you here. With that, Xiao Jingshun into the call. What could he possibly be up to? Yi Ning pondered as she drove swiftly to the Yi family estate. The once warm home now lay in darkness, stripped of its belongings. Jingshun, I have arrived. Where are you? Yi Ning sent a message to Xiao Jingshun. I am waiting for you by the swimming pool in the backyard. Please come. The swimming pool in the backyard was where they had first met as children. As she walked toward the pool, the sound of her high heels echoed in the silence, starkly out of place. A cool night breeze wafted through, causing her to shiver slightly, and she felt a tinge of fear. Jingshun, are you here? She queried in a loud voice. At that instant, all the lights around the pool blazed to life, illuminating the area as brightly as day. Concurrently, the melody of You Are My Sunshine commenced. It then dawned on Yi Ning that the once abandoned pool had been meticulously restored, adorned with festive lights and blush-colored roses. These floral sentinels encircled the pool, safeguarding this enclave of romance. Xiao Jingshun, holding a rose, stood on the platform opposite her, his starlit eyes fixed on her with a tender smile. Overwhelmed by this sudden romantic overture, Yi Ning felt a sense of discomposure, unsure of what to do with herself. Yi Ning, do you recall? This is where we first met. When Uncle Yi brought me to the Yi residence, you were the one who reached out and took my hand, reassuring me not to be afraid. From that moment, I vowed in my heart that when I grew up, I would become your knight. Xiao Jingshun descended from the diving platform, each step akin to traversing a galaxy, resonating with her very being and stirring gentle ripples in her heart. Yi Ning, will you marry me? I pledge to protect you for all eternity. Xiao Jingshun knelt on one knee. I will. Yi Ning covered her face, tears streaming down despite the joyous occasion. Silly girl, why the tears? Xiao Jingshun tenderly kissed away the tears on her face, his touch as delicate as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. Fireworks erupted, igniting the night sky with their vibrant life, like luminous pearls illuminating the darkness. Beneath the pyrotechnic display, the betrothed couple embraced passionately, their silhouettes intertwined against the night sky, creating a picturesque tableau. On the penultimate day of the apocalypse, Yi Ning awoke to Xiao Jingshun's kisses. Jingshun, stop it, she mumbled, turning over. The previous night, she and Xiao Jingshun had embraced at the old Yi family mansion until midnight before returning to the sanctuary. Little sleepyhead, rise and shine. We have matters to attend to. Xiao Jingshun gently pinched Yi Ning's delicate nose, urging her awake. Yi Ning, clad in a silk nightgown, her auburn curls cascading freely, her skin radiant and fair, her long lashes like raven's wings, and her lips slightly pouting, was an irresistible sight to Xiao Jingshun, who couldn't resist stealing a kiss. Matters to attend to? What matters? Yi Ning reluctantly stirred. You'll see when we get there. Xiao Jingchen swept Yi Ning into his arms. All right. I'm getting up now. Yi Ning acquiesced. An hour later, Yi Ning was finally ready. After all, a woman's appearance is paramount, regardless of the circumstances. Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchen arrived at the dining room, where breakfast was already laid out, but Wang Ma and the others were nowhere to be seen. That's odd. Where did Wang Ma and the others go? Yi Ning wondered aloud. Perhaps they went out to buy groceries, Xiao Jingchen said casually. Is that so? Yi Ning didn't dwell on it, her mind still wandering despite her body being awake. She mechanically ate her bread, her eyes glazed over. It wasn't until they were in the car that Yi Ning fully regained her senses. Jingchen, where are we going? You'll see when we get there. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination, a church in the suburbs. Lush lawns were adorned with expansive beds of rambling roses, now in full bloom, resembling a resplendent floral sea. Amidst the rose shadows, a pristine white church stood solemnly, like a sacred sanctuary emanating divine light. Jingchen, why are we here? Yi Ning was perplexed. Xiao Jingchen remained silent, leading Yi Ning towards the church. He gently pushed open the closed doors, releasing a flurry of pink balloons. Like children freed from confinement, they burst forth and soared into the heavens. The countless balloons brushed against Yi Ning's face like pink birds, making her feel like one of those birds. Finally liberated from its cage and soaring into the open sky. As the pink spectacle faded, the scene within the church came into view. The church was lavishly decorated with pink, rambling roses and her favorite teddy bears. A priest stood smiling, holding a Bible, as if he had been waiting for them. Wang Ma and the others were busily preparing inside the church, and upon seeing Yi Ning, they rushed forward, escorting her to the back. A pristine white wedding gown awaited its mistress. The makeup artists worked diligently, while Yi Ning's mind remained in a daze. She had suspected that Xiao Jingchen had a surprise in store, but she never imagined it would be a wedding. An hour later, Yi Ning, adorned in her wedding gown and makeup, emerged before the crowd. Miss, you look absolutely stunning today, Wang Ma exclaimed. Her vocabulary was limited, and she struggled to find the right words to express the image before her. She simply felt that Miss was incredibly beautiful. Indeed, I've styled many brides, but Miss, you're the most beautiful, the makeup artist concurred. Yi Ning gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a shy smile gracing her lips. At that moment, the sound engineer, following instructions, played the wedding march. Yi Ning, surrounded by her entourage, walked slowly forward. Xiao Jingchen was already waiting at the end of the aisle, a blissful smile spreading across his face as he watched Yi Ning approach in her wedding gown. Today, Xiao Jingchen had donned a tailored suit and bow tie for Yi Ning, his handsome and warm demeanor reminiscent of the innocent boy from her past. Yi Ning, my princess, even if there's only one day left in this world, I want to give you a wedding. I want you to know that you deserve the best that this world has to offer. For you, life is worth living. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the couple joined hands on the aisle and slowly walked towards the priest. The priest opened the Bible. Mr. Xiao Jingchen, do you take Miss Yi Ning to be your wife? In sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer? I do, Xiao Jingchen replied resolutely. His feelings for Yi Ning had never wavered, neither in this life nor the previous one. Miss Yi Ning, do you take Mr. Xiao Jingchen to be your husband? In sickness and in health, will you love him and forsake all others for as long as you both shall live? I do. Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchen exchanged glances. Hadn't they already experienced this in their previous life? You may now kiss the bride. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Xiao Jingchen and Yi Ning shared a tender kiss. On the eve of the impending apocalypse, the couple chose to remain in the sanctuary, finding solace in each other's company. Preparations were underway within the shelter, with all fuel and facilities ready to confront the frigid temperatures approaching. The second layer of the outer wall had been completed, adorned with a sturdy steel gate. Yesterday, the young animals purchased from the market had arrived, and Lei Siming was already bustling about, having also ordered 20 tons of animal feed along with various other equipment. The simultaneous arrival of these supplies kept him extraordinarily busy. Yi Ning arranged for Wang Ma to prepare a room in the adjacent apartment for Lei Siming, with his neighbor being Long Fei, ensuring they could look out for one another. Additionally, Wang Ma and her husband expressed great interest in the calves and lambs, reminiscing about their own experiences raising livestock in their hometown. It appeared that they would soon assist Lei Siming in managing the feeding base. Upon receiving the package sent by Yi Ning, Gao Feng and Li Jie promptly called to confirm they would open it on schedule the following evening. Yi Ning emphasized the importance of safeguarding all supplies. Trusting in their characters, she felt assured. Yet she remained wary of the potential for zombie hordes to wander into the urban area. The 4 sled dog puppies Yi Ning had ordered from the pet shop had already arrived, their adorable antics bringing joy. She entrusted their care to Long Fei. With his amiable nature, readily accepted the responsibility. Meanwhile, Uncle Yun and his companion had been assigned to different locations by Xiao Jingqian after the wedding. Post-wedding, Xiao Jingqian finally revealed the background of Uncle Yun and his associate. It turned out that Xiao Jingqian's father was the heir of a prominent family. While studying in the United States, he met Xiao Jingqian's mother, who was his classmate along with Yi Jingtian. She was beautiful, intelligent, and resilient, possessing all the virtues one could admire. However, her impoverished circumstances forced her to work tirelessly to fund her education. The narrative unfolded like a fairy tale. A wealthy scion fell deeply in love with a Cinderella, leading to family opposition and ultimately their elopement, resulting in the birth of Xiao Jingqian. Yet, such tranquil existence was destined to shatter. Xiao Jingqian's uncle could not fathom that his brother would relinquish the family inheritance. Having lived in his brother's shadow, he remained unconvinced even after his brother departed from America. Thus, he conspired with Xiao Jingqian's father's former fiancée to kidnap both mother and child. The deranged woman, consumed by jealousy, forced Xiao Jingqian's father into an impossible choice: his beloved wife or his son. Unable to decide, he chose the path of despair, opting for suicide. After the death of Xiao Jingqian's father, the madwoman released Xiao Jingqian and his mother, perhaps not intending for such a tragic outcome, but rather out of unfulfilled rage. However, Xiao Jingqian's mother could not bear the loss of her beloved and took her own life before her son, despite his desperate pleas. Before her tragic decision, she entrusted Xiao Jingqian to her dearest college friend, Yi Jingtian. The most chilling revelation was that Xiao Jingqian's family was aware of the entire kidnapping saga and tacitly allowed it, aiming to compel Xiao Jingqian's father to eradicate his unapproved love. One can only imagine the depths of despair that led to his tragic choice. Perhaps he had sought assistance from his family, only to be met with devastating rejection. When Xiao Jingqian turned 16, Yi Jingtian disclosed the entire truth. Unbeknownst to him, the perceptive Xiao Jingqian had retained every memory, including his father's last words: "I would rather die than harm those I love." He vividly recalled his mother's sorrowful gaze as she leaped from the building. "Mother, don't go. Jingqian, forgive me. Your father and mother will become stars to guard you." Uncle Yun and his companions remained loyal to Xiao Jingqian's father-esque faction, never relinquishing their search for him even after his demise. As Xiao Jingqian recounted the harrowing tale, Yi Ning was left utterly astounded, embracing him tightly while soothingly stroking his back. She realized that his past was far from simple, yet the severity of it overwhelmed her. "Jingqian, it is all in the past," she murmured, feeling a pang of guilt for having pried into his history. "It's all right. I never intended to keep this from you. There simply was no occasion to discuss it before, and I never wished to entangle you with the Xiao family," he replied. Within Yi Ning's sanctuary, tranquility and warmth prevailed, in stark contrast to the turmoil at Li Chuan's side. Ever since Li Chuan stepped down as CEO of the Mengran Group, Lin Mingru had ceased to feign civility and commenced live streaming from a room. Furious, Shangguan Rong attempted to confront Lin Mingru, yet the latter remained undeterred. "If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll report you for domestic violence," she retorted brazenly. The mere mention of legal repercussions caused Shangguan Rong to hesitate. As her son's reputation was already at stake, she could not afford to add further accusations. Meanwhile, Li Chuan languished in his room, despite having liquidated some of his shares. He could never reclaim the former glory of being the Mengran Group's illustrious president. What disheartened him the most was the painful acknowledgement of his enduring love for Yi Ning. On the morning of August 31st, a Monday under clear skies, The daily commute unfolded as usual, with office workers jostling for space on the subway and children laughing joyfully on their way to school. The world appeared undisturbed until, at 9 o'clock, the sky abruptly darkened as the sun momentarily vanished. Only a few, particularly the meteorological observatory, sensed the anomaly. Life continued, albeit some housewives hurried home, believing rain was imminent and scurrying to retrieve their laundry. At 10 o'clock, the sun re-emerged, yet it had transformed into an unusual blood-red hue, casting a crimson glow over the landscape. People marveled, eagerly snapping photos to share on social media, while a minority felt a twinge of panic. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, snow began to fall, and temperatures plummeted sharply. Yet, it remained within the realm of normalcy. The snow fell upon the ground, promptly melting into water. At 3 in the afternoon, the light flurries transformed into a heavy snowfall. Faced with such unusual weather, the children were dismissed from school early, while the adults, toiling for their livelihoods, continued their daily routines of clocking in and out of work. August snow, though a rare phenomenon, did not lead anyone to contemplate the end of the world. Only a few sensed the anomaly and began stockpiling supplies at home. Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchun sat on a recliner outside the living quarters, observing the thick snowfall beyond the protective barrier. A laptop rested on Yi Ning's lap, her post ready to be published. Though she understood that few would believe her warnings at this juncture, she could not bear the thought of inaction. After all, posting it wouldn't cost her anything. What if her message gained traction and managed to save lives? But even if lives were saved, what then? Surviving the bitter cold would only lead to the threat of zombies. The extreme cold was merely the beginning, with the undead heralding true extinction. Jingchun, let us head inside. It feels quite chilly. Yi Ning shivered, drawing her shoulders closer together. All right, Xiao Jingchun nodded, wrapping his arms around her as they retreated indoors. Inside, the fireplace was already ablaze, casting warmth throughout the room. The temperature continued to plummet, and Yi Ning was aware that it would descend to a staggering minus 60 degrees before it ceased, a threshold that humanity could barely endure. She called Wang Ma and the others, insisting they remain indoors, only venturing out once their bodies acclimated to the frigid conditions. Under Yi Ning's guidance, Wang Ma and Lei Siming had already arranged ample fuel in their rooms, sufficient for several weeks. Meanwhile, Gao Feng and Li Jie followed Yi Ning's directives and finally opened the box she had mentioned. The first item they encountered was a satellite phone containing a number, Yi Ning's. Next, they found a letter. The letter revealed that Yi Ning had learned of the impending extreme cold a month prior through internal channels, urging them to ignite the fireplace and refrain from allowing anyone in, regardless of empathy. They were free to utilize the supplies and fuel in the warehouse, and Yi Ning would contact them via the satellite phone for further instructions. In truth, while the sudden drop in temperature was manageable for most adults, it posed a significant challenge for Xiao Min. She coughed violently, causing Gao Feng's heart to clench with concern. Fortunately, with Li Jie's attentive care, Xiao Min gradually improved, although her future remained uncertain given her frail constitution. At 11 o'clock that night, the temperature had plummeted to minus 30 degrees. Many, caught unawares in their sleep, succumbed to the cold, while others were awakened by the biting chill. By 3 in the morning, the snow continued to fall, and temperatures had dipped to minus 50 degrees. Those unable to sleep dragged every blanket they owned into their homes and turned on the air conditioning. However, such intensive electricity usage overwhelmed the city's power grid, plunging the entire metropolis into darkness, where panic took hold. By 6 in the morning, at the usual hour when dawn broke, the world remained cloaked in darkness. The temperature having descended to minus 60 degrees, panic ensued, and doubts arose about whether the sun would rise as usual. At 8, the sun finally emerged, its hue reminiscent of a sunset, as if it were an elderly figure depleted of all vitality. The sole consolation was that the temperature had ceased to drop further. It was at this moment that people realized the entire world had transformed into a frozen wilderness. Children rejoiced, for they would not have to attend school that day, while adults furrowed their brows, concerned about their jobs. Soon, they would come to realize that such worries were trifling compared to their more pressing concern, survival. That day, Yi Ning scarcely slept. She sat by the window, observing the snow cascading down, bearing witness to the unfolding of an apocalyptic scenario. The end had indeed arrived. According to reports from the meteorological station, global temperatures had plummeted drastically. A field report indicated that outdoor snowfall had reached 50 centimeters, with temperatures now at minus 60 degrees. An urgent report from Sea City stated that the sudden blizzard had caused numerous buildings to collapse, necessitating immediate rescue efforts. How should one respond to extreme weather? Experts advise citizens to remain calm and take precautions against carbon monoxide poisoning while heating their homes. The meteorological station predicted that this extreme weather might be a consequence of global warming, leading to temperature imbalances, with a potential warming trend expected in 2 days. The television incessantly broadcast news, presenting everything as manageable. However, Yining understood that this was merely the beginning, for another heavy snowfall was anticipated that night. This was a global catastrophe, with 90% of the planet enveloped in ice and snow, becoming a lifeless wasteland. Only a few regions near the equator remained relatively unscathed due to their naturally higher temperatures. Even as the world lay beneath a blanket of ice and snow, social order had not yet completely unraveled. In a city, the entire metropolis was shrouded in white, a scene of chilling desolation. The streets were devoid of vehicles, and parked cars were completely buried in snow, resembling enormous white sculptures. Once modern skyscrapers were now encased in thick layers of ice, resembling colossal frozen giants. Icicles hung from shattered windows, akin to the scars of these giants. The city appeared to have transformed overnight into a desolate wasteland, as if forgotten by time. At 10 o'clock in the morning, when the red sun rose again, the citizens of the city finally succumbed to panic. They huddled beneath their blankets, trembling, while frantically searching online for information and venting their frustrations. The unexpected summer chill left them ill-prepared with winter clothing, and their refrigerators were scarcely stocked with provisions. As they grumbled and observed, although the temperature had dipped to minus 50 degrees, the snow depth was not insurmountable for venturing outside. Yet, the majority clung to a sense of false security, remaining indoors in hopes of warmer weather. Only a handful of foresight individuals braved the bitter cold, venturing out in search of supplies, holding on to the belief that it was better to be safe than sorry. Little did they know, their last glimmers of hope would soon be extinguished. At 3 in the afternoon on September 2nd, the second blizzard arrived, set to last for 3 days, with snow depths reaching 3 meters, burying all traces of human civilization beneath its fury. Just 3 hours before the storm's arrival, Galfong received another call from Yining. "Miss, we have prepared all the supplies as per your instructions." Galfong, pay close attention to what I am about to say. With only a little over 2 hours remaining, you and Sisterly should promptly clear the snow from the entrance and the chimney on the roof. Following that, you must bring inside enough food and fuel to sustain you for a month. At the bottom of the box, there are 3 pieces of cold weather clothing prepared for you. It is at this moment that Gao Feng realizes why Miss Bai had urged him to acquire so many supplies in just 2 short months. Though he remains unaware of how she foresees the impending disaster, he is now filled with deep admiration for her. Without her foresight, he would have fared reasonably well, but Xiao Min's frail body would certainly have succumbed to the frigid temperatures. Meanwhile, Wang Ma and others have begun transporting supplies indoors, and the boiler room has commenced operation, steadily providing warmth to each room. The snowplow, driven by Long Fei, tirelessly clears the snow outside. Yining and Xiao Jingchen are nestled in the warmth of their room. Due to unstable electricity, Yining instructs Xiao Jingchen to start the generator. Outside, temperatures plummet to below 50 degrees, while inside, it feels as warm as spring. Fresh from exercising, Xiao Jingchen enters the bathroom clad in athletic wear, the warm water washing away the beads of sweat from his body. Meanwhile, Yining lounges on the sofa, scrolling through online comments. Taking advantage of the uninterrupted communication, she surfs the internet, fully aware that soon they may have to rely solely on the radio for external information. While browsing videos, she unexpectedly encounters Lin Mengru, who has resumed her live streaming. It appears that her lavish lifestyle has come to an end, and she is now in search of new prospects, though this time it may prove to be more challenging. Emerging from a bath, Xiao Jingchen towels off, revealing skin as smooth and hard as white marble, a physique sculpted to perfection, with defined pectorals and a chiseled abdomen, reminiscent of a masterpiece. Despite their prior intimate encounters, Yining cannot help but blush at the sight of him. Xiao Jingchun casually perches himself on the armrest beside her and asks, "What are you watching?" "Just some videos," Yining replies, turning her phone screen toward him, showcasing various bloggers sharing their experiences with extreme cold phenomena. "Are they captivating?" Xiao Jingchun inquires, pulling Yining close, resting his chin atop her head in a tender manner. "Quite interesting. It's amusing how these individuals still seek attention despite the dire circumstances. I wonder if they will retain such leisure once they find themselves without even instant noodles. Am I more appealing than them?" he asks playfully. Yining's body stiffens momentarily. Based on her past experiences, this is a perilous question. "Of course not. You are far more handsome than anyone else," she responds hurriedly, her eagerness evident. "Little fool." Xiao Jingchun chuckles at her flustered demeanor. "Yining, let us have a child," he suddenly exclaims. "A child?" Yining falls into contemplation. To be honest, she has never considered the idea of children, especially under such uncertain circumstances where tomorrow remains a mystery. Noticing her silence, Xiao Jingchun realizes he has broached the topic rather abruptly. He understands that after enduring numerous life-threatening experiences in his past life, Yining harbors considerable insecurity. Yet, he finds himself yearning for a child with the one he loves. "Fool! I was merely jesting. I meant in the future, not now. The decision to have children is entirely yours, and I will respect your wishes. Regardless of whether we have children or what the future holds, I wish to walk the path of life with you until the very end." Yining nods, touched by his words. "Curse this wretched weather." Shangwan Rong shivers as she dresses. "Butler Liu, why has the air conditioning stopped?" she exclaims in annoyance. "Madam, the power is out," Butler Liu replies, also shaking from a cold. "What? A power outage at such a time? Hurry and find out what is going on," Shangwan Rong urges. "I've already called. The entire city is experiencing a power outage for repairs." Rising from her seat, Shangwan Rong heads to the living room, only to find Li Charin seated on the sofa, a computer resting on the coffee table, with him intently watching the news. "Charin, you finally decided to come out. Are you all right?" she asks, her heart aching at the sight of her son's unkempt appearance. "Mom, I'm fine," Li Charin responds, focused on the news displayed on the computer screen. Seeing her son ignore her, Shangwan Rong sits beside him, perusing the reports. "Global freeze? The current climate is truly erratic," she mutters in dissatisfaction. "I wonder when the power will be restored. I'm freezing here. Butler Liu, please make a call. I wish to lodge a complaint." Meanwhile, Li Charin remains engrossed in the news. Experts speculate that this extreme weather may persist for approximately 3 days. Citizens need not panic. Li Charin furrows his brow, gazing at the crimson sun overhead, sensing that the situation is more complicated than it appears. He suddenly recalls that his confidant had intended to report something to him that day. Could it be related to this matter? He retrieves his phone and dials the number of his confidant. "Hello, Zhao Shiwen. Were you attempting to report the climate changes to me the other day?" "Mr. Li, you finally answered. Yes, that's the matter. Have you already been informed?" Zhao Shiwen inquires, astonished by Li Charin's insight. "No, I have been preoccupied with other matters these past few days." Zhao Shiwen, can you assist me in procuring some supplies? Cost is not an issue. True to his reputation as a shrewd businessman, Li Charin quickly identifies the critical aspect of the situation. "Mr. Li, it's already too late. The blizzard has blocked all transportation routes. No one can venture out, let alone delivery vehicles," Zhao Shiwen replies helplessly. "Zhao Shiwen, I remember you reside on the 17th floor of Junshan Garden. What's the situation there?" Junshan Garden, situated in the city center, comprises over 1,000 households. "Mr. Li, our community is entirely snowbound. Residents cannot leave. I saw in the homeowners group that several hundred people froze to death last night. It's utterly horrifying." Thankfully, Zhao Shiwen is young and strong, with the windows tightly sealed. Otherwise, he might be among the unfortunate. "Are there any volunteer rescuers in your community?" Li Charin inquires. "None. I've heard that conditions in other communities are similarly dire." Friends living nearby report bleak circumstances as well. Is the convenience store in your community still operational? Zhao Shiwen is puzzled by Li Charen's focus on these trivial matters, as he is not typically one to concern himself with such details. Of course it's closed. Even if it were open, no one can venture out to shop. It's far too cold. This morning, he initially intended to venture out, but upon reaching the garage, the biting cold compelled him to retreat. In such frigid weather, he surmised that the gasoline in the car might have frozen into blocks of ice. Was there something amiss with Mr. Li? Zhao Shiwen believed that Mr. Li would not inquire without reason. He must have sensed that something was off. Li Charen took a deep breath and said, Zhao Shiwen, I can offer you 3 pieces of advice. First, if you can still go out, hurry and purchase as many supplies as possible. The more, the better. Second, if you cannot go out, quickly buy supplies at a high price in the owner-s group. Again, the more, the better. Do not give in to anyone asking for supplies under any pretext. Third, do not open the door to anyone indiscriminately. Even if you feel sympathetic, do not take anyone in. It is best to secure the door tightly. Understood, Mr. Li. Zhao Shiwen nodded in acknowledgement. After hanging up, Li Charen had a clearer understanding of the situation. Given the current circumstances, this extreme weather would likely persist for some time, making the procurement of essential supplies paramount. Li Charen summoned the housekeeper and, after assessing the household supplies, discovered there was only enough to sustain the family for 3 days. The Li family had always lived lavishly, consuming only the freshest and air-freighted food, resulting in minimal stockpiling of provisions. However, they did have an abundance of health supplements, with various wellness pills piled high, though regrettably, pills could not serve as a meal. As Li Charen paced the living room in contemplation, he soon called for all the household staff. There were 12 servants in total, including 4 maids, 2 chefs, 2 drivers, 2 bodyguards, the housekeeper, and a cleaner. Li Charen recalled a small convenience store located 500 meters in front of the villa. Dressed in all the available winter gear, he thought a round trip should be manageable, provided everyone was willing to cooperate. However, as soon as he voiced his plan, the 4 maids expressed their reluctance, prompting Li Charen to decisively dismiss them on the spot. In such extraordinary circumstances, every bit of food saved was significant. The remaining staff, seeing Li Charen's resolute stance and his promise of triple wages, finally agreed. Clad in down jackets and equipped with tools, they stepped outside, shivering from the cold. Many felt like retreating, but upon seeing Li Charen leading the way, they ultimately followed. In truth, Li Charen was also freezing. He had never endured such suffering in his decades of life. Yet he persevered, gritting his teeth and moving forward. Each step through the half-meter deep snow felt like treading on cotton candy, an arduous task, as the icy snow seeped through his clothing. The biting wind cut against the skin like a steel blade, causing excruciating pain. The group trudged through the snow until they finally reached the convenience store, only to find its shutters firmly locked. Mr. Li, it's closed. What we do now? Li Charen furrowed his brow and instructed the housekeeper to bring forth a prepared sledgehammer. With a resounding crash, the door gave way and an ear-piercing alarm blared. Within a minute, a large hole was smashed through the shutter. All right, the door is open. Quickly start gathering supplies. Remember, the more, the better. The group exchanged glances at the sight of the gaping hole. Mr. Li, is it all right to break the door like this? One of the drivers tentatively inquired. Don't worry, I will cover the damages. Hurry and gather what you can. If there are consequences, I will handle them. Li Charen replied coolly, dismissing the matter. After all, it was just a convenience store, and given the circumstances, who could hold them accountable? Reassured by Li Charen's confidence, the group eagerly began to haul items. Boxes of instant noodles, bags of bread, containers of pre-prepared meals, along with candles, flashlights, batteries, lighters, and alcohol. What could Mr. Li possibly need these items for? He had never been one to indulge in fast food. But there was no time for contemplation. Soon they were swept away by the exhilaration of their unexpected haul. Under Li Charen's coordination, the servants of the Li household transported the supplies back to the villa. With everyone working together, spurred on by Li Charen's promise of a raise, even the biting cold seemed to soften a bit. Meanwhile, onlookers from other villas watched in curiosity, unable to fathom why Li Charen would resort to robbing a convenience store. They scoffed at the notion, questioning how he could degrade himself in such a manner. Yet, they would soon find themselves regretting their mockery. Finally, the first batch of supplies, 10 boxes in total, was successfully delivered to the villa entrance, just as Lichurin was directing the transport of the second batch. The blood-red sun suddenly became shrouded in fog, and a chilling gust swept through. The servants, caught unprepared, froze in place, quickly becoming enveloped in swirling snowflakes. This was the most terrifying blast of wind since the onset of the apocalypse, capable of freezing a person solid in an instant. "Help me, Uncle Lou, wait for me." But their voices swiftly faded as they were transformed into ice figures in an instant. Those who had hastily retreated to the villa were left shaken, relieved to escape the icy grip of death. Lichurin gazed at the 10 boxes piled in the living room and the 6 remaining survivors, letting out a sigh. These supplies should suffice for about a month. He hoped that his concerns were merely overreactions. Meanwhile, Shangwan Rong looked at the snow-covered Lichurin with deep sympathy, repeatedly brushing the snow off his shoulders. She wanted to have the servants prepare a basin of hot water for him to warm his feet, only to discover that the water heater had also ceased functioning. "It's all right, Mom, I'm fine," Lichurin reassured her. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Yining. How was she faring? The situation at the Yi family's residence must be similar. Perhaps he should call Yining. But the thought of Xiao Jingchun sent a chill through his heart. After spending so many days together, they must have. The mere thought of it churned his stomach. Lichurin was inherently selfish and cold-hearted, embodying the philosophy of preferring to be the one who wrongs the world than to be wronged by it. Meanwhile, Lin Mengru remained oblivious to the chaos outside, or perhaps indifferent. She had returned to her former profession, live streaming. "I'm freezing. Why is it so cold?" Lin Mengru shivered, putting on her down jacket. After sneezing, she began her live stream. Although she wore a down jacket, she cleverly revealed a hint of allure, captivating her audience with her playful banter, igniting their passions. "Brothers, little Rue is so cold." Lin Mengru feigned innocence, striking a pose while deliberately exposing her curves. "It's so cold. Come closer to your brother and let him warm you." How frustrating. Little Ruru is currently engaged in a competition. Could the brothers possibly grant her a single gift? Just one would suffice. Soon, rockets began to soar across the screen. "Thank you for the rockets, dear brothers. Little Ruru loves you all." 2 hours later, Lin Mengru concluded her live stream and glanced at the gift value above, pouting in dissatisfaction. Paupers, with such meager gifts, even after deducting the guild and platform share. What remains is hardly enough to fill her teeth. Her primary goal was to hook a long-term benefactor, not to settle for these trifles. After finally marrying Lichurin, she found herself in a predicament when he was unexpectedly ousted from a CEO position. How could her luck be so poor? Lin Mengru felt no blame for this situation. She attributed it to the media's sudden revelations. In her eyes, Lichurin had become a destitute man, expelled from the Mengran group. No, she must swiftly seek another wealthy patron. Otherwise, it would become increasingly difficult as she aged. Speaking of which, why hadn't Wang Gu contacted her for so long? Could he have become involved with someone else? Lin Mengru's eyes darted as she selected several sultry photos to post on her social media, captioning it with a longing for warmth, feeling cold all alone. She tagged everyone, and almost instantly, comments began to flood in. "Heartfelt dream. If you seek warmth, your brother can provide it. Where are you? Mr. One, there's a newly opened hotel that is quite nice. Would you like to come out sometime? Autumn fairy tale. Why haven't you reached out for so long? I miss you. Wang welfare Wang Gu. Shall we go for hot pot? Lin Mengru, sure. Will you come pick me up, Wang Gu?" Wang Gu seems reliable, even if he is not the most handsome. After a lively chat with them, Lin Mengru suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Odd. Why hadn't her meal arrived yet today? To avoid Shangwan Rong, she had been dining in her room recently. Lin Mengru waited and waited, but as 5 o'clock approached with no meal in sight, she finally succumbed and ventured to the dining room, only to find it completely empty. Butler, why hasn't dinner been prepared today? Yet, instead of the butler, Shangwan Rong appeared at her call. "Here, eat." "What? Instant noodles? This is intolerable." Once a celebrated streamer, she had dined on delicacies at the behest of many admirers. If it weren't for the Li family's villa, she would have left long ago. Speaking of which, could she possibly claim this villa through a lawyer? What does this mean, Shangwanrong? Are you deliberately provoking me? Lin Mengru tossed the instant noodles into the trash. This is precisely what it means. Only instant noodles? You can eat them if you wish. Just giving you instant noodles is already generous. Believe it or not, I want to even give you the seasoning packet. Shangwanrong scoffed. Let me make this clear. If you don't want to eat, you can leave and find your own food. Since their last confrontation, Shangwanrong had been patient with her for far too long. Go ahead. Who want to stay here and watch you act like an old hag? Lin Mengru pouted, refusing to believe that, with so many people courting her outside, she wouldn't find a place to eat. She decisively marched to the front door, flung it open, and was met by a frigid gust of wind. The bitter cold nearly knocked her off her feet. Alarmed, Lin Mengru quickly closed the door. What a blizzard. This is it. I can't go out now. What happened to your bravado? Why are you back now? Shangwanrong taunted. You're mistreating me. Do you think I want to post about this online? The esteemed Li family is making their daughter-in-law eat instant noodles. Lin Mengru fumed. She still believed that Shangwanrong was merely seeking to provoke her. If you want to leave, just go. Li Charen's voice, cold as ice, echoed unexpectedly. Charen, I am, after all, the wife of the Min Grand Group as president. How can I live in such squalor? Lin Mengru instantly adopted a coy tone. I'll say it once more. There are only instant noodles, and if you wish to expose this online, go ahead. Li Charen didn't even lift his eyelids. Fine. This is deliberate. Lin Mengru angrily retreated to her room. Yet, by noon the following day, her meal still hadn't arrived. Resigned, she returned to the dining room, secretly retrieving the discarded instant noodles from the trash and returning to her room. As the second snowfall descended, people finally began to realize that the extreme cold would not abate anytime soon. Panic-stricken citizens attempted to venture out for supplies, only to discover that the roads were completely buried under snow, rendering them impassable. Amidst the scarcity of resources, chaos ensued. The veneer of civility between people was torn away, revealing the savage fangs of humanity. In this stormy scenario, the seeds of malevolence proliferated like weeds throughout the city. Blood stained the ground, swiftly concealed by the fresh snowfall, as if the earth were a wounded child, using snow to cover its scars. The second snowfall persisted for 3 full days before finally ceasing. By 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the third day, the sun finally emerged. Though the twilight remained as thin as autumn leaves, it was no longer drenched in crimson. The temperature began to rise slightly, from a chilling -60 degrees to a still frigid -50. While Li Charen and his companions endured the cold, Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchen were enjoying a cozy life in a shelter. Yi Ning, clad in a cotton nightgown and slippers, sat on the carpet before the fireplace, scrolling through social media. A half-eaten ice cream rested on the coffee table. As she scrolled, she stumbled upon Lin Mengru's post, bemused that despite freezing conditions, she was still trying to attract wealthy suitors. Truly a remarkable individual. Blissful indeed. Outside, the cold winds howled, but inside, it was as warm as spring. The firewood in the fireplace blazed brightly, warming the entire room. The lavishly renovated shelter blocked most of the cold air. The radiators were also pleasantly toasty. The 2 dogs, Da Huang and Er Huang, lounged contentedly on the sofa, dozing peacefully. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingchen busied himself tinkering in the tool room. All those preparations had not been in vain. Aside from being unable to go outside, her quality of life remained unchanged. When mealtime arrived, Yining took out 2 servings of steak, baked cod, and bread from her space, quickly heating them in the microwave. Da Huang and Er Huang had their exclusive dog food, along with freeze-dried treats and snacks. Da Huang, Er Huang, hurry and bring your bowls. It's time to eat. With her command, the 2 dogs dashed back from their rooms, returning with their bowls. While watching the microwave, Yi Ning unwrapped the packaging for their food. All done. The meal is ready, so please eat obediently. Yi Ning gently patted their heads and placed their respective bowls before them. At that moment, the steak in the microwave was also ready. With a soft ding, the microwave opened automatically. Yi Ning hurriedly donned her gloves and took out the steaming steak. Jing Chun, it's time to eat. Huh, what are you doing? Yi Ning pushed open the door to the tool room and found Xiao Jingchun meticulously cleaning the firearms. Jingchun, what are you tinkering with that for? Despite having experienced numerous grand occasions in her past life, being so close to such lethal weapons still sent a chill down Yining's spine. Oh, it's nothing. Just taking them out for some research. Xiao Jingchun returned the firearms to their case and closed the lid. Suddenly, Yining recalled something important. By the way, Jingchun, is your ability still intact? Xiao Jingchun nodded, stood up, closed his eyes, and a shallow blue rectangular matrix suddenly appeared, enveloping both Yining and himself. Yining slowly extended her hand, and at the moment of contact, the matrix rippled like water, quickly returning to calm. This was Xiao Jingchun's ability, absolute domain. Among the most formidable abilities of the era of powers in her past life, absolute domain offered immunity to any form of attack within its confines, including but not limited to physical and chemical assaults. It was akin to being sheltered within a colossal tortoise shell. One could harm those outside, yet they could not inflict any damage in return. The power of this ability was indeed immense. Unfortunately, the absolute domain had a time limit, lasting only 10 minutes. Nevertheless, even so, in the absence of a concentrated assault, it was more than sufficient to wreak havoc. With your ability, Jingchun, we needn't worry when we venture outside, Yining exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Jingchun nodded. By the way, did you come to find me for something specific? I almost forgot. Jingchun, let's have dinner together. I've already heated up the steak. Xiao Jingchun followed Yining to the dining room, where the steak was already laid out on the table. Xiao Jingchun favored filet mignon, while Yining preferred sirloin. He promptly took Yining's plate, carefully sliced the steak, and handed it to her before cutting his own. Jingchun, I can cut it myself, Yining said between bites. I know you can, but I simply wish to pamper you. Xiao Jingchun reached out to wipe the pepper sauce from the corner of Yining's mouth. Jingchun, why are you so good to me? Yining felt a swell of emotion. Because I love you. Xiao Jingchun gazed deeply into Yining's eyes, his affection unmistakable. Yining lowered her head to continue enjoying her steak, her heart brimming with sweetness. By the way, how have Lei Siming and Brother Long Fei been doing? Yining suddenly remembered that she hadn't paid attention to their situation in the past few days. Brother Long Fei has been holed up inside. That kid Lei Siming is so afraid his animals will freeze to death that he has been staying at the breeding base, living and eating with those cubs. Xiao Jingchun vividly described. What? Yining nearly choked on her steak in surprise. According to Lei Siming, this might be the last surviving group of livestock in the world, and he had to protect the flame of humanity. Yining felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. How had it suddenly become so sacred? Yet there was some truth to it. Although her initial decision had been impulsive, if the breeding base could indeed flourish, that would be wonderful. Initially, she had only planned for her and Xiao Jingchun's lives. However, now, the sanctuary had become home to so many others. Regardless, if the breeding base could develop, it would be a positive development. That's great. Let's have Lei Siming work hard. If he needs extra hands, we can ask Wang Ma and the others to help. After finishing their meal, Xiao Jingchun cleaned the plates, and the two played with De Huang and Air Huang for a while before taking a nap. Lying in bed, Yining gazed at Xiao Jingchun's sleeping face beside her, feeling that this warm and simple life was quite delightful. Although there were no lavish parties, no extravagant goods, no fashion shows, and no luxurious cars, it brought her a sense of happiness and fulfillment. Jingchun, thank you for your unreserved and fearless love. Yining gently kissed Xiao Jingchun's forehead, tucked him in, and then embraced his waist, drifting into a deep sleep. The day after the heavy snowfall, after being cooped up indoors for several days, Yining finally decided to step outside for some fresh air and to assess the situation outside. As soon as the door opened, De Huang and Air Huang, clad in their winter vests, rushed out first. De Huang, Air Huang, wait. Before Yining could finish her sentence, the two were engulfed by the oncoming snow. De Huang, Air Huang, are you all right? Yining anxiously dashed forward. With two barks, De Huang emerged from the snow pile, followed closely by Air Huang. Shaking off the snow, they resumed their frolicking in the white expanse. De Huang and Air Huang have adapted well to this environment. You need not worry, Xiao Jingchun reassured her, taking her hand. Standing side by side in their latest nanotech couple's winter suits, they resembled two dazzling stars, radiating an enchanting glow. Their figures akin to meticulously crafted works of art, flawless and harmonious, like a perfect couple. It's been a while since I've breathed fresh air. Yining stepped out of the sanctuary, stretching her limbs as the biting cold pressed in from all sides, nearly taking her breath away after emerging from the warm environment. It's so cold. Yining instinctively huddled her shoulders. Within mere minutes, frost had formed on her eyelashes. Without heating, one could perish within a night. Outside, Long Fei was operating a snowplow, clearing the ground. The sight of the towering, muscular man deftly maneuvering the giant machine was quite fitting. The snow had just fallen and remained soft. After some time, it would harden like stone, making it impossible to clear. Upon seeing Yining and Xiao Jingchen emerge, Long Fei excitedly leaped from the driver's seat. "Mr. Xiao, Miss Yi, you are out too." Xiao Jingchen nodded. "Brother Long Fei, with so much snow, do you intend to clear it all out to the walls?" Yining inquired curiously. "No, that would be too troublesome. I plan to pile all this snow in the northwest corner and compact it to create a few ice sculptures." "Ice sculptures? Brother Long Fei, you can make ice sculptures?" In her previous life, Long Fei had been taciturn. Yining only knew of his loyalty and kindness, but not much else about him. "Of course. I am a genuine Z City native. It's just a pity that I have no family left there." As he spoke, his expression darkened. Yet, what difference did it make to have family? The temperature in City Z had plummeted to a staggering minus 90 degrees. Such a climate was simply beyond the endurance of human beings. It was likely that the area had become a desolate ghost town. In contrast, City still offered a glimmer of hope. At least there remained a chance to struggle for survival. Naturally, Yining refrained from expressing these thoughts aloud. "All right, Long Fei, you may return to your tasks. The day will soon turn to dusk," said Xiao Jingchen. Long Fei nodded and resumed his duties. Once Long Fei departed, Yining found herself curious about how Xiao Jingchen managed to command such obedience from this headstrong man. "Jingchen, I am quite intrigued. How did you manage to subdue Brother Long Fei?" "Guess," Xiao Jingchen replied, a smug grin adorning his face. "With your unparalleled wisdom," Yining flattered. "Incorrect." Xiao Jingchen haughtily turned his head aside. "Then it must be your immaculate strategy capable of unraveling the mysteries of the universe." "Incorrect." He continued to be prideful. "How can that be wrong? It is your extraordinary charisma that captivates all." Yining persisted in her guesses. Xiao Jingchen displayed a look of feigned indignation, as if to say, "Do you truly know so little about me? How could you not even guess this? Then what is it? I genuinely cannot fathom it. Dear Jingchen, do enlighten me." "All right, since you have sincerely inquired, I shall bestow upon you this revelation." Yining gazed at him expectantly. "It relies on sheer force." "What?" Yining exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "Is that so surprising? After rescuing him, when he was reluctant to join me, I engaged him in a few bouts, and he ultimately succumbed. Strength is the singular standard for conquering all." Suddenly, Xiao Jingchen playfully pinned Yining against the wall, a wicked glint in his eyes. "I possess considerable strength, and by the way, do not refer to me as little brother, lest you wish to witness my might." Recalling the myriad of whimsical trials Xiao Jingchen subjected her to, which left her exhausted every morning, she hurriedly stepped back. "Jingchen, I was wrong. I truly was." Yining's eyes sparkled with innocence. Xiao Jingchen tousled her hair, a satisfied expression gracing his face. "What should I call you then?" "Elder brother, but you are younger than I." Yining's next words shattered his composure. Observing her stifled laughter, it was evident she was deliberately teasing him. Yining's antics perpetually drove him to the brink of exasperation, yet he loved her all the same. Xiao Jingchen stepped closer, lifting Yining's chin. "If you are uncertain of how to address me, then simply call me dear." This time, it was Yining who felt a shiver run down her spine. "I think I shall stick with Jingchen. By the way, how are things with Lei Siming?" Yining suddenly remembered the breeding base, wondering how the cubs they had captured last time were faring and if they had perished from the cold. "Shall we go and check?" Yining led Xiao Jingchen around the living quarters to the greenhouse breeding base at the back. For transparent glass houses stood side by side, their windows veiled with a thin mist. Yining opened the glass door first. In stark contrast to the previous disarray, the interior now appeared meticulously organized. The soil had been freshly turned and sprinkled with feed, as though it had been imbued with new life. It remained a mystery what kind of crops Lei Siming had sown within. Where could he be? Yining pushed open 2 more greenhouses. Yet Lei Siming was nowhere to be found. Wouldn't he ever turn to his room? Would he? That seems unlikely. He has been here for days and nights. He cannot simply abandon his post. Upon entering the last breeding room, Yining finally spotted Lei Siming. His hair was disheveled, his clothes dust-laden, as he crouched on the floor, diligently wielding a saw. Beside him, 2 adorable lambs sat calmly, unafraid of human presence. Upon noticing the visitors, the 2 little lambs sprang to their feet in alarm, sparkling like 2 bright gemstones in the sunlight, their eyes twinkling with fragility and charm. Lei Siming, what are you up to? Hearing Yining and Xiao Jingchun's voices, Lei Siming paused his work and stood up. What brings you here? We came to check on your progress, Yining replied. I am currently constructing a fence for them. Lei Siming proudly showcased his half-finished product. He had cut the wood into pieces and was nailing them together. With excitement sparkling in his eyes, he explained, this area is for the calves, and over there is for the adult cattle, which are already completed. Following his direction, they observed 2 large cows leisurely munching on feed. As for the chickens, I am raising them freely, ensuring we have fresh eggs and milk. The gleam in Lei Siming's eyes reflected his enthusiasm. As a dedicated researcher, these were all valuable materials for his studies. He eagerly led Yining and Xiao Jingchun around, chattering animatedly. Although Xiao Jingchun had no interest in such matters, he still patted Lei Siming on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Xiao Jingchun hastily excused himself. Jingchun, let us return. It is too cold, despite only being outside for a short while. Yining felt as if she had turned into a quail. All right. Xiao Jingchun nodded, observing the rosy hue on Yining's nose. At this time, Wang Ma had already tidied the room and collected the refuse from the past few days. As darkness threatened to descend once more, Yining pondered. What shall we have for dinner? How about hot pot? After braving the biting cold outside, nothing seemed more comforting than a steaming hot pot. Jingchun, shall we indulge in hot pot? It has been ages since we last enjoyed it. Yining was a fervent lover of spicy food, but her previous concerns about breakouts had restrained her from indulging, especially when accompanying Li Chuan to events. With the advent of the apocalypse, such culinary delights had become even more unattainable. Countless times, she had dreamt of hot pot in the frigid wilderness, only to awaken to an empty stomach. At last, the dream of hot pot freedom was within reach. Without hesitation, Yining retrieved the hot pot from her space, along with an array of meticulously prepared ingredients: tripe, konjac noodles, beef rolls, lamb rolls, black fish slices, taro cubes, hot pot balls, squid rings, an abundant feast that filled the table, enticing all who beheld it. The bubbling water in the pot released a fragrant steam, and Yining took out the hot pot base. Jingchun, would you prefer spicy broth or clear broth? She asked while stirring the base. Spicy broth, of course. You know I love it. Xiao Jingchun sat at the table, gazing intently at Yining, who was busily preparing their meal. Perhaps every man feels a flutter in his heart when he witnesses the woman he loves laboring for him. It's better to have a clear broth. You can't handle spicy. Yining added both a spicy beef oil base and a mushroom broth to the hot pot. Soon, the pot began to bubble enticingly, the red broth fiery and vivid, akin to flames, while the white broth exuded a rich, creamy warmth reminiscent of milk. Jingchun, you can start adding ingredients now, she urged, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, which slid down her cheeks like glistening pearls. All right, Xiao Jingchun replied, his eyes fixed on her. This was Yining's first experience in preparing such a meal. She had always relied on Wang Ma and others to set everything up for her. However, since being with Xiao Jingchun, she found joy in personally engaging in the culinary process with the one she cherished. Done. Yining enthusiastically added her favorite ingredients to the red broth, including beef rolls, hot pot balls, egg dumplings, bacon, quail eggs, and tofu puffs. Jingchen, why aren't you adding anything? She inquired, noticing him still. Ah, it's nothing. You go ahead. Xiao Jingchen was so captivated by her that he momentarily forgot. He had never seen her so vibrant and full of life. She had always been elegant and reserved, born with a golden spoon. Even in her past life, she had maintained a silent composure. Yet, this lively Yining seemed increasingly adorable to him. Jingchen, do you not know how to add ingredients? Let me help you. Yining eagerly began to toss various items into the white broth. It occurred to her that she had never seen Xiao Jingchen enjoy hot pot before. As the ingredients neared readiness, she deftly used tongs to retrieve them for him, drizzling them with sesame sauce, vinegar, scallions, and cilantro. Hurry and eat. It's delicious, Yining urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Jingchen picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, discovering an unexpectedly peculiar flavor. Then he remembered he did not eat cilantro. Is it good? Yining asked expectantly. Yes, it's certainly good. To maintain her enthusiasm, Xiao Jingchen heartily dug into his bowl. That's wonderful, Yining exclaimed joyfully. Then you should eat more. She added several more pieces to his bowl. All right, you can add the ingredients yourself now. Xiao Jingchen finally escaped the fate of cilantro. As Yining continued cooking, she also filled her own bowl with the cooked food. Eating hot, spicy beef hot pot in such frigid weather was truly delightful. If only paired with milk tea, it would be perfection. With that thought, Yining retrieved a cup of coconut boba milk tea from her space. Jingchen, what would you like to drink? She asked, not forgetting him. Just some ice cola will do. No sugar, Xiao Jingchen replied without hesitation, having just tasted the spicy food from Yining's pot, which set his throat ablaze. He simply could not fathom why she enjoyed such spicy dishes. But as long as she liked it, he was willing to accompany her. Yining produced 2 cups of cola from her space, opened the window, and set them outside. In just 30 seconds, the cola began to freeze, even inside the shelter. Outside, it would likely freeze in a mere second. Here you go, Jingchen. Yining kindly handed it to him. The spice made Xiao Jingchen quickly gulp it down, seeing his flushed face from the heat. Yining couldn't help but cover her face and laugh quietly. All right, Jingchen, if you can't handle the spice, don't eat it. I'm fine, Xiao Jingchen insisted, displaying his characteristic stubbornness. He had a peculiar tenacity about trying what he could not achieve. Yining, having grown up alongside him, was well aware of this trait. All right, Jingchen, don't push yourself. Be careful not to hurt your stomach. She retrieved a bottle of milk from her space. Drink this. Milk is the best remedy for spiciness. Half an hour later, Yining finally felt full, patting her belly as she lay back on the sofa. I'm so stuffed, but it was truly delicious. Xiao Jingchen sat beside her, gently massaging her stomach with a face full of affection. Yining, next time, you can't eat so much. There were still some ingredients left on the table, which Yining stored away in her space. In this apocalyptic world, although her space was well stocked, every morsel counted, and nothing should be wasted. She left the remaining items on the table, knowing Wang Ma would come by in the morning to clean up. After their meal, the night deepened, ushering in another quiet and peaceful day. If life could continue like this indefinitely, it wouldn't be so bad. Snow began to fall softly again, this time lightly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 11th day of the apocalypse. Yining and Xiao Jingchen nestled in their warm shelter, enjoying a variety of delicious foods daily. Occasionally, they would take to Huang and Air Huang for a stroll. Brother Longfei stayed true to his word and began crafting ice sculptures, diligently chiseling away as an ice castle began to take shape. The last few days could be described as a tranquil period following the extreme cold. Although temperatures remained below 50 degrees, the relentless snow and fierce winds had subsided. Within the shelter, everyone busied themselves with their tasks, free from the burdensome pressures of the outside world, living peacefully and fulfilling lives. Outside the shelter, however, the world had transformed into chaos. The extreme cold had arrived so unexpectedly that institutions were woefully unprepared, causing the machinery that sustained society to come to a near halt. From the 10th day of the extreme cold, GF announced a complete power outage during the day. Meanwhile, residents trapped in their homes began to deplete their food supplies. After 3 days of heavy snowfall, With over 3 meters of accumulation, nearly all low-rise buildings were buried, including shops, supermarkets, hospitals, and schools, all enveloped in a blanket of white. Even shopping malls were inundated with snow, blocking entrances completely, forcing access through the laborious task of digging through the snow for supplies. In this state of disorder, to compete for resources, individuals already on the fringes of society began to band together, seizing what little remained. "Give it to me. If you dare hold on, do you believe I will kill you?" In a high-rise apartment, a man with a scarred chin and a fierce demeanor viciously kic the scarred man's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the frail man clutched his arm and fell to the ground, a serpentine trail of blood pooling beneath him. At that moment, a fair-skinned and buxom woman rushed out of the room. "Husband, are you all right?" she asked with concern, seeing her husband on the ground, clutching his arm. "Wenexian, why did you come out? Get back inside," the frail man urged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Please don't take our family's food. I have children. I beg you," the naive woman pleaded on her knees, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Oh, is that so? And what will you offer me in return?" The scarred man leered suggestively. I. Even in her naivete, the woman sensed the danger. She wanted to retreat back into the room as her husband had instructed, but it was too late. The scarred man advanced toward her, step by step. "What do you want? Stay away from me," she cried, her voice trembling, her eyes darting around for something to defend herself with. But there was nothing suitable. In her panic, she grabbed a bowl from the table. "Do you think you can threaten me with that little bowl?" The scarred man scoffed, then reached across the table, seized her hair, and dragged her into the room. Soon, the woman's screams and the man's ambiguous laughter echoed from within. 10 minutes later, the scarred man emerged from the room, sated, leaving behind a disheveled woman with bruises all over her body. Moments later, the frail man timidly returned to the room and embraced his wife, who was squatting on the floor, her clothes in disarray. "Wenexian, it's over, Wenexian." But the woman was like a lifeless puppet, her eyes vacant. After a long pause, she finally snapped out of it and began to beat her timid husband wildly. "Why did you only come now? Were you just now? Why didn't you kill him?" She screamed hysterically. I'm sorry, he said with remorse before leaving the room. He stood by the living room window for a while, then opened it and jumped. Scenes like this were happening in countless homes. At the Lee family villa, fortunately, Lee Charon had recognized the severity of the situation in time and had transported some supplies from the convenience store. Combined with the existing stock, they were not yet in imminent danger of running out of food. However, with so many people in the household, the daily consumption of food was considerable. Since the last supply run, Lee Charon had taken complete control of the resources and distributed food according to each person's contribution to daily life. As a result, the parasitic Lin Mingru and her stepson became the lowest rung of the household, surviving on a single packet of instant noodles each day. Lin Mingru, who had once relentlessly pursued thinness, had effortlessly achieved her desired figure, an ironic twist of fate. An A4 waist and legs like a manga character. But her brothers had no interest in admiring it. Lin Mingru felt as if her stomach was burning with hunger. She wandered around the living room, searching for food, but found nothing. Where on earth is Lee Charon hiding the food? She wondered. At that moment, Lee Charon, who had been absent for a long time, finally appeared before her. He was still handsome, but much thinner, indicating that he had been having a hard time as well. "Charon, I'm so hungry. Can you give me 2 more packets of instant noodles?" "No." Lee Charon coldly brushed her aside, slamming the door shut as he returned to his room. What am I going to do? I'll starve to death if this continues." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Mingru's mind, and a new plan formed. At 5 in the morning on the 12th day of the extreme cold, the first intruders finally arrived outside the sanctuary. Under the cover of darkness, an engineering vehicle quietly approached the perimeter. "Be careful. If she finds out, it'll be hard to find a place to hide." "Boss, are you sure there are a lot of supplies in here?" "Of course. Don't ask unnecessary questions. Just follow my plan and my instructions," said the man in a gray, well-tailored suit, bald, and with gleaming eyes, none other than Li Junbois, the owner of Wei Yuan Construction. When Yi Ning had been building the sanctuary, he had found her construction requirements peculiar. Although City A was in the southeast and not considered a cold region, Yi Ning had insisted on prioritizing insulation and warmth. He had sensed that there must be a special reason. When the extreme cold arrived, he finally understood that Yi Ning had foreseen everything. In the early days of the extreme cold, he had panicked for a while. But, being the cunning businessman he was, he quickly rallied his men, formed his own faction, and began to scavenge for supplies. Soon, he remembered Yi Ning. Since Yi Ning had foreseen everything, she must have prepared a lot of supplies. Li Zhenghua decided to kill Yi Ning and seize her sanctuary as his base, gradually expanding his power and taking control of City A. The apocalypse might even be a good thing for him. He had tampered with 2 of Yi Ning's sanctuaries a year ago, making it easy to get in. Once he was inside, he would quietly eliminate Yi Ning, and the entire sanctuary would be his. However, he did not expect that from the moment he stepped onto that hill, Huang had sensed everything. Huang, who had been sleeping, suddenly perked up its ears and ran frantically to Yi Ning and Xiao Jingxun's door, scratching at the closed door with its paws. Yi Ning was sitting on the bed, scrolling through her social media feed, when she saw Lin Mingru and Shangguan Rong posting about their suffering. Suddenly, she heard a commotion at the door. It was Huang. Had it sensed something? Yi Ning opened the door, and Huang darted inside, meowing and pointing its paw in the southeast direction. Yi Ning understood instantly. Huang, are you saying there's something going on in the southeast? Huang nodded. Yi Ning, I'll go check it out first. You stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Xiao Jingxun opened the door. No, let's go together. Yi Ning donned her clothing and, accompanied by Xiao Jingxun, exited the residential area. Arriving before the observation tower, located in the southeast. During the renovation of the shelter, Yi Ning had specifically instructed Li Zhenghua to construct 4 observation towers. To mitigate the effects of strong winds and power outages on surveillance, she had equipped each tower with telescopes, ensuring that every movement in the vicinity would be under her vigilant gaze. The observation towers stood a formidable 5 meters tall, and Yi Ning, along with Xiao Jingxun, ascended to the pinnacle via the spiral staircase. Upon opening the telescope's cover, she swiftly spotted a group of dark figures. As anticipated, it was indeed him. Yi Ning passed the telescope to Xiao Jingxun. Meanwhile, outside the shelter's walls, a throng of individuals exchanged bewildered glances at the outermost barrier. Boss, how are we supposed to get in? Li Zhenghua had not anticipated that Yi Ning would construct an additional wall beyond the original perimeter. Climb over it. Hurry up and bring the ladder. The ladder was soon procured, and the search party cautiously ascended it towards the wall. Jingxun, do you think we should directly shoot them with the crossbow? Fortunately, Yi Ning had foreseen Li Zhenghua's untrustworthy nature and had taken precautions. We need not wait for them to come closer. The current range is somewhat distant. Xiao Jingxun replied nonchalantly, viewing the crowd as no threat whatsoever. On the other side, Li Zhenghua's men finally scaled the first wall. As they descended the ladder, Li Zhenghua nearly stumbled, but was promptly steadied by his subordinates. He led them towards the main gate, and within 5 minutes, the imposing iron doors loomed before them. Boss, it seems this wall is electrified. How do we get in? Should we just dismantle the door? Asked one of Li Zhenghua's most trusted subordinates. Fool, do you have a pig's brain? How do you propose to dismantle such a thick iron door? Come, show me how. Li Zhenghua retorted angrily, delivering a sharp rap to the man's head. I graduated from elementary school, you know. Not my fault for being uneducated. The subordinate muttered in discontent, reflecting that if he were more educated, he wouldn't be a lackey, but rather a celebrated figure. What nonsense are you spouting? Get over here and help carry the box. Li Zhenghua scolded. Boss, what's in this box? It's so heavy. Tools. Li Zhenghua reluctantly replied. He had tampered with the electronic lock of Yi Ning's shelter. If he severed a single wire, the door would automatically unlock. However, there appeared to be no electronic lock in sight. The subordinate, puzzled, gazed at the door, which evidently lacked any locking mechanism. Are you blind? Can't you see the massive electronic lock? I've never seen someone so dim-witted. Li Zhenghua chastised, aware that his current lack of capable men prevented him from relying on such brainless individuals. Setting the box down, he prepared to act, only to realize something was amiss. Where's the electronic lock? Why is it missing? The 2 massive iron doors were firmly shut, seemingly secured from the inside. Could it be that Yi Ning had anticipated this, deliberately changing the lock? She was merely a young girl. Surely she couldn't possess such cunning, right? Li Charan might be capable of such schemes, but hadn't she divorced him long ago? Boss, didn't I tell you there's no electronic lock? The foolish subordinate chimed in. Shut up. Get lost. Li Zhenghua irritably shoved him aside. Without an electronic lock, forcefully dismantling the massive doors was evidently impossible. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Where is it? To the east. As Li Zhenghua moved along the wall, he searched for the mark he had left behind. Yes, here it is. There's a brick that is recessed. This is the signal I intentionally left. Bring me a sledgehammer. Li Zhenghua pointed to the spot and instructed to strike it forcefully. Immediately, someone fetched a sledgehammer, eager to impress Li Zhenghua by pounding against the wall. However, even after a dozen strikes, the wall remained unyielding. This shouldn't be. Why is it so hard? He had clearly constructed this section as hollow. There was no way it wouldn't break through. Surely, these men were not exerting their full strength. Li Zhenghua took the sledgehammer himself, striking the wall with all his might, yet it still did not budge. Could it be that Yi Ning has discovered this as well? After several more strikes, Li Zhenghua finally conceded defeat. As dawn approached, one of his subordinates hurriedly approached. Boss, should we return? We can come back tomorrow. Yet Li Zhenghua knew that this would easily alert Yi Ning. Once she detected them, gaining entry would become increasingly difficult. After several hours of effort, with dawn imminent, he clenched and relaxed his fists, arriving at a decisive conclusion. Bring the ladder. We will climb over the wall, but there is high voltage up there. Won't it be easy to get electrocuted? A subordinate immediately questioned. The ladder was soon erected. The snow within the wall seemed to have been cleared, accumulating instead at the edges. Under Li Zhenghua's direction, the group began to climb, crouching low. Hurry up, move faster. Li Zhenghua urged from below. By the way, boss, I heard that the woman in there is a beauty. Killing her might be too wasteful. What do you think? A lewd subordinate inched closer to Li Zhenghua. Li Zhenghua kicked him away. Get lost. Stop wasting time and hurry up. Securing this location was paramount. While Yi Ning was indeed a beauty, he had no romantic inclinations towards her. His goal was to dominate City A in the future. However, a little sweetness for his subordinates wouldn't be out of the question. Rest assured, as long as you follow me, Li, everything will be yours. His words carried on the wind, invigorating those who had previously shown signs of lethargy. Soon, the first person finally reached the top of the ladder, donning insulated gloves. Nervously preparing to cut the wires atop the wall, the others watched with bated breath. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the ladder to sway, and he panicked, struggling to maintain his balance. In the chaos, his insulated glove slipped off, and one hand grasped the live wire. It's over. I'm going to become barbecue. Yet, instead of the anticipated excruciating pain, he opened his eyes and tested with his other hand. No electricity. Surprisingly, there was no power. Boss, the high-voltage line isn't electrified, he exclaimed with elation. His joy was ephemeral, as an arrow pierced his neck in the subsequent instant. Yi Ning had indeed not used electricity, as it was unnecessary for such adversaries. Gurgle, gurgle. Intense pain prevented him from speaking, allowing only strange noises to escape. Those behind him, noticing his stillness, hastily urged him forward. What's wrong with you, stunned with joy? Hurry up. However, the next moment, the henchman named collapsed, landing fortuitously near the still excited Li Zhenghua's feet. Hey, get up. Stop feigning death. Li Zhenghua suppressed his fear, nonchalantly nudging Ertu's head with his toe. Boss, he seems to be dead, a lackey said, trembling. Li Zhenghua signaled with his eyes, and two henchmen flipped Ertu's body over, revealing a completely pierced throat, now bubbling with blood. In the watchtower, Xiao Jingchun calmly retrieved the crossbow, approached Yi Ning, and covered her eyes. Be good, don't look, the following scene is too gory. Yi Ning hesitated briefly, but nodded obediently. She had, in fact, witnessed numerous such scenes in her previous life. However, she knew Xiao Jingchun did not wish to taint her eyes with such things. Seeing Yi Ning's closed eyes, Xiao Jingchun no longer concealed his somber murderous aura, transforming into a six-winged demon emerging from hell. With nimble agility, he picked up the crossbow, smoothly loading an arrow, drawing the string, aiming, and firing. Each shot precisely struck a henchman in the throat. From the moment he saw the arrow in Ertu's neck, Li Zhenghua knew things were amiss. Hastily shouting for them to descend, but it was too late. The sound of arrows cutting through the air persisted. Li Zhenghua internally cursed his miscalculation, never expecting Yining, a young girl, to possess such means. He gazed up at the watchtower, where the silhouette of a slender, godlike figure of slaughter was projected onto the window. Go run. This way. The remaining henchmen followed Li Zhenghua, fleeing westward. Seeing the figures disappear from view, Xiao Jingchen remained unhurried, retrieving his satellite phone. Long Fei, they're heading your way. Just as Li Zhenghua and his men were congratulating themselves on their escape, one of them exclaimed, "Boss, we've finally escaped. Let's go. We need to leave quickly," Li Zhenghua urged, pressing them to form a human ladder to escape over the wall. Thud! At that moment, the henchman beside Li Zhenghua suddenly fell. "Boss, save me. Save me." Driven by the will to live, he grabbed Li Zhenghua's leg. "Get lost." Li Zhenghua kicked him away mercilessly. He was preoccupied with his own escape and could not afford to care for these henchmen. The sound of arrows cutting through the air echoed once more. Soon, the henchmen around Li Zhenghua fell one by one. Seeing this, Li Zhenghua hastily hid in a snowdrift, hoping to deceive his pursuers. He was now certain that there were several individuals inside, and they were specially trained. Otherwise, they could not have shot with such precision and ruthlessness. Finally, everything fell silent. Just as Li Zhenghua believed he was safe and waited for an opportunity to escape, the gates of the shelter opened. The crunching sound of boots on the snow grew closer. Li Zhenghua nervously closed his eyes, continuously praying, "Don't find me, don't find me." However, his wish was soon dashed as the footsteps stopped before him, and the snow above his head was brushed away. "Boss Li, open your eyes. We've already seen you." Yining's clear voice sounded in his ear, but Li Zhenghua now found it as terrifying as the voice of a harbinger of doom. Li Zhenghua opened his eyes, seeing Yining leading a dog, with two men behind her, crossbows in hand. It was clear they were the ones operating the crossbows, certainly not ordinary individuals. "Boss Li, long time no see." Yining smiled as if meeting an old friend. "Miss Yi, I was wrong. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to hurt you. I just wanted to find a safe place to live," Li Zhenghua said, relieved. Of course, he could not admit that he had come specifically for Yining. Yining nodded noncommittally. Unable to discern Yining's true intentions, he hastily begged, "Miss Yi, please spare me. I was also an acquaintance of your father. I swear I won't tell anyone about this place. Please let me off this time, can you? Once I get back, I'll definitely bring more people, and then, I'll tear you to pieces," Li Zhenghua thought bitterly. "I wonder if Boss Li has ever heard an old saying," Yining said languidly. What old saying?" Li Zhenghua had a bad feeling. To not eradicate the weeds is to invite future trouble. Of course, she could not let Li Zhenghua go. In the apocalypse, kindness to others is cruelty to oneself, especially to those who want to kill you. "I don't believe it." Li Zhenghua leaped up, running towards the wall. His heart filled with joy as the wall drew nearer. However, the next moment, an arrow pierced his throat. "I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled." He wanted to roar, but his throat could no longer produce sound. As heat rapidly drained away, this ruthless boss finally understood the feeling of despair. "Yining, you go back first. Leave the rest to me and Long Fei." Xiao Jingchen embraced Yining, gently kissing her forehead. "Okay." Yining nodded obediently and returned to the shelter. Li Zhenghua's intrusion was merely a minor episode, like a stone thrown into water, the ripples quickly disappearing, without disturbing Yining's normal life. Recently, she had once again transformed into a little chef, indulging in brewing various nourishing soups following food bloggers. White fungus, red date, and lotus seed soup. First, soak the white fungus, and since lotus seeds take longer to cook, remove the cores and simmer them over low heat. The soup is bright in color. The white fungus is sweet, and it carries the aroma of red dates. Stewed bird's nest soup. First, soak the bird's nest in water, then steam it over water for 2 hours. After it's out of the pot, add milk and rock sugar for perfection. There's also sea cucumber and seaweed egg drop soup, cordyceps sinensis, and old duck soup, a different variety every day, enjoying it endlessly. Today, she's stewing fish maw chicken soup, using high-quality codfish maw. First steaming it with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine, then adding free-range chicken and cordyceps flour. The soup is ginger yellow in color, with a rich aroma. Jingchun, the soup is ready. Come and try it. Yining excitedly brought the clay pot to the table. Xiao Jingchun, who was tinkering with tools in the workshop, immediately felt a wave of annoyance. It was not that he disliked the soup Yining prepared, but rather that consuming it daily was becoming somewhat overwhelming. Just then, a sudden scream from outside startled him, and he quickly dashed to the dining area. Yining, what happened? Yining appeared quite composed, rinsing her hands by the faucet. Jingchun, I'm fine, just burned my hand. How can you say you're fine after burning your hand? Come here. Let me see. Carefully, Xiao Jingchun cradled Yining's injured hand, noticing that her thumb was slightly red. It's nothing, Jingchun, a bit of ointment will do the trick. Although the clay pot had just been removed from the stove, the injury was merely a light scrape and not severe. Stay still, I'll get the medicine. Xiao Jingchun, filled with concern, retrieved a first aid kit from the room and gently applied the ointment to her hand. Does it hurt? I'll be gentle. His handsome profile was etched with seriousness as he tended to her. All done. After bandaging, he blew on her hand as if recalling their childhood days. See, Jingchun, I'm already fine. Suddenly, Xiao Jingchun adopted a serious demeanor. Yining, I have no objection to you cooking, but you must be careful not to burn yourself. Why not? Yining questioned. Isn't it normal to burn yourself while cooking? Because it pains me. Xiao Jingchun gazed intently into her eyes, his expression earnest. All right, I understand. Yining felt her cheeks warm. Was this shyness or gratitude? Now let us enjoy the soup. Taste it and see how it is. I simmered it for over an hour. Yining pulled Xiao Jingchun to sit at the table, carefully blowing on a spoonful of soup before bringing it to his lips. Delicious. The ends of her hair cascaded like seaweed across his arm, sending a delightful shiver through him. Really? That's wonderful. The talented little chef, Yining, beamed as she returned to her seat, happily savoring the soup. Jingchun, is it a bit salty? Yining furrowed her brows. Not all. It's just right. Xiao Jingchun quickly supported her. Yining, you could have had Wang Ma do these things. Xiao Jingchun remarked while enjoying the soup. I know, Yining replied, continuing to watch videos as she sipped her soup. I just have some free time. In truth, she admired those online influencers who, despite the current circumstances, still found the spirit to live stream. One influencer even filmed a video while others barged in to see supplies. Their first instinct was not to flee, but to post the video immediately. This truly exemplified the extreme of entertainment to death. However, it also underscored the harshness of the outside world, where miscreants brazenly intruded to steal resources. Jingchun, don't you think my complexion has improved since I started making nourishing soup? Yining gazed at Xiao Jingchun, her eyes sparkling with hope. Previously, she had dedicated much time to skincare, cleansing, masks, regular treatments, and expensive custom skincare products. Recently, she had only performed basic cleansing and hydration, yet her skin appeared far healthier. Surely a testament to the nourishing soup's effects. Isn't it my doing that your complexion has improved? Xiao Jingchun teased with a sly grin. How rude. Yining blushed. What nonsense are you talking about, Jingchun? Dinner was not merely soup. Yining also brought forth a plate of stir-fried asparagus, a plate of pan-fried tofu, and a plate of braised beef, complemented by freshly steamed fragrant rice. A perfect balance of meat and vegetables. After dinner, Yining settled on the sofa to watch a show, while Xiao Jingchun mysteriously retreated to his room. Half an hour later, Xiao Jingchun finally returned. Jingchun, where have you been? Yining inquired curiously. Noticing his flushed cheeks, she quickly touched his forehead, relieved he was not burning up. Yining, I think I might have consumed too much nourishing soup lately. I feel a bit overheated. Xiao Jingchun sat beside her, nuzzling his chin against her cheek. Is that so? How about I brew some herbal tea for you tomorrow to cool you down? Yining, oblivious to his underlying meaning, began searching for herbal tea recipes online. No need for that. I believe there are other methods that might be more effective. Would you like to try? Xiao Jingchun's voice suddenly deepened, exuding an inexplicable allure. What? Before Yining could process his words, he swept her off the sofa into his arms. Yining lost her balance and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Jingchun? No, she finally realized, shyly burying her face against his neck. At this point, saying no was too late. Xiao Jingchun firmly declared. He carried Yi Ning back to the room, where a pink rose arrangement formed a heart on the bed, and heart-shaped candles flickered on the windowsill. It turned out Xiao Jingchun had left to set up this romantic surprise. The night was serene yet vibrant, as the 21st day of the harsh winter approached. Communication finally began to falter. Yining was scrolling through her social media when the internet suddenly cut off. This is so annoying. Why does the internet keep disconnecting? Quite normal. Given the current situation, maintaining the network is virtually impossible, Xiao Jingchun replied with a nonchalant air. All right then. Yining resignedly reclined on the sofa, realizing she could no longer indulge in endless browsing. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to make the most of her remaining connection and continued scrolling through her feed. Her social media was filled with complaints about the internet issues, alongside pleas for help, such as requests for food supplies to get through the hardship. How ridiculous! Who would lend supplies now, unless they were some kind of saintly figure? Moreover, even if someone were willing to lend items, how could they transport them in this freezing weather? Would they risk braving the storm to collect them? Yet, there were indeed some strange individuals. Soon, Yining stumbled upon a familiar name, Shangguanrong. The accompanying image depicted a bowl of instant noodles topped with a half-boiled egg. The caption read, "I've been eating instant noodles for nearly half a month, and my supplies are nearly depleted. Can anyone lend us some resources? Once the weather returns to normal, we promise to repay tenfold." Yining scoffed. At this point, Shangguanrong still exuded an air of superiority. It was as if she believed that borrowing supplies would not put anyone at a disadvantage, showing no awareness of her desperate plea. She had likely tagged everyone, and the comments section, filled with 132 replies, was almost entirely mockery. Are you trying to flaunt your situation? One comment read, indulging in instant noodles while pairing them with eggs, yet still complaining about the quality of the meal. How absurd. If you find it unsatisfactory, allow me to take over. Jing Shui Lu Shun. You still have instant noodles, while our household has run completely dry. If anyone has supplies, kindly share some with us. We would be immensely grateful. Chunyu, I apologize. Our resources are quite scarce as well. Even if we were willing to lend a hand, you wouldn't be able to come and fetch it. This is a rather subtle refusal. Shangguanrong, no worries. My home is at the 10th Villa in Area A of the Northern City District. If you could send someone over, both Chu Ran and I would be grateful. Some individuals possess such thick skin that they fail to comprehend the refusals of others. And Shangguanrong exemplifies this. Kai Hong, are you out of your mind? Just because you have money, you assume others do not. Who would covet your measly sum? Even if it were tenfold? If it were tenfold, why not sell it to me then? This is quite direct. Shangguanrong is not one to tolerate such remarks. And she retorted immediately. If you assist our family now, I assure you that Chu Ran will never forget your kindness. Kai Hong, you keep mentioning Chu Ran as if he were still the president of Meng Ran Group, who deserves everyone's admiration. He is nothing but a stray dog driven out of Meng Ran Group. Others may not state it plainly to spare your feelings, but I will not indulge your arrogance. This elder sister is evidently a person of a fiery temperament. Shangguanrong, upon hearing such words, felt her anger boiling. How dare she call her beloved son a stray dog? Shangguanrong, have you heard the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Our Chu Ran is merely down on his luck for the time being, and you, a petty person with dog-like vision, are unworthy of my further invective. Later on, enough. Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. Everyone is in dire need of resources, and truly, there is little we can do to help each other. This is the role of a mediator. Fong Tao. Fan Hai, you truly have a knack for smoothing things over. Who knows how long this weather will persist? Everyone is struggling to survive. Who has the capacity to worry about others? I have heard that some individuals have already begun forming factions to seize supplies. So, let us all be cautious. As these words were spoken, the group promptly quieted down, each declaring their own lack of resources, fearful of attracting attention to their own households. Observing the crowd attacking Shangguanrong, Yi Ning felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. This old woman has long needed a lesson in humility. The audacity to feel superior while living on instant noodles. She truly believes in a hierarchy, but alas, in this apocalyptic world, who would pay her any heed? With nothing better to do, why not entertain myself at her expense? Yi Ning retrieved a sumptuous feast from her space, a table laden with Western cuisine. Ribeye steak accompanied by mashed potatoes and a fried egg, all visually appealing and generously portioned. Lobster baked in cream, adorned with cheese and rosemary, complemented by sauteed mushrooms. A rich borscht, evidently warming to the stomach. Adjusting the lighting and finding the perfect angle, Yi Ning captured the images and, after concealing the location details, posted them to her social media, setting the visibility to only Shang Guanrong while tagging her. Discretion about wealth in this world is of utmost importance, and she would not be foolish enough to reveal her location. In the Li family's villa, Shang Guanrong sat on the sofa, her face flushed with anger, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a WeChat notification chimed. Assuming it was a reply, she checked only to discover it was Yi Ning tagging her. Upon viewing Yi Ning's images, her mind nearly exploded. Steak, salt-baked lobster, how delectable and enticing. Borscht, along with bread, she yearned to taste them. It had been ages since she and Chu Ran had enjoyed a proper dinner, and her throat was parched from swallowing her own saliva. Consuming instant noodles twice a day in the frigid weather was draining, and she lay awake at night, gnawed by hunger. The world had been frozen for so long. How had Yi Ning procured such exquisite food? Shang Guanrong hastily clicked on Yi Ning's profile and initiated a video call. Yi Ning expected to wait, but Shang Guanrong was evidently starving. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yi Ning's eyes. If Shang Guanrong could still manage instant noodles daily, how could she complain? And what of her past self? Abandoned by that mother and son in the hospital, she had been left to survive on the snow outside and the cotton from her blankets. Had it not been for Xiao Jingqian's timely arrival, she might have succumbed to starvation. After allowing the ringing to persist for 30 seconds, she unhesitatingly ended the call. In her previous life, Shang Guanrong had enforced a rule that Yi Ning must answer her WeChat calls within 5 seconds. Now, she would let Shang Guanrong experience the sting of a call being dropped. On the third ring, Yi Ning finally accepted the video call. She positioned her phone on a stand, ensuring it captured the entire spread laid out on the table. "What's the matter? Do you need something?" Yi Ning asked nonchalantly as she sliced into the steak, the luscious juices oozing forth, igniting appetites. Shang Guanrong was transfixed, her mind blank as she stared at the steak beneath Yi Ning's knife. "If you don't speak, I'll hang up. I still need to eat," Yi Ning threatened, reaching for the end call button. Wait, Shang Guanrong exclaimed, flailing her hands in desperation. "Speak quickly. What is it you want?" Yi Ning was fully aware of Shang Guanrong's intentions, yet feigned ignorance. Allowing the clown to perform was the true path to victory. Yi Ning, how have you been lately?" Shang Guanrong, recognizing her dependence on Yi Ning, began with pleasantries. Yi Ning nearly burst into laughter at Shang Guanrong's expression, marveling at her ability to muster such a disingenuous, motherly smile. It was as if a pile of dung was adorned with flowers, so out of place. "Quite well," Yi Ning replied, suppressing her laughter as she emotionlessly chewed on a piece of steak. Shang Guanrong's eyes sparkled with envy, nearly drooling at the sight of the food. "By the way, where are you now? Is it cold there?" Shang Guanrong continued the small talk. "Why will my location concern you? It's not cold here. It's quite warm." Yi Ning shifted the camera to reveal a roaring fireplace. Sitting comfortably in front of it in a thin nightgown, beads of sweat forming on her brow, making it clear just how warm the indoors was. "Why are you still in a down jacket? Don't you have a fireplace?" Yi Ning delightedly played along. Shang Guanrong was on the verge of losing her composure. With the air conditioning having ceased for days, she was freezing, her old leg ailment acting up. She tightened her down jacket, pondering whether she would even need a fireplace. Yet, even if she had one, there was no fuel to burn. In recent days, they had burned through several cabinets just to keep warm. How did Yi Ning manage to acquire such ample fuel? Was it possible she had foreseen the impending extreme cold? I'm afraid she must have Yi Ning come to fetch her. She longs to reside in a house with a fireplace. having grown weary of her current existence filled with hunger. As for how to get there, she still needs to devise a plan. In the past, Yi Ning was utterly besotted with Chu Ran, and she firmly believes that if Chu Ran were to humbly ask for her back, she would eagerly accept him once more. As for Xiao Jingchun, Shangguan Rong hardly considers him. He is merely a child, nowhere near as mature and composed as their Chu Ran. How could that not be significant? We are family, after all. Yi Ning, where are you now? At the Yi residence? It doesn't quite seem like it, Shangguan Rong said, feigning innocence. No, I'm in New North District, actually less than a kilometer away from your villa. Yi Ning replied, struggling to suppress her disgust as she glanced at Shangguan Rong's overly cheerful, wrinkled face. Why was she so close to the camera? Did she think she looked like an 18-year-old girl everyone would want to see? What? Shangguan Rong exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Truly, the heavens were assisting her. She had just been fretting over how to take back what was hers. Yi Ning, meanwhile, leisurely chewed on her steak, occasionally dabbing her mouth with a napkin, exuding elegance and composure. Who is family with you? I have long divorced Li Chu Ran. You and Lin Mingru are the family now. By the way, didn't she just have a child for you? You must not let her down, Yilin quipped, playfully winking while continuing to eat her steak. Shangguan Rong stared at her, imagining the delectable steak melting in her mouth. Mentioning that child made Shangguan Rong feel as if she had swallowed a fly. Just what they needed, another burden to carry. She and Chu Ran had suggested discarding the child twice, but Chu Ran had vehemently refused. What was he thinking? What about blood relations, Yi Ning? You must know that child is not even Chu Ran's. Who knows which rogue man fathered it? The Li family does not acknowledge it. Shangguan Rong's true nature was laid bare, revealing her spiteful character. Chu Ran was deceived by that wretched Lin Mingru. It's no wonder you have suffered. Rest assured, Mother will certainly teach Chu Ran a lesson, Shangguan Rong continued, growing bolder with each word. Yi Ning pushed aside her empty plate of steak and stretched. Oh dear, I seem to have overindulged. I may not be able to finish this. What to do? Shangguan Rong felt an inner turmoil, thinking if you can't finish it. Give it to me. Chu Ran and I are still hungry. By the way, what is that? Baked lobster? It looks absolutely delicious. Yi Ning, is it good? Shangguan Rong blurted out, instantly regretting her question. Delicious, Yi Ning replied, lifting her spoon to showcase a generous piece of lobster drenched in creamy sauce, bringing it enticingly to her mouth. Truly fragrant. Want some? You can't have it. I'm just teasing you. Yi Ning, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Are you really so heartless? Shangguan Rong feigned tears while scrutinizing Yi Ning's reaction. The audacity of this mother and son duo was unparalleled, as they always managed to shift blame onto others, presenting themselves as the most innocent beings in a world supposedly devoid of corruption. Heartless? It seems that accusation does not belong to me. If memory serves correctly, wasn't it Li Chu Ran who strayed first? Wasn't it also Li Chu Ran who resolutely decided to divorce? Yi Ning fixed her gaze directly at the camera. Shangguan Rong, momentarily at a loss for words, was interrupted as the front door swung open, a chilling gust sweeping in, accompanied by Li Chu Ran, whose presence radiated coldness. Shangguan Rong shivered, unable to conceal her delight upon seeing her son return. Chu Ran, you're back. Li Chu Ran, clad in a cap and a thick scarf that obscured most of his face, wore a bulky down jacket speckled with unidentifiable stains. His once refined and elegant hands were now marred by frostbite, a stark contrast to his previous dashing demeanor. These past few days, he had been out gathering supplies, the details of which she was unaware. However, each time he returned, he brought back some provisions. He placed 2 loaves of bread on the table, their entire harvest for the day. The competition for resources outside had intensified, and with no large supermarkets nearby, acquiring supplies had become increasingly difficult. Mom, what are you doing? Li Chu Ran exclaimed upon entering and seeing Shangguan Rong animatedly speaking on the phone, her expression awash with a peculiar flush, as if she had encountered something thrilling. Shangguan Rong eagerly pulled him closer, removing his hat and scarf, adjusting his clothing and hair, clearly aware that his appearance was his greatest asset. Mom, what are you doing? Li Chu Ran asked, bewildered. Chu Ran, come here and explain to Yi Ning. It was all a misunderstanding. You were deceived by Lin Mingru. Shangguan Rong thrust the phone into Li Chu Ran's hands. Upon hearing Yi Ning's name, Li Chu Ran felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock, nearly gasping for breath. He seized the phone, and there she was, Yi Ning, seated gracefully before a fireplace, the orange glow casting a soft, flattering light upon her. "Long time no see, Brother Chu Ran," she said, her demeanor calm and collected. "Long time no see, Yi Ning. How have you been?" Li Chu Ran's voice was low and somber. "As you can see, I'm doing quite well." Yi Ning shrugged nonchalantly, reaching for a glass of warm water from the table. In truth, there was little left to discuss between them. Their past was merely a relic of a bygone era, devoid of love or hatred in her heart now. "You intend to leave for that technological laboratory, don't you? Surely you anticipated the impending extreme cold." Li Chu Ran truly proved himself a genius with an IQ of 180. Aside from a slight inclination towards matters of the heart, he was remarkably clever. Realizing she could not conceal the truth from him, Yi Ning admitted straightforwardly, "Indeed, Brother Chu Ran, you remain as astute as ever." Seeing Li Chu Ran remain silent, Shangguan Rong urged him, "Chu Ran, speak up. Quickly explain to Yi Ning that you were deceived by Lin Mingru." Noticing Li Chu Ran's lack of response, merely staring blankly at the screen, Shangguan Rong grew impatient and rushed into Lin Mingru's room, roughly dragging her out by the collar. Poor Lin Mingru had gone days without a proper meal, subsisting solely on the broth from instant noodles yesterday, now feeling faint and dizzy from hunger, utterly powerless to resist. "Shangguan Rong, what are you doing?" Lin Mingru shouted in a feeble voice. Each day, Li Churan provided her with a packet of instant noodles, but unfortunately, Shangguan Rong harbored deep-seated prejudice against her, forcibly withholding the noodle cakes and leaving her with only the seasoning packets. "You must tell Yi Ning that it was you who deliberately deceived and seduced Churan. He has nothing to do with this," Shangguan Rong exclaimed, pushing Lin Mingru to the ground and snatching her phone to aim it at her. Looking at Shangguan Rong's malicious expression, Lin Mingru felt a mixture of anger and absurdity. Such matters cannot be resolved by one party alone, and she vividly recalled Li Churan's solemn promises from the past. "Yi Ning, what is there to explain?" "I do not understand," she replied. After enduring a period of torment, primarily from hunger and the psychological devastation from her brother's abandonment and Shangguan Rong's insults, Lin Mingru was now nearly in a daze, her eyes sunken, hair disheveled, and cheekbones protruding, devoid of the once delicate and ethereal beauty she possessed. It took her a while to clearly see Yi Ning on the screen. Gazing at Yi Ning's skin, which glistened like a ripe peach, her heart brimmed with resentment. Why was it that she had fallen to this state while Yi Ning remained unchanged, elegantly attired, with a plump visage and an indescribable aura that seemed to transform her back into the confident and unruffled heiress that sparked jealousy within Lin Mingru? How had it come to this? Clearly, Yi Ning was the one who had been a failure, the one who had wept daily and lamented her plight. How could Yi Ning now radiate such brilliance? Aside from her superior background, in what way was Yi Ning truly better? Lacking cunning and charm, why did Yi Ning deserve a life better than hers? As an expert in female competition, Lin Mingru could not accept that she had lost to Yi Ning, although Yi Ning had never deigned to compete with her, for she deemed her unworthy. "Yi Ning, I have become this way because of you," Lin Mingru roared from the depths of her chest. "Yi Ning, I will kill you and mar your face." Her expression twisted and contorted, as if she wished to tear Yi Ning apart through the screen. Yi Ning looked down at Lin Mingru, recognizing that this woman had devoted her entire life to relying on men. Failure was inevitable. Observing this, Shangguan Rong hastily kicked Lin Mingru to the ground, yanked her hair to expose her face, and delivered 2 resounding slaps. "Wretched girl, I will not allow you to spew nonsense. It's all because of you that our family has become this way." A glint of malice flashed in Shangguan Rong's eyes, contemplating whether to simply beat Lin Mingru to death, thereby removing the obstacles between Churan and Yi Ning. If Xiao Jingshun were to learn of Shangguan Rong's intentions, he would likely storm in with an AK-47 to deal with her. Ultimately, Shangguan Rong spat on Lin Mingru, then grinned at the screen where Yi Ning appeared. "Yi Ning, what do you think? Can you forgive us now? Forgive you? Sure. Yining replied nonchalantly. Really? When will you come and take us to your side? Shangguan Rong inquired eagerly. Take you over? I'm afraid I never agreed to that. Yining teased. But you said you forgave us. At this moment, Shangguan Rong realized that Yining was toying with her. Indeed, I have forgiven you, but I never promised to let you come over, Yining scoffed. How can you be like this? Shangguan Rong finally tore off her mask, infuriated. Enough. Mother, stop the nonsense. Li Charan could no longer tolerate the farce and brought it to an end. In the dead of night, Lin Mengru lay curled up in a corner, her blanket barely shifting, as silent as death itself. In truth, she was not far from death. At this rate, she would soon starve, for Shangguan Rong was exceedingly cruel, depriving her of food daily. She wished to escape, but none of the men who once surrounded her like flies drawn to rotten meat paid her any heed. She was utterly without refuge. In her dazed state, she seemed to catch a whiff of a delightful aroma. How fragrant! Was she dreaming? But it felt so real. The scent was intoxicating. Instinctively, Lin Mengru got up. Although the lights were off, the silver glow reflected from the snow outside illuminated the table clearly. On the table sat a steaming bowl of prepared instant noodles, exuding an enticing fragrance. Lin Mengru rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Was this real? Where did the noodles come from? She swallowed hard and slowly approached, the aroma growing more intense. No, it wasn't just the noodles. There was an egg and 2 sausages in the bowl. It had been ages since she had savored such a lavish meal. Once, she would have never touched such calorific food, but now it was her most coveted desire. Without hesitation, she lunged for it like a ravenous wolf. Just as her hand grazed the scorching bowl, it was snatched away by a long, slender hand, leaving her with only the lingering warmth of its touch. Give it to me, quickly. Seeing her coveted food taken away, Lin Mengru's eyes reddened, and she frantically reached out. But she could not compete with that person. Do you want to eat? A deep voice whispered in her ear. It was Li Charan. Charan. Extreme hunger clouded her vision, and only the food remained in her mind. It was then that she noticed it was Li Charan who had taken the noodles. Charan, why are you here? Lin Mengru instinctively adopted a flirtatious demeanor, though her current disheveled state was quite off-putting. Do you want to eat? Li Charan regarded her with impatience, coldly reiterating his question. Yes. Lin Mengru responded without a moment's hesitation. Then I will ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully. If I find your answers satisfactory, I shall give you the noodles. Li Charan pulled out a chair from the table by the window and sat down, towering over Lin Mengru. Ask away, Charan. Lin Mengru eagerly replied, her gaze fixated on the noodles. Li Charan gestured for her to sit across from him. They faced each other, establishing an atmosphere of interrogation. On the day before I transferred schools, did you come to my house to return my notebook? Li Charan slowly began. Yes. Lin Mengru answered without hesitation. Did you personally take it upstairs? Li Charan locked eyes with her, enunciating each word. That day? Why was Li Charan inquiring about that day? A flicker of panic surged through Lin Mengru. No, yes. I took it up. She quickly replied. Is it yes or no? Clarify your answer. Despite Lin Mengru's adept pretense, Li Charan had detected the fleeting panic in her eyes. It was me. It truly was. Lin Mengru insisted, reaching out to grasp the noodles in Li Charan's hand. Charan, I have already told you. Please give me the noodles. Are you certain you are telling the truth? Do not deceive yourself. Think carefully. Li Charan, seated at the boundary between light and shadow, exuded an aura of chilling ruthlessness, prompting Lin Mengru to involuntarily shudder. It was I. The woman's instinct drove her to utter a falsehood instinctively. Speak the truth. If you do not confess, do not expect to receive any instant noodles. Li Charan continued to press her. It was not I. Lin Mengru's mental defenses finally crumbled. How did that notebook end up in my home? You must clarify this. It was Yining. Lin Mengru's thoughts drifted back to the day she returned the notebook, the day she first beheld the young heiress. Clad in simple white student attire, Yining radiated an innocence, brightness, and confidence that Lin Mengru, who had been overshadowed since childhood, would never possess. From that moment, Lin Mengru felt envy towards the girl she had only encountered once. Later, upon learning that Yining was the legitimate Mrs. Li, her jealousy intensified. I returned the notebook to your home that day, but encountered Yi Ning downstairs. She offered to help me carry it upstairs, and I naturally did not decline her. Lin Mingru understood that Li Chuan had likely formed a judgment long ago. His inquiries were merely to seek confirmation, so she no longer concealed the truth. At that time, I did not know her name was Yi Ning. It was only later, upon meeting you, that I discovered it. All right, I understand now. Li Chuan nodded, realizing that the truth had always been so simple. It was he who had complicated matters. He and Yi Ning had missed each other for so many years. Chuan, I have divulged everything now, so may I have the instant noodles? Lin Mingru swallowed hard. Here you go. Li Chuan expressionlessly handed her the noodles before turning back to his room. Lin Mingru, elated, relished her meal. Seated by the window, Li Chuan had scarcely slept through the night, and as dawn broke, he eagerly dialed Yi Ning's number. Hearing the phone vibrate, Yi Ning glanced at the slumbering Xiao Jingchen beside her, hesitated briefly, and walked into the living room to answer the call. Hello, why are you calling me so early? Is there something amiss? Yi Ning, it was you who cared for me when I had a high fever, was it not? Li Chuan's voice was filled with a fervor Yi Ning had never before encountered. Yi Ning, it has always been you. Why did you not tell me sooner? His hand trembled as he clutched the phone, desperate to explain everything. Yi Ning, it was all a misunderstanding. All because of Lin Mingru's notebook that I mistook that day for her. So what now? What does that change? Yi Ning's tone remained polite yet distant. Yi Ning, I must admit that all that transpired before was my fault. Could you possibly? Yi Ning's demeanor left him a loss. No, never. She interrupted him once more. Yi Ning, I have realized my mistakes. Cannot you truly reconsider? Li Chuan's voice was weary and despondent. Li Chuan, have you heard the phrase spilt water cannot be retrieved? Yi Ning unhesitatingly rejected him. Yi Ning, please listen to me. Li Chuan's urgency to clarify only met with the mechanical sound of a disconnected line as Yi Ning hung up. Turning to return to her room, she found Xiao Jingchen, clad in sleepwear, standing at the door. She was uncertain how much of her conversation with Li Chuan he had overheard. Yet, offering no explanation, she opened her arms. Without hesitation, Xiao Jingchen stepped forward to embrace her. What brings you up so early? He affectionately ruffled her hair. Yi Ning hesitated, contemplating whether to explain, but was abruptly silenced by a deep kiss from Xiao Jingchen. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted, breathless. Looking into Xiao Jingchen's sparkling eyes, Yi Ning felt as though she had stepped into a realm of cotton candy, soft and sweet. Jingchen, let's go have breakfast together. Certainly, he replied with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Li Chuan, having been disconnected, gripped his phone tightly, murmuring to himself, Yi Ning, I will not give up. I absolutely will not. Time flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, 31 days of extreme cold had passed. The accumulated snow had solidified into a thick layer of ice on the ground. The world outside had undergone a dramatic transformation. The surviving residents had shifted from a state of panic to forming small groups, diligently scavenging for resources. In recent days, Long Fei and Xiao Jingchen had been poring over maps, seemingly devising a plan. Jingchen, what have you and Long Fei been studying these past few days? Are you planning to venture out? Yi Ning could no longer contain her curiosity. How did you know? Xiao Jingchen asked, somewhat surprised. If you weren't preparing to go out, how could you two be so engrossed in maps? Yi Ning playfully linked her arm through Xiao Jingchen's, her tone affectionate. You clever little thing. You cannot hide anything from you. He affectionately teased, gently tapping her nose. You are absolutely correct. Yi Ning, do you remember the Xin Yuan group? Seeing that Yi Ning had already deduced the truth, he revealed more. Of course I remember. The Xin Yuan group's tyranny left a strong impression on me in my previous life. There is a significant cache of resources at Xin Yuan Group. Long Fei and I have already scouted its location. Unfortunately, it was heavily guarded at that time, and we could not launch a direct assault. Now, however, their defenses are weakened, and we plan to seize this opportunity to acquire the goods. Jingchen, take me with you. I wish to join the venture. I possess a space that could assist you in transporting the items. Yi Ning declared without hesitation. Given the importance of the resources, there would undoubtedly be guards, but with her help, they could stealthily infiltrate and secure the goods. A flicker of indecision crossed Xiao Jingchen's gaze. He understood that Yi Ning's spatial ability would be invaluable for this operation, yet he was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. He could not bear to contemplate what might happen should Yi Ning face any peril. Sensing his apprehension, Yi Ning urged, "Jingchun, please take me along. I trust you will keep me safe." Seeing Yi Ning's unwavering determination, Xiao Jingchun nodded in agreement, since they had already resolved to embark on this venture together. The next step was to deliberate on their strategy. Firstly, the shelter must not be left unguarded. Although the city is fortified with high walls and situated in a secluded area, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Li Zhonghua may have disclosed this information to others. If adversaries were to seize this opportunity, it would spell trouble. Not only would the shelter be compromised, but the lives of Wang Ma and the others would be in jeopardy. Lei Siming, being a bookish individual, was preoccupied solely with the breeding base and was generally oblivious to external affairs, thus rendering him unreliable. After careful consideration, they decided to leave Heir Huang to safeguard the premises. Should any suspicious individuals approach within a 2-mile radius, Wang Ma and the others were to notify her immediately. During their absence over the next few days, all lights would be extinguished at night, and they would refrain from making fires during the day to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Once the arrangements for the shelter were finalized, they proceeded to discuss the specifics of their offensive plan. The goods from Xinyuan Group were located in a large warehouse on the outskirts of City A. The exterior, blanketed in ice and snow, appeared unremarkable. However, inside, 20 armed guards stood vigilant, rotating shifts every 5 meters and reporting regularly to the control room. It could be asserted that any intrusion into the warehouse, regardless of the direction, would certainly be detected by the guards. Furthermore, the warehouse was equipped with a self-destruct mechanism should anyone forcefully breach the premises. The control room would lower steel panels over all doors and windows before activating the self-destruct sequence, thereby obliterating all contents within. What manner of goods could be so valuable that Xinyuan Group would go to such lengths? Yi Ning could not help but inquire. Advanced weaponry, capable of asserting dominance over the entirety of City A. Xiao Jingchun responded slowly. Yi Ning's understanding dawned upon her. No wonder the security was so stringent, given the significance of such assets. This was indeed characteristic of Xinyuan Group, who would rather destroy than allow their rivals to obtain anything. If Xiao Jingchun and his team successfully acquired this batch of goods, they would no longer fear threats from others in City A. Uncle Yun and his team had already discerned the guard shift patterns during this period. The sole vulnerable moment in their defenses occurred at 3 o'clock in the morning when 2 groups changed shifts. They must seize this opportunity to swiftly infiltrate the control room, first commandeering its control, and then utilizing Xiao Jingchun's extraordinary abilities to neutralize the guards inside and secure the goods through spatial manipulation. At that juncture, Uncle Yun and his team would coordinate their actions with Xiao Jingchun's group. Now, Yi Ning and her companions faced 2 formidable challenges. The first was the necessity of traversing much of City A to reach the warehouse. The second was that while Yi Ning possessed spatial abilities, her capacity for self-defense was limited, making her vulnerable against armed assaults. This was also the reason Xiao Jingchun was reluctant to bring her along. Thus, upon our arrival, I shall conceal myself nearby, keeping De Huang by my side. Should any danger arise, De Huang will protect me. Moreover, I am proficient with a crossbow, enabling me to engage from a distance, so there should be no significant issues. After much deliberation, Xiao Jingchun hesitated but eventually nodded. However, he expressed a slight objection, insisting that Long Fei accompany her for added assurance. "Jingchun, I am fine." Yi Ning attempted to protest, but Xiao Jingchun's resolve was unyielding. "Very well, Yi Ning. This matter is settled. You need not argue further. I, Xiao Jingchun, can endure the loss of everything, but you are irreplaceable. Should you adamantly refuse, I shall have no choice but to leave you here." Yi Ning understood that Xiao Jingchun's decision was immutable, and she nodded in acquiescence. Once consensus was reached on this matter, they proceeded to discuss the mode of transportation. Unfortunately, their options were limited. The sled dogs raised by Long Fei were still merely the size of his fists, necessitating the use of snowmobiles. However, brand new snowmobiles would be too conspicuous. Therefore, Xiao Jingshan would need to modify the snowmobile's exteriors and conduct some test runs nearby over the next few days. If all went well, they could set off. After 2 days of discussions among the three, their plans were finally drafted. The first zero-cost purchase in the wake of the apocalypse was about to commence. What? Miss, you and young Master Xiao are going out? Wang Ma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Yining replied calmly. Isn't that exceedingly dangerous, miss? Must you go? The outside world is frigid and chaotic. What if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals? Wang Ma expressed her concern, having learned of the perilous conditions outside through their mobile phones, which painted a picture of a treacherous landscape. Rest assured, we shall be fine. Even in the unlikely event of trouble, Jingchen will protect me. Yining, risusureter. Wang Ma, Uncle Lu, during our absence, please refrain from turning on the lights at night. And be especially cautious with heating to avoid producing excessive smoke that might draw unwanted attention. I will leave air Huang at home. If any strangers approach, it will alert you. Additionally, you must be particularly vigilant. Unless Jingchen and I return, do not open the door to anyone, regardless of their reasons. Do you understand the instructions I have given? Yining concluded her admonitions in one breath. We understand. Wang Ma and Uncle Lu nodded in agreement. This is a satellite phone. I have stored my number within. However, use it sparingly and only in emergencies. Yining handed the satellite phone to Wang Ma. After ensuring that the shelter guards were informed, Xiao Jingchen and Brother Long began modifying and test driving the snowmobiles. Meanwhile, Yining needed to make some preparations as well. Having already filled the space with supplies, she now needed to remove some of the less essential consumables, such as towels and toiletries. 3 days later, everything was finally ready. Their first expedition into the post-apocalyptic world was about to commence. At 6 o'clock in the evening, as the blood-red sun began to lose its last rays of light, the shelter's door quietly creaked open once more. Xiao Jingshan took Yining's hand, slowly emerging from within, followed closely by Brother Long, who towered behind them. They wore ordinary down jackets on the outside, with specially designed thermal clothing underneath. The snowmobiles had been painted a grayish white, blending seamlessly with the moonlit snow, and were additionally equipped with sound-dampening devices, making them difficult to detect during the night. To avoid revealing their location, they decided to set out after sunset. Miss, young Master Jingchen, please be careful. Wang Ma and Uncle Lu waved their hands, eyes glistening with tears. We know it's cold outside. You should hurry back. Yining settled into the rear seat of the snowmobile, wrapping her arms tightly around Xiao Jingchen's waist, while the Huang sat on a custom small seat at the front. All right, you all head back. We will return promptly. Xiao Jingchen, usually averse to pleasantries, surprisingly uttered a few warm words. The engine roared to life, and the snowmobile sped off. Yining felt the snow spray against her hair, the biting cold wind slicing through every exposed inch of her skin, causing her to instinctively huddle closer. Yining, are you cold? Should I drive slower? Xiao Jingchen, sensing her discomfort, inquired with concern. Yining shook her head. No, Jingchen, I'm fine. Let us not waste time. We must hurry. Though he said nothing further, the speed of the vehicle noticeably decreased. 2 hours later, they finally reached the outskirts of the city. Circular structures loomed before them, remnants of what appeared to be a shopping mall. Although they had taken precautions against the cold, the long journey on the snowmobile in such frigid temperatures was unbearable, prompting them to rest here for a while. Xiao Jingchen and Brother Long surveyed the area, retrieving a shovel from their tool bag and digging into a specific spot with determination. Soon, they had created a hole. Brother Long was the first to enter. After confirming it was safe, Xiao Jingchen took Yining's hand and followed, covering the entrance with snow to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Inside, they discovered it was indeed a shopping mall, surprisingly well preserved. They had entered on the second floor, which housed the women's clothing section, where countless racks were adorned with lightweight summer attire, now cloaked in frost. The sight of snow falling in August was once the stuff of dreams, yet here it was, a surreal reality. Let us head to the first floor. Starting a fire here might draw unwanted attention, Brother Long suggested. Yining and Xiao Jingchen exchanged glances but said nothing. Together, they descended to the first floor, which had once been a supermarket, untouched by scavengers, preserving its supplies remarkably well. Aside from the ventilation shafts, the items remained intact against the ravages of snow and wind. Brother Long and Xiao Jingchun started a fire, while Yi Ning, feeling somewhat restless, began to wander through the supermarket, pocketing anything that caught her fancy into her space. She recalled a childhood animated series where the protagonist found himself in a world devoid of others, free to take whatever he desired from every store, without homework or pressure. As a child burdened by studies, she had envied that character's freedom. Little did she know that one day, her childhood fantasies would manifest into reality. Here, the entire mall was hers to explore. As she strolled into the plush toy section, Yi Ning eagerly selected a few teddy bears. Just as she contemplated lingering a bit longer, Xiao Jingchun's voice echoed from behind her. Yi Ning, the fire is ready. Let us go over. All right. Yi Ning nodded and made her way to him. She remembered how, in that animated episode, the protagonist ultimately chose to return to reality, unable to bear the solitude of being the only person in the world. Unlike him, she was far luckier, for she had Jingchun, who would never abandon her to face loneliness. Yi Ning, are you freezing? Xiao Jingchun grasped her hand and brought it to his mouth to warm it with his breath. No. Yi Ning playfully leaned against his shoulder. I'm not cold at all. I'm sheltered behind you. After spending a few more minutes browsing the mall, they returned to the warmth of the fire. Brother Long was busy tending to it, his silent, steadfast nature evident as he quietly took care of everything. In their previous life, he had been the quiet protector, always watching over her and Jingchun without a word. Brother Long, we're back. Yi Ning greeted first. Brother Long smiled and nodded. The three of them sat around the fire, finding solace in each other's company amidst the challenges outside. Thus, she simply opened a few boxes of self-heating rice. The steaming rice brought warmth to her body, and indeed, after finishing her meal, she felt a thawing sensation in her stiff joints. Yi Ning found it hard to fathom how she and Xiao Jingchun managed to endure 10 years in the frigid wilderness in their past lives, and without any food at that. After a brief respite, Yi Ning retrieved several pairs of clean socks from her pocket and distributed them to Long Fei and Xiao Jingchun. Cold rises from the ground. Having trudged through the snow for so long, their socks had long been soaked. Without a change of clean socks, one would surely catch a chill. Once the three had changed, Yi Ning produced 3 sleeping bags. Long Fei was unaware of Yi Ning's spatial abilities and was astonished at where this young girl had procured so many items. He did not dwell on it, simply accepting them in silence. Though the cold was biting, Yi Ning gradually drifted off to sleep, the fire crackling robustly. The first night passed in this manner. Before dawn on the second day, Yi Ning awoke, chilled to the bone. The night temperature had plummeted to around minus 55 degrees, causing water to freeze instantly. As she opened her eyes, she noticed that Long Fei and Xiao Jingchun were already awake. Long Fei was diligently adding wood to the fire, the redness around his eyes indicating a restless night. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingchun sat nearby, meticulously cleaning his weapons. Yi Ning, you're awake. Why not rest a little longer? Upon seeing her awake, Xiao Jingchun paused his actions. It's fine. I'm already awake. Let us set off quickly. Long Fei skillfully set up a small pot to boil water. After a simple meal, the trio began discussing their itinerary. Xiao Jingchun unfolded a map. Their current location was on the outskirts of the construction district of the former A city. Although not as bustling as the city center, the area was dotted with numerous residential complexes. To avoid drawing attention, it was best to traverse on foot during the day and use snowmobiles to travel once they reached a relatively secluded area at night. After formulating their plan, Xiao Jingchun instructed Long Fei to scout ahead. He and Yi Ning stored the snowmobiles in their space and followed closely behind. The sound of snow boots crunching on the frozen ground resembled a somber symphony. Towering buildings adorned with icicles surrounded them, their desolate environment exuding an air of death, akin to a ghost town, silent enough to instill fear. Yet Yi Ning understood that many were huddled, lurking beneath the thick ice, biding their time. By 10 in the morning, the sun emerged, and the temperature began to rise slowly. Like glaciers thawing, people gradually appeared in small clusters. They appeared pale and unsteady, wielding various odd tools, as they commenced the excavation of buildings beneath the ice. Despite their hunger rendering them weak, the instinct for survival compelled them to vigorously swing their tools. Whenever a building was unearthed, all present would rush over, frantically seizing the supplies within. Food was the most coveted, but even clothing could provide warmth. Naturally, this led to fierce competition, with individuals showing no mercy to their peers. The starving scavengers, having long observed from the shadows, refrained from digging themselves, waiting instead for the opportune moment to pounce and seize the spoils. Blood stained the supplies, yet they seemed oblivious to the pain, retreating swiftly with their ill-gotten gains to the safety of their hideouts. The harsh environment had awakened their primal instincts, stripping away the veneer of civilization. Although Yi Ning and her companions were clad in ordinary down jackets, some individuals discerned something amiss in their demeanor. "Hey, you three, stop right there!" A brash voice called out from behind. It belonged to Chun San, the local ruffian. Yi Ning and her companions had no interest in engaging with such individuals, continuing forward without pause. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me?" Seeing them ignore him, Chun San assumed they were frightened and grew even more audacious. "All right, since you're so uncooperative, don't blame me for being rude." With newfound bravado, Chun San grabbed a stick from the roadside and charged at Xiao Jingshun and the others. "Ah, that hurts. You dare lay a hand on me. Do you know who I am?" Just as he was about to reach Xiao Jingshun, an unexpected force seized his arm and threw him to the ground. It was Long Fei who had intervened. "Have the guts to introduce yourself." Chun San continued to shout. "Indeed, there will always be fools who lack awareness." Xiao Jingshun turned, the heavy thud of his boots echoing ominously as he approached Chun San. "What do you want?" Chun San felt an overwhelming surge of fear at the sight of the young man before him, a primal response to the specter of death. Xiao Jingshun placed a boot on Chun San's head, forcefully pressing it against the ice. "Speak another word, and I will end you. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." Chun San quickly begged for mercy. Satisfied, Xiao Jingshun nodded and released his foot. He spared Chun San not out of pity, but to prevent the stain of such a man's blood from tainting Yi Ning's view. Chun San scrambled to his feet, not daring to provoke Xiao Jingshun and his companions any further. Those who had been watching from the shadows could no longer contain their laughter. Chun San, the lock, however, once he had seen it, he could not simply turn a blind eye. "Mr. Xiao, I am sorry, I acted impulsively." Long Fei bowed deeply. Xiao Jingshun did not reproach him. Instead, he comfortingly patted him on the shoulder. The surrounding residents, realizing the strength of Xiao Jingshun and his companions, instinctively followed, for it is human nature to gravitate towards power. Xiao Jingshun turned coldly, warning that anyone who dared to approach would meet their demise. He was not a savior and had no interest in rescuing those who were irrelevant to him. Witnessing Xiao Jingshun's methods, the onlookers could only retreat in fear, unwilling to draw closer. At 3 p.m, Yi Ning and Xiao Jingshun finally arrived at their destination, near Hongshan Park by the coast. In contrast to the towering skyscrapers of the city, this place was truly magnificent, a vast expanse of white snow, devoid of human presence. They were to set off from here, traversing the coastline towards the warehouses in the west of the city. After a brief rest in the park's duty room, night finally fell. Xiao Jingshun carefully wrapped Yi Ning in a thermal blanket. "Yi Ning, it's very cold by the sea. If you cannot endure it, you must tell me." Yi Ning obediently nodded. "Jingshun, don't worry, I'm fine." She pressed closely against his back as the snowmobile roared forward, swiftly gliding over the snow. Under the moonlight, the snow stretched endlessly like a frozen ocean, with 2 snowmobiles riding the waves in tandem. The howling wind roared in their ears, the frigid air piercing to the bone. After a lengthy 2 hours, they finally approached their destination. "Yi Ning, are you cold?" Xiao Jingshun shook off the snow from his shoulders and lifted Yi Ning down from the vehicle. Yi Ning still had not warmed up from the relentless cold wind, feeling as if her very soul was freezing. Yet, she did not show any signs of discomfort, calmly shaking her head. "Jingshun, I'm fine." She feigned strength, pushing away his supportive hand. "Jingshun, I can walk by myself." But, as she took a step forward, her legs weakened, and she nearly fell. "Jingshun, I'm fine," Yi Ning quickly assured. "Still claiming you're fine." Xiao Jingchun said firmly, scooping her up in his arms. Stay still, be obedient. Hold on to my neck. Yining, you don't need to pretend to be strong. You can be vulnerable in front of me. You don't have to be perfect. That is the real you. Yining obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. Xiao Jingchun adjusted her position for comfort and strode forward. There's a convention center ahead. Let us take shelter there for the night, Long Fei suggested. All right. Xiao Jingchun nodded. Long Fei led the way while Xiao Jingchun carried Yining behind him. After breaking through the thin ice with a shovel, Xiao Jingchun and Yining entered first, followed by De Huang, while Long Fei returned to fetch the snowmobiles. This place was relatively secluded, hence quite clean. Being close to the sea, the temperature was almost 5 to 10 degrees lower than inland. The group found a sheltered spot and used shelves to create a makeshift windbreak. The fire was soon lit. Seated beside the crackling flames, Yining finally began to warm up. Her face was flushed from the cold, and her hands were nearly blue. Sitting by the fire, she felt a tingling warmth return. Xiao Jingchun tenderly brushed the snow from her hair. Yining, if such a situation arises again, let us handle it together. I truly do not wish for you to endure such hardships. I'm fine, Jingchun, I merely want to be by your side. In the firelight, it seemed as though a small flame flickered in her eyes. I know, but I do not want you to suffer. Xiao Jingchun lowered his head, tending to the fire. In that warm glow, the two leaned against each other quietly, reminiscent of many black nights in their past, where every moment felt eternal. After finishing their meal around the fire, they boiled water to wash their hands and faces, applying a protective balm before donning dry clothes and settling into their sleeping bags. In the dead of night, Yining, half awake, heard a noise and opened her eyes to find Long Fei adding wood to the fire. No wonder his eyes had appeared red during their last encounter. He had been secretly keeping watch and had hardly slept. Long Fei, you should rest. I can keep watch for a while, Yining said as she sat up. Long Fei silently shook his head. You, a young girl, cannot handle this. Let me take care of it, but you will wear yourself out. It's all right, I'm used to it. With Long Fei's insistence, Yining soon fell back asleep. The next day, Yining awoke just before sunrise, the 2 days of travel having exhausted all three of them. Long Fei, who had kept watch for most of the night, was curled up in his sleeping bag against the wall. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Jingchun began discussing their plans moving forward. They were approximately 1 kilometer from the warehouse. The area near the warehouse was relatively open, lacking cover, making it easy for those outside to spot them. After some deliberation, it was decided that Yining and Long Fei would stay behind as sentinels. That night, Uncle Yun and the others would meet up with Xiao Jingchun, and they would devise a plan to infiltrate the warehouse. At 3 in the morning, the operation would commence. Long Fei's task was primarily to protect Yining. Once Xiao Jingchun and the others secure the warehouse, Long Fei would take Yining over on the snowmobile. Listening to their plans, Yining felt her heart race. The thought of Jingchun operating under the watchful eyes of armed guards filled her with dread. Jingchun, I'm scared. I fear for your safety, she said, her eyes glistening with concern. It's all right, Yining. You don't need to worry, Xiao Jingchun reassured her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Yining knew that Xiao Jingchun possessed an absolute domain, yet it could only be maintained for 10 minutes, and she dared not think further. Yining, do you trust me? Xiao Jingchun asked, gazing deeply into her eyes, his stare as profound as the stars. I trust you, Yining whispered. Then since you trust me, do not be afraid. Xiao Jingchun lifted her chin and kissed her deeply. After a long moment, they shyly parted, their faces flushed. Rest assured, I shall be fine. After all, we have endured countless trials in our past lives, and did we not eventually prevail? Xiao Jingchun tenderly wrapped his arm around Yining's waist. Moreover, with my absolute domain and the assistance of Uncle Yun and his companion, a mere 20 or so individuals should pose no threat to us. Even if our efforts do not proceed smoothly, we can surely retreat unscathed. You need only remain here and wait for me patiently. Very well, I will obediently wait for you here. Yining rose on her toes and gently placed a kiss on his forehead. At 3 in the afternoon, Uncle Yun and his team finally arrived to regroup, exchanging a few pleasantries before announcing the commencement of their mission. According to the intelligence gathered by Uncle Yun's team, The warehouse was guarded both internally and externally, with 4 sentinels stationed outside, rotating shifts at 2:30 in the morning and 20 individuals inside, changing at 3. They needed to lie in wait near the warehouse before dawn, anticipating the shift change of the outer guards and seizing the opportunity to infiltrate the control room. Time passed swiftly, and by 7 in the evening, the moment to depart had arrived. Brother Longfei, I entrust Yining's safety to you. Longfei nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Jingchen, I will be fine. Please, take care of yourself. Xiao Jingshan nodded in acknowledgement, donning a specially crafted white coat that blended seamlessly with the snow, rendering him nearly invisible amidst the wintry landscape. The trio, utilizing the cover of night and obstacles, stealthily approached the warehouse, drawing near to their target. Damn it, why is it so cold tonight? Grumbled a tall guard, stamping his feet in frustration. Indeed, without even a moon in sight, I fear another snowfall is imminent, another guard chimed in. It's far better inside. Out here, one could freeze to death, and we're not even allowed to warm ourselves. The tall guard rubbed his hands together. Enough whining. We have half an hour until the shift change. I'll step away for a moment. Keep watch here. All right, hurry back. Why do you always need to take a leak? Is your kidney not functioning well? The tall guard teased with a mischievous grin. Get lost with your nonsense. He moved toward a shadowy snowbank and began to relieve himself, humming a tune. He had heard tales of the many women at headquarters, wondering when he might return. Those higher-ups at the headquarters were all the same, hoarding every good thing for themselves. After finishing, he tightened his coat, muttering about the biting cold, eager to return. However, as he turned, he was met with a pair of eyes filled with lethal intent. Who is it? The thought barely crossed his mind before he was swiftly dispatched. Xiao Jingshan quickly removed the guard's coat and donned it with blinding speed. Old Li, what's going on over there? The tall guard, noticing his companion's prolonged absence, hurried to check. Upon approaching, he spotted Old Li standing in the shadows, clad in uniform, and relaxed momentarily. Old Li, there you are. I almost thought something happened to you. Let us go. The shift change is imminent. If the captain finds out, we'll be in trouble. The Xian Yuan group was renowned for its strict management and ruthless methods. As he drew closer, he sensed something was amiss. Old Li's form appeared somewhat off. Old Li? His hand rested on the shoulder of the figure, who turned with an expressionless gaze, revealing icy eyes. It struck him too late that this was not Old Li. Intruder, he realized, but it was too late. A crushing blow to the back of his head plunged him into darkness. Young master, we've succeeded, Uncle Yin whispered while changing clothes. Indeed, we must hasten to the next step. Xiao Jingshan nodded. The two proceeded to eliminate the remaining guards with the same efficiency. As for the guard arriving for the shift change outside the warehouse, he had been neutralized by Uncle Yun's brother, who lay in wait by the roadside. Uncle Yun and Xiao Jingshan exchanged glances before smearing their faces with blood, feigning disorientation as they stumbled toward the control room. Inside the control room, the deputy security chief, Luin, stifled yawns, surrounded by a plethora of cigarette butts in the ashtray. As the officer in charge here, he possessed knowledge far exceeding that of the guards. Fully aware of the cargo's significance to the group, thus he dared not let his guard down. Yet, nearing 3 in the morning, he found it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes open. He gulped down a mouthful of coffee, cursing internally about when this ordeal would end. Suddenly, he noticed through the surveillance that the outside guards, bloodied and frantic, were racing towards him. He sat upright, alarmed. What was happening? Were they facing a crisis outside? The guards pounded on the control room door, exclaiming, "Captain, open the door! Open the door! What is the commotion?" He inquired over the intercom. "Captain, there's a major incident. We were attacked by unknown assailants. Everyone except us is dead." What? Lewin gasped, his heart racing. The moment he dreaded had finally arrived. "Captain, please open the door. We have crucial information to report." The suddenness of the event left him no time to think. He hastily unlocked the door. "What transpired? Who attacked you?" he demanded, gripping the informant's arm anxiously. The attackers or the sentinels exchanged glances before springing into action. True to form for the Xian Yuan group, the security personnel, cultivated through substantial investment, moved with alacrity. Within moments, they were arrayed in formation outside the entrance. Where was the captain? As they pondered his absence, The warehouse door clicked shut. What was transpiring? While they speculated about the intruder's whereabouts, the dark aperture of a firearm emerged from the doorway. They had been deceived, and they needed to attack with haste. The realization dawned too late, as the assailants within initiated their offensive. A swift counterattack was imperative for survival. Despite the suddenness of the assault, the Xin Yuan group's guards were not easily overcome. The surviving members sought refuge behind nearby obstacles, returning fire toward the entrance. Regardless of its thickness, the warehouse door could not withstand a sustained barrage of bullets indefinitely. They needed to intensify the assault, breaching the door to eliminate any refuge for those inside. The urgency of the situation superseded all other concerns. Losing the merchandise to others would be an even greater calamity. These were the words of the squad leader of the guard team. Understood, Chief. A nearby guard responded promptly, but before the words had fully left his mouth, a bang echoed, and a cloud of blood erupted from the back of his head, splattering the squad leader's face. Xiaolei, what's wrong? He asked in a panic. But it was clear that the dead do not speak. Simultaneously, with several gunshots, other guards were also shot in the head and died. There were other attackers. They were behind them, and they needed to attack immediately. At this moment, the guards came back to their senses, realizing that the intruders were cooperating from the inside out. They needed to attack in that direction immediately. Guards with sharp eyes discovered the attacker's location. Bullets rained down on a snowdrift, with such great attack power that even steel plates would be riddled. Look, a guard widened his eyes and tugged on his companion's sleeve, astonished. What? Amidst the swirling snow, a handsome young man stood like a celestial being amidst the hail of bullets, emanating a divine aura that dwarfed everything around him. It was him, and they needed to kill him immediately. The guards began a frenzied attack. He held a gun, and countless bullets flew towards him, but all bounced off half a meter away from him. It was as if an invisible barrier protected him from the bullets. The guards looked at the unscathed young man in stunned silence. Was this still a human being? This was Xiao Jingxin's ability, absolute territory. Within this small area that he manipulated, he was the absolute king, and no attack could have any effect on him. With the cooperation of Xiao Jingxin's absolute domain, all the guards were quickly killed. Yun Jian, who was hiding behind the iron gate, was almost shocked. He knew that the young master had a trump card, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. 10 minutes later, the battlefield was completely cleaned up. Young master, we have checked inside and outside, and there are no fish that slipped through the net. Uncle Yun said respectfully. Okay. Xiao Jingxin nodded aloofly. At the same time, Yining, who was staying at the convention center, was waiting anxiously. Brother Longfei, do you think they will be okay? There is still no news. Yining paced back and forth anxiously. Let's wait a little longer. I know Mr. Zhao's abilities. He should be fine. As long as he says he can, he will definitely do it. Yining glanced at Longfei with some surprise, wondering what kind of things Xiao Jingxin had done to receive such praise for Brother Longfei. Brother Longfei, how did you and Jingxin meet? Yining couldn't help but ask curiously. Just as Longfei was about to open his mouth, the satellite phone rang. There was finally news from there. Hello, Jingxin, are you okay over there? How are you now? Are you injured? As soon as the phone was connected, Yining asked 3 questions in a row like a barrage of bullets. Okay, I'm fine now. Why do you want me to be injured so much? Xiao Jingxin deliberately teased Yining. Although he pretended to be relaxed, he couldn't hide the tiredness in his voice. What? I'm just worried about you. I've been worried about you all night. How annoying. Yining scolded. There's no time to say more now. Yining, please give the phone to Longfei first. Yining obediently handed the phone to Longfei. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Hello. Longfei, please bring Yining over now. Remember to let her wear more clothes. And don't let her catch a cold. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Longfei hung up the phone, packed up his things a little, and took Yining to the warehouse. When they arrived, Xiao Jingxin and the others had already cleaned up the mess, and the bodies in the warehouse had also been dragged away. Yining, you're here. Xiao Jingxin stood at the entrance of the warehouse, with the remaining smell of blood on his body, and the tenderness at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Jingxin, Yining threw herself into Xiao Jingxin's arms, and Uncle Yun and Longfei's men turned around knowingly. A minute later, Yining raised her head from Xiao Jingxin's arms with a red face. Time was tight, and they had no time to be affectionate. Yining followed Xiao Jingchen into the warehouse. It wasn't until she saw the piles of boxes that Yining realized. They had made a fortune, and they had really made a fortune this time. Yining casually opened a few boxes and saw that they were all extremely powerful weapons. The quantity was more than 10 times that of Xiao Jingchen's collection in the suburban warehouse last time. It could be said that with this batch of weapons, it would be enough to deal with half the city's zombies, let alone intruders. The days of hiding in the previous life would never happen again. In City A in the future, only she and Xiao Jingchen would be able to walk sideways. In addition to the hot weapons, there were also some other boxes, which were opened and contained metal accessories. What are these? Yining asked curiously. These boxes are helicopter parts. You only need to assemble them to get a helicopter. Yining was already stunned. The Xian Yuan group actually had such a big deal. What about this? Yining only asked about the other larger boxes. Several are small offshore icebreakers. It seemed that the Xian Yuan group used this to catch fish at sea in the previous life. Did that mean that they could also use this ship to go to sea directly in the future? Of course you can, but you have to assemble and weld them together first. You could just hand these over to us. Xiao Jingchen spoke with unwavering confidence. Yining meticulously stored every box into her spatial dimension without leaving a single one behind. As the final box was secured, the inaugural zero-cost acquisition proved to be a resounding success. After all the supplies in the warehouse were collected, Uncle Yun and his team conducted a thorough search both inside and outside. They discovered Lu En's mobile phone in the control room. Following a straightforward process, Xiao Jingchen successfully unlocked the phone's password. Uncle Yun connected to the computer. Xiao Jingchen commanded, initiating a rapid data recovery. After approximately half an hour, much of the deleted data was restored. As the warehouse manager, Lu En's phone contained a wealth of information. Notably, this warehouse was designated as number 3. This revelation indicated that the Xin Yuan group possessed at least 2 other warehouses, numbered 1 and 2. Analyzing Lu En's chat records with others, it became apparent that warehouse number 1 was stocked with various essential supplies: rice, flour, cooking oil, instant food, and daily necessities such as towels, blankets, and toiletries. To date, the inventory in warehouse number 1 continued to grow, a result of Xin Yuan Group's relentless collection and acquisition of buried resources beneath the snow. Their objective seemed to be monopolizing supplies to gain control over city, a tactic commonly employed by capitalists. Warehouse number 2 was located in City C, adjacent to City A, and contained similar supplies. It was evident that the Xin Yuan Group harbored grand ambitions, not only aiming to dominate City A, but also eyeing other cities. Furthermore, there were likely additional warehouses beyond the third one, though Lu En, due to his position, had limited access to this information. He only had a vague awareness of their proximity around City A. Uncle Yun, can you locate these warehouses? Xiao Jingchen inquired, closing the laptop and looking up. That should not pose a significant challenge. As long as there are guards at the warehouses, traces will inevitably remain, and those traces cannot be concealed, Uncle Yun respectfully replied. Very well. I entrust this matter to both of you. Yes, young master. The Xin Yuan Group was nefarious, and once the opportunity arose, Yining vowed to dismantle all their warehouses. However, that could not occur just yet, as her spatial dimension storage capacity was currently insufficient, forcing her to leave excess supplies in the warehouse. In Yining's perspective, only the supplies housed within her spatial dimension were truly secure. She hoped that, in the future, her space could expand further, especially with the impending second solar storm, which might present another opportunity. After all, in her previous life, both she and Xiao Jingchen had acquired their abilities at such a moment. Once all matters were settled, preparations for the return journey commenced. According to the plan, Yining, Xiao Jingchen, and Long Fei retraced their steps, while Uncle Yun's group took a different route with Lu En's mobile phone, equipped with a positioning system, to mislead the Xin Yuan group's judgment. Additionally, Uncle Yun's team had other critical tasks to attend to, which Xiao Jingchen had not yet disclosed to Yining. As they set off, twilight descended rapidly, the days growing shorter and the weather becoming increasingly unstable. Uncle Yun, exercise utmost caution. If danger arises, prioritize your safety over the mission, Xiao Jingchen instructed briskly as he mounted the snowmobile, with Yining securely embracing his waist from behind. "Rest assured, young master. We are well prepared. Given the weather, it seems likely to snow. Please take care on your return journey," she replied. Amidst the roar of the snowmobiles, the trio split into two groups and sped across the snow-laden terrain. The wind and snow whistled past, yet Yining's mindset had transformed entirely since their departure. All tension, worry, and fear had dissipated. Even the biting cold seemed to soften in her eyes. This operation had culminated in a tremendous victory. The amassed weapons could easily overwhelm dozens of adversaries. Most importantly, everyone was safe. Xiao Jingchun raced across the snowy expanse, the scenery blurring behind him in an instant. He glanced up at the sky. What had been a bright moon just days earlier now appeared shrouded in a misty veil, and the cold wind intensified ominously, tightening his chest, a foreboding sign of an impending cold wave. "Long Fei, accelerate," Xiao Jingchun ordered. "Understood, Mr. Xiao," Long Fei responded, sensing the urgency. Xiao Jingchun gently tapped Yining's hand. "Hold on tight. We're about to pick up speed." With the engines roaring, the two snowmobiles surged forward. Concurrently, Uncle Yun's team also hastened their pace, traveling along the northern outskirts of the city, in stark contrast to Xiao Jingchun's route along the coastline. "Old Two, speed up. It seems the cold wave is approaching," Uncle Yun urged. "I understand, but the wind is fierce. It's challenging to navigate," Old Two replied. They quickened their pace, continuing onward. As they passed a mall encased in a thick layer of ice, Uncle Yun suddenly had an idea. "Old Two, wait for me here for a moment." He knocked through the ice barrier and slipped inside. After surveying the mall's interior, he located what was once the management office. He retrieved Lu In's phone from his pocket, powered it down, carefully wiped away fingerprints, and wrapped it in plastic wrap before placing it in the desk drawer. By the time the Xinyuan group traced the phone's location, several days would have passed, and by then, the young master and Miss He would have returned to their sanctuary. Having completed this task, he swiftly exited the mall. "How'd it go? Is everything taken care of?" Yun Jian awaited anxiously outside. "All set." Uncle Yun nodded. "Then let us hurry. Snowfall is imminent. We need to find shelter." They turned their snowmobiles southward towards the city center. After more than an hour, Yining and her companions finally arrived back at the exhibition center they had previously sought refuge in. The sky darkened ominously, clouds gathering as if summoned by an unseen force, the cold wind howling in a chilling lament reminiscent of a demon's whisper in one's ear. "Heavy snow is on the horizon. Let us get inside." Xiao Jingchun halted the vehicle, swiftly lifting Yining into his arms as they dashed into the building, followed closely by De Huang. Long Fei hurriedly maneuvered the snowmobiles inside, quickly barricading the entrance with wooden planks and rearranging several shelves to fend off the raging wind. The external winds intensified, causing the exhibition center to creak ominously, reminiscent of a great beast roaring in the storm, with the center itself as its prey. Fortunately, the exhibition center structure is robust. Otherwise, it could very well succumb to such powerful winds. Snow has begun to fall in a relentless flurry, enveloping everything in its path. The biting cold wind seeps through every crevice of the building, and the temperature is plummeting rapidly. "It seems we must take refuge here for the night. We arrived just in time, or we would be in quite a predicament," Yining mused. "The indoor temperature is far too low. We must warm ourselves quickly." Xiao Jingchun frowned at the indoor thermometer, which read a chilling minus 55 degrees Celsius. This is indoors. Outside, it could easily plunge to minus 65 degrees. The three of them sprang into action, returning to the space where they had previously rested, a small area bordered by walls on three sides, likely used for displaying samples. Long Fei and Xiao Jingchun moved several shelves to block the empty side and shielded the nearby drafty spots. They placed a backup light source in the corner and cleared a section in the center for a fire, encircling it with bricks to create a makeshift stove. Long Fei filled the center with firewood and produced a lighter, but the frigid temperature rendered it useless due to low pressure. Fortunately, Yining had stockpiled a considerable number of matches. The flames blazed to life, and the three gathered around the fire, thawing their nearly frozen bodies. In the frigid night, few things are as fitting as indulging in spicy food. In a simple pot, hot water bubbled vigorously as Yining added half a packet of hot pot base. followed by half a packet of milk and diced tomatoes, concocting a simple broth. Next, she tossed in beef rolls, lamb rolls, thinly sliced pork belly, fish cakes, several eggs, and finally, a few wheat cakes. The trio sat around the small pot, devouring their meal heartily, with Yining unconcerned about appearances in the moment. With the high-caloric meal and the spice's warmth, their bodies gradually warmed up. Even Xiao Jingxin's eternally pale skin took on a rosy hue. After their meal, they donned dry jackets, new shoes, and socks. In the dark, icy night, a warm, yellow-lit corner felt particularly cozy. Long Fei gazed at the flickering flames, seemingly lost in thought, and from his pocket he retrieved a small bottle of tequila, sipping it alone against the wall, as if the drink were not alcohol, but endless sorrow. Brother Long Fei, I recall asking you previously how you and Jingxin met, but you seem to have no time to elaborate, Yining prompted. Long Fei's expression grew somber as he downed the remaining tequila in one gulp, pausing in silence before he spoke. I was once the captain of a small freelance mercenary team. Over 6 months ago, our team received a task to deliver a document to City A and hand it over to a designated person. After enduring numerous ambushes, we finally reached the designated location in City A, only to discover that the contact had been killed by a mysterious figure. We were then framed and pursued. During this ordeal, my brothers either got captured or lost their lives, leaving me as the sole survivor. Just as I was about to be captured, Mr. Xiao appeared and saved me. What was the document you were transporting? Do you know? Yining inquired further. I don't know. When we accept a mission, we never inquire about the employer's details. It does us no good, Long Fei replied, shaking his head. And what about the people pursuing you? Do you know anything about them? Yining pressed on. Long Fei fell silent. It wouldn't happen to be Xian Yuan Group, would it? Yining suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. How did you know? Long Fei asked, astonished. I guessed, Yining replied, feigning an air of mystery. Long Fei, being a man of straightforward disposition, could not fathom how she arrived at that conclusion. Are your captured brothers still alive? Long Fei shook his head. I don't know, but with Xian Yuan Group's methods, they are likely no longer with us. As the night deepened, the snowfall intensified. Though this blizzard might not be entirely detrimental, at least it could obscure many things, such as the traces of their raid on the warehouse. Long Fei stoked the fire, adding more wood to ensure they would not succumb to the cold. In extreme cold, human movement slows due to physiological reasons, while the fire burns brighter due to rising air currents. Yining laid down thick layers of insulating blankets in the corner and spread out her sleeping bag on top. Brother Long Fei, let us take turns keeping watch tonight. With this cold, someone must stay by the fire. Otherwise, if it goes out, no one will know. There's no need. You two should sleep. I can manage alone. After deliberation, they decided that Xiao Jingxin and Long Fei would take turns keeping watch, allowing Yining to rest peacefully. The night wore on, and after the turmoil of the past 2 days, everyone was exhausted. The fire crackled warmly as Yining and Xiao Jingxin nestled together in their sleeping bags and gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Xian Yuan Group, a control room worker muttered, "It's strange. Why hasn't there been any communication from Warehouse 3? Should we report this to upper management? It's nothing to worry about. With such heavy snowfall tonight, it's normal to have no signal. There's no need to panic," replied another worker, tidying up their belongings. "But what if something is wrong?" The first worker pressed. "There's nothing to worry about. There are 40 guards at Warehouse 3, and it's filled with weapons. How could anything go wrong? All right. It's time to clock out. Hurry up and pack your things." The other worker finished packing their bag. Watching their companion leave, the first worker began to relax. Indeed, their colleague was right. The heavy snow likely caused the signal issues. They decided to wait until the morning for further information. After all, reporting something now would mean no sleep tonight. It's unlikely anything would go wrong, just as it's my shift. They jotted normal in the log for Warehouse 3, packed their bag, and exited. Little did they know that trouble was brewing. The guard at Warehouse 3, Luin, had already succumbed to a cold fate, and the goods within had vanished without a trace. Yining slept soundly, and upon waking, discovered it was already 10 in the morning. The snow outside had not ceased, merely lessened, and the sky remained shrouded in gray. It appeared they might have to remain here for another day. Xiao Jingxin and Long Fei sat by the fire. Both men of few words, silently lost in thought. Upon noticing Yi Ning's awakening, Long Fei quietly pulled out a small box from his pocket. "What is this?" Ning inquired with curiosity. "Playing Do Diju? We're one player short," Long Fei stated with utmost seriousness, leaving Yi Ning speechless. Indeed, Long Fei possessed a certain dry humor. Not joining, Long Fei began to put the cards away. "Of course I am." Yi Ning eklemet ekcitedli. Reveling her inner gambling projes. She had a natural talent for it since childhood, dominating every game. However, over time, no one wanted to play with her anymore. Of course, Yi Ning's strict upbringing forbade gambling. Long Fei produced a deck of cards and shuffled them skillfully as the three sat together. "Call the landlord." The first hand revealed a royal flush. Unbelievable. "Got a contest," Long Fei declared in a deep voice. "I'll contest again." Yi Ning retorted. "Not want to be outdone. Forget it. You can have it." Long Fei conceded in the end. Airplane with wings. Yi Ning initiated with a powerful play. 4 of a kind. Long Fei countered. 4 kings. Yi Ning followed suit. Unwilling to back down. For deuces. Long Fei slammed down his cards. Royal flush. Yi Ning rejoiced, certain of her victory. Long Fei furrowed his brow. "Your turn. If you insist." Yi Ning played a pair of 3s. Long Fei's lips twitched. Xiao Jingqian dropped his cards, realizing he was merely a spectator. Long Fei silently began to shuffle the cards. As they played, Yi Ning's stomach rumbled. She retrieved some takeout containers from the hotel, heated them in a small pot, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Xiao Jingqian found a small table, cleaned it, and covered it with a disposable tablecloth, creating a makeshift dining area. After their meal, the card game resumed. 2 hours later, Long Fei was thoroughly impressed by Yi Ning's skill. "Look, the snow seems to have stopped." By 1 in the afternoon, the snow had ceased, and the temperature began to rise gradually. Long Fei went outside to measure the snow depth and reported upon his return. "The snow is about 30 centimeters deep. It shouldn't be too bad. Delay could be detrimental. We don't know the situation with the Xin Yuan group. It's best to return to the shelter sooner rather than later," Xiao Jingqian decided. "But Yi Ning, are you sure you're up to it? With the snow having just stopped, walking along the coastline might be too much for you." "I'm fine." Yi Ning replied, concerned about the shelter and eager to return. "Then we'll depart at 5 this afternoon. This place is too close to the warehouse. Although I have my abilities, it would be problematic if a large group from the Xin Yuan group found us." With the plan settled, the three began to pack their belongings and rest against the wall. Yi Ning felt a gentle tug on her little finger. "Jingqian, what is it?" Yi Ning opened her eyes, gazing at Xiao Jingqian's handsome face close to hers. "Yi Ning, I'm sorry." He uttered these words. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly apologizing?" Yi Ning asked, smiling. "I'm sorry for making you suffer. I promise to protect you better in the future." Xiao Jingqian tenderly kissed the chilblains on Yi Ning's little finger. "Jingqian, I'm okay." Yi Ning instinctively tried to hide her hand. "Don't feel guilty. I'm not a delicate flower. I can face anything with you. But it pains me to see you like this." Xiao Jingqian held Yi Ning's hand in his. Yi Ning leaned on Xiao Jingqian's shoulder, playfully comforting him. "All right, don't overthink it. Get some rest." "Okay." Xiao Jingqian embraced Yi Ning, and they both drifted off to sleep. As 5 o'clock approached, it was time to leave. Long Fei and Xiao Jingqian began to clean up the area. The three donned thick, airtight winter gear. The moment Yi Ning stepped out of the convention center, she felt an icy chill penetrate her bones. "Yi Ning, are you ready?" Xiao Jingqian asked caringly. Yi Ning nodded and sat on the back of the snowmobile, holding Xiao Jingqian tightly. With the engine roaring, the snowmobile sped across the snowy plains. Yi Ning shivered, clinging to Xiao Jingqian's waist. It was colder than before, likely due to the fresh snow. Yi Ning persevered, and they were nearing their destination. Long Fei, stop up ahead. Xiao Jingqian sensed Yi Ning's discomfort. Since there were no buildings to provide shelter, they had to press on. Finally, they spotted a building in the distance, and he asked Long Fei to stop. Long Fei, head south. Xiao Jingqian pointed toward the building. Jingqian, aren't we returning the way we came? Yi Ning asked, puzzled. Let's rest here for the night. The snowmobile turned toward the building. Wait, there seems to be light. Xiao Jingqian quickly stopped the vehicle. Long Fei, scout ahead. Long Fei nodded, grabbed a flashlight, concealed his weapon under his coat, and strode toward the light. Xiao Jingchun helped Yi Ning off the snowmobile. Yi Ning, are you all right? He gently touched Yi Ning's cold face. Will Long Fei be okay going alone? Yi Ning asked worriedly. In this post-apocalyptic world, anything could happen. Cold and hunger were formidable. But the human heart was even more treacherous. Long Fei is experienced and should be fine. I'll wait for him here. If he doesn't return soon, I'll go look for him. Xiao Jingchun reassured her. He knew Long Fei's capabilities and believed he could handle most situations. Just then, Long Fei returned. Long Fei, what's the situation? Are there survivors? Yi Ning asked. Long Fei nodded and explained what he had learned. The building was once a high-end seaside resort. After the apocalypse, its facilities, sturdy construction, and insulation made a gathering place for nearby people, maintained and managed by the hotel's former employees. So, we can stay there if we provide supplies? Xiao Jingchun asked. Long Fei nodded. Yes, but you'll need to pay with supplies. What are the people inside like? Xiao Jingchun inquired. A mixed bag, but it doesn't seem like it's controlled by a large corporation. It appears to be a gathering of various characters in this vicinity. Xiao Jingchun pondered for a moment, observing the weary face of Yi Ning. Although he had little desire to engage with such individuals, suitable refuge may not present itself ahead. Moreover, their current strength rendered them relatively unconcerned about any threats. With decisive intent, Xiao Jingchun lifted Yi Ning into his arms and made his way toward the holiday hotel. Upon entering, they were greeted by a dimly lit lobby, illuminated by 2 flickering candles at the front desk. Seated on a chair behind the counter was a burly middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, adorned with a thick gold chain. Upon noticing the entrance of 2 adult males, the man's expression shifted to one of caution. Can we find lodging here? Xiao Jingchun inquired directly. Indeed. However, you must exchange something of value. Not money, but supplies. The middle-aged man responded, handing them a handwritten price list. 3 packets of instant noodles for 1 night stay. 5 packets for 2 nights. 1 packet can be exchanged for 2 pounds of coal. If you lack instant noodles, other high-calorie foods will suffice, he elucidated. Long Fei. Xiao Jingchun signaled discreetly. Long Fei retrieved 2 packets of compressed biscuits from his backpack. Will this suffice? He tossed the biscuits toward the man. Certainly. This is more than adequate. I shall escort you to select a room immediately. The middle-aged man replied enthusiastically, recognizing the substantial caloric value of the biscuits compared to instant noodles. Do not bother with selection. How many rooms are available on the 2nd floor? Xiao Jingchun's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the man's very soul. The man felt a tightening in his chest and quickly dismissed any thoughts of deceit. His instincts warned him that these 2 were not to be trifled with. There are 5 rooms left on the 2nd floor. Would you like to see them? Are there any adjacent rooms? Xiao Jingchun questioned. None, but we do have a suite that accommodates 3 people. The middle-aged man responded eagerly. Oh, we shall take that one. Simply hand us the room key. Xiao Jingchun accepted the key, then carried Yi Ning up the emergency exit to the 2nd floor. The room was conveniently located near the staircase. With a soft click, the door swung open. Long Fei entered first, inspecting the quarters for potential threats before Xiao Jingchun followed with Yi Ning. The building's insulation was commendable. Designed as a luxury hotel and situated near the coast, featuring double-glazed windows to ward off the chill. The opulent decor revealed 3 rooms, a living area, dining space, and balcony, complete with a semi-decorative fireplace. Unfortunately, the power had long been cut, leaving the room damp and cold. Gently, Xiao Jingchun placed Yi Ning on a chair. Yi Ning, remain here for a moment while Long Fei and I ignite a fire. They positioned emergency lamps in each corner of the living area, illuminating the space. Then checked the fireplace, which surprisingly remained functional. Long Fei added firewood and ignited it, and soon the flames roared to life. Xiao Jingchun quickly dragged a sofa closer to the fireplace, inviting Yi Ning to sit down. As Yi Ning shed her heavy coat and warmed herself by the fire, color returned to her cheeks. Tonight, we shall all sleep in the living room. This place is filled with unsavory characters, and it is best we remain together. In his past life, Xiao Jingchun had heard tales of hotels where unscrupulous individuals took advantage of guests who dispersed to their rooms, infiltrating through ventilation systems to strike. Long Fei nodded in agreement. Together, they rearranged the sofas and small beds from the balcony into two makeshift sleeping areas, covering them with disposable sheets. Having endured the frigid environment for too long, hunger gnawed at them. Yining retrieved a platter of roasted chicken legs from her supplies, already seasoned with special spices and cumin, merely needing a brief reheating. Alongside, she prepared a fruit platter and bowls of corn rib soup, acknowledging the necessity of balancing protein with vegetables and fruits for proper nutrition. As the enticing aroma filled the air, the doors suddenly rattled with the sound of a small cart approaching, coming to a halt at their door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed ominously in the stillness of the night. Who is it? Xiao Jingchun asked warily. Good evening, sir. We are hotel staff, here to deliver your dinner. Came a gentle male voice from outside. We did not order dinner. Have you made a mistake? Xiao Jingchun replied. No mistake. It is a complimentary sweet soup offered by our hotel. The voice outside seemed prepared for any objections. Xiao Jingchun paused, then coldly articulated leave. Offaz dire conséquence. Choose wisely. After a moment of silence, the person outside quietly wheeled away the cart. In times when supplies were scarce, who would offer free sweet soup? In the bitter cold of winter, such a gesture was a trap, a devilish gift not meant for the likes of ordinary individuals. This hotel was indeed peculiar. Before long, screams and shouts echoed down the corridor, accompanied by the sounds of shattering objects. Inevitably, someone had fallen victim to the ruse. However, that was of no concern to them, and they chose not to intervene. The following day, after a restful night, the trio emerged from their room, ready to continue their journey. Yining was eager to leave this place behind. As they descended into the lobby, they were met with a stark contrast to the previous night. Crowds filled the space. Amidst the throng, Yining spotted a familiar face. What is she doing here? In the northwest corner of the lobby, a pure-looking girl clad in light blue jeans was being shoved by a menacing middle-aged man. Stop pretending. Do you want me to erect a shrine in your honor? Do you think I'm so fortunate to have caught your eye? He sneered, but I truly am not. The innocent girl clutched her chest, her face a portrait of indignation, as though she were prepared to sacrifice herself to defend her honor, her delicate beauty evoking sympathy. A quintessential green tea bitch, indeed. Slap. The sound of a resounding slap pierced the air. You think you can insult me and get away with it? Then came the girl's desperate screams and cries for help. A familiar scene, reminiscent of the patterns from past life. Fong Xian, aged 22, a woman of striking beauty and enviable figure. A graduate of a city's University of Arts and Media, majoring in dance. Yet beneath her innocent exterior lurked the cunning of a viper. As she surveyed the hall, her gaze brightened upon spotting Xiao Jingchun and Yining. With her discerning eye, she recognized that they were not ordinary individuals. Though clad in simple attire, their polished appearances and composed demeanors suggested they possessed the capability to thrive amidst chaos. Gaining their trust and sympathy could potentially alleviate her concerns about resources in the future. Seizing the moment, she skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, deliberately stumbling towards Yining and the others. She assessed the distance between them, perfectly close enough for her plan to unfold seamlessly. Yining and Xiao Jingchun stood still, observing her theatrics with cold indifference. This woman was different from Lin Mengru's wild antics. She was trained. Fong Xian lunged towards Xiao Jingchun's chest, but he anticipated her move and sidestepped, leaving her to grasp at thin air. Realizing her scheme had failed, she quickly adjusted her approach and fell right in front of Yining. In an act of feigned innocence, she exposed her alabaster neck, marred by unsightly bruises, casting a pitiful gaze at Xiao Jingchun, a masterclass in manipulation. Those unaware of her true nature might easily feel sympathy for this seemingly harmless girl. Yet Yining, fully aware of her background, recognized those bruises were remnants of her games with men. This woman excelled in masquerading as a damsel in distress. In her past life, Yining and Xiao Jingchun had already fallen victim to her machinations, with Yining nearly losing her life because of her. Their first encounter with Fong Xian occurred during the second year of the apocalypse, amidst a brief warming of the temperatures. The situation then was similar to now, though it took place in the city's west. At that time, the naivete of Yi Ning led her to misinterpret Fong Xian's fa and out of sympathy, she allowed her to join their group. Initially, Fong Xian behaved normally, actively gathering supplies and volunteering for night watches, claiming she wished to repay the debt of gratitude owed to Yi Ning for saving her life. As the saying goes, when things seem amiss, there is surely something amiss. Soon enough, Fong Xian's true colors began to show. Once she felt secure in her position between Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchen, she began subtly to ostracize Yi Ning, seeking to seduce Xiao Jingchen instead. When he remained unmoved, she resorted to sowing discord, attempting to create rifts between him and Yi Ning. Ultimately, she even lured Yi Ning to the rooftop of an abandoned building, intending to push her off. Fortunately, Xiao Jingchen had never trusted Fong Xian, keeping a watchful eye on her, which enabled him to save Yi Ning at a crucial moment, although it allowed Fong Xian to escape. This incident marked one of Yi Ning's most perilous experiences, stemming from a companion's treachery. In the fleeting seconds that followed, a brutish man came barreling towards them. "You wretched girl, how dare you hide?" he bellowed, seizing Fong Xian by the arm and delivering several resounding slaps. "Please spare me. I beg you. Help." The force of his blows sent her crashing to the ground, appearing utterly pitiful. Fong Xian was known for her ruthlessness, which explained why Yi Ning had been so easily ensnared by her act of self-victimization in the past. Watching Fong Xian receive her comeuppance, Yi Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. If Fong Xian relished in playing the victim, let her indulge to her heart's content and see who would crack first. The brutish man was, in fact, Fong Xian's accomplice, and together they had orchestrated this deception to prey upon the unsuspecting and seize their resources. Their collaboration in such schemes was undoubtedly not a first. Otherwise, the other onlookers in the hall would not merely be passive observers. Fong Xian endured a barrage of slaps, but when she noticed Yi Ning and the others remaining silent, she could no longer contain herself and collapsed at Yi Ning's feet. Yi Ning scoffed inwardly. How naive Fong Xian must think her to be. "Sister, please, can you help me?" Fong Xian implored, her face now swollen and bruised, a stark contrast to her earlier beauty. "Sorry, we are not acquainted and have no obligation to assist you," Yi Ning replied curtly, taken aback by the outright rejection. Fong Xian refused to concede easily. "But we are both women. Shouldn't we help each other?" She countered, feigning righteousness. Citing women's solidarity in such a manner was utterly shameless. "There are countless women in this world. If I were to assist each one, I would surely be exhausted. Besides, why should I treat you any differently?" Yi Ning shot back, unimpressed by Fong Xian's manipulations. "But this help would merely be a trifling effort for you." Fong Xian pressed, her expression one of despair. "A trifling effort? I'm just a fragile woman myself. I have no obligation to put myself in danger for a stranger. Do you take me for a saint? Even a saint would not rescue a woman as treacherous as she. Yet, I know they are capable of helping me," Fong Xian said weakly, glancing at Long Fei and Xiao Jingchen, particularly at Xiao Jingchen, who appeared even more handsome up close. "They have even less reason to refuse. After all, according to your logic, shouldn't men also assist women?" Fong Xian was momentarily speechless by Yi Ning's counterlogic. "That is not what I meant. I don't care what you meant. A refusal is a refusal. Jingchen, let us go." "Wait." Xiao Jingchen suddenly stepped towards the front desk. "Aside from you, are there other settlements nearby?" A middle-aged man at the reception replied, "If you head east from here, about a kilometer away, there's a shopping mall where people are trading supplies." Xiao Jingchen nodded and then led Yi Ning and Long Fei out of the resort hotel. Once they departed, Fong Xian dropped her act, rising to head towards her room, the brutish man following closely behind, his demeanor obsequious. "Xian, did I hurt you just now? Let me see," he urged, pulling her onto the bed, cradling her face with apparent concern. "I'm fine. I need to step out for a moment. Please wait for me here." Fong Xian impatiently shook off his hands. "Step out? Where to?" the middle-aged man asked, his eyes narrowing. "None of your concern," she retorted, continuing to pack her belongings. "Are you going to find those people? Did you discern that gigolo?" The middle-aged man was no simpleton either, instantly perceiving Fong Xian's subtle intentions. He seized Fong Xian's chin menacingly, declaring, "I'm telling you, unless death claims you, you won't escape me." "Never, how could that be?" Fong Xian responded with a charming smile, swiftly reassuring him. "Brother Sun, you know I could never leave you." Fong Xian nestled against his chest, her fingers provocatively caressing him. Brother Sun's breathing grew increasingly labored until he finally succumbed, tossing Fong Xian onto the bed. "Xian, you are mine, and I will never allow you to leave my side." Fong Xian had initially been a mere plaything in his dalliances, but with the sudden arrival of the extreme cold, all his status and prestige had evaporated. Now, Fong Xian was all he could grasp. Furthermore, her cunning surpassed his own, making her a crucial asset for his future resurgence, one he would never relinquish. "Of course. Brother Sun, how could I ever leave you?" Fong Xian's eyes glinted with a cold light as she stealthily retrieved the dagger concealed beneath the mattress. 10 minutes later, Fong Xian emerged from the room, clad in a men's long down jacket. Her previously swollen face had subsided, leaving her disheveled, yet with a strangely poignant allure. Inside, Brother Sun lay a lifeless corpse, his eyes wide with disbelief, his body drenched in blood. Meanwhile, on Yining's side, they were trudging laboriously through the snow to avoid exposing the snowmobile during daylight. "Jingchen, why are we going to that trading market?" Yining inweeded, puzzled. Their spatial resources were already abundant, leaving nothing worth bartering for. "You'll find out soon enough," Xiao Jingchen replied mysteriously. "Could there be another surprise?" Yining mused. "Well, if Jingchen has arranged it this way, there must be a reason. Perhaps intentionally." Xiao Jingchen led them at a snail's pace through the snow. As they walked, Yining sensed something amiss. Despite being the only three in this snowy expanse, she could discern 4 sets of footsteps. Simultaneously, Dahuang barked incessantly behind them. "Something's not right. We're being followed," Xiao Jingchen announced. "Who's there? Show yourself. We've already heard you." Seeing that they had been discovered, their pursuer emerged from behind a nearby wall, revealing Fong Xian. "Fong Xian hasn't given up yet?" Yining exclaimed, exasperated. "What do you want? Why are you trailing us?" "I was wondering if I could join you," Fong Xian asked timidly. "Absolutely not," Yining retorted impatiently. She regarded Fong Xian as a venomous viper, a ticking time bomb she had no desire to entangle herself with. "Rest assured, I could do anything and won't be a burden," Fong Xian pleaded. "It's too difficult for a weak woman like me to survive in this world. Although you rejected me at the hotel, I know you are good people." Yining found it ironic that she was being labeled a good person under these circumstances. "Sorry, not interested," she repeated. "Sister, are you truly so heartless?" Fong Xian implored. "I endure humiliation from men in that hotel every day, struggling to survive. As a fellow woman, can't you help me? I swear I won't cause any trouble." "Indeed, no trouble, just death," Yining thought sarcastically. Seeing that Yining remained unmoved, Fong Xian cast a pleading gaze at Xiao Jingchen and Long Fei. Xiao Jingchen scanned her, then slowly approached her. Fong Xian, believing that she had touched Xiao Jingchen's heart, rejoiced inwardly. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she was captivated by the handsome, aloof youth, igniting a strong desire to conquer him, which was one of the reasons she had unhesitatingly abandoned Brother Sunday. Xiao Jingchen halted directly in front of Fong Xian, his eyes as cold as ice. "Thank you." "I knew," Fong Xian began, suppressing her inner elation, but was interrupted by a gunshot. The next moment, a bloody hole appeared on her forehead. Fong Xian died without understanding how her life had been abruptly terminated. Xiao Jingchen wiped the blood from his hands, then turned without hesitation to rejoin Yining and Long Fei. From a moment he recognized Fong Xian, he had never considered sparing her. He would never forgive anyone who harmed Yining, whether in this life or the previous one, whether the event had occurred or was yet to occur. In his previous life, Fong Xian had escaped from the rooftop, a fact that Xiao Jingchen deeply regretted. Therefore, from a moment they were in the hotel lobby, he had remained composed, knowing that Fong Xian would inevitably follow. He had deliberately revealed a hint at the hotel reception, guiding Fong Xian to her own demise. Yining gaped at Xiao Jingchen, surprised that he had dispatched her so decisively. After all, Those events belonged to a previous life, and she was unlikely to encounter Fong Zian again. Yining, did I frighten you? Xiao Jingchun asked tenderly. It's fine. Let's continue, Yining replied. Anyway, Fong Zian was no good. Leaving her alive would only harm others. Now that she's gone, are we still going to the trading market? She casually took Xiao Jingchun's arm. Do you want to go? Xiao Jingchun asked, his murderous aura instantly vanishing, replaced by a fond smile. He removed his blood-stained gloves and gently smoothed the stray hairs on Yining's forehead. Let's skip it. I'm worried about the shelter and want to return sooner. She truly enjoyed shopping in her previous life, but now was not the time for aimless wandering, especially after witnessing the cruelty of the outside world. All right, let's do as you wish and head back. Xiao Jingchun agreed, supporting her decision. The journey back was uneventful, and within half a day, they had returned to the shelter. Wang Ma and the others had already heard the snowmobile approaching. That sounds like a snowmobile. It must be Miss and young Master Xiao Jingchun. Wing Ma exclaimed. Quick, check the watchtower. Wang Ma, despite her typically unsteady legs, climbed faster than anyone this time. Even Lei Siming, who usually remained oblivious to the world outside, solely focused on the breeding base, followed suit. A few individuals took turns observing through binoculars. They have returned. It is indeed them. Thank the heavens. They have finally returned safely. Wang Ma was overcome with tears of joy. Since the young lady and young Master Xiao Jingchun had ventured out these past few days, she had been in a constant state of anxiety. She had learned of the dire external conditions through previously released videos on social media. Several times, she contemplated using the satellite phone to inquire about their well-being, but recalled the young lady's instructions. Unless there was an emergency at the shelter, she must not call them. After nearly a week, Yining and the others finally stood before the shelter's entrance once more. Yining took out the satellite phone. Hello, Wing Ma. We have arrived at the gate. Please come and let us in. She had expected Wang Ma and the others would take some time navigating the inner and outer walls. But to her surprise, the gate opened instantly. Everyone had braved the biting cold and waited at the first layer of the wall for their return. Miss, young Master Jingchun, Brother Long Fei, you have finally returned. Are you all right? Not injured, I hope? Wang Ma exclaimed, rushing to their side. We're back, and we're unharmed. All is well. Yining, ri susurret her. That is wonderful. Miss, did you not freeze? It is so cold. You have suffered. Wing Ma sitiars flodfriedi. All right, we're all back now. Wang Ma, please do not cry. It is so cold that your tears might freeze. Yining comfortet her firmly. Wang Ma's tears transformed into a smile in an instant. We have captured a pregnant sheep, and the other animals are doing well. Lei Siming reported eagerly. Really? Yining exclaimed, astonished and delighted. In her previous life, the onset of extreme cold had significantly reduced the pregnancy rates of all animals. She never expected that new life would emerge so quickly at the breeding base. That is splendid. We shall have fresh lamb to eat soon. Wang Ma blurted out without thinking. No, absolutely not. Lei Siming reacted defensively. Do you have any idea how much time and effort I have invested in these samples? How much data I have recorded? This is science, not for consumption. Enough. Let us hurry inside. It is far too cold out here. Long Fei interjected diplomatically. The group finally returned to the shelter. Wang Ma, please prepare several dishes for dinner. We shall have a buffet. Yining instructed before turning to enter the living area. Upon stepping inside, she was enveloped by warmth. After days of enduring the frigid outdoors, this blissful warmth felt almost surreal. Ah, we are finally back. Yining removed her coat and comfortably collapsed onto the sofa, luxuriating in the warmth. The soft and cozy couch, plush carpet, warm and humid air, and bright lighting made her feel as though she had transitioned from hell to paradise. Jingchun, I haven't bathed in days. I must shower first. She had not felt the discomfort while in a tense environment, but now that she could relax, she felt completely out of sorts. Shall I accompany you? Xiao Jingchun asked with a mischievous grin. How vexatious. No, thank you. Yining's face flushed crimson. I was joking. Do hurry. Don't take too long in the shower. It is not good for your skin. Xiao Jingchun teased, noticing her embarrassment. It was amusing how, despite their growing intimacy, Yining remained so easily flustered. However, he enjoyed seeing her cheeks redden. In the steamy atmosphere, Yi Ning luxuriated in the hot water, then changed into comfortable loungewear. Jingchen, I'm done. Do you want to wash up? She asked, drying her hair with a towel as she plopped down beside him. I will shower later, Jingchen replied, casually taking the towel from her hands and helping to dry her hair. Jingchen, we have acquired quite a number of weapons this time. We should no longer fear the Xinyuan group. The Xinyuan group is not so easily dealt with. We must remain cautious, Jingchen said, furrowing his brow. He knew more than Yi Ning did, but he wished to shield her from worry. Miss, young Master Jingchen, it is time for dinner. At that moment, Wang Ma's voice echoed from outside. Let us go eat. Jingchen nodded in response. The buffet was set up in the shelter's apartment. Although the variety was limited, each dish was a feast for the senses. Available for all at the shelter to enjoy: succulent prawns, steamed flounder, braised chicken pieces, shredded roasted duck, clear soup lamb, and sot Edgewater spinach, along with various cold dishes such as lemon chicken feet and spicy kelp strips. Since their arrival at the shelter, this marked the first communal meal for everyone. Spirits were high, and laughter filled the air, though Lei Simon gazed at the platter of steamed lamb with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Lei, why aren't you eating? It's delicious. Don't worry, this lamb was not from the ones you raised. It is from the frozen stock, Wang Ma enthusiastically assured him. Lei Simon, face-palming, silently carried his plate away. The buffet continued until 11 at night. Aside from a few minor incidents, the atmosphere remained warm and joyous. Yi Ning returned to her room and, before she knew it, fell asleep in her bed. Meanwhile, at the Xinyuan group headquarters, the morning following Jingchen and the others' departure, they finally discovered the anomaly at warehouse number 3. However, heavy snowfall at that time made it impossible for the Xinyuan personnel to investigate. Only after the snow stopped the following afternoon did they dispatch a team to the site. Unfortunately, it was too late. By the time they arrived, the warehouse stood eerily empty, countless goods having vanished without a trace, and all surveillance cameras destroyed. This was a grave matter, prompting the headquarters to swiftly send a helicopter, but the heavy snowfall had obscured nearly all traces. At the highest level of the Xinyuan group headquarters, a sharply dressed young man with dark skin and keen eyes sat in the president's chair. What is the status? Has there been any progress in investigating warehouse number 3? None yet, replied a middle-aged man in a gray suit with graying hair, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, who possesses such capabilities to relocate all those weapons in just one day. The young man rubbed his forehead, clearly troubled by the situation. I have no idea. The older man sighed. Has the helicopter been dispatched? It has been sent, but the heavy snowfall has concealed all traces, and the investigation is progressing slowly. The gray-suited middle-aged man responded. We need results as soon as possible. Otherwise, how do we explain this to the chairman? The speaker was Zhou Haiyuan, president of Xinyuan Group and the second son of the chairman. The investigation is still ongoing. We estimate it was those few companies. Ordinary people wouldn't have the capability to move that many supplies so quickly. Have there been any recent movements from those companies? Zhou Haiyuan inquired. In City A and its surrounding areas, besides Xinyuan Group, the influence of 3 other groups cannot be underestimated. Regardless of who it is, if I catch them moving our Xinyuan Group's goods, I absolutely won't let them get away with it. The gray-suited middle-aged man said through gritted teeth. Jingchen and Yi Ning were unaware that they had been resented. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Jingchen gazed at Yi Ning, who was fast asleep beside him. Her fair skin was like mutton-fat jade. Her rose-petal lips and raven-like eyelashes still trembled slightly, like 2 small fans. Jingchen's heart stirred, and he couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her forehead. Ugh, let me sleep a little longer. Yi Ning turned over and continued to sleep. However, Jingchen ignored her, kissing her from her forehead to her cheeks, then to her neck and collarbone. Jingchen, stop it. Still half asleep, Yi Ning vaguely tried to push him away, but the kisses spread to her fingertips in the next moment. Yi Ning, I love you. Ignited by his ardor, Yi Ning began to respond to him. Passion spread like wildfire. Moans echoed continuously in the room. 2 hours later, Yi Ning and Jingchen left the room feeling refreshed. Yi Ning took out her phone, which was filled with previously downloaded TV dramas. The internet was mostly down, so she could only watch her stored content. Ha ha ha. Jingchen, look at this. Yining shared a funny part with Xiao Jingchen. Xiao Jingchen, who usually didn't watch TV dramas, unusually accompanied her patiently, occasionally discussing the illogical parts with her. Perhaps after experiencing the cruelty of the outside world, they could better appreciate the preciousness of this ordinary life. In contrast to the tranquility at the shelter, the first crisis began to emerge at Gao Feng's location. As external resources dwindled, many groups began to collect supplies in droves. The scope of this search had recently expanded to the vicinity of the warehouse where Gao Feng was located. Look, this seems to be a warehouse. Let's go in and take a look. Two thugs were searching for supplies in the area. They were henchmen of a nearby force. Really? Let's go in and see. Huh. Why does it seem like there's no door? No door? How is that possible? Are you sure you're not mistaken? There really isn't one. Go and find it yourself. The two thugs circled the warehouse, searching for an entrance. At the same time, in the watchtower by the wall, Sister Lee was holding a crossbow, crouching under the window, ready to be on guard at any moment. Ollie, it seems like they've discovered this place. What do we do? Gao Feng asked anxiously. If it were just him, he would fight them, but what about Xiaomin? Why don't we just fight them? Gao Feng snatched the crossbow. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Gao Feng's eyes. Since there were only two of them, why not just destroy the evidence? For his daughter, he would do anything. Sister Lee pressed his hand down. Don't rush. Let's observe a little longer. They might not have really found this place. They're just guessing right now. If you act impulsively, you'll really expose us. But alas, Gao Feng sighed and ultimately followed Sister Lee's advice, putting down the crossbow. We really can't find the entrance. Let's go look over there. The two thugs weren't very bright. How could they have imagined that the warehouse had no door at all, and that it had been sealed off by Yining long ago? Events proved that this was indeed a foresightful decision, successfully allowing Gao Feng and the others to avoid the first crisis. As the two thugs continued their search, the satellite phone in their hands rang. What? You found supplies on the east side? We'll come over to help right away. Okay, we'll be there immediately. The thug holding the phone hung up. Lao Luo, let's go quickly. They found supplies on the east side. The boss wants us to go over and help. All right. Hiding in the tower, Gao Feng watched the two thugs walk further and further away, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Sister Lee had foresight. Otherwise, they might have been exposed. However, since they had already searched this area, it was only a matter of time before they found this place. Thinking of this, Gao Feng couldn't help but have a headache. Ollie, how should we respond next? Over the past few days, he had truly admired this diligent, capable, and efficient woman. So he sought her opinion on everything. Based on the current situation, it's only a matter of time before they find this place. With just the two of us, we definitely can't handle it. Let's call Mr. Xiao and the others. Sister Lee made a decisive decision. I suppose that's the only option. Gao Feng nodded helplessly. When Yining received the call from Gao Feng, Xiao Jingchen had just finished talking to Uncle Yin. How are Uncle Yun and the others? Is everything all right? Yining handed Xiao Jingchen a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Since they had parted ways with Uncle Yun last time, they hadn't received any news from him, and Yining was quite worried. They're fine. 6 of my father's old subordinates are coming over. Xiao Jingchen frowned and then downed the orange juice. Your father's old subordinates? People from the Xiao family? Yining knew that matters concerning the Xiao family were a taboo for Xiao Jingchen, and he didn't want to have too much contact with them. Why would the Xiao family suddenly send people over? Yes, the Xiao family's patriarch has been in poor health these past few years, and the internal strife within the Xiao family is severe. They're afraid I might be in danger. So they're specifically coming over from America. The Xiao family's patriarch? Yining was hearing about the Xiao family's current situation for the first time. Your grandfather? Xiao Jingchen nodded, his expression visibly becoming somewhat melancholic. If Xiao Jingchen's grandfather hadn't been so domineering and stubborn, insisting on using others to force his own son to submit, how could Xiao Jingchen have lost his parents at such a young age? Yining couldn't imagine what kind of cold and ruthless person would resort to such measures against their own son. Are they already in City A? Do we need to go and meet them? No. Uncle Yin has already picked them up. Uncle Yin had been handling matters related to the Xiao family for him. How should we accommodate these people? To be candid, apart from the companions from her previous life, she had no desire to accommodate others in the shelter. The arduous decade of survival during the apocalypse had rendered her unable to trust strangers. The specifics were yet to be determined. For now, she would allow them to stay with Uncle Yun and the others. Any suitable arrangements could be addressed later. Although Yi Ning remained silent, Xiao Jingchun could discern her thoughts. At that moment, Yi Ning's satellite phone rang. It was a timely call from Gao Feng. "Hello, Uncle Gao. Is there something urgent?" "Miss, how did you know?" Gao Feng replied, astonished, wondering if she was already aware of the situation at hand. "I guessed. Please, tell me what is going on over there." Gao Feng, known for his prudence, would not have called unless there was a significant matter to discuss. He proceeded to detail the circumstances they were facing. "So, there are groups of looters nearby?" Yi Ning inquired. "Not just one group, but several. They frequently clash with one another, and they are ruthless, burning, killing, and pillaging. Many residents and warehouses in the vicinity have already suffered." Gao Feng reported with palpable concern. "And you haven't been discovered yet?" "Not yet, thanks to Ali's composure. Otherwise, we would have been found out by now. There are many warehouses here. It should take them a couple of days to search this area, but it's uncertain." Gao Feng cast a grateful glance at Sisterly beside him. "Have you learned to use the crossbow I left in a box?" Yi Ning had anticipated potential looting and had provided some weapons for Gao Feng and his team. "I can use it, but my aim needs improvement." Gao Feng replied with a hint of embarrassment. Yi Ning contemplated for a moment. "Uncle Gao, remain vigilant for the next couple of days. If there is an emergency, call me immediately." Although there was little immediate danger, prolonged exposure could change that. It seemed they would need to visit Gao Feng soon. "What do you think, Jingxun?" Yi Ning asked, turning to Xiao Jingxun after hanging up. "We should make a trip there in the next couple of days. Since Sister Li and the others are already gathering supplies, it's only a matter of time before they find them." Noticing Yi Ning lost in thought, Xiao Jingxun playfully pinched her nose. "What scheme are you concocting now?" "Ugh." Yi Ning playfully pushed Xiao Jingxun's hand away. "I was thinking, if they can pillage supplies, so can we. Why should we let them take everything?" Indeed, supplies were never in surplus. Moreover, those individuals would become potential adversaries. She would not allow resources to fall into their hands. "You are absolutely right." Xiao Jingxun nodded in agreement, and Yi Ning's eyes lit up. "We could station the group sent by the Xiao family at the warehouse. This way, they can guard the supplies and have a place to stay. The warehouse is not far from our shelter, making it a win-win situation." Yi Ning couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. Those individuals dared to steal her supplies. She would show them what it meant to experience a counterattack. "By the way, where are the people from the Xiao family now? Will they arrive?" Yi Ning was currently short-handed, and their arrival would be timely. They are in the southern part of the city, a total of 6 people. It should take them about 2 days to get here. Communications were disrupted, and Xiao Jingxun had yet to receive detailed information about them, only knowing there were 6, including a couple who were doctors, while the other 4 were responsible for executing tasks. "I'll call Uncle Yun and have them rush over immediately." Xiao Jingchun dialed Uncle Yun's number and conveyed the specific address of the warehouse. Uncle Yun's team estimated they would arrive in about 3 days. After hanging up, the two discussed and outlined a plan. This time, Xiao Jingxun intended to go alone with Yi Ning, leaving Brother Longfei to guard the shelter. It would be too dangerous to leave just Wang Ma and the others behind. In the event of an invasion, they would have little means to defend themselves. As for transportation, they would continue using the snowmobiles. The sled dogs they purchased earlier were still too small to pull a sled. However, this time it was essentially a straightforward operation, so they didn't need to wait until nightfall to depart. Yi Ning had anticipated that just after her recent acquisition, they would have to set off again. It seemed peaceful days were not in the cards for her in the coming days. During the wait for Uncle Yun's team to arrive, Yi Ning seized the opportunity to enjoy life. After her last outing left her skin frostbitten, she needed to pamper herself. With a face mask on, she indulged in a drama while sipping yogurt, feeling quite content. Just then, the satellite phone rang abruptly. It was Gao Feng. They were in danger. Had it come so soon? "Hello, Uncle Gao." Yi Ning quickly answered the call. At that moment, Gao Feng, anxious and distressed, was hiding in the watchtower, peering down as he spoke in hushed tones. Outside the walls, a throng of individuals stood ominously, gesturing and discussing. evidently having discovered something amiss. Miss, it seems they have found us. There are so many of them. What should we do? Have they entered yet? Yining hastily removed her face mask. Sitting up straight, her heart racing with urgency. Not yet, but it seems they have realized something is wrong. No, they started to break down the wall. Gao Feng relayed with increasing anxiety. Uncle Gao, stay calm. The wall is double-layered. They 1T breach it easily. Where are you now? Yining assured him while stepping out of her room. I'm in the watchtower. Gao Feng continued to observe. What about Xiaomin and Sisterly? Yining Presedon. Hoping they were safe together. They're by my side. After sensing something was off, Gao Feng quickly brought Xiaomin up to the watchtower, and Sisterly followed suit. Are the crossbows and arrows in the watchtower? Yining inquired further. Sisterly brought them up just now. She sensed the approaching trouble and rushed down to retrieve the important items. Meanwhile, the group outside was continuously moving. Is this the place? A burly man with a scar near his ear pointed at the wall. Boss, this is the one. One of his subordinates nodded submissively. Smash it, the scar man commanded. A dozen individuals began striking the wall simultaneously, and soon a small hole appeared, which continued to widen. Look, boss, there is definitely something inside. It appears to be a warehouse. After the last encounter, the two ruffians found themselves increasingly uneasy. They sensed that there was something amiss and reported their suspicions to their leader, Scar. Well done, my boy. Your keen observation may yield rewards. Should there truly be something of value, I shall generously grant you 10 packs of instant noodles as a token of appreciation. Scar declared. 10 packs of noodles? How miserly. The ruffian inwardly scoffed, though he dared not express his discontent outwardly. Thank you, big brother, but we have been consuming instant noodles incessantly. Could you possibly offer me something else? Perhaps a cigarette? He implored, filled with hope. Very well. I shall grant you a single cigarette. Scar acquiesced, fully aware that 10 packs of noodles far surpassed the worth of one cigarette. At that moment, the anticipation around them surged as the wall was finally demolished. Miss, they have breached the wall. High Peak urged. Listen to me. You three must remain in the lookout tower. Do not venture outside, nor expose yourselves unless discovered. Only then may you act. I am on my way with Xiao Jingchen. Yining settled into the back of a snowmobile. But the supplies. High Peak hesitated. Do not fret about the supplies. Just trust my words. With the roar of the engine, the snowmobile sped off. Brother, there are supplies, plenty of supplies. We are truly going to prosper this time. The ruffians were awestruck by the mountains of provisions stacked in the warehouse. Half a warehouse filled with various instant foods. Boxes upon boxes of instant noodles, self-heating rice, and an assortment of other consumables. Quickly, summon everyone. Bring the carts. Everything must be taken. The leader among the ruffians was nearly beside himself with excitement. With such an abundance of supplies, he could sustain himself for 2 centuries. He contemplated recruiting 10, no, 100 more lackeys. He would dominate the entire city of A. At that moment, who would dare defy him? The ruffians, in a frenzy, rushed into the warehouse, greedily snatching the supplies until the sound of a gunshot startled them. Who dares to compete with me? I will end them, they shouted, hastily moving boxes. Meanwhile, High Peak, observing from the lookout tower, clutched the phone, praying fervently, Miss, young Master Jingchen, when will you arrive? Ollie, they are taking the supplies. What should we do? Seeing the chaos below, High Peak's vision blurred with rage. Given the current circumstances, we can only wait for Mr. Xiao and his team. We are no match for them as we stand, especially with their firearms. Sisterly observed coldly. Shall we simply watch as they carry away the supplies? We have no other choice. Sisterly felt the urgency as well, but she understood that their strength alone could not safeguard the materials. No, absolutely not. The Miss entrusted me with these supplies. I cannot allow them to be taken. High Peak suddenly stood, fueled by his loyalty to the Miss, who had once saved Xiao Min's life. High Peak, what are you planning to do? Sisterly exclaimed, attempting to restrain him. Ollie, take good care of Xiao Min. High Peak instructed with a smile. In an instant, as chaos erupted below with the ruffians scrambling to transport the supplies, an arrow suddenly pierced the leg of one of the ruffians. He cried out in agony. Where did that arrow come from? No, someone is attacking. The presence of guards within the warehouse was discovered, and panic ensued. The boss is up in the tower. "There's someone there," they shouted, realizing they were not alone. "How dare they attack us? Today, they shall meet their end." Scar and his men, dodging arrows, approached the lookout tower. High Peak continued to shoot arrows, his mind focused solely on fulfilling the Mrs. Trust. Under his relentless assault, several ruffians fell to his aim, causing the remaining attackers to hesitate. "Fall back. Let me handle this." Scar's eyes glinted with malice as he drew his pistol and fired into the tower. "Watch out." Sisterly tackled High Peak to the ground just as a bullet grazed his arm, striking the wall instead. "Are you hurt? Are you all right?" Sisterly asked anxiously as she helped him up. Blood quickly stained his sleeve as he clutched his arm, pale from shock. Though the bullet had merely grazed him, the power of the gun was formidable. Had Sisterly not pulled him away in time, he would have surely fallen victim to the attack. "Daddy, you're hurt." Xiao Min rushed to High Peak, tears streaming down her face. High Peak, astonished that they wielded firearms, struggled to rise and continue the fight. But as he approached the window, a second bullet flew past him. Bang! Bang! The glass of the lookout tower shattered under gunfire. "Ollie, what should we do now?" High Peak huddled in the corner, with Xiao Min's sister. Li felt a pang of bitterness. In this dire situation, they could only hope that Mr. Xiao and his team would arrive promptly. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingchun and Yi Ning sped along on the snowmobile. "Jingchun, just around this bend, and we will arrive." Yi Ning pointed to the intersection ahead. "I wonder how High Peak is faring." Bang! Bang! Taking advantage of Scar's cover fire, his men quickly ascended the lookout tower, wielding iron rods to smash the door. "High Peak, quickly move that cabinet over here." Though Xiao Min was typically frail, in this critical moment, she displayed remarkable determination, helping her father push the cabinet. Seeing that the door would not yield, the assailants sought to climb through the windows. "Oh, there's a woman. She seems quite fiery. Just wait until I catch you." The first ruffian leaned toward the window, eager to climb inside. "Come and try." Sisterly brandished a dagger, slicing toward his hand. "Ah!" A scream echoed as the first man tumbled from the lookout tower. However, another figure approached the opposite window. "High Peak, over there." "Alia, exercise caution. There's someone approaching from your direction." Amidst Gao Feng's dire circumstances, Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchun finally arrived at the warehouse. The snow-covered ground before the warehouse was littered with scattered supplies. Atop the northernmost watchtower, a figure was vehemently assaulting the door. "Jingchun, the northern tower." "Affirmative." Xiao Jingchun acknowledged with a nod, executing a graceful turn on his snowmobile, and sped off towards the north. Before Gao Feng's attackers could react, 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 individuals scaling the window plummeted from the tower, their skulls pierced by dark, ominous wounds. 2 more shots followed, silencing the sounds of the door being battered. "It's Miss and young Master Xiao. They've arrived." Gao Feng exclaimed, disregarding his bleeding wound as he rushed to the window, his face illuminated with elation. Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchun sat astride the snowmobile, appearing as saviors descended from the heavens. "It's Miss and young Master. We're saved," Gao Feng cried out, embracing Sister Li in a surge of relief. Overwhelmed by the joy of his narrow escape, he couldn't help but shed tears. It was only after a moment that he realized his impropriety and awkwardly stepped aside. Yi Ning, noticing Gao Feng and Sister Li at the window, waved and inquired, "Uncle Gao, Sister Li, are you both unharmed?" "We sustained minor injuries, but nothing serious. Thank you for your timely arrival, miss." Scarface, feeling slighted by Yi Ning and her companion's utter disregard for him, harbored resentment in his heart. He surreptitiously gripped the handgun concealed in his pocket. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of the Lone Wolf Gang?" "You need not concern yourself with who we are," Xiao Jingchun retorted, raising his arm and pulling the trigger, "for you shall soon meet your end." Before Scarface could draw his weapon, a crimson bloom blossomed on his forehead. Witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining thugs scattered in disarray. However, Xiao Jingchun showed them no mercy, pursuing them on his snowmobile, ensuring that none escaped. Once the situation was resolved, Yi Ning ascended the watchtower to retrieve Gao Feng and his companions. "Uncle Gao, you're injured?" The wound on Gao Feng's arm had soaked through his clothing, staining it crimson. The adrenaline of the moment had masked the pain, but now, as he relaxed, he found it unbearable. Overcome by blood loss, Gao Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. When Gao Feng awoke, he found himself in a familiar bed. The fireplace roared with warmth, filling the room with a cozy ambience. His arm was bandaged, and he was clad in loose-fitting cotton pajamas. Seated in chairs near the bed, Yining and Xiaomin were engaged in conversation. "Miss," Gao Feng exclaimed, attempting to rise from the bed. Yining's voice, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, resonated through the room. "Uncle Gao, please rest and recover. I administered a hemostatic injection and an antibiotic. You've lost a significant amount of blood and require bed rest. Fortunately, we stocked up on ample supplies of injectables when we were hoarding provisions. Otherwise, this would have been a dire situation. Gunshot wounds were highly susceptible to causing high fevers, and without antibiotics, Gao Feng would have faced a near-certain death." But Gao Feng began, feeling awkward as he remained in bed. "Uncle Gao, didn't I instruct you to remain in the tower and avoid venturing out?" Yining's voice carried a hint of reproach. "Why did you expose yourself? These supplies were entrusted to me by you, miss, and I couldn't bear to witness them being stolen." Gao Feng proclaimed with unwavering righteousness. "So, you were willing to gamble with your life? Did you consider what would become of Xiaomin if you were to die?" Gao Feng glanced at Xiaomin, whose eyes were red and swollen, a clear indication that she had been crying. "I didn't think that far ahead at the time. I simply didn't want to betray your trust, miss." Having pledged to safeguard the supplies, he felt compelled to fulfill his commitment. Yining wanted to scold him, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Gao Feng had not experienced the brutality of life and death, and still held onto his fervor. Yining didn't want to extinguish that. After all, as a subordinate, he was exceptionally competent. Although his actions were imprudent in this desolate world, those who could uphold their promises were a rare commodity. On the day following Yining's arrival at the warehouse, Uncle Yun and his companions finally arrived, albeit belatedly. As Uncle Yun approached the warehouse, he noticed signs of a recent skirmish. "This must be the place young master was referring to," he exclaimed. "A battle has recently occurred here. Could something have happened to young master? Let's hasten our pace and investigate." Uncle Yun strode ahead, following the trail of the conflict. They discovered a large hole in the perimeter wall and crawled through it. Witnessing the devastation, Uncle Yun exclaimed, "This place has been attacked, but something's not right. The supplies are still here. Could they have been targeting young master and his companions?" Alarmed, Uncle Yun rushed inside, only to encounter Xiao Jingchen, who was out for some fresh air. "Young master, you're unharmed. That's a relief," Uncle Yun exclaimed, panting for breath. Not from exhaustion, but from anxiety. "Why would anything happen to me?" Xiao Jingchen retorted. "I saw signs of struggle here, and I feared that something had befallen you, young master," Uncle Yun said, finally feeling relieved. "Indeed, there was a struggle, but the ones who perished weren't us," Xiao Jingchen replied calmly, downplaying the incident. Meanwhile, the 6 individuals accompanying Uncle Yun curiously observed Xiao Jingchen. As Xiao Jingchen had mentioned, there was 1 woman and 5 men. Trailing closely behind Uncle Yun was a couple in their 30s. The woman was tall and slender, with short, neat hair, monolid eyes, a high nose, fair skin, and wore black-rimmed glasses, exuding the air of an intellectual. Beside her stood a lean, bespectacled man with a scholarly demeanor. They were the medical doctor couple mentioned in the files. At that moment, they were subtly scrutinizing Yining and Xiao Jingchen. Behind them were 4 burly men with sharp eyes, discreetly observing Xiao Jingchen. They were specially trained by the Xiao family to carry out covert operations, each possessing unique skills and unwavering loyalty. Although it was their first encounter with Xiao Jingchen, they immediately recognized his identity. Xiao Jingchen bore a striking resemblance to the old master, making it clear that they were father and son. Uncle Yun exchanged pleasantries with Yining and then proceeded to introduce the newcomers. The couple was named in Yilin and Lu Yangyang, both holding doctoral degrees in medicine from prestigious American universities. They were staunch loyalists to Xiao Jingchen's father's faction. "Greetings. My name is Yining." Yining offered a simple greeting. Xiao Jingchen remained silent, exuding the commanding aura of a leader accustomed to looking down upon others. "Monsieur, I heard that someone here is injured. Upon arriving here, it is only fitting to establish a reputation and demonstrate one's capabilities. Indeed, We have a person who has sustained a gunshot wound. Yining nodded. She certainly would not be foolish enough to undermine the situation. Could you lead us to him? Perhaps we can offer some assistance. And Yilin suggested politely, adjusting his glasses. That would be most welcome, Yining replied, guiding them to the room of Gao Feng, who was seated before the fireplace, engrossed in a book. Uncle Gao, this is Mr. N. He is a doctor from the Capital Medical University in the United States. Here to examine your wound. Oh, no, that's unnecessary, Gao Feng exclaimed, astonished at the thought of a distinguished American doctor attending to his injury, feeling rather flattered. It's quite all right. A gunshot wound is no trivial matter, Gao. You should really allow Mr. Liu to take a look at it. This way, we can all feel more at ease. After some insistence from Yilin, Gao Feng reluctantly agreed, still taken aback. Although Yining had undergone some emergency training before the apocalypse, she knew she could not compare to a professional like Yilin. The wound has been treated well, but the bandaging is slightly inadequate. I shall redo it, and Yilin said, efficiently reapplying the dressing. Have you already administered antibiotics? He inquired. Yes, we have, Yining confirmed. Then there should be no major issues. However, the wound may likely cause a high fever in the coming days. So be sure to keep it dry and avoid spicy foods, and Yilin advised. Gao Feng nodded in understanding. Following a brief introduction, Xiao Jingqian gathered everyone to discuss the upcoming arrangements. He and Yining intended to establish a new base here primarily for the purpose of gathering supplies, with plans to eventually create a small outpost. Currently, all factions were scouring for resources buried beneath the snow. They had no reason to relinquish what they could hoard. Rather than allowing others to benefit, it was far more prudent to secure these resources for themselves. Next, they would delve into the specifics of their plan. Gao Feng was overseeing 3 warehouses, all of which were already filled to capacity. To amass additional supplies, new storage facilities would need to be established. Fortunately, this location was abundant in warehouses. After deliberating, Yining and Xiao Jingqian decided to dismantle the walls between 2 adjacent warehouses, effectively transforming them into 4. Gao Feng and Sister Li would remain in their previous accommodations, while the newly arrived 6 individuals will be allocated a space in the adjoining warehouse office area, allowing both groups to look out for one another. This area was part of an industrial district still awaiting full utilization, hence it was relatively devoid of inhabitants. Once their quarters were arranged, the next topic of discussion was the plan for zero-cost acquisition of supplies. Led by Xiao Jingqian, Uncle Yun was tasked with clearing out the nearby debris, while Yining would utilize her spatial abilities for transporting resources. The goal was to gather as much as possible unless the warehouses were completely full, though that was unlikely, given that this region boasted over 100 warehouses. With the plan set, the next step was execution. The following morning, Yining accompanied Xiao Jingqian as they set out once more. Jingqian, let us hurry, Yining exclaimed excitedly, hopping onto the snowmobile's rear seat. What has you so elated? Xiao Jingqian asked, glancing back at her. We can acquire supplies at no cost. Of course I'm thrilled. Let's get going, she urged. Zero-cost acquisition. Here we come. Little fool. Xiao Jingqian affectionately ruffled Yining's hair. Utilizing the previous resource encyclopedia and the compass for direction, Uncle Yun and the team quickly located the first cache of supplies, a large supermarket. This is it. Let us dig. Uncle Yun indicated a spot for excavation. The shovel struck the icy surface with a crisp sound, and soon a sizable hole was created. Uncle Yun tossed in a match. Upon confirming the absence of harmful gases, he was the first to descend, followed closely by the others. What they discovered was a remarkably well-preserved supermarket, untouched by previous scavengers, brimming with potential. Notably, all supplies remained intact, shielded from the ravages of wind and snow. This expansive 2-story supermarket contained a plethora of food and daily necessities. The food had largely remained unspoiled, merely encased in a layer of frost, while the household items were in perfect condition. Without hesitation, Yining claimed 2/3 of the supplies, leaving the remaining third for nearby survivors. After all, her own provisions were already sufficient, and offering hope to the survivors seemed a noble act. She was not a saint. Her principles revolved around ensuring her and Jingqian's comfort in this harsh new world. Yet, in the absence of conflicting interests, She did not wish to strip others of their hope for survival. Compared to daily necessities, Yining found herself most in need of gasoline and diesel as the generator. Snowplow and snowmobile all required diesel fuel. Unfortunately, prior to the apocalypse, she had been unable to amass a significant stockpile of these resources due to supply chain issues. Fortunately, a fuel depot lay just 5 kilometers away. Uncle Yin, please scout the area. If it remains unoccupied, we shall set out this afternoon, Xiao Jingshun instructed, pointing to a mark on the map. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed since Yi Ning and Xiao Jingshun had taken residence at the warehouse. During this period, Yi Ning had successfully secured supplies from 20 supermarkets and a dozen factories, filling over 30 warehouses with their bounty. Very well, Master, Uncle Yin affirmed, promptly springing into action. That afternoon, Xiao Jingshun received a call from Uncle Yin. Master, I have located the site. However, it is being guarded. They wish for us to trade some supplies in exchange. Should we deal with them directly or inquire what they desire? How many are there? Xiao Jingshun asked. There are 2, an old man and his 7-year-old grandson. They are seeking food in exchange. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jingshun decided that if their demands were reasonable, it would be best to accommodate them. Yi Ning and Xiao Jingshun rode their snowmobile to the fuel depot, where Uncle Yin awaited them at the entrance. Though covered in snow and ice, the towering outlines of the oil tanks were still discernible. Young Master, Miss Yi, you have arrived, Uncle Yin greeted. Where are they? Xiao Jingshun inquired, bringing the snowmobile to a halt at the depot's entrance. They are in the guard shack. Uncle Yin knocked on the shack's window. Our young master has come. You may come out. The door of the guardroom was cracked open from the inside, slowly revealing a gaunt old man peering out with a wary expression. Behind him stood a similarly thin young boy, their resemblance unmistakable, indicating a familial bond. You may enter, but only in exchange for food. The old man scrutinized Xiao Jingshun and Yi Ning for a moment, and upon noticing their distinguished demeanor, he finally articulated his intentions. How much do you require? 3 boxes, no, 4 boxes of instant noodles, plus 200 jin of rice. As he spoke, the old man observed Xiao Jingshun's expression, anxious that his demands might provoke displeasure. Once a security guard, he had been living here alone with his grandson since the tragic demise of his son and daughter-in-law. During the onset of the apocalypse, most of the oil depot workers had left due to a scheduled break. After witnessing the brutal struggles among the remaining workers, he and his grandson were fortunate to survive until the end. If it weren't for the dwindling food supplies, he wouldn't have risked venturing out to barter. Agreed, Xiao Jingshun replied without hesitation. Yi Ning moved to a secluded corner, retrieving 4 boxes of instant noodles and 2 bags of rice from her storage space. With thousands of boxes of noodles at her disposal, for boxes were hardly a concern. The old man felt a twinge of regret for not asking for more upon seeing their swift compliance. Yet, having settled on the terms, he knew he couldn't backtrack. In this dire situation, for boxes were substantial, considering the scarcity of food in the vicinity. After a moment of hesitation, the old man unlocked the door. Xiao Jingshun discreetly relaxed his grip on his concealed weapon. Had the old man attempted any trickery, he would not have hesitated to retaliate. Once he received the noodles, the old man carefully secured them inside the guardroom before leading Xiao Jingshun and Yi Ning towards the fuel tanks. This is tank number 1, filled with gasoline just recently. This is tank number 2, which is now only half full. The old man kept his word, diligently introducing each tank as if recounting cherished family heirlooms. Masterly, how long have you been here? Yi Ning inquired cautiously. For over a decade. I started working here at 50. My son used to work here too, but alas, although they had only just met, the old man, with his years of experience, sensed that these newcomers were not malevolent. Speaking of the past softened his defenses. Now it's just my grandson and me, relying on each other for survival. Seems you're not alone in your hardships, she empathized. The elderly and the young alike must find survival daunting in these dire times. What are your plans moving forward? This place, though remote, has abundant fuel resources. If someone with ill intentions finds you, it could spell disaster for you both. Just a few days ago, I received a call in the manager's office. They mentioned that the situation in South Korea isn't as dire. They plan to send migrants from City A, with a rescue point just a kilometer away. Unfortunately, The rescue team won't arrive for another month. At my age, I can manage, but the child is still young. I can't let him endure such harsh conditions. Even if it costs me my old bones, I must ensure he has a better life in Korea. Korea? Yi Ning mused. Given its proximity to the equator, temperatures were significantly higher here. Even amid global freezing, the region maintained temperatures around 0 degrees. When the rescue team eventually arrived, the opportunities would be limited. In a previous life, both Yi Ning and Xiao Jingchen had struggled to secure a spot amid the chaos. Moreover, the living conditions in Korea were not as optimistic as many believed, although the climate was more favorable for agriculture. The influx of powerful individuals had monopolized nearly all the land, resulting in fierce internal conflicts. However, this was the old man's personal journey, and Yi Ning was wise enough not to shatter his dreams. Everyone had their own fate, and she had no right to interfere with another's karma. That sounds wonderful, Yi Ning replied politely, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. After confirming the old man had departed, Yi Ning utilized the prepared fuel tanks to transfer all the oil into smaller containers. Their expedition to the oil depot had concluded successfully. Jingchun, how much do you remember about Korea? Yi Ning couldn't help but ask on their way back. My knowledge is limited. I only know it's a place rife with ambition and intrigue. Yi Ning, do you wish to go? She immediately shook her head. Not at all. The constant struggle among the ambitious is exhausting. I have a fortified sanctuary, ample weaponry to confront most dangers, reliable companions by my side, and most importantly, you are with me. I see no reason to venture to Korea. As for rescue, she felt no need for it. I'm not interested. As long as you're by my side, I wish to go nowhere. Yi Ning tightly embraced Xiao Jingchun, resting her head against his back, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. No matter how far they roamed, even in the face of the apocalypse, she no longer felt alone. That was enough. Upon their return to the warehouse, they placed the recently stored tanks inside. With supplies nearly complete, the immediate threat to the warehouse was alleviated. With Uncle Yun and the others around, safety was assured. However, the rapid expansion of the warehouse complicated security. Xiao Jingchun instructed Uncle Yun to recruit trustworthy individuals to help with surveillance, ensuring adequate resistance against potential intrusions or zombie hordes. Naturally, he entrusted these matters to Uncle Yun, as he had no time to manage them himself. Having been away from the sanctuary for nearly a week, Yi Ning felt a twinge of concern, prompting them to return. Upon arrival, they first took a long, warm bath, washing away the grime of their recent travels. Regardless of the external turmoil, the sanctuary remained a haven of warmth. Heaters and fireplaces radiated comfort, and the interior was immaculate, thanks to Aunt Wong's diligent cleaning. Lush greenery flourished on the windowsill, creating a cozy atmosphere. Brother Longfei, have any suspicious individuals come by while we were away? A few tried their luck at entering, but I sent them packing. Brother Longfei had kept a vigilant watch from the lookout tower almost around the clock. After a refreshing sleep, Yi Ning donned her silk pajamas, stretching languidly as she settled onto the sofa. Bored, she turned on the television, hoping to find a film to pass the time. However, today was different. The previously signal-less screen unexpectedly connected and began broadcasting news. What is happening? Yi Ning was intently watching the news. If there were no significant events, the television signal would not have been restored. On the screen, a poised news anchor was articulating an urgent announcement. Dear citizens, please pay close attention to this report. Since the onset of extreme weather, the federal government has been working diligently to find solutions. Shelters have been established in South Korea. We urge everyone not to panic. Rescue teams are expected to arrive in a city in about a month. During this time, please assist one another and await their arrival. The subsequent footage displayed scenes from the South Korean shelters. Abundant food, comfortable living conditions, and staff clad in lightweight down jackets. One could easily imagine the throngs of a city residents flocking to this news. While rational individuals could discern that conditions were unlikely to be as favorable as reported, for those currently facing dire circumstances, it seemed to be the only option. In the Lee household, the same report captivated attention. Is everything reported true? Chu Ran questioned, her excitement palpable as she sat beside Lee Chu Ran. In the brief span of 1 to 2 months, Shangguan Rong had transformed from a once elegant and haughty matron into a gaunt old woman. Given the current situation, it appeared to be genuine. At the very least, there was indeed a shelter in South Korea. Li Chu Ran stared fixedly at the television, contemplating every word spoken by the anchor. "This is wonderful, Chu Ran. We finally have a chance," Shangguan Rong exclaimed, pacing excitedly by the sofa. She could finally escape this life of hunger and deprivation, which had become unbearable. Indeed, Li Chu Ran nodded before retreating to his room. Shangguan Rong was accustomed to his contemplative demeanor, still caught up in her excitement. During this period, Li Chu Ran had been gathering supplies with the remaining household staff. Unfortunately, he had lost the advantage. Under the strain of humanity's trials, he faced betrayal from those around him and managed to collect very little. He believed the report to be true, yet it certainly concealed aspects. For instance, how large were the shelters? How many individuals could they accommodate? There were numerous survivors in a city, C City, E City, and G City. What was the total number of survivors? Would the shelters be able to accommodate them all? These were crucial details omitted from the report. However, he refrained from dampening his mother's enthusiasm. He lay in bed, deep in thought. South Korea had always been impoverished, with such suddenly favorable climatic conditions. It was inevitable that other forces would covet this opportunity, and many would surely do so. The establishment of the shelter required personnel to maintain it, which was the fundamental reason for their long journey back home for rescue. With the need for manpower, it followed that individuals who could provide greater assistance to the federal government would be prioritized. How could he enhance his own advantages to stand out among the multitude and prove his worth? Yet he found himself stripped of everything. No, he still possessed valuable information. These were the core competencies of the Meng Ran Group, which no longer existed. Thus, this information had lost its value, making it more prudent to trade it for a chance at survival. But who could he approach? Who might currently be in South Korea? Li Chu Ran sifted through his contacts, scrolling through thousands of names until a particular one caught his eye. Wu Zhongshi, one of the city's most enigmatic tycoons. Perhaps he could help. As a once prominent young talent in the business world, Li Chu Ran indeed had a keen eye. As he suspected, Wu Zhongshi held a considerable number of slots for entry into the shelters. When Wu Zhongshi received Li Chu Ran's call, he hesitated for only a moment before answering. To him, Li Chu Ran was a remarkable individual, competent and ruthless. His personal relationships were inconsequential. Men understood such matters. Li Chu Ran wasted no time with pleasantries, directly stating his purpose. At Wu Zhongshi's level, all formalities were mere facades. What mattered most was the promise of substantial mutual benefit. After a round of negotiations, Wu Zhongshi said, "I can offer you 2 slots, Chu Ran, but you understand how scarce these positions are." The implication of Wu Zhongshi's overtures was clear. He required allies upon reaching South Korea. The internal strife there was fierce, and he needed to build his own faction. "Mr. Wu, I realize the slots are limited, but could I possibly request an additional one? I have others I wish to bring along." Li Chu Ran's only direct relative was his mother. Why would he need another slot? Was it to bring along the woman who had betrayed him? It seemed Li Chu Ran was indeed a romantic. Yet perhaps such flaws were easier to manage. "Chu Ran, you're placing me in a difficult position, but since I admire you, I shall see what I can do." Li Chu Ran recognized Wu Zhongshi's feigned reluctance as an indication of consent. It seemed the matter was finally settled, and he exhaled in relief. Emerging from his room, he found Shangguan Rong bustling in the kitchen. In recent times, household staff had either defected or been killed while competing for resources. The most perilous incident had occurred when the household's bodyguard and driver launched a nighttime attack. Had Li Chu Ran not been prepared, he might have met a grim fate. With no servants remaining, Shangguan Rong had no choice but to cook for herself. "Mother, I've made arrangements. Someone will come to pick us up in half a month," Li Chu Ran announced as he took a seat at the marble dining table. "Really? That's wonderful news. Finally, we are saved," Shangguan Rong exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. "By the way, Chu Ran, should we prepare anything? Where will they pick us up?" She placed a steaming bowl of 8 treasure porridge in front of him. "No need to prepare anything. You need not worry about that. I'll handle it." For now, there was little to prepare. To keep warm, they had burned all the furniture. The once valuable jewelry now held no more worth than stones, and stocks and cash had become mere illusions. His only remaining advantage lay in his intellect and the core technologies he had previously mastered. Shu ran. I knew you would find a way. When your father passed away unexpectedly, if it weren't for you. Shangguan Rong continued, her excitement bubbling over. Mother, please. No more. Li Charan suddenly raised his voice. A palpable anger etched across his face. The smile on Shangguan Rong's face froze. Charan, are you still blaming your mother? Mom, enough. I do not wish to revisit the past. Realizing his outburst, Li Charan regained his composure. The mother and son sat awkwardly across from each other. Even the closest of kin can harbor irreconcilable differences, yet they both chose to maintain a facade of tranquility. They finished their meal, as they usually did. Mom, I'm heading back to my room, Li Charan announced as he stood up first. All right, Shangguan Rong replied, her face adorned with an eager smile. Closing the door behind him, Li Charan leaned despondently against it. He understood that some matters would never fade from his heart. After a brief moment, he shook off the memories and hesitated before retrieving his phone to dial a familiar number. In recent days, communication and power had briefly resumed under the Federation's support. While heating was still unavailable, this was enough to lift the spirits of the survivors. Beep, beep. As he listened to the ringing on the other end, Li Charan's anxiety surged. Had so much time passed? Was her phone still functional? Had she charged it? Soon, his doubts dissipated when Yi Ning answered the call. Hello, what do you want? Under normal circumstances, Yi Ning should have blocked Li Charan after their divorce. Initially, she refrained from doing so, wanting to witness his misfortunes. But as communication faltered, she completely forgot about it. Consequently, she had not blocked him until now. With communication restored, Yi Ning had been engrossed in watching videos on her phone. However, she was unprepared for Li Charan's call. Hearing that familiar voice, Li Charan struggled to suppress his excitement. Yi Ning, have you heard about the shelter established in Korea recently? I've heard about it. Li Charan tried earnestly to organize his thoughts, feeling parched and more nervous than he had ever been during his company's IPO. Yi Ning, the world is frozen. Only Korea remains somewhat viable for human existence. Therefore, the Federation has established a headquarters there, and they're transporting all high-tech talents and resources to that location. I happen to have a few slots available. What exactly are you trying to say? Yi Ning intergested impatiently. Uninterested in Li Charan's ramblings. Yi Ning, I want to take you with me. Finally, Li Charan uttered the words he had longed to say. What? Have you lost your mind? Li Charan, are you feverish? Why would you want to go with him? She had no need for a refuge. Yi Ning, I'm not joking. I want to take you away. This land is no longer suitable for human life. Civilization here will collapse completely, and those who survive will regress into savagery. Yi Ning, do you wish to live like that? I know we've had many misunderstandings, and my indifference has deeply hurt you. Since your departure, I have truly come to understand my own feelings. Yi Ning, give me another chance. I will demonstrate through my actions how I wish to amend the past. Huh. Such belated affection is worth less than a dog's loyalty. Unfortunately, Yi Ning had long since lost interest. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Firstly, I'm living quite well here and have no need for shelter. Secondly, if I were to go to a shelter, it would be with Jing Chun, not you. Yi Ning, I ask you one more time. Are you really unwilling? Li Charan questioned, unwilling to concede. Indeed, I am unwilling. Thank you for your tardy affection, but I do not require it. You may keep your self-pity. Yi Ning hung up the phone without hesitation and promptly blocked him. Seeing Yi Ning's unfeeling dismissal, Li Charan stubbornly attempted to call again, only to hear that the number was busy. Yi Ning, are you truly so heartless? Is Xiao Jing Chun genuinely better than me? Of course. Had Yi Ning been able to hear Li Charan's inner thoughts, she would have retorted without hesitation. Indeed, Xiao Jing Chun is infinitely better than you. Li Charan sank despondently to the ground. He understood Yi Ning. While she appeared gentle, she was at her core an incredibly stubborn person, nearly impossible to sway once her mind was made up. Just as she had once stubbornly loved Li Charan in her past life, in this life, she had resolutely thrown herself into Xiao Jing Chen's embrace. Yi Ning was unwilling to leave with him unless he resorted to force. Otherwise, she would not accompany him. However, At present, he lacked the capability to take her by force. He sat in the same spot until nightfall when Shangwan Rong knocked on the door, calling him for dinner. Finally, he made a decision. Churin, why not have an egg? Dinner today is instant noodles with fried eggs. Under normal circumstances, having instant noodles would be a blessing. But today was special. They had finally acquired a rare opportunity to escape this mire, and they ought to celebrate it. Mom, we still have some time until we leave. Let's save some for later. Li Churin divided the egg with his chopsticks and offered half to Shangwan Rong. No, Churin. You should eat. You're a man and need to eat more. I'm just an old woman. It's fine. Shangwan Rong insisted, placing the egg into Li Churin's bowl. By the way, Churin, when will the rescue team come to pick us up? Shangwan Rong asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. I don't know the exact time. It might be around 14 to 15 days. They will notify us when the time comes. Mom, how long can our food last? Wu Zhongshi had not provided him with specific details, only mentioning that they would be informed later. About 3 weeks, I suppose. Shangwan Rong estimated. Let us ration our food to prepare for any unexpected changes. Li Churin was always cautious, never putting all his eggs in one basket. All right, I understand. Shangwan Rong nodded. While the mother and son enjoyed their meal in a warm atmosphere, Lin Mingru was eavesdropping through the door crack. Indeed, she was still alive, despite being gaunt from hunger. Yet she continued to cling to life. During this time, she had severed all ties with her influential acquaintances, not out of desire, but due to the complete disconnection following the network outage. She survived amidst Shangwan Rong's disdainful glares and Li Churin's indifference, often being exchanged by the merciless Shangwan Rong to various men for meager food. Had it not been for this function, she might have perished long ago. Yet, she had managed to survive. That alone was a form of success. A shelter? Korea, in 2 weeks. Lin Mingru continuously murmured these words. South Korea has established a refuge, and in half a month, a rescue team will arrive. From the conversation between the mother and child, it seemed they had already secured their entry into the sanctuary, while she, unfortunately, was likely excluded. No, she must find a way to join them. She had endured enough in this wretched place, and if she remained here any longer, her life would surely be at stake. However, that old woman, Shangwan Rong, would undoubtedly obstruct her plans, so she needed to devise a strategy. Lin Mingru sat on the ground, contemplating her next move. Indeed, her room had long since lost its bed, which had been burned as fuel by Shangwan Rong and her group. At that moment, the door to her room was abruptly pushed open. Chu Ran, is it you? She wondered, realizing that Li Churin had come to inform her of the trip to the refuge. But as she turned her head, her heart sank. It was not Li Churin. Shangwan Rong entered, holding a bowl. With a cold snort, Shangwan Rong placed the bowl on the floor. Eat, useless wretch. You could do nothing but waste food. Having grown accustomed to her biting sarcasm, Lin Mingru crawled over and picked up the bowl. To her surprise, tonight's portion was a third larger than usual. It seemed Shangwan Rong had taken pity, perhaps due to a good mood or as slight compensation for not bringing Lin Mingru along. Shangwan Rong coldly watched as Lin Mingru frantically devoured the food with her hands, scoffing internally. Go ahead and eat. After all, you won't have many more meals left. Once I leave with Chu Ran, you'll likely starve to death. Despite her deep-seated hatred for Lin Mingru, a flicker of compassion surged within her. Let her have a full meal, she thought. In the same room, one woman stood while the other sat, both harboring ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Li Churin, after being rejected by Yi Ning, had finally made a decision. Although Yi Ning had opted out, he could not waste the precious spot he had secured. Who should he take with him? Ideally, someone obedient to his commands. Yes, he could take him. Li Churin dialed a number. Hello, General Li, you called for me? The voice on the other end was Fong Yin, Li Churin's trusted confidant. Since the onset of the apocalypse, under Li Churin's guidance, he had managed to survive until now, holding Li Churin in the highest regard. Fong Yin, are you aware that a refuge has been established in South Korea? Li Churin inquired directly. Of course. The entire city is buzzing about it. However, judging by the information released, I suspect that not many will make it into the sanctuary. With so many survivors in city, how could everyone possibly gain entry? Fong Yin, I have a single spot available for entry into the refuge. I wish to take you with me. Will you accept? Really? General Li, is that true? You want to take me? Fang Yin felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky directly onto his head. Indeed. Do you accept? Li Charan asked, enunciating each word. I accept. Of course I do. General Li, is this real? I can't be dreaming. Of course. Do you think he is? Pack your things over the next few days. I will notify you of the specific location later. Li Charan concluded the call. Meanwhile, Shangguan Rong hummed a tune as she counted the supplies in her home. Ever since Li Charan informed her that the rescue team would arrive in half a month, her spirits had soared, and she felt as if she were floating. After nearly half a month of anticipation, Li Charan finally received a call from Wu Zhongshi, instructing them to wait in an open space west of the villa complex in 3 days. Churan, when will they come to pick us up? Shangguan Rong eagerly inquired, her nose sniffing as she spoke. They will arrive in 3 days. We simply need to wait patiently, Li Charan replied, carefully putting away his phone. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Shangguan Rong exclaimed, her hands trembling with excitement at the prospect of leaving this dreadful place. After a moment of exhilaration, she remembered Lin Mengru. What do you plan to do about that vile woman? She asked, finally recalling her. In my view, a person like her should simply be dealt with like this. Shangguan Rong said, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. No need. Let her fend for herself here, Li Charan frowned. While he loathed Lin Mengru, she was once someone he had made solemn vows with. True. There's no need to dirty our hands over such a wretch. Shangguan Rong laughed awkwardly. At that moment, Lin Mengru, eavesdropping from outside, felt an overwhelming rage. How vile and malicious was Shangguan Rong. Not only did she plan to leave her behind, but she also intended to kill her. It was utterly detestable. If given the chance, she would surely seek revenge. Yet, Lin Mengru understood the need for patience. She could not afford to act rashly now, or all would be lost. She resolved to continue listening. Churan, are you certain the rescue team will arrive in 3 days? Shangguan Rong asked, her anxiety creeping back. Yes, mother, just wait calmly, Li Charan assured her. Wu Zhongshi would not send people if he had not acquired what he wanted. That's reassuring. Shangguan Rong sighed with relief. By the way, are you hungry? Should I prepare something for you? She realized she had been too caught up in her excitement and was now quite hungry. Sure, you go ahead. I need to organize some documents, Li Charan hinted, signaling her to leave. 3 days? They were genuinely sending a rescue team. How splendid. Lin Mengru, still hiding outside, felt a spark of determination. She had to find a way to join them. It was freezing. After eavesdropping for so long, she realized she was on the verge of freezing to death and hurried back to her room to warm herself. Meanwhile, after Shangguan Rong closed the door, Li Charan took out his phone. Hello, Fang Yin. I'm here, General Li. Fang Yin quickly answered, recognizing Li Charan's call. Do you have a computer nearby? Li Charan asked. Fang Yin, once a top-tier technician at Ming Grand Group, had won Li Charan's favor due to his exceptional skills. I do, but the battery is broken. I can fix it. It should work, Fang Yin replied promptly. Fang Yin, I need you to gather some information for me. Once you have it, please copy it onto a USB drive and bring it to me the day after tomorrow. Of course, generally, what information do you need? Li Charan lowered his voice. All right, Fang Yin, have you memorized everything? Got it, generally. Just so you know, the day after tomorrow might be a bit rushed. The dialect hesitated, not out of reluctance, but because Mr. Li had requested an overwhelming amount of data for him to gather. It must be completed the day after tomorrow, as the helicopter would arrive 3 days later to take us away. Understood, Mr. Li. I assure you I will fulfill this task. Fang Yin felt a surge of enthusiasm, suddenly sensing that Mr. Li had reverted to his former decisive self. Indeed, Li Charan had been in a state of despondency for an extended period. However, he had come to realize that a man's most essential needs are absolute power and authority. Only then can one truly command everything. In Lin Mengru's room, after cautiously closing her window, she desperately rubbed her cold hands and feet. It was unbearably cold. If she had returned even a moment later, she might have frozen to death. Just then, she heard the footsteps of Shangguan Rong outside her door, and she hurriedly lay on the floor, feigning weakness. Shangguan Rong looked at Lin Mengru, sprawled on the floor like a lifeless dog, her heart filled with disdain. She approached Lin Mengru and poked her head with her toe. Get up and eat. How strange. Could she actually be dead? What bad luck. As soon as she spoke, Lin Mengru suddenly sprang up like a wild beast, snatching the bowl of food from Shangguan Rong's hands and devouring it ravenously. This bowl had previously been used to feed the dogs of the Li family, but Lin Mengru was utterly unconcerned. Look at you. Even wild dogs have better table manners. Shangguan Rong looked down at Lin Mengru, who was wolfing down the food, a hint of satisfaction rising within her. Lin Mengru paid no heed to Shangguan Rong's mockery. What was humiliation to her? Survival was her only priority. She needed to replenish her energy quickly to ensure the smooth execution of her next plan. Can you give me more food? I beg you. I'm starving. Lin Mengru soon finished the food in the bowl and looked up, her eyes filled with pleading. You harmed our Charin so terribly, and you still dare to ask for food. If it weren't for the kindness of me and Charin, you would have been kicked out long ago, let alone given anything to eat. Here. Shangguan Rong disdainfully tossed a small piece of sausage on the ground, treating her like a dog. Huh. That old hag still pretends to be a good person here. Ugh. Lin Mengru thought to herself, yet she concealed her true feelings, quickly crawling to pick up the sausage and feigning overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Lin Mengru repeatedly bowed her head as she ate. Shangguan Rong reveled in the power of controlling another's life. The thrill of having someone else's fate in her hands was exquisite, especially watching Lin Mengru, the ultimate green tea bitch, bowing in front of her without dignity. Both women harbored their own ulterior motives, yet neither dared to expose the other's intentions. Thus, the superficial calm persisted until 3 days later. At 4 in the afternoon on the third day, Li Charin received a call from Wu Zhongshi, informing him that the helicopter would arrive the following morning at 11 o'clock sharp, urging Li Charin to wait nearby. Charin, you must be cautious not to draw attention to yourselves. The helicopter can carry a maximum of 5 people. If others intercept you, it will be troublesome. The helicopter can only stay for about 10 minutes, and if you miss it, you will be out of luck. Understood, Mr. Wu. Thank you. Li Charin responded gratefully. Calling me Mr. Wu feels too formal. Just call me Wu Ge. Wu Zhongshi replied cheerfully, though there was an unmistakable air of superiority in his tone. Okay, Wu Ge. Li Charin hung up the phone, a fleeting shadow passing through his eyes. Mr. Li, when do we depart? Fang Yin had already navigated numerous obstacles to arrive at Li Charin's villa. We leave tonight. Fang Yin, continue reporting the data. Li Charin donned his glasses, sitting upright as he focused on the data displayed on his computer. Yes, Mr. Li. Fang Yin nodded respectfully. To avoid attracting attention, Li Charin opted to set out after dark. At 7 in the evening, the world lay in silence as the gates of the Li family's villa opened quietly. Now is the time to depart. Li Charin began to prepare for their journey. Fang Yin, is everything ready on your end? Everything is prepared. Mother, is everything ready on your side? Ready. All right, listen to me. The helicopter will land in the open space west of the villa area. To reach that location, we must traverse the majority of the villa area. I have not tallied how many survivors remain in the villa area, but there are certainly quite a few, and those who have survived are not to be underestimated. We must proceed with caution to avoid their notice and prevent any complications. Understood, Mr. Li, Fang Yin replied earnestly, genuinely admiring Li Charin, viewing everything he did through a lens of admiration. Now let's officially set off. The 3 of them cautiously navigated through the villa area, supporting one another as they made their way to the designated open space. Unbeknownst to them, a small tail had already followed closely behind. Lin Mengru stealthily trailed them from a distance. 3 hours later, the trio finally reached their destination, just as the clock struck 11 at night, the cold biting into them. Mother, let us hide over there for a while. We have several hours until morning. Li Charin pointed to the outermost villa in the area. This villa had been shunned due to a murder that occurred 6 years prior and the subsequent haunting rumors that arose. Thus it had remained uninhabited. Why go to that villa? ISNT, it's said to be haunted. Shangguan Rong, ever the inquisitive one, questioned. Those are just rumors. Besides, do you see any other place we can go to shield ourselves from the cold? After pondering for a moment, Shangwan Rong realized there were indeed no alternatives and thought it best to settle there for the time being. Fang Yin climbed through a window first and then opened the front door. The villa was luxuriously decorated, perhaps due to the psychological effect of its long vacancy, giving it an eerie atmosphere. "Mother, let us just make do here for the night." Li Charan lit torches in the corners of the living room and started a fire in the center. Under the flickering flames, the three of them began to warm up. Meanwhile, Lin Mengru, who was trailing them, stood outside, freezing terribly. What are they doing? Are they waiting for the helicopter's rescue? Why have they suddenly stopped? I'm freezing to death. Lin Mengru, with her limited understanding, overlooked the fact that flying a helicopter at night would be inconvenient. So cold. So cold. When will the rescue team arrive? Surely no one has tricked Li Charan, right? Lin Mengru felt a flicker of regret surge within her. It was so cold. Truly so cold. She trembled in the garage, enduring until the next morning. At 11:46, the rescue team finally arrived amidst everyone's anticipation. A helicopter continuously circled the vicinity, searching for a suitable descent angle. Shangwan Rong joyfully dashed towards the helicopter. "We're here." Shangwan Rong waved her hand, shouting excitedly. "We know. Quickly move aside. You're blocking our landing area." The pilot shouted urgently from the helicopter. Li Charan swiftly pulled Shangwan Rong back upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Lin Mengru, who had been hiding, gazed at the swirling helicopter in the sky, nearly speechless with excitement. Li Charan was telling the truth. The rescue team had indeed come to save them. Not far away, Yi Ning and the others in the shelter also heard the helicopter's roar. Miss, there's a helicopter in the sky. The rescue team has arrived," Wang Ma exclaimed, rushing in with excitement. "A helicopter? Let's go take a look." Yi Ning recalled that in her previous life, it took a month for the rescue team to arrive after seeing their helicopter on the news. How could they have come so quickly this time? With a curious mindset, Yi Ning climbed to the observation tower facing east. She picked up the binoculars, quickly gaining a clear view of the situation. It was indeed the rescue team's helicopter, arriving a whole half-month earlier. However, it seemed they were not conducting a large-scale rescue. Rather, it appeared they were there to meet someone specific. Who could warrant such a grand reception? Continuing her observation through the binoculars, Yi Ning was startled to see three familiar figures: Li Charan, Lin Mengru, and Shangwan Rong. How'd they end up there? Was the helicopter specifically sent to pick them up? Yet, given Li Charan's capabilities, it was not impossible. As for Li Charan, after circling the sky a few times, the helicopter finally found a suitable angle to land on the snowy surface. "Mr. Li Charan?" A man dressed in a suit with dark sunglasses stepped out of the helicopter. "Yes, I am Li Charan. I contacted your general manager, Wu, yesterday afternoon." Li Charan showed no fear at the man's scrutinizing gaze. The suited man carefully assessed Li Charan, seemingly confirming his identity. "Mr. Li, I am here to escort you as per Mr. Wu's instructions. We must hurry and board the helicopter." However, before he could finish, a dark figure suddenly darted between them and slipped into the helicopter. "Who is it?" The man in the black suit drew a handgun, pointing it at the shadowy figure. "Identify yourself. Raise your head." The figure, trembling, lifted its head, revealing it was Lin Mengru, who had been lurking nearby. "Charan, tell him not to shoot. It's me." Lin Mengru raised her hands in fear, looking pitifully at Li Charan. "Charan, take me with you. I beg you. I promise I will be devoted to you from now on. I will obey your every command." Lin Mengru desperately clutched at Li Charan's pant leg, continuously pleading. "Get lost." Li Charan kicked her away, feeling no compassion. If it weren't for Lin Mengru, how could he have fallen from his lofty position as a president into the mire? How could he have become the laughingstock of the entire city due to being cuckolded? Most importantly, if it weren't for her, how could he have lost Yi Ning? From the beginning, this self-righteous, selfish man never reflected on his mistakes. He attributed all errors to the women involved. While a deceitful woman was indeed detestable, without the indulgence of men, how could she have seized the opportunity to overstep her bounds? "Charan, have you forgotten what you once told me? No matter what I did, you would forgive me, you would accept all of me, and we would grow old together. Charan, have you forgotten all of this?" Lin Mengru continued to plead, desperately clinging to a seat in the cabin, shaking her head unwilling to leave. Indeed, I have forgotten. If it weren't for your deliberate deception, how could I have forsaken everything for you? Li Chuan scoffed, his handsome face filled with coldness. Those promises, since I made them, I also have the right to revoke them at any time. Leave. I will say it one last time. The memories of Lin Mingru and Wang Fuli's photos made him feel nauseous. During this time, he had provided Lin Mingru with food to keep her alive while allowing Shangguan Rong to torment her, wanting her to struggle, and Pa Li Chuan nodded. Just as Lin Mingru believed he was about to pull her onto the helicopter, suddenly, he playfully tossed a few packets of instant noodles onto the ground, declaring, "Here, take this as your compensation. Li Chuan, may you meet an untimely end." Lin Mingru shrieked in response. "All right, I'm fine now. Let us set off." Li Chuan calmly clapped his hands and shut the cabin door, effectively blocking out Lin Mingru's curses. In the observation tower, Yining had long been watching the entire scene through her telescope. While munching on fries, she keenly observed the unfolding drama. TSK, TSK. This man is indeed heartless. Lin Mingru had truly brought this upon herself. Who would have thought such a spectacle would occur? What a pity she forgot to record it. As the helicopter slowly ascended, Li Chuan stared blankly at the frenzied Lin Mingru below, along with the survivors rushing towards the helicopter like black ants. They howled in anger, wept in despair, and cursed, as if abandoned by fate. As the helicopter climbed higher, Li Chuan suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with a nearby building. Was it, indeed, wasn't this the technology laboratory Yining intended to leave? It seemed different now, as if it had gained numerous additions. Yet the distance made it hard for him to see clearly. Had Yining renovated it? Had she anticipated everything? Yining, was she inside now? Was she with Xiao Jingxin? Based on the images Yining had sent before, she should be doing quite well now. In that moment, Li Chuan felt a sudden intuition and fixed his gaze on the observation tower where Yining was. However, he could not see her, as she had already hidden on the other side of the tower after the helicopter took off. "Yining, I will return. When I come back, I will undoubtedly grow stronger. By then, even if you resist, I will bind you to my side." "Hey, boss, the person has been retrieved. Everything went smoothly," the pilot reported over the intercom. "Good. Prepare for the return trip," came the command from the other end. Received. The helicopter soared higher and higher until it vanished from sight. A few days after Li Chuan was taken away by the helicopter, other helicopters began to arrive in succession. In the heart of City A, a designated area was cleared for helicopter landings, and a rescue base was established nearby. Here is a report from a journalist in City A, stating that rescue operations are proceeding in an orderly fashion and the ailing survivors are receiving effective treatment. The reporter, dressed in professional attire, reported while behind her, uniformed staff busily receive supplies dropped from helicopters. Citizens are reminded not to panic and to orderly collect supplies at the aid points. Yining sat barefoot on the sofa, watching the news report on television. Meanwhile, similar events unfolded in several neighboring cities. In recent days, power and communication services had resumed, and various surviving bloggers began sharing their acquired food, blankets, alcohol, and other emergency supplies online. The sky buzzed with the sound of helicopter blades, continuously delivering supplies to the rescue points, while survivors were flown to safety in Korea. All survivors held on to hope, and even the temperature began to slowly rise. The once hidden evils seemed to vanish in an instant. If this development continued, reverting to the state before the extreme cold would merely be a matter of time, if only there weren't a zombie siege. In her past life, the zombie outbreak occurred 3 months after the New Year. Yining had forgotten the exact date, but vividly remembered the terror and panic she felt upon first witnessing the Hoard, along with a profound sense of nausea. It was a tidal wave of millions of zombies, their eyes vacant, their bodies riddled with decay. They moved with agility, leaping like spiders, running swiftly, biting at any human in sight, with a highly infectious nature, devoid of pain, and possessing immense strength. While they could not turn corners, they could scale walls in a pile. It can be said that even those with special abilities faced a perilous fate when confronting a zombie horde. Jingxun, do you remember when exactly the zombie horde arrived in City A? Yining turned to Xiao Jingxun, who sat beside her. I don't quite recall either. It seems to have been around May 15th. Xiao Jingchun wrapped his arm around Yi Ning's waist. Why you suddenly ask this? Is something wrong? Nothing. Just a sudden thought. Yi Ning shook her head anxiously. Sensing her fear, Xiao Jingchun held her hand and reassured her. It's all right. We can use this time to prepare. Moreover, while zombies are troublesome, they are not without weaknesses. If we leverage those weaknesses, self-preservation shouldn't be overly difficult. Indeed, zombies do possess vulnerabilities. Had it not been for the survivors discovering their weaknesses, the era of abilities might never have arisen, for humanity could have faced extinction.